Hold up.
If all that bloom are faded to wither. Then I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement!
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
moment. In crimson splendor! Something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
and of course, welcome to day number 3. This marks the start of the halfway point for our Asian Games Esports Mobile Legends Bang Bang qualifiers. And of course, my name is Jace. This is Shirls. We'll be your casters that will bringing you the action for today.
Well, Jace, can't tell you enough. It's great to be here. First 2 days has been an absolute banger. Very interesting because we've been always talking about, like, clubs versus clubs. Right now, it's nations versus nations. They're throwing off away their club jerseys and into the national stage. This time around, we've been talking about, like, a lot of teams really with high expectations.
That's right.
Facing up against up-and-coming teams. First time on an international stage.
Yeah, I think this is a very good litmus test for not only just our teams that are coming in for our Asian Games as well, but of course, these teams are here to really compete, to show pride for their own respective teams as well. But of course, just a huge shout out to our the people that are behind this team to basically, making the whole show running. Of course, give a huge shout out over to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Events Mobile Legends Bang Bang Qualifier, proudly co-organized by Singapore Esports Association and Zenway Productions in support of sports promotion by Sports Singapore, our official integrated resource partner, Resort World Sentosa, official partner Muntang Games, My Republic, and Secret Labs. Thank you all the partners for making the journey to 2026 Asian Games possible.
Man, this is really a tough fought kind of qualifiers. Stakes are high.
Definitely.
Winner goes over to, or the ones that qualify actually go over to Nagoya in Japan for the main international stage, playing against up of the best. Right now, we're still kind of in the seeded kind of stage. Everyone's in their own groups, everyone's in their own regions. We've got Southeast Asia, South and East Asia, Central Asia, and West Asia. So this has been interesting, to say the least. But man, we're halfway mark.
Yep, we are halfway mark for our current qualifiers as well. Of course, these are currently going to a group stage. These are best of 3 round robins as well. Later, we're going to run through all the tournament details just in case if you are not really updated as well. But of course, I would like to also let you guys know today also marks a new historic chapter in both esports and Mobile Legends Bang Bang history, because we are celebrating the 10th anniversary. Once again, another milestone in place as well, taking its place an official event at the Asian Games, which is one of the most prestigious sporting competitions in the world.
Wow, 10 years, very long time for. I can't believe it's been 10 years.
Yeah, it's been really a long time.
Especially for a game like Mobile Legends, we've seen a lot of players, the growth of like the likes of Carl TZ, who's been with us since M1 World Championships all the way up till now, and in the international stage, right before a huge. Great test in the mid-season cup as well.
Yeah, I think this is also something that we'll be looking out for as well. But of course, some of these players, you may recognize them on screen as well. They've also played in their respective regions. But of course, right now, we're going to focus mostly on their home teams. That's the ones that we're looking at for. And of course, we should be having the group stages, standings coming up very soon, just in case if you are really not up to date. But of course, you should shout out over to Moment and also Abstract for taking us through the action for the first 2 days.
Well, today and tomorrow, basically, it's a potential gauntlet, 21 games total. But let's jump into today's schedule. First up, 10 a.m., we're starting off with Iran up against Saudi Arabia. This will be Group Stage B in West Asia, and only 2 slots into the qualifying stage into Nagoya, Japan. Iran and Saudi Arabia definitely going to be fighting it out. Iran on the 3rd of the charts, but we'll be seeing these standings very, very soon. Yeah. Next match, 11:45, slated for Nepal up against Hong Kong, China. This will be an absolute series to not miss. And third match, 1:30, we'll be starting up against Nepal, up against Sri Lanka.
Yeah, that's right. So these are really today's schedule as well. But apart from that, we also have the Philippines as well, and Myanmar later at 3:15 p.m. And of course, 5 o'clock will be Indonesia going up against Malaysia.
Well, this is quite interesting, especially for a lot of the Southeast Asian fans out there who are actually gunning for their own country. But not to forget, Singapore up against Malaysia, our hometown brothers, dare I say, Jace. And final, last but not least, Indonesia against Philippines. Man, the last 2 matches are absolute bangers.
Yeah, it feels like a mini M series happening right here, right in Singapore. Of course, huge shout out over to the fans as well for thank you very much for coming over to Resort World Sentosa, because if you notice from the MPLPH Instagram as well, it's so many fans that coming over to support their favorite teams live at RWS.
Well, coming into the standings as well. Indonesia topping the charts, Cambodia a close second. Really upsetting defeat for Team Philippines, who has relegated down into third place. But for Group A, Southeast Asia group, this will be 5 teams that are moving up from the qualifiers into the main stage in Nagoya, Japan. So Vietnam, Laos, and Singapore, they're not safe.
Yep, of course. I think right now you can definitely see, some of the the power rankings are being formed just a little bit. As what you mentioned, Churros, you mentioned that, Cambodia really delivering such an impressive feat, especially, going up against one of the best teams, I would arguably say the best teams in the world based on the other regions. But of course, here are your standings from Group B. Coming in first position will be Kingdom Saudi Arabia, coming up by Jordan, Iran, United Arab Emirates, and after that it's Oman. But I think this is the group that we'll be looking out for. You mentioned that this will be the starting match that we'll be watching later, which is Iran versus Saudi Arabia. Potential interesting standings that may happen here.
Potential three-way tie. Lest we forget, the third place would be based on game series. Iran versus Saudi Arabia. Statistics-wise, Saudi Arabia has won out Team Jordan, which put them up in first place. If Iran actually wins out Saudi Arabia, it would put them neck to neck and tied against Team Jordan. But then it's all down to head-to-head.
I'm really glad I'm a commentator right here because I'm not one of the League Ops, so I'll just leave it to the League Ops to update what's the result that will happen if a potential upset if Iran deliver an upset against Saudi Arabia. But here are your standings from Group C. It is going to be Kazakhstan's going in first, then Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and then Tajikistan down at the bottom.
Well, this is a pretty small group. I think the smallest group that we have seen. Definitely new entrants to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang scene as well. So welcome to all of them coming in from Central Asia. And hopefully, the top 2 teams will be facing up against regions that have been in the scene for years, and dare I say 8 to 10 years in Mobile Legends as well. Still, so far, I think Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, they're in a solid spot. If they don't falter today, they will maintain their spot, and it's only 2 teams going straight to the main stage.
Yep, that's the standing Group C. Well, breakdown right there, Churros. But I think, let's take a look at Group D as well. Coming in first is going to be Mongolia, followed by Hong Kong, China, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Mongolia showing really a very good fight within that group as well.
Yeah, South and East Asia has always been a very interesting region. We've sometimes paired up against players of this region, especially if you're from the Singapore, Indo-Malaysia server stack. And this has been quite an interesting series. Pakistan at risk of going to last chance qualifiers, where they will face up against Group B's last chance qualifying team as well. Mongolia, Hong Kong, they're in a pretty safe, Hong Kong, China, they're in a pretty safe spot. So to speak.
Yep, I think I really like to see other regions coming in, especially like we're giving a more of a feature and also spotlight for these regions that usually you don't see in the M series as well. So I really thank that we've got the MLBB qualifiers for Asian games as well to really take a look, because each region comes with a different meta, and starting to see like Mobile Legends Bang Bang really popping off in the world as well. Like regions that I was never expecting to see in M series popping up here. Kudos to them. Thank you very much for supporting the game as well.
Yeah, I can't agree more with you, Jays. I think this is going to be pretty exciting, especially since after the first 2 days with Jason Moman on the pilot seat in the commentary series. Abstract the moment in the commentary series. We'll get to see
I was
all
like,
the teams.
am I working yesterday?
The teams actually get a little bit of intelligence of what other teams are actually trying to build against. But so far now, it's kind of in the same group. So Central Asia, we'll start off with Iran. We have Amir Raleigh in the gold lane, Ali taking charge of the roam, Poria in the mid lane, Mahdi in the jungle, and last but not least, Abu Fazl in the EXP. So this is actually a very solid lineup, very strong mechanically in each region, in each of their own roles. And like I said, Team Saudi Arabia has been actually on a win streak in 3 games, non-loss at all.
Yeah, I think this is definitely, the third seed in the particular group going up against the first seed as well. And speaking about first seed, here you go on your screen from Team Saudi Arabia. Yes, Al Rashidi, Karaba, Al Karani, and then Al Sulaimani, and then Al Karni as well. And you know, for the past 2 days, they really showed that, you know, they've really known, especially what I mentioned, they really know how to operate as a team, how to really dominate the Land of Dawn really well. And of course, you know, they're looking down at the third seed, looking like it's food. But you know, we've seen upsets before, especially yesterday. Maybe this could be one of them as well.
You know, fun fact, Saudi Arabia, a lot of their players seem very familiar. In actual fact, they were from, if I correctly remember, they're from Falcons. We're from the Falcons team. So in MSC 2025, they had a lot of success, you know, in the group stages and even make it through the final, the playoffs. So this is actually one of those years that they come back and really show themselves how much they've improved as a unit. I would say that this entire team lineup has not had many major changes. Very strong mechanically in their own lanes, in their own roles, topping the charts with 3-0 win streak so far. So up against Iran, definitely would be able to do pretty well statistically.
Yep, I think statistic is something that we are looking at. I think based on what, you know, not only just the fact that, you know, we're only streaming the main stages, there's a lot of action that's happening at the sub stages as well. So it's also really difficult to grasp, right? There's a lot of things that probably goes untracked because you don't really have the VODs for it. So I think, you know, you have shout out over to the coaches there to really have their work cut out for them. But it seems like we are going into the Expanding Rivers map for this first game.
So this is very interesting. A lot of players love the Expanding Rivers. Once it hits the main objectives, you get a boost movement speed. It's like maybe ×2 at this point. By the way, Hirara, the new hero that has just been released in this new patch, is still not playable yet. So for all of those out there who are looking for those nice little builds, those new meta changes, we won't be able to see this yet. But, you know, hey, in the main station Nagoya, that's where you want to be. So starting things off, we have Iran.
Yeah, speaking about not being able to see Hirara, apart from that particular hero, we're also not going to be able to see the Yuzhong, the Phobias, the Baxia, and the Marcel in this particular game. Marcel received a lot of buff. I think, you know, Abstract and also Moment, shout out to them once again, have been covering the patch to pieces as well. Also shout out to other regions as well, LaFell, Risk Preview as well. You know, they're really solid in the breakdowns as well. And, you know, these patches have been covered to rest, but I want to see really whether there's a bit of a evolution when it comes to the meta, because this is, like what I mentioned, a bit of a sneak peek over to the M series that's coming up in Paris.
You know, the Yuzhong has not seen a lot of bans, especially in the Southeast Asian regions, but in the Central Asia regions, I feel, in the West Asia regions, Yuzhong has been banned out because Valir has been on the rise. And in order to counter that, you use the Dragon, direct straight dive into the back line. Paquito and Benedetta also becoming EXP lane powerhouses. You got the macro gameplays coming online. Paquito just really hits like a truck when he hits his power spike in level 4.
Yeah, albeit slightly nerfed just a little bit in terms of his clear speed and damage reduction, but its mobility still matters, right? Being able to rotate, being able to, you know, just output so much damage in the early game. You pop off very quickly, but you fall off very easily in the later parts of the game. So Team Saudi Arabia looking to really dominate in the early game, but what I love what I'm seeing from the side of Iran, right? Like Freya being right here, as the R1 pick, can easily go into gold lane if you're, you know, the traditional back in the good old days kind of thing, or you could also shift Freya into the EXP. We're seeing the uprising of Akai as well, which is really good in this particular patch. Good solid jungle, good solid roam as well. It counters a lot of things that you don't want to do.
Not only that, right? You have the heavy spin. If you're going for the Lord Dance, one heavy spin, you redirect everyone. Paquito is really at risk of Akai, especially in the mid to late stage of the game. Paquito is also going to be dominating the EXP lane, especially from that level 4 mark. But in the early game, it's all Freya's dominance. Yep,
I think another thing to also, good response coming up from Team Saudi Arabia, right? You see the Akai, the first pick was the Valentina. The Gauntlet was really free for the side of Iran because Saudi Arabia banned away the Yuzhong. So now, if you were from the side of Saudi Arabia, they have to try to find a way to deal with this Gord. You need to try to find some form of dive. Iran banning away the Bauman, which is also the up-and-coming flavor of the Mun. It's also one of the divey heroes, right?
Yeah. And I think this is pretty smart from Iran. They noticed that Saudi Arabia actually has a lot of early game damage from Keto and Valentina itself. They have the late game assurance in the form of Claude. Once you get that Balmon in, that's it. Basically objective lost, and Akai has to do the Lord's work in order to really mitigate that zone potential. So right now, it's really the roam as well as the jungle that Saudi Arabia has to try their best to pick up. A lot of the countries that actually try to pick up, or a lot of the nations actually try to pick up the Suyo first. I don't really see that in these two teams.
Maybe Suyo may not be the way to go here if you're a side of Saudi Arabia, because don't forget, Iran can always change it up just a little bit, right? Akai go into roam, but this is a heavy lockdown warmer combo, right? You've got Akai to help you lock down somebody on a heavy spin, and after that you pack it with Gord at the same time. So this is something that they could potentially use. But Saudi Arabia do have their form of reaction and counter against what the Akai wants to do. The Valentina, to a certain extent.
Just a Beyblade battle.
Yeah, to a certain extent,
but
the Claude as well, right? The blazing duet to jump into, to deny the Mystic Gush away from the guard is also something that they can explore as well.
Yeah, I like that. I like that analogy of Claude. Claude just needs a lot of time. That's just one straight way to play that Claude. The Balaric is actually banned out. We've seen that a lot in Southeast Asian regions where Balaric is sort of like a pocket pick as a soft counter to Claude. But also, maybe they're just doing their homework. They understand, like, hey, Balman is kind of like Saudi Arabia is kind of.
But if you are for the side of Iran, right, you would be the one that is looking out for the Balaric, correct? Because you are facing against a Claude, right? So it's if based on what you're saying, that you're talking about how Balaric is really good against a Claude, but Iran banned it away. Maybe it's there to just deal with you don't want to basically get countered because they're looking for diving heroes. Speaking about diving, the national dive unit coming in as well. Matilda coming back to play.
Matilda Airlines. We haven't seen that in a hot minute, but I love what Iran is doing. A lot of sustain coming in from this Matilda, a lot of zone potential from the Kai, and a lot of kind of frontline, backline split.
Before?
Oh, flying Freya.
Oh, flying
the actual Valkyrie.
If the Valkyrie can fly and you enable the Freya to fly again, it's like a Valkyrie on rocket.
Basically what they lack now is essentially that backline protection for the Gord and whatever marksman they want to pick up. But essentially Freya could always go into the gold lane, so they're actually sussing out for an EXP fighter as well. So if they have that EXP fighter, you have a sustain in the form of Matilda, that works out pretty well. KSA responds immediately with the Fredrin and the Cho, which I love. It's extremely tanky, very mobile. You have a lot of early game damage. You have that mid game to late game tankability in the form of a Daddy Fredrin, and you have the Cho to be able to get that pick off.
Yeah, I think you're talking about dive heroes, right? The Cho fits that build as well. The main goal of the Cho is to deactivate the Mystic Gush as well, and also to peel for Valentina and perhaps even the Claude. Speaking of peeling, they've got more peeling from the side of the Fredrin, the CC monster as well. If you're talking about Saudi Arabia's roster in terms of this set of heroes, I've seen this set of heroes. I feel like I've seen this roster over and over again back in the good old days. And speaking of which, it's going to be a Terizla coming on for the side of Iran. It confirms the Freya goes to the gold, Terizla into EXP, Akai into the jungle. I love how Iran basically keeps their cards up their sleeves and play it at the R5 moment.
So what I'm seeing from Iran is basically that Terizla and Freya just pure zone out potential and trying to push back the back line. Essentially just find a way to deal with Paquito as well as Valentina to try to get Gord a safe distance away. Matilda for additional support, Akai just for backline defense. What I don't understand is the Balaric getting banned out when they're not going to be using a Hyper Marksman, but they have options right there.
Yeah, I think the Terizla kind of fit what they're looking for because they're also kind of afraid of diving here, anti-dive, right? Because the Terizla is a dive, Akai is a dive, Matilda known to really dive.
Yes,
so
sir.
They're gonna really go for a diving spree as we go into the first game, the first match of day number 3. Potential upset in this particular groups. We shall see in game number 1.
Game number 1 is afoot. A lot of win conditions for both sides. For Saudi Arabia, essentially buy time for Claude to power up in the late game and just become a monster. This is quite interesting for both these two teams. Starting off with the Lizard instead of the main colored buffs first, and trying their best to disrupt that mid lane.
Look, the whole reason why you start to see teams really starting from the Lizard first is because, you know, the Lizard, especially if in the red
Spawns
side,
earlier.
spawns earlier. Not only just that, you also have the support of your gold laner who also have a lot of early game damage to basically quickly clear and then move on, right? So I think that's why you start to see a lot of teams start to adopt this ever since the recent patch.
Oh, very interesting. It's one for the notes, though.
So,
a lot.
we'll be able to find it first blood. Give it over side. Al-Qurani. The Valentina is going to snowball.
Well, good pick off from Saudi Arabia, immediately finding that Matilda off balance and just taking them out. So no roam for now, but Matilda hasn't even used any of these core resources. If we take a look at the gold lane matchup, I think they understand, like, hey, Paquito is definitely going to hammer and dominate the lane up against this Freya. So putting her in the gold lane definitely creates that space that they need to be able to push through. But Iran is definitely on a timer. You have so much early game push potential. You don't have Matilda to have that roam in down to the gold lane to disrupt and try to cycle Claude from to infinity and beyond. That is going to be a problem in the mid to late stage of the game.
Yep, Iran definitely looking to play around the bottom side of the map, whereas Saudi Arabia looking to play in the top right because of Paquito. Really good start for the side of Saudi Arabia. You want the Valentina to start rolling. There's also a potential chance where the Valentina could be just like the same level as your enemy jungler as well, right? So there's something that we may be looking for Mahdi, looking for a pick-off, but Karava will be able to get on away.
This is quite scary for Iran. You've got level 4 on the Paquito, a lot of burst damage. Fort got to watch his 6.
Heavy speed activated by the Valentina as well. Shrilly, there's going to be a Beyblade up for Vasil. Will be able to go all the way in to try to dive, pushing Saudi Arabia away. Iran picking up first turtle.
Great lockdown by Mahdi. Just try to push that Fredrin away with the heavy spin, secures that turtle, and starts the approach. So this is quite interesting from Saudi Arabia because once you have that Paquito on that level 4 power spike, you want to be able to disrupt that backline immediately. Go straight for that gourd, go straight for the main damage dealer, but this is not what Saudi Arabia is kind of doing. Maybe Al-Qurani is not in the right position. Maybe Al-Qarni has a little bit of miscommunication. It's still the first game.
Speaking of which, Saudi Arabia will be able to catch on to Mahdi. The dash away from the side of this Kai allows him to dodge just a little bit, and I really love your breakdown, right? Like, it seems like Iran is just using pure damage to zone away Saudi Arabia from that turtle fight.
Yeah, this is just playing to Iran's strength. For Saudi Arabia, they're hyper-focusing on, hey, let's play into the late game. Let's just wait till Claude comes online and then we strike. Very, very passive, very mature decision from their side. For Iran, though, it's a very broad fight. Any pick-up they can find, they try to take.
Yeah, I think right now it's just like what you mentioned, right? Saudi Arabia, I don't think they'll be able to pick up the first turtle, especially when, you know, even though they've got Al-Qurani on this Valentina, but you know, you've got solid level 4 power spike coming up for the side of Iran already. But I need to see a more aggressive team Iran coming into this one, right? This is a roster that you're really on timer. Once your Claude starts to come online with your 3 attack speed items, you're just gonna have a lot of trouble to deal with.
You know, in the Expanding Rivers, the Matilda's picked up when you have the objectives, you have quick rotation speeds, but the mid lane rotation is not coming through because it is outclassed by Valentina as well as the Cho. You see, just one jump, one push, one concussive blast, the entire wave is down. So they're actually a bit slower in the clearing, and then therefore a little bit slower in the rotations. But speaking of rotations, you got 5 men down in the turtle pit. Yeah,
5 men for the side of Iran is definitely going to be something that Saudi Arabia will have to look out for. Paquito on the top side of the map already, you know, just wave clearing. You can see Saudi Arabia just disengage. We're going to play all the way to the later part of the game, abuse the fact that Al-Qarni can wave clear, especially in this particular patch, and then move on. We try to inflict as much infrastructure damage at the start, then after that, you know, scale all the way to late game.
Great call by Saudi Arabia to just give up that that turtle. You got Paquito up on that top side. Al-Qarni just keeping busy with the turret plating. On the bottom side, you have Mahdi already used up the heavy spin.
Oh, that's a critical resources already committed by the side of Iran, right? Probably a misclick, I would say. But Al-Qarni trying to output some damage. Mahdi will get dodged as well. Karma kicking. The Kai as well. Poria will be pouring in damage as well. But Al-Qarni comes in with a punch. The Matilda diving in at the same time. We'll be able to find Al-Somani as well. Picking him up. Al-Qarni goes all the way into the heavy spin. The turrets are jumping in as well. We'll be able to catch on the Karma instead. Double kill. Give it over side of the Matilda, but get slain by the side of Paquito.
Great timing by Saudi Arabia, knowing that Mahdi doesn't have that heavy spin, straight away dives for that but that is all resources already utilized for Saudi Arabia. Hold on a second.
Oh, a lot of Valkyrie dive already committed by the side of Amirali at the same time. Members on the side of Saudi Arabia chasing down this Freya. The Freya in a spot of bit trouble right here, but we'll be able to dodge all the way back out.
Good escape from the bottom side, but then again, very good trade, good punish, good counter engage by Iran. The main problem for Saudi Arabia that I foresee in the late game will be that Matilda, you have a lot of chase potential, you have a lot of back out potential, you have a lot of sustain, and that's going to keep building. Once that photo is built up, once the Oracle is built up, it's going to be a very pesky Matilda, a very pesky airlines that you have to deal with.
Yeah, but don't forget, you know, Kingdom Saudi Arabia, they do have a Fredrin, right? Someone like a bulwark that can just slow everybody down. Al-Qurani, once, you know, takes away the ultimate of Mahdi at the same time, you could just spin out of control and kind of disrupt the flow of Iran. And this is a time where Iran should shine. You know, they've already secured a second turtle. Maybe they're going to start popping up the third turtle. But if you notice how Al-Qarni is actually playing, top side already pushed down.
Oh, great timing from Iran, just immediately gunning for that turtle. They know that Saudi Arabia doesn't want to risk that turtle take and want to seal up that 3 objective takes for their side. Even though they have that 3 objectives, they're still down in terms of economy and down in terms of kills. Saudi Arabia is still keeping to their metal, keeping to their MO. And still waiting for Claw to come online. You see a lot of fights happening on the top side of the map. The bottom side, Claw still free farming.
Yeah, I think that's something that, you know, for the side of Saudi Arabia is banking on. Rashidi will be committing to the Blazing Duet. Mahdi coming in for the flank will be scouted out by Karba. Mirali jumps all the way in. Mahdi activated heavy spin, but to no avail as well. Karba will get caught, should fall across the wall, but it's going to be the Freya taking down bottom lane at the same time. Members from the side of Saudi Arabia are pouring all the way in. Karba catching on to Mirali as well. No way for him to escape. Al-Qurani picks up the kill at the same time. Braces ready to commit the Al-Qurani coming in for the flank. Maria at the same time, killing spree, giving over sight on this Wakito, but there will be going to be a shutdown. Saudi Arabia running out of steam just a little bit, has to back off as well. But don't forget, Iran, this is a time when they really truly shine. Ali dives onto the as well.
The overextension in the first part of the game, Al-Shirati did a beautiful dance behind that turret, baited out the heavy spin, but Saudi Arabia a little bit too greedy. They thought they were ahead in terms of economy. They thought they had that damage with their Paquito underneath that turret, flickered in, tried to go for Poria, and Poria understood that the backline is going to be in shambles. I'm going to bait out that Paquito. Let's take a replay to see what happened. Look at where Al-Qurani is. You have the entire team fight all split up. They were actually winning it. They should have just backed off from there. The Mystic Gush comes out. Down goes Fredrin. Down goes the Valentina. And the rest is history. The counter engage from Iran is just on point in this game.
Saudi Arabia, you know, Al-Rashidi using that Blade wet wave clear already. He's in no position to fight, right? So that's why I'm actually really surprised Saudi Arabia was really forcing it. But Iran, you know, punishing him back. This is like what I mentioned. This is the time where they shine. This is they're in the priority right now as First Lord spawns at the top side of the map.
Well, I guess for Saudi Arabia, this match is not as much of a stakes, but if Iran actually wins out the series, they're going to be tied 3-1 from Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Iran. So this is going to be interesting how Saudi Arabia comes back and responds from this mid-game. Right now, it's really Claw's time to shine. It's a 9-minute mark, first Lord of the game. Iran is already in position. You got a bottom wave pushing in.
Scouting out just a little bit, takes a bit of damage at the same time. Carney all the way up top. The Teresa will be able to screen as well. Mahdi looking for the heavy spin as well. The Lord still taken by the side of Iran. That is absolutely wonderful, and that's what they're looking for.
Beautiful find from Mahdi. He knows that the Lord was going to go down. He went into the tri-bush. He needed to seek out where Al-Somadi is. The Fredrin was not able to play this game.
He's going to get it pushed out. He's not able to peel the onion coming up from the side of Iran because the overwhelming CC is coming at the same time. Don't forget, Poria could also land on the Mystic Bomb at the same time to scout it out as well. It just creates so much havoc, especially during these Lord fights.
Great macro play also from Iran from the long side of the map, away from that Lord pit. You got a bottom side.
Damage.
Hold on a second.
Coming in, we'll be able to catch onto Abu Fazl as well, but this is Teresa. This is the time where you are not trapped with him. You're trapped with me instead. Poria all the way back. Team Saudi Arabia, wonderful target prioritization at the same time. It's going to be a trade.
Good find from Al-Qarni, straight from the back line. You have Al-Qarni still doesn't have that that damage. He's able to sustain, but he's facing up against two. Bottom side, Lord is still hit up. Al-Qarni
Oh
falls.
man, two members down for the side of Team Saudi Arabia as well. Lord would lead a charge all the way down bot. Iran just holding Saudi Arabia there. You know they are looking and inching for a fight, but the defense is not there, and Iran took full advantage down the bot lane.
Great understanding of map awareness, great understanding of triggering the team fight up on that top side jungle to give Lord that space, so they're playing as if they have a 6-man.
Yep.
So good timing on Iran for that team fight, that skirmish. Even though Gore went down, they were able to split that fight so much.
Valkyrie would be able to dive, but Iran tried to dive the turret at the same time. Madi, you know, isolating Karna. There's no way for him to escape. There's going to be a top side taken down by the side of Freya, and also two members from the side of Saudi Arabia as well.
Saudi Arabia's entire roster is starting to fall apart just because of this one Akai. And even though, you know, Madi doesn't have any kills, his main job is to let's just split everything up. But hold on that line.
Jumping on the back line at the same time. Al-Rashidi trying to up with the damage. He's getting shredded by the side. The blazing away. Coming up to Al-Rashidi to try to push Iran away. But three members from the side of Saudi Arabia already done. Iran is knocking on Kingdom Saudi Arabia's doors.
Very good discipline. They took what they can and they're out of here. Ali with the save, with the guiding wind, pulling everyone back out. This is what Saudi Arabia has to deal with, especially
They
when
hit fast, they hit it hard.
you have that front line. You have Claude trying to dive to the back line, but speaking of so, Claude in a little bit of a trouble. He's got a huge red cross on the back of his neck, and Iran is going to capitalize. A very good response from Saudi Arabia. Let's take a little replay. You got a heavy spin pushing everyone back. They're all staying as if a unit. Poria unable to be reached by Saudi Arabia, and that is going to be a huge problem.
Yep.
Once that laser comes up, everyone's going to melt.
Iran starting to play the pick-off game already, right? Especially if we catch under the troll, nobody peels for the side of Saudi Arabia as well. There's no safety net for the side of Rashidi. Hey, that's good, right? I farm off from the troll. I am a 6k gold lead as well, and I've got a mid lane open against Kingdom Saudi Arabia as Iran works on the Lord.
Good find. Iran starting things up. Don't have that top side open for Poria though, but he understands that macro play, the positioning, pushing it through. Oh!
Looking for it, but still secure the Lord as well. And now it's going to be a full retreat for the side of Saudi Arabia as they concede the Lord over the side of Iran.
In the macro game though, I think Saudi Arabia just putting Al-Sharadi on side lane split push duty. You have a little bit of escape potential, but holy... His user BMI, he's went back.
I'm not too sure. It's like, right, it feels like Saudi Arabia just grasping at straws right here. Iran, a snowball out of control in the mid-game. And now, even though Kingdom Saudi Arabia, Officer Fazil, tried to jump with the flicker ultimate as well. Penalty zone already committed. Al-Qarni burn away the heavy speed. The Lord being pulled all the way to the other side. Then over to the focus. Remember, Al-Qarni trying to look for the flank right here, but the members from the side of Iran already confound him. There's no way for him to find the flank. Madi will be trying to isolate, diving underneath the turret as well. Looking for the fracture. It's going to be Amar from Freya catching onto him one by one. Saudi Arabia is starting to lose manpower.
Iran has so much discipline and so much understanding of their team's target prioritization. They know that Al-Qarni is going to go block that wave. They don't have the minions coming in, but this is very, very tricky for Iran because all of their team members are very, very high committal. They need to dive. And speaking of diving,
Teresa goes in the penalty zone as well. Al-Qarni trying to but he gets a Mystic Gush from the side of Poria. It's just, you know, Saudi Arabia is constantly getting picked off by Iran.
They don't really have a lot of wave clear though.
Looking for a wave clear. Speaking about that, it's going to be Al-Rashidi trying to make a play right here with the blazing away. It's now or never, but it's going to be never for him. Unfortunately, as Iran knocking onto the base of Saudi Arabia as they pick up game number 1.
Fantastic game. Iran definitely happy about that one. Very high discipline. Straight away from the first minute, they knew their objectives. They knew when to back off. They knew when to not be too greedy, which is what Saudi Arabia needs to come back from. Iran now taking the first game off. This puts the entire group stage kind of roster at risk because statistics-wise, if Saudi Arabia wins out 2-0, that means that you know, Saudi Arabia secured their spot. But right now, it's really in shambles.
I'm really liking this group, man. It feels like, you know, competition is really tight, Juros. There's so many things that could potentially show Iran, you know, showing the fangs right there against Saudi Arabia, which is top seed, by the way, in this particular group. And now it feels like, you know, Saudi Arabia met their match.
for a start, I think notable mention to Madi. He knows his role. He knows when to use his heavy spin. He knows that, hey, you know, objective is kind of in low HP. My job is not to secure that retreat first. My job is to bait that Fredrin out, try to disrupt him. The entirety of that game, Fredrin was basically just a non-factor for any of these team fights.
I feel like Fredrin couldn't even get into like, what, 1 meter away from the Lord to land on the retreat. Even though the Valentina was there was a weird Beyblade flight right there, but if you notice how the Akai really positioned, like what he mentioned, just solidly around the Lord, just making sure that, you know, they've got all the neutral objectives. There's no way the Fredrin is going to be able to scale, and then they win the game.
MVP R5 pick, R4 pick, the Matilda, a very good pseudo counter for a very frontline heavy draft and a very fighter heavy draft from the side of Saudi Arabia. This creates a lot of opportunity in space, sustain coming in from the photo, a little bit of guiding wind to bring everyone back if they come a little bit too close. That is precisely the key to the puzzle if you're having a double fighter side lane. Typically, a lot of teams, they have that double fighter side lanes. They have a lot of ways to get in, but no way to get out. This is the key.
Yeah, definitely, right? There's so much dive, and I really like what I'm seeing from the side of Ali, right? Like, if you notice how he maneuver around the map just in case if Poria gets flanked by the side of Carney, as long as the Matilda is there, the Guiding Wind will be able to either pull Poria or pull, you know, Abu Falzo all the way back to support Poria as well. Amirali is also outputting so much damage on this Freya, and it's a little bit too much for Saudi Arabia to handle as well. Even though we talk about, you know, how Paquito is really strong in this particular patch, if you're not able to find the burst onto anybody from side of Iran, especially when they rock a double fighter composition, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, for Saudi Arabia though, I think the Cho specifically from Karawa doesn't really have a lot of presence. In the early game, I felt like what Saudi Arabia should have done is that they have the winning duo for mid lane clearance. Once they clear that wave, start that rotation, start that engage, start the invade into the jungle. Madi would suffer if that pre-level 4. So once you have Al-Sumani coming in from the level 3, level 4 power spike, immediately try to invade, immediately try to find a sort of pick off to buy time for Claude to come in. But in the late game though, speaking of that, Claude doesn't really do a lot of damage, and it's just everything was just healed up by the Matilda.
I feel like it's just, you know, Saudi Arabia was a little bit overly aggressive on the kind of composition for especially in the earlier parts of the time, the games where the member side of Iran is really clumping out as a 5 because they're really strong as a 5-man clash composition. Then if you notice later parts again, they evolve into a pick comp. Once they pick one person at a time, there's nobody to peel for Al-Rashidi. Al-Rashidi has no choice but to jump into Blazing Duet, literally without any support at all. And he just gets melted.
That last base defense from the Claude was basically a summation of what you just said. He needed a way to go in. He felt like he had a little bit of damage. He felt like the Holy Trinity came in, but albeit a little bit too late. I felt like Saudi Arabia, though, that tipping point where I knew they couldn't come back was basically from that bottom side. So it's, you know, the previous game aside, it's time to move forward. The second game, Flying Clouds, will be the environment of choice. And I think this is... I really like Flying Clouds. I get a lot of people get a lot of flack for Flying Clouds, but I do like the Flying Clouds. You know that, like, fun fact, Brawl also has that Flying Cloud. So immediately after you die, you get that item, you're flying back into position, and you're immediately coming in for the team fight. So hopefully we see a little bit of roster changes. Saudi Arabia will ban out the Freya. They know that that's going to be a huge problem.
Yeah, I think Amirali earlier just now was just playing into really a massive threat as well. You couple that with the Matilda, all of a sudden, you know, Iran is just flying everywhere, right? And the fact that Saudi Arabia wasn't able to hold it, trying to use the Paquito to split push earlier just now, I can see some effort. In fact, they're the first one that takes down the turret at the same time as well. But you gotta have to admit, sometimes, you know, you see Iran also trigger happy as well. Madi using the heavy spin over and over again. When there's nothing much happening as well, that's something that I think Iran has to fix. I'm going to call out that one. But apart from that, you know, Akai is so in meta right now. The ability to disrupt, the ability to just kind of push away, focus on neutral objectives, and you're golden.
Especially with a meta roster of the likes of Paquito, the likes of Freya, the likes of Phobias, use that heavy spin. You're able to disrupt big team fights, big jumps over onto your back line. You have that defensive capability that what a lot of teams are needing.
Yeah.
Right now, Paquito is still wide open. I feel like Saudi Arabia can just pick that up now that they know that they don't have to deal with Freya.
Yeah, but then again, you know, okay, fine. Saudi Arabia will just have to try the Paquito again, right? Paquito is such a S++ tier pick right now. Don't really want to fall into the hands of your enemy, but of course, you know, Iran immediately picks up the Harif, picks up the Kai. The Harif counter is countered by the Kai as well, which is also counter picked away by Iran. Once again, Mahdi back into his panda.
For the Harris, I do still like it quite a bit in this current meta because at least when you have the Zaman Force, you're able to reposition yourself, and the repo ability that Harith has is unparalleled. You match it up with a Kai, you push everyone away from the Zaman Force, you give your Harith that time and space, you empower him to deal as much damage as possible. So I do like what Iran is cooking. Saudi Arabia needs to be able to respond not only to this Harith, but also to Abu Fazil. I feel like Abu Fazil is one of those EXP laners that are very underseen in a way because he has quite a lot of presence in the previous game with the Terizla. You see a Terizla against Paquito. Paquito is going to be wreaking havoc in the early game, but he held himself well. He knew his objective. And right now, the change is going to be, let's take out the Yves, let's take out the Guinevere, we'll take out the zone potential away from Iran.
Yeah, so once again, you know, Guinevere and Eve, now, you know, I think Kingdom Saudi Arabia just now thought that they could go on in a clash composition against Iran. Clash composition earlier just now. Seems like Saudi Arabia is going to stick to the guns just a little bit more. Kalahi drafted a Eve and a Guinevere. Now, Guinevere in this particular patch is meant to just hold somebody and try to outlast and out-sustain, right? But now you've got it, they need to try to find ways to basically lock people inside the box. You're looking at, I would say, even the likes of a Minotaur also looks really strong for the side of Saudi Arabia. You counter dive, you also set up a massive zone denial for the Harif. All of a sudden, the Harif couldn't do anything, even especially when you maneuver inside the Zaman Force as well. But Iran, you know, drafting Ali back on his Mathilda to pull key members away from that real-world manipulation as well, which is also something that they may be looking for.
Well, this is very challenging. I understand what you're saying about the Guinevere, but it's going to be hard to catch. The spatial migration is not going to land. You're going to have Matilda with the Purify, you're going to have Harith with the Purify, and Akai basically invulnerability. So the Guinevere won't be able to set things up. You do have one of the faster jungle clears, so you need to be able to find your way away from the Akai, away from the heavy spin. Definitely, Kingdom Saudi Arabia is not going to be a huge factor in the objective takes, especially when Akai hits this level 4, the heavy spins in arm. It's going to be a very big problem for Saudi Arabia.
You still, Iran leading to the early game kind of composition, right? Like, don't forget, Mathilda's recent buff in terms of her magic damage is just exponentially crazy right now. And of course, you know, they want to have the early game tempo. That's why, you know, Iran bans away the Hilda, bans away the Khalid. They don't want to give these early game roamers over to side of Saudi Arabia. If not, you know, your mid duel is going to rotate even faster. Now, Saudi Arabia, they're looking to perhaps ban away the Lapu Lapu. It's the previous game earlier just now. But, you know, there's always potential Terizla coming up. They're going to respond to it. They ban it away instead.
5 bans away for Abu Fazil.
Oh my goodness.
What is left? What is left for him?
Technically 4 because Amirali was playing the Freya as well.
Fair, fair. I mean, everyone is just a fighter. So I think Saudi Arabia identified that Abu Fazil is actually a huge threat to them. And I do agree with Saudi Arabia's kind of understanding of how to operate around this team. But then again, they want to give Paquito a winning lane. Once you get Paquito a winning lane, once you get hit level 4, you have that invade potential. You have the aggression, the speed, the rotation capability coming on from this pack. And this is going to be hard on Team Iran. This is going to be quite interesting also if they pick up the Lapu for themselves. There you go.
Lapu, now question to Churros, right? Like Lapu versus a Paquito in lane. What do you feel about this matchup?
Very even. Very even. Lapu's definitely going to win out pre-level 4. Paquito's going to have a little bit of an upper edge in terms of that level 4 power spike once you get that 3-hit combo. But then again, Paquito does have a much faster wave clearing potential. You have much faster rotation speed. Lapu just stays in that team fight. So Iran does have flexibility. Lapu going straight for the EXP to EXP matchup doesn't necessarily need to win out that lane. What he just needs to do is buy time, draw the team fights away from Harith, buy that time. I also want to say, point this out. Iran was actually, their entire ban roster was trying to suss out that Saudi Arabia, forcing Saudi Arabia to pick up that Claude, but they go for the Moskov instead. I like this because they have a little bit more options to send either Al-Karani or Rashidi into the side lanes.
Apart from that, your Spear of Misery as well, right? He will be able to push your kite away as well. You also got a way to kind of slow everybody down inside the real world manipulation with the Glorious Pathway working against them. But if you compare this roster right now, I personally feel I'm still leaning over the side of Run. Lapu Lapu is a known counter against the Yve, just because Yve wants to open the real world manipulation. You're stationary. Lapu can just go in Bravest Warrior. You cannot lock him down during that form because he's CC immune. And of course, you got a Gord sending the laser down where the Yve stands.
I do have to agree with you. This looks like a very difficult and challenging draft to execute if you're Team Saudi Arabia. For Iran, though, pretty easy. The only Achilles heel is that they have too much magic damage. Too much magic damage from the Gush, too much magic damage from the Harith. But we'll see. This is game number 2.
That's when the Lapu Lapu really shine, right? Like literally, when everybody builds magic resist, there's nobody to, there's no armor for the Lapu Lapu. It's just gonna do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I like that you point that out. A lot of people underestimate the damage that Lapu deals.
Interesting rotation coming out of Karaba. We'll be able to find Mahdi right there down at the bot, but that's key information. Wave clear wise, especially in the first wave, leaning over to Al-Karani for now because it's just wave clear with the Void Crystal very quickly. Oh, good find. It's already 2 very big resources already used up by Ali and Poria, so the mid lane is definitely going to be in shambles. And for Saudi Arabia, the mid lane trio is extremely strong. I won't doubt that. The only thing is, how do they capitalize? How do they try to go for that engage? They're clearing up the waves fast. They need to be able to take out all the resources that Mahdi uses. Yep. I think right now it's just, you know, Saudi Arabia looking more aggressive, right, as compared to game number 1 earlier just now. Iran, on the other hand, don't forget, I think even though they've got a very aggressive lineup, they don't really capitalize on it, like what you mentioned. I really want to see, you know, Al-Karni start flanking, start finding picks on Poria.
I just want to talk a little bit more about this Guinevere. Al-Somani actually got a lot of adjustments. He started off with the bear, or tubby, or whatever it's called, and went straight into the river, got the Lethal Wanderer, got into the jungle of Iran, and tried to adjust to that. He knows that he doesn't need to take that buff earlier on because then he has that full 2-minute duration of just getting that buff in for the first objective of the game.
Yeah, but now he's going to be slightly delayed over to the turtle fight, right? Since I remember from the side, Iran looking at Al-Karni for now, but it's going to be Mahdi on site. Full buff as well. Look at Al-Sulaiman, doesn't really have the orange. Karaba will lead the charge for now. Al-Karni fighting onto Ali as well. Ali has to run. Missing buff will be able to lane. Mahdi does have the heavy spin, looking to activate right now on cue, but Al-Karni pick up first blood onto Ali. And now it's going to be Al-Sulaiman finding the turtle, and now Iran playing a little bit behind. The Spear of Destruction will be able to land onto Abu Fazl. A repeat, a bit of a revenge coming out from the side of Saudi Arabia.
You know, Saudi Arabia is going to make us eat our words.
Definitely. Al-Karni, unfortunately, will fall in the hands of Ali as well, but that's just a consolation prize for Saudi Arabia. This is the aggression that I love to see.
Al-Karni did an extremely good job in pushing away that back line. Poria was not in the picture. Ali was not in the picture. Mahdi was all left alone. He didn't have that heavy spin until the very end. And I was saying, hey, you know, Guinevere is going to be having a tough time trying to find that spatial migration, trying to land that stunt. But hey, you know, they're proving us wrong. They have a lot of opportunities to do so because the backline was so split up by Al-Karni.
Yeah, and the fact that, you know, the SOD actually lands at the last moment, allowing, you know, Al-Rashidi to join the fight. Abu Fazl may find himself a spot in trouble. Al-Karni sends a punch to his face.
That's the beauty of the Guinevere. Early game damage, early game mobility, early game crowd control capabilities, and then you try to go for the kills. This is what I'm talking about. You make sure that you win out that mid lane, make sure that you have that rotation.
Spear Misery will be able to find on Amirali at the same time. Karaba doesn't land the spear for now onto Amirali. Will let him go for now, but you can start to see Al-Rashidi picking up the corrosive scythe. It's going to start to scale.
You know, I think I know what the problem is. Saudi Arabia is waking up right now. Maybe it's just a time difference, but hold on a second.
I think it's a time difference, maybe, but Poria just landing down damage from afar. Al-Qarani just landing down real-world manipulation. Ali will be the victim right there. Mahdi at the same time. Heavy spin already used. No way for him to escape. Give it a kill over the side of Saudi Arabia.
Beautiful execution from Saudi Arabia, at least for the early game. Right now, they're up a 2K goal. And the aggression that we want to see, the capitalization, once you clear that wave, start that early rotation up to the top side, delay the farms, delay Mahdi from getting the heavy spin, or try to bait that out before any main objective takes. And this is the Saudi Arabia that we all know and love.
Yep, looking at the replay, right? Like, it feels like, you know, Mahdi is just getting isolated. Nobody from the side of Iran was able to support him, especially once Ali is down, getting bursted down by Al-Qarani. All of a sudden, you know, the whole escape route is just getting cut off, especially how divey Iran is. And there's no way to escape, right? Rashidi catching onto Amirali as well. Members, whoa, my goodness, 4 members will be able to dive onto Amirali as well. No way for him to go.
All King's horses and all King's men couldn't put Amirali back together again. But then again, that was such a great push from Saudi Arabia. This is what we want to see. A 4-man engage onto that gold lane. You leave that long side for Al-Qarani to handle. And like I said, the Lapu Lapu's job isn't to take Al-Qarani down. Al-Qarani was just to keep at bay, right?
Yep. At the same time, Mahdi once again getting catch out as well. Ali trying to send a guiding wind. Mahdi will be able to escape for now, but heavy spin already committed, especially for now. But there's still a long way to go for the third turtle to come out.
What a great bait once again. Saudi Arabia really waking up this time around. Iran kind of seems like they're playing all over the place. Mahdi's playing his own game. Ali's not being the support that he needs to support to empower Mahdi from doing his job. Mahdi's going for these really questionable engages and invades into Saudi Arabia's jungle without any backline damage at all.
Yeah, I think Abu Fazl wasn't able to rotate, right? The main reason why is because Al-Qarani could easily start wave clearing, just pull out so much pressure on the AXP lane. And I think Iran really needs that Lapu Lapu, but the problem is Lapu Lapu losing 2 lives right there, right? Wasn't able to scale. And now, you know, also Limani, especially at level 10, he's actually coming from the long side, the glorious pathway. Looking very glorious from Saudi Arabia. Al-Qarani punches the Lapu Lapu down.
That's so much damage coming from Saudi Arabia. And the fun thing is, Saudi Arabia doesn't really have to worry about that late game because they still have that Moscow. The issue right now for Iran is that they've hit their limit, their pivot point. Like I said, they have a lot of magic damage. Magic damage works in the early to mid stages of the game. Right now, it's 6 minutes on the clock. The longer this game drags out, Saudi Arabia is going to take over control and take dominance over the entire game.
Yeah, if you notice, like, Iran is just actually forfeiting the turtle already, giving over the side to Saudi Arabia already. They're going to have to concede that one. Amirali is not ready to fight. You also say that Abu Fazl also couldn't do the same as well. Ali is constantly getting bursted down, found by Al-Qarani. Al-Qarani is just using Ali to basically farm up to be a menace in the side lane, and now with 2 first-tier turrets already down on the top and bot for the side of Iran, they have to really walk up that defense.
Speaking of defense, you have 2 members just babysitting this Harith as of now. He's just way too behind of Al-Shirati at this point. The problem is Saudi Arabia can just leave Moscow to his own devices. But hold on a second.
Oh, Mahdi activates the heavy spin as well. We'll be able to allow Porez to try to pull the damage. Ricardo just run right into the damage with the glorious pathway. He doesn't really care. Al-Qarani letting down the real world manipulation. Al-Qarani, Al-Rashidi jump all the way to back line. Mid lane already. Just getting invaded by the side of Saudi Arabia. Amirali will be able to find Karma as well, but at what cost? Mid lane already cracked open by the side of Saudi Arabia.
Great trade nonetheless, right?
Oh! Finding the double kill at the same time. Members from the side of Iran did not have the map DLC. Will get bursted down, and now this opens up for Saudi Arabia to pick up another turret in the mid as well. Amirali trying to output the defense, but he's constantly getting bashed down by the side of Saudi Arabia. There's not an appeal for the side of Iran. Maybe the Abu Fazl will try to make a play right here with the Bravest Warrior, but Ali pulls him back. You're going too far, mate.
From a great pickoff to a fantastic pickoff. From just Abu Fazl having 0-4-0, splitting up that team fights and giving Al-Shirati that space just to hammer and spear everyone down. Abu Fazl doesn't do any damage to this Moskov at all. He can just dash out. The issue is, right now, not only do you have to face up against this Moskov in the later stages of the game, it's still still 9 minutes, mind you. Al-Qarni is coming online.
Yeah.
Just 2 strikes, that's the Oko onto your back line.
Yeah, Al-Qarni was just so far ahead earlier, just now isolate money at the same time, you know, wave clear even faster. That was a replay just for Al-Qarni. We slow it down as well, man. That was just, if you're a Paquito main, that is juicy.
I do like the way that, you know, Saudi Arabia is playing and rotating and zoning out in this particular game. Saudi Arabia is putting high loss in the front lines. Maybe one jungle away from where this Moskov is. So you have a little bit more time, a little bit more intelligence before you make a move. And this is precisely how Saudi Arabia should have played in the first game. The issue was, in Iran's case, you have the Freya you have to deal with. So in the early game, you lose that out, that's going to be havoc. This will be the longest lead that Saudi Arabia has over this 2-game series. 10k gold. That is basically 3 BODs.
They're compensating for game number 1.
Overcompensating,
at this point, right? 9-minute mark, your 10k gold lead. Karaba lands out the chart as well, so will be the Lord. Mid lane, there's going to be Alpha Fazo trying to make a play right here. We'll be going in, but he's actually getting caught by the real world manipulation. Mid lane base territory crack open by the side of Saudi Arabia. They're looking for more right there. So much more to the side. Amirali just used for base defense.
Great zone up potential from Al-Qarni. This is the Yve actually used to create that kill zone. And whenever anyone steps close or is bounded, stunned out by the perimeter, the conceal play though, they want to look for more.
May not be able to do so for now. It's just a scare, tactic, fear, psychological warfare, so that, you know, Saudi Arabia will be able to take that top at the same time. That's Holy also Gorin Power will be able to land it down, and also Abafounds melted down by the side of Saudi Arabia. Karaba leading the charge on his 4 legs at the same time. Rashidi will be able to push Madi at the same time. Al-Qarni comes in with a punch, and now it's just Iran just throwing bodies just to try to defend the base.
Good find onto that Moscow, but they have to deal with 4 more though. Amirali is coming up with the damage, but a little bit too late. Right now, all T3s are going to be hammered on by Saudi Arabia.
Real manipulation. Al-Qarni used the flicker at the same time. May got caught as well. Amirali returns the favor. Poria taking credit for that kill, and now it's just going to be Saudi Arabia overstaying their welcome.
Whew, okay. For Iran, game's not over yet. Amirali is actually finding these crucial pickoffs. You have a lot of shutdown go coming in from Al-Qarni over the side of Amirali, so that's going to be a huge help for the side of Iran. Right now, all they need to do is find these pickoffs. The issue is you can't leave Korea and Amirali too close because Al-Qarni is going to capitalize on that one. This was a huge mistake. They overstayed their welcome. They're a little bit too greedy. They left Moskov alone. They weren't able to get into support too much. Amirali finds that angle, takes Moskov out, and creates a lot of time and space, and that farm gap is just closed.
Yeah, at the very least, you know, Iran will be able to close up at least 3k gold lead, right? Those juicy shutdowns perhaps will be the way for the side of Iran to get back into the game. However, they don't really have a scaling comp. It is actually Saudi Arabia. Al-Rashidi has scaled. He's outputting so much damage. You also could also say the same over the side of Soleimani at the same time. Al-Qarni early just now leading the charge, 8-2-1. This is the B1 pick that we know and love.
In this stage, second Lord of the game, Iran should just give that up. I think the only issue is Alpha Fazo needs to build pure defense at this time. Try to tank that damage, try to leash that out for Amirali to really just come in and just hammer onto everyone. The next Lord fight, it's going to be difficult, but they do have that wave clear potential. KSA is definitely pushing up. They want to stay on the aggressive.
Fighting onto Mahdi at the same time. Heavy spin committed. Try to push Saudi Arabia away, but he gets caught by the side, give the kill over the side of Al-Qarni at the same time. Real world manipulation. Al-Qarni also looking for a flank at the same time. Ali trying to buy time with the dive. Poria will be able, Poria trying to go in a Mystic Gush to push Saudi Arabia away. Massive ultimates committed by the side of Iran, but at what cost? Oh.
The cost is so much. Iran's already used up so much resources.
Qarni fighting on to Abafaza at the same time. Zaman force, but the Lord's already marching all the way down. Iran right now trying to end the defense, but no, will not be able to hold as Saudi Arabia returns the favor. 1-1 is the score.
beautiful manipulation, beautiful mind games coming out from the kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This was just precisely what we expected to see in game number one.
Seed one.
Maybe they woke up on the wrong side of bed. Maybe it's just a time difference issue. Maybe it's just jet lag.
Nah, it's just too early for gamers.
Second game, they woke up, Jace.
Yeah, it's just too early for gamers, I would say.
Yeah.
So, to be honest, right, this is exactly what I was expecting for the Saudi Arabia in game number one. But of course, you know, you're not going to discount Iran out just yet. Maybe it's just that one game, game number two. It kind of faltered just a little bit because, you know, Saudi Arabia found their mojo jojo as well. They capitalized on the mistakes. But it's Abu Fazl wasn't able to rotate. Al-Qarni just going in ham.
Yeah, the issue is for Saudi Arabia, and I can foresee this for game number three, they do have a lot of aggression. They do have a lot of, you know, that kind of camaraderie between their own teams. They all know where and how to rotate and target prioritize. Their biggest Achilles heel is that they're greedy. They're extremely greedy. They find, they see low health, they go. They're very bloodthirsty.
Yep, I think bloodthirstiness is maybe the win. Sometimes you win with just being greedy, right?
Yeah.
Like, go all the way, you start hard invading, at the same time we talk about greediness. Yeah, definitely. Al-Qarni just setting up the tempo right from the get-go. Lapu Lapu wasn't able to rotate. MVP goes to him.
Great game from Lapu from the start, and like I said, it's pretty an even match for Lapu Lapu against Paquito. The thing he did great that excelled in this game was he pulled Lapu out of the base. He pulled Lapu out of a defensive position, opened up that window opportunity for the Guinevere to just jump in and disrupt the Lapu. They know that, okay, maybe I can't catch on the Matilda. I can't really catch onto the Akai. I can't really commit fully into the Harith. Why not just go for the Lapu instead? He does have the iframes, but right before the iframes is being pulled out, he's using the Bravest Fighter to clear the lanes. This is how desperate Abu Fazl was. And the strategy for Saudi Arabia, don't forget, remember in the draft, five bans onto the EXP lane heroes.
Yeah, and they finally found the right one, right? Like, they let the Terizla slip, and then Abu Fazl was able to go the literal gauntlet for it. We're expecting, you know, Abu Fazl to be a threat over to Al-Qarni at the same time, but the real world manipulation was let long so long. Iran wasn't able to achieve that keys of victory earlier just now. Poria as well. I think, you know, some of the missing gush was a little bit too premature at the same time. But problem is, you got Carbon that could just glorious pathway, run straight. You saw that sequence, right? He ran through the laser just to reach Poria.
Man, Karaba, honestly, Karaba as well. This horse is just a maniac.
Yeah.
He's just, he's like, okay, you can laser me.
Gunfire.
I'll lay down the red carpet. I'm healing everything back up.
Yeah.
True damage, no problem.
True damage, no problem. The law and order right in your face. Poria is forced to disengage. And then after that, they don't, Iran just falls off in damage. Harith wasn't able to output the damage, outbully Al-Rashidi in the early game. And after that, it's just pure dominance for the Saudi Arabia game 2.
For Saudi Arabia as well, I think closing that gap is really their forte. They know that, hey, you know, we want to fight together as a unit. They're going to leave Poria all the way at the back. The Gord is going to be in a safe position. You're going to have Al-Qarni try to find a flank over to that. We'll try to just create that space. We'll pull away the front lines. Mahdi's always in front. That's what they want to do. It's just baiting, playing mind games like, hey, I want to go, I don't want to go, I want to go, and then I strike. And this is where, you know, Saudi Arabia really excels in. The issue is for this particular game, I feel like the momentum from the first game and the win really got into their heads. And so Iran just played as if like, hey, I'm gonna win this game no matter what.
No, I feel like, you know, the Iran hype train is going on at the same time. You know, it's just, you know, they're putting all the fuel, putting all the coal into that furnace, and then Saudi Arabia came in and just extinguishes that, and then after that they just took the lead, right? Like literally, and I feel like it's just perhaps, you know, Saudi Arabia identified what happened in game number 1. They adapted quickly, and he who adapts first wins in MLBB.
Well, you know, fun fact, Jace, this is going to be the first 1-to-1 series in the entirety of Group B.
Oh.
And what better, you know, tie series as of now than a fight for the last chance qualifiers. This is going to be a fight between third place. If Iran actually wins this, it's going to be a 3-way tie. Saudi Arabia wins this, they're set.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, this also upsets the whole group, right? Like, imagine if now Team Jordan may have may actually get some flack at the same time, right? Because after this particular game, I believe there's only one game left, and that's only going to be Team Oman going up against Team United Arab Emirates. Unfortunately, their face kind of set in stone already. Unfortunate, but you know the impact of this third seed may impact the second seed as well.
It's also kind of interesting if you're a big fan of Team Jordan or Jordanese, you're looking at this and you're gonna be like, man, I'm really put in a tough spot. Like my fate is in their hands.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, somebody just decide what I eat for dinner. I have no say in it. Right?
Falafel. I think that's what they eat.
Yeah. It's just like, you know, I think right now it's just how am I going to make it, how, you know, Team Iran is going to have to make it in a way to kind of deliver upset against Saudi Arabia, right? It feels like, you know, the Akai started to get deciphered by the side of Saudi Arabia already. So now what the ball is definitely in their court, right? Saudi Arabia, on the other hand, you know, that aggression can be punished. We saw that in game number 1. And I am expecting maybe we start to see, you know, counter anti-dives coming out from Iran already. Like perhaps even the Valir coming out. There could also be a Balearic that could come out as well. Heck, even the Atlas that has not been seen in this particular series as well may be shown at the same time.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. But in actual fact, they do have an anti-dive draft already. And like we said in the draft of game number 2, Iran does have the better draft, like on paper. Statistically speaking, it's hard for Guinevere to land those spicy migrations. It's hard for Paquito to find hits if you face up against a Lapu, but they made it work. The issue was Iran was just playing like 5 hitless chickens. Mahdi was going in, there was no support whatsoever. He tries to go for the invade, but you know, the Matilda was so far away. Poria wasn't ready yet. He was just one man trying to clear that wave alone. There wasn't any support from that mid lane duo. So in order to really stay positive onto this one, it's really, they have to play as a unit. They have to play like a hive mind.
Yep, of course, you know, we talk about talk to death about, you know, the potential keys of victory for both these two teams already identified. I know it's not fair to identify people into stereotypes, but you see the pattern for the past 2 games already, and now Iran is going to go into first pick, unlike the previous 2 series as well. So, you know, Saudi Arabia banning away the Paquito. They know Al-Qarni, they know the power of the Paquito through Al-Qarni. They're not going to give it over to side of Iran.
It's a good, smart move from the side of Saudi Arabia. Now, Iran, they identified that, okay, so Guinevere's comfort for you, I'm going to take that out. That's a huge problem, especially in early game. Saudi Arabia actually bans out the Yu Zhong 3 times in a row. Right now, Iran is in the first pick, first ban, so they might be able to snap pick that one up. Maybe Albafazo is just extremely comfortable with one of his signature heroes in the form of that Yu Zhong.
Yep.
But you're trading over a Marcel, a Yu Zhong, and maybe even a Jusin for that.
Yeah, Jusin surprisingly wasn't being selected. Oh, I think there's also one of the bans earlier just now. So yeah, just snap pick B1. Definitely Jusin is the prime pick, right? But now, of course, you mentioned about Marcel. Iran is not going to go for that one. They're going to ban it away instead. Usually, I'm expecting a Marcel ban from the side of our side instead of B side. Probably they're not equipped for that one, so they're going to have to just remove it. Because, to be honest, Marcel can be a boon and a bane on your side at the same time, right? Your golden hour coming in an awkward position also kind of disrupts everything that even your team may do.
Well, I mean, Marcel is a very tricky situation, and like you said, it's really a coin flip, because if you pick up Marcel in the first pick, your opponent's just gonna generally just pick up the Valentina. Right now, Jusin is open. It's been banned out 2 times now. Iran can just snap pick that one up. It creates for a very steady kind of mid lane, but they go for the Boxer instead.
All right, Bangsia, you know, a strong early game as well. Iran is gonna capitalize on what they're strong at the early game, right? You just gonna have to out-rotate, and of course, apart from out-rotating, making sure, you know, Saudi Arabia stays humble at the same time. And the best part is Saudi Arabia doesn't pack up Paquito as well. We may potentially see another hero coming out from our Carney, something that has an early game impact.
I think that if Iran actually goes for the Matilda again, it's just a throwback to 2 years ago in M4. Basically just the Baxia Matilda combo. that we see in every single game. But then I think for Saudi Arabia, the ball's in their court. They have so much choices. They don't really have to face up against the Akai anymore. So right now, going back to basics, they're picking up what they picked up in the first game.
Yeah, Harif was kind of interesting pick for the side of Saudi Arabia, but they're not going to go for that one. Eve, you know, real world manipulation. You can melt through Iran's basically their any of their ropes, right? Any of their thick HP tanks are just going to get melted away. Karba going in R1 pick on the Cho. I'm not a big fan of it. Cho is kind of iffy. It's a coin flippy kind of hero right now, right? It's either you do very good at the Cho or you're doing very bad at the Cho. I feel like at this juncture, it's a massive gamble that they're taking.
Honestly, I think that in the first game, his Cho was okay. It just didn't have a lot of presence because Akai was right there. It was countered hard by Akai. Cho jumps in, Akai heavy spin, and then he's just disrupted. Basically, yeah, it's just the first game draft that Saudi Arabia is playing. Yeah, just trading in the Valentina for the Eve.
Yeah, and the fact is Akai is just completely forgotten, especially when, you know, of course, you know, Iran does have counter to this Akai, right? You've got a Valentina, you can match the Beyblade at the same time, but they're also susceptible to it, right? Harry is gonna get pushed out for the Zaman Force by this Akai as well. Fredrin also can do the same thing as what Akai does. You just jump all the way in the Zaman Force, you taunt everybody, make sure they stay inside the real world manipulation. That provides a secondary PO, and that's where, you know, this Cho doesn't look that shabby anymore. You got a secondary PO in the form of the Fredrin.
Great adjustments from Saudi Arabia, though. I think with the Eve, and like you said, creating a zone and creating pick-up potential. So you have options you want to play around. But Iran, though, I think they're sussing out for a very difficult backline heavy dive composition coming in from Saudi Arabia, especially since, you know, the Terizla, the Arla is being banned out as well. For Iran, the issue was I don't want to pick up the gourd because, you know, hey, if I pick up the gourd, then I have to watch my 6. There's too much magic damage.
Right.
And to be honest, right now, there's still too much magic damage, and Boxer is getting picked up right here. There's not enough damage really coming through. There's not a lot of options also for double side lane metas, unless you pick up a CC, which you want to risk.
Correct. I was thinking Lapu Lapu was a great choice for side Iran, but of course, you know, they're gonna, unfortunately, they are the blue side right now. I feel like it's just Saudi Arabia just out-drafting Iran right here. The Lapu Lapu also protects the Eve at the same time and also counters the Valentina, who is definitely gonna be picking up the real world manipulation for himself at the same time. But this is a very strong early game centric kind of roster for the side of Iran, right? You've got the Harif that could pop off earlier at the same time, but Saudi Arabia not too shabby either. I feel like these 4 men walking around the map is also kind of scary. I feel like if Saudi Arabia closes it out with a Claude, I think it's good enough.
I think they're just baiting out the Claude. I know that Saudi Arabia, they have not a lot of choices other than the Claude unless they want to go for something interesting, like an Ixia or something like that. But for Iran, they do have potential to pick up the Khalid, I was going to say, but they go for Sora and Atlas instead. Atlas is being very used up, not because of the Fatal Links, not because of the Ultimate. Ultimate is
passive, man.
Pretty easy to read. The passive is what hurts. The passive is, and you want to stick into your opponents, you're going to freeze them, and they're not going to know what hit them. So the Claude is being baited out, so precisely what Iran wanted to do at the start.
Okay, Claude, I think I like what Iran has drafted in the end. I was thinking earlier just now, they feel like, you know, Saudi Arabia are drafting them, but the Sora and Atlas coming in really clutch right here as a B4 and B5 pick, right? It not only just, you know, deals with the Eve, right? Now all of a sudden, if you go into the Thunder form of Sora, you ulti at the same time, the Eve has to get out. It's too much damage, right? And Abu Fazl on the Sora in the early game, especially once you hit level 4, you go up against Lapu Lapu. Yeah, you're gonna get bursted down.
Yeah, actually double close stun. You got a Fatal Links into the Cloud form Sora. So
that's even
immediately double chain CCs coming in from Iran. The adjustments were good as well for Iran, I wanted to say. Because you had, I was saying, hey, you lack a lot of physical damage because you have so much magic damage centric in your roster. Right now, you draft the Sora, you have the opportunity to adapt to the situations, Cloud form and Lightning form into any of these team fights. If you have maybe a 3 to 4 man Fatal Links, if you have a 1 man Fatal Links, you know how to play around that. So this is game number 3, where even Stevens.
Meaning Flicker already committed. You talk about even Stevens, it's not gonna be even Stevens, especially in the battle spell. Karma will commit to his own as well. Sees Marty. Oh, Kearney also using the Flicker as well to double Flicker right off the bat.
unnecessary.
Flicker
but-
goes on trees, I guess.
unnecessary, but I feel like I know what they're trying to do. I mean, it's not at a big loss. In the first turn of the game, at least you do have a little bit more understanding and you don't risk anything. Oh, first blood, we missed it in mid lane.
Of course, you know, don't forget, Cho in the early game technically acts like a fighter as well. You've got the concussive blast as well, providing so much burst damage. Yeah, Poria losing his life right there is not exactly ideal. As a Valentina, you're looking to really be at least one level ahead or 2 levels ahead of your enemy mid laner.
And not only that, right? Your enemy mid laner is just playing mind games with you. It's just the emote, the crying emote, and you're gonna face that the entirety of the game.
Yeah.
And you have very, very fast wave clear as well.
If I take a sip of water every time I hear that emote, I'm going to the toilet in the middle of the game.
Honestly, that is just so tilting, especially if you're Iran, right? To make matters worse, Karaba does have the Percussive Blast. Together, paired up with the Eve, you have a lot of early game wave clear, lane control. In the bottom side, though, I would say the Harif wins out Claude 9 times out of 10. But in this case, you know, Claude is really keeping himself well in check, and that's why Iran want to bait out that Claude instead of Moscow.
Yep, Muddy finding onto Karaba as well. He beelines for the turtle, leashing over. Arcarni is in position. Bravest Warrior already committed. At the same time, he's taking round of the damage. Karaba is looking for a flank right there. Alpha Fazil at the same time goes into cloud form, holds Saudi Arabia. Iran takes the turtle away from Saudi Arabia, but they also take away Arcarni as well.
A worthy sacrifice, but it's not over yet.
Not over yet. It's going to be Ali trying to make a play right here. Real wall manipulation by the side of Al-Qurani. At the same time, Ali lands on the artillery strike, busting down Ali.
Unfortunate.
Flicker, I heard it. Al-Karaba trying to make a play. We'll be able to find Mahdi as well, but not enough damage coming out in Saudi Arabia as of now. Appraisal's wrap! I said it's a little bit too quickly as Poria has to make it run the tails tug between his legs.
Well, in all seriousness, Arcarni did a worthy sacrifice, jumping straight into the backline to disrupt Mahdi. But Mahdi was still right in the midst of battle. Ali was just using that passive to freeze him, to make him unviable in that zoning potential. But funnily enough, every time there's a blue team, it's always bloodthirsty. They're so greedy whenever you're on the blue side, don't you think?
Yeah, it feels like, you know, Saudi Arabia just take a nerf on the side of the aggression, right? But it is still worth it, right? For the side of Saudi Arabia, they pick up 3 kills. I'll be losing 1 turtle as well. And don't forget, Saudi Arabia is on the scaling column, and this is something that, you know, Saudi Arabia will take full advantage of. Iran, of course, need to step up just a little bit more. I feel like the Valentina is really behind, and it's actually really concerning. Speaking about concerning, Amirali taking a lot of damage. Doesn't really have the mana to basically zap around. Al-Rashidi, take a good opportunity, take a good trade.
I think, damn if you do, damn if you don't. The Blazing Duet used up to clear the lanes, and then starting that early game rotation at the 4th minute mark is what Saudi Arabia needs to do in order to stay online. That is Karaba being a little bit too aggressive. They know where that is.
Real world manipulation, it's okay. As Poria buzzed the flicker as well. But Saudi Arabia, you know, using the aggression against Iran. Earlier just now, they were the one that poured water onto the hot coal. Seems like Saudi Arabia is not going to slow down that tempo.
It's still pretty controlled, though. They set the aggression because they know that they're going in for the pickup. Karaba's going in because he knows that 3-man is going to back him up. And this is precisely how Saudi Arabia wants to play this. Bait out the aggression, bait out the fatal links, and go in for a counter engage.
Ali.
Saudi Arabia does great on that one.
Looking for that one. Bravest Warrior already committed, but now Ali takes a lot of punishment as well. Abu Fasa will receive the Bravest Warrior stun as well. Goes into the lightning form at the same time, but will not be able to charge it up. Nice flicker for the side on Carney to kind of deny that. But Karana will be able to kick out Mahdi all the way back. Turtle given over side Saudi Arabia. Links anymore used, but it's just to be it will not be able to stall Saudi Arabia. But Mahdi taken down by the Eve as well. Abu Fasa has to run.
That was a quick backup coming in from Saudi Arabia. Not only did they take that turtle, they took up the purple buff as well. But I don't think there might be enough damage, and he will be saving sound. He doesn't have to dap that out.
And Karma is dead, but Al-Rashidi is not in a good position to fight as well. Ali coming in to kind of peel for the side of Amirali, but Amirali is always caught with not enough mana to basically engage against Al-Rashidi earlier just now.
Well, we're in for a pause, but I just want to say, during that turtle fight, I felt like Saudi Arabia, they knew what they were doing. Al-Qarni trying to push out where this Atlas was going to be, trying to disrupt that Fatal Links, but the turtle was only at half health. It could always be pulled out. The Fredrin was not in position. Madi was already backed off in that tri-bush. So even if he gave that intelligence, they still were holding on to all this ultimate. So I felt like in the subsequent objective takes, what Alcarni should do, just wait out for the Fredrin to engage first before going in and disrupting. I feel like the Fredrin coming in first and baiting out all crucial ultimates, taunting before jumping in would be much better.
Well, that's one strategy, but don't forget the Fredrin, the Suleimani earlier just now, right? He's the one that has the retribution.
Yeah.
If he goes down, if he gives Ali a pick off at the same time, I don't think that's a good idea. I'd rather we sacrifice the EXP lane. Sorry to all the EXP laners out there. I'd rather sacrifice you as compared to the jungle, right?
Well, thank you to all the junglers out there.
Thank you to all the EXP laners out there. Your sacrifice is definitely greatly appreciated.
I feel like, okay, maybe you have some sense there. Maybe jumping in first, baiting out the Fatal Links, baiting out the major ultimates, and pushing the passive away from the Atlas with the body split kind of approach would be what he was trying to do. The Fredrin was just holding on, trying to bait the rest of them out. Iran took that bait. They went out, took a step out of their comfort zone, and started the team fights. Madi was hitting a lot of the objectives. He's pretty consistent with the turtle retribution so far. But then again, I think for Saudi Arabia, they're just playing it very, very passively. As we go back into this game, I want to be able to see more of the controlled aggression coming in from Iran. They know and they bait out all these hits.
Alcarni takes the full brunt of the side. Alpha does have the shields to continue, but both these two EXP laners will disengage. I feel like Karaba is also one of a very interesting choke right here, right? The main goal is to basically knock out Madi earlier just now, and then after that kick, here's the instant replay you were talking about.
Yeah, Alcarni went in first. He doesn't have the ultimate anymore, and then they let that charge. So honestly though, not really a bad sacrifice, using that ultimate first just to bait out all the crucial resources away from Iran, especially the flickers, the damages, and the main concussive blast.
Jumping onto the Harem at the same time. Rashidi not in good position, raising the weight will be able to activate, but Amirali actually zapping around. Alcarani catches Amirali. Just one more stab on the side, so like Mani will be able to do the job. Amirali falls down bot.
I was gonna say a little bit too late, but then the box dropped and Saudi Arabia just turned things around. Underneath the turret they go though. Iran is definitely going to give this one up. Waited for the right time. I felt like Karaba knows how to get that hit, knows how to get that setup. And even the Fatal Links was used to disrupt Karaba, trying to pull Al-Sharadi in. But Al-Rashidi actually had that understanding of, hey, okay, let's pull back. Now Turtle Take is on, Ali is in the forefront.
It feels like we've been here before. Alcarni activated Forever Warrior at the exact same place. Money picking up the turtle already at the same time, and now it's going to be Iran trying to make a play over here. But it's also going to be the Cloud Form. Will not be able to catch onto anybody. Trying to make a play, trying to slow the main damage dealer from the side. Saudi Arabia down, but he goes down, unfortunately. 2 members down. Saudi Arabia takes 2, and also the turtle together.
Well, great pull away from Saudi Arabia. Al-Samani just focused in on the turtle. Al-Karaba tried to disrupt Ali. The next best thing is try to send Alpha Fazl in for the Cloud Form, try to get as much as they can, but there wasn't enough backup. Poria is one of those, Poria on the Valentina is one of those heroes that you need a little bit of distance between yourself, but you can't go all long range. So if you put everything in one basket, Valentina's gonna go down, you don't really have a lot of damage. So now we see a lot of chinks in the armor, especially if you're Iran. Your magic damage is not coming through, and your physical damage is way in the forefront. You're disrupting that the Atlas, and Abu Fazl is trying to stay 1 man at a time, but they're doing so well in trying to split up that fight. To be honest though, as much as I'm like you, I want to sacrifice the EXP laner, if it's between a choice of a roamer and EXP laner,
I sacrifice the roamer first. I feel like we've got our priorities really
we got the chemistry in.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, don't forget, Fredrin in this current patch does a lot of damage. That Braces Wrath does a lot of burst. Karaba in a spot of trouble right here. Real world manipulation kind of just deny Iran for basically stepping forward as well. But hold on a second, concealed play, looking for a pickoff right there. People say Saudi Arabia has to run away. Karaba will be the punching bag for the side of Iran at the same time. Finally, so many ultimates! He's faking it at the same time. Amirani trying to back out his own boss, but Al-Rashidi coming in the back line will be able to find out Tamparia. The blazing the way out with the damage at the same time, and now it's just going to be Iran losing a little bit of headstrong, just a little bit. The Cloud Form, but the Abu Fazl will fade as Saudi Arabia, also Lemani picking up a killing spree.
Call an ambulance. But not for me. This was Iran just going for the counter engage and going in straight for like, hey, you know, Saudi Arabia's used up all the resources. Let's just jump in. We've got the fatal links. We've got the flicker. Let's try to make something work. But then again, out of nowhere, Al Samadi just came in with a five-man taunt.
I told you, the Fredrin in this particular patch does a lot of damage. Nice block coming off the side. Karaba trying to hold down the Lord for the side of Saudi Arabia. Members for the side of Iran. There's no way for them to get onto the Lord. Hey, I don't need a jump to give Rashidi the jump. As also the money, he has the damage. He has the mega kill as well. The Abu Fazl trying to make a play all the way in the backside. But Al-Karani right here, still safe, still opening damage. The Cloud Lord punches under the floor. But at what cost? Money also falls. One after another. Iran is falling back.
Iran is desperate. They are desperate for kills. In the entirety of the game, 10-minute mark, 2 kills to their name, and it's just a dominant performance from Saudi Arabia so far. And like you said, he doesn't even need a retribution for the Lord. It's going to be dealt with by the Claude, and Al Sharadi is just going to BMI come in and join in the team fight. So why not just start things off first? I'll slow you down, the box drops, and then the rest is, as they say, is history. Iran was just, they were down in numbers, and they still went in.
Iran literally just took a, I don't know, it just took a massive L right there, right? Everything that Iran is trying to really do right there to try to focus on the damage onto Sulaimani. But don't forget, this region has no threats. There's no natural predators for the side of Iran. Amirali, Poria, they can do damage to the region? I don't think so.
Yep. First Lord dealt with, they're taking down the T3s mid side, opening up the jungle for Saudi Arabia. But then again, very consistent in the way that they are playing discipline. And the first all hand, they were very bloodthirsty. They want to go for kills. But for Iran, though, this game was just that didn't make sense to me. It was a bit of a lost cause if they just jumped in one after another. Abu Fazl actually did a really good platform kind of stun in the mid side, but there was not enough damage to follow up.
Taunt will be able to land onto Amirali for now. Takes the brunt of damage. Also, Malamani does have the Athena shield. And now he's just so confident because there's no one for the side of Iran who can basically do the damage onto the Fredge. And it's like that moment when you know that there's nobody from the side of Iran has the damage to deal with you. You could just step into the water and like literally walking, waiting around the swamp, knowing that you've got full knight's armor. The alligators will not be able to get to you.
As much as Saudi Arabia is 10K gold lead once again for the second game in a row, Iran does have the roster and the composition to be able to mitigate these base rushes. You got a Fatal Links, you've got Abu Fazl's Cloud Form as well, and you've got Valentino who's able to box everyone in. So if Saudi Arabia makes a wrong move, goes in a little bit too greedy, that's the punish.
I haven't seen Poria using the real world manipulation, have I not, right? It's I feel like it's constantly getting deactivated way too early because there's so much damage in the form of Al-Qurani. And don't forget, if Lal Rashidi just jumps on the Poria with the Blazing Duet, there's no opportunity for Poria to basically use the real world manipulation.
I think it's also that, and added on to the fact that, like, hey, you know, this Yves is not showing himself on the map.
Yeah, true. That's also a lot of punishment from the side of Al-Rashidi onto Abu Fazl. Once again, Saudi Arabia amping up the Lord right there. You just out Karaba just locking Iran all the way back in base. There's no way for them, and you know, buying a lot of time for Saudi Arabia. Just take this gold for free.
You know what I want to do right now? I think we should do a counter and a tally for how many times Al-Qarani actually emotes in one game. I love this guy.
All that action per minute goes into that emote.
We should do a counter, like the entirety of the Asian Game qualifiers. And right now, almost securing the spot into Nagoya, Japan.
Not gonna lie. All the emotes
that
in the game right now, that one is actually starting to annoy me.
But that's the point. That is mind games for Iran.
Mind games
the
against
first minute
Iran
in the third
and also the casters as well. Oh my goodness me.
And they're feeling it. They're feeling it.
I'm feeling it as well.
Saudi Arabia, they know that they are moments away from securing their spot as the top 2 in Group B.
You know, in this particular moment, I had a conceit play already, all the way through the emote slot. Karani just landing down damage from the skies. Al-Rashidi landing on a basic away, but hold on a second, a lot of damage coming out from the side of Abu Fazl, but it's not enough as Saudi Arabia marches on against the sand, against Iran, the core, the base, undefended as Saudi Arabia takes this match 2-1.
What a game. 13 minutes on the clock, 13K goal lead. And to end it off, that's the emo. Looking at their faces, remember the first game when Iran actually took the cake around Saudi Arabia? They were just cheering, they were celebrating. Saudi Arabia, hey, it's just another day at the office, therefore for us.
You know what we need in merchandising for the side of MLBB?
Pray tell.
No.
What?
Wait, yes,
What?
pray tell. Yeah, pray
What?
tell. Emote headbands.
Emote headbands.
Yeah, you put the headband on there and then you put the emote on top of your head.
Or hat B-A-N.
B-A-N-D.
B-N-D.
Yeah, headband.
Oh, emote headband.
So basically you got an emote on top of your head and you give it to all karate. That emote
like
is just now every time I see that emote, I hear that emote, I remember Al Karani right now because he's got so much damage on that Eve.
He's making it his own. I think it's the thing with like, you know, I remember Sans in Indonesia. Yeah. He was the emote king in ID, and then right now in Saudi Arabia it's just Al Karani just emoting. And I like that notion. It's like that foam finger for sports. But when it comes to esports, there's that hit crystal thing. So I love that. Congratulations once again to Saudi Arabia making their way, and I think it's clear to say solidifying their spot as the top seed in Group Stage B for West Asia. And Al Karani emoting but putting.
Cannot stop hearing because Al Karani coming in as an MVP of the game. The damage that he's literally pouring, no deaths at all, and also 100% kill participation.
Yeah, enough said. I think this Yves knows how to play, especially around a composition like Valentina. You don't want to give that real manipulation to Valen at all. He just stays at the back. He doesn't show himself. He's just emoting to himself. He's just playing his own games in his own world. And at the end of the day, he does so much. 7-0 and 10 for this Yves. 100%. He's at every single Q participation and empowered by that Cho with the super fast wave clear and super fast rotation speed. I'm seeing Saudi Arabia as a huge threat in the global stages.
Especially in Nagoya, right? Al-Rashidi coming in, I really like how he plays this con. It's not meant to really also put, but of course, you know, the main damage coming out from the Claude is to deal the damage against Iran, right? Like especially on Poria. But there are certain times in certain sequences from the side of Al-Rashidi is to use the Blazing Duet within the real world manipulation. Not only just the fact that he also pours the damage against Iran, he also protects Al Karani. All of a sudden, you know, Amir Raleigh, all of a sudden Poria, or as to a certain extent Abu Fazl, don't really dare to engage onto this Blazing Duet.
I feel like it's not only that. I think we spoke about this in game number 2. Iran always has a good brain for the draft. They always draft like beautiful potential combos that we hypothesize, like, hey, you know, Fatal
looks good on
Links
paper.
into the cloud form.
Looks good on paper.
It really looks good on paper, but the execution right from the start, like, okay, when we said, like, hey, okay, we're lacking physical damage, let's bring in the Sora instead of the Lapu right now. So this actually created so much opportunity for Iran to come back into the fight. But then Mahdi is, after the first win, the momentum, the win just really got into their heads. He's just playing away from his team. There wasn't any support when he goes for the invades. He tries to go in for that fight. And I know from that, the second to last team fight where everyone just started jumping in for the Frederick.
It
when
feels
he's
like a sushi conveyor belt, right?
It just did feel like a sushi conveyor belt.
Yeah, and the Frederick and so Al-Suleimani is just gobbling them up at the end of the conveyor belt.
Yeah.
Nop, nop, nop. And one by one, Iran just goes into his damage, right?
You know, that fuel to that fire, he does have the taunt too. So like you jump in, he's taunting, and he just walks away.
That's a legit taunt, not the emote taunt, all right?
Yeah.
Right, and you also pointed out also Lemani, right? Using that taunt to great success, catching onto 5, was able to peel, make Al-Karani's damage as the Eve so much easy to do. And all of a sudden, you know, it's just the onslaught coming out from the side of Saudi Arabia is just unstoppable against Team Iran.
Right. I think this entire game has been a blast. I think it's the first game also for Group B that we've seen a 2-1. It's generally just 2-0, so I felt like Iran kind of was like, yeah, we're celebrating. We can take Saudi Arabia down.
There was a chance, not gonna lie.
But they are still the kingdom of Group. They're still the kings of Group B. The kingdom of Saudi Arabia coming in as the top seed for Group B so far.
I mean, there was a chance for the side of Iran as well, right? To
There
show
was.
it up. And it's always great to see, you know, the third seed picking up a very strong fight against the first seed as well. Because you know, to be honest, this was a blast to watch, right? At the very least, you get to see, you know, how Saudi Arabia adapted, and then you also see how Iran was so dominating in the early game, in the first game, albeit, you know, slowly start to lose a little bit of the tempo, the momentum given over the side of Saudi Arabia, forcing mistakes out of Iran, and then everything is just history.
Well, we spoke a lot of you know, downfalls for Iran and all that, but it's still not out of the woods just yet. They have still a potential for a last chance qualifier with the other team, I would say, in Group D as well, which is also coming up next. So in the next match, it's Nepal up against Hong Kong, China.
Yep.
So this is going to be quite interesting because we will be able to see, okay, so this is how Iran kind of operates around. Against the top seed, they at the very least, they won out the first game. In Group D, though, where Nepal and Hong Kong, China actually stands, is still at the top 3.
Yep.
So the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia topping the charts 4-0.
Yeah, to be honest, I personally feel this is kind of already set for the side of Group B. For the side of first seed, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, followed by Jordan. Jordan is breathing a sigh of relief right now, right? Like,
Yeah.
imagine if Iran literally deliver a potential upset right there, that would be a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
But of course, you know, a commiseration for the side of Iran, they're still not too far. So they're coming in third seed. They're technically qualifying for the last chance qualifying for tomorrow. But after that, of course, you've got Oman and also United Arab Emirates coming in 4th and 5th, respectively.
Truth be told, though, I think if you are Jordan and you knew that Saudi Arabia won the second game and it tied the series, you knew that you're in a safe spot. Because Jordan actually took down Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's like,
Oh, no,
you know,
no. Saudi Arabia took down Jordan. So you know that, okay,
you
kind
know,
of...
that's why I leave the standings to the officials.
Yeah.
Because it's really very hard to really, because there's so many factors right here,
There
right?
is just so many
It
factors.
feels like a Spider-Man meme
Yeah,
right there,
yeah.
right?
If you-
Especially if it's Iran 2-0.
Oh, yeah, if Iran
Especially if
2-0,
it's a Iran 2-0.
then it's just going to be a three-way tie. There's
Exactly.
going to be a
So-
three-way tie onto Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Iran. But hey, you know, enough of Group B. Congratulations for Saudi Arabia for sealing their spot in the top.
Yeah, it's really great to be able to watch other regions. I'm gonna echo that over and over again. But of course, speaking about other regions coming up next, after this short break will be Nepal and Hong Kong, China. Don't go away, ladies and gents. We'll be back after a very short break.
so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
this is what we mentioned earlier just now. Day number 3, perhaps this is the time where you start to see power rankings start really set it down, or would there be, the rise of newer regions into the group stages? Ladies and gents, welcome back into the Asian Games, Esports, MLBB qualifiers as well. We just saw Iran going up against Saudi Arabia today, earlier just now, and now we'll be able to watch Nepal going up against Hong Kong, China.
Yeah, this is quite interesting to say the least. Group D, being East Asia and South Asia, being combined into one region, has shown quite a bit of, here's and there's. There's not really any dominant teams. Hong Kong, China has played 3 games, 2 wins, 1 losses. Nepal has played 2 games apiece. Today, they are having a 2-game conflict. So, fighting up against Hong Kong, China in the first game definitely sets the pace for them going up against next match against Sri Lanka as well. There's only one, common team that they have fought against, which is Pakistan. Nepal has taken 2-1. Win against Pakistan, Hong Kong with 2 zeros. But like we saying in Group B in the earlier game, that stats really don't tell the whole story as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time where, you don't, even though you can start to say that, yes, there's some games being played as well, but the sample size is there. There's also a lot of external factors that you have to consider. If the fact that Iran was able to take out at least 1 game away from the Saudi Arabia being the 3rd seed, going up against the 1st seed, hey, that is cool. But, I think we've been talking this to death, right? The fact that Cambodia took down Philippines, right? This is like the team liquid stack.
Yes.
Right? That's something that I feel like you couldn't count out these people as of yet, because right on the screen, that will be your contenders for this particular match from Nepal: Binay, Ankit, Lilim, Mitoya, and also Kishore.
I think most of these players are pretty new to the international stage as well. Pretty interesting to see how they would draft, what kind of heroes are one of their signatures, or what are their hometown flavors they're bringing onto the scene as well. They did have 2 games on and off streams as well that they have played over the past 2 days. So it will be interesting to see what Hong Kong, China has done their homework on against Nepal. And on their side, speaking of Hong Kong, China, we have KY Zhang, KK Chan, HL Law, CJ Wang, and MY Chung. But for the sake of simplicity, we'll just call them Zhang, Chang, Law, Wang, and Chung.
Yeah, these are their surnames, by the way.
This is, yes.
Just take note as well. But of course, this is the 4th seed going up against the 2nd seed in their particular groups. Of course, with Hong Kong, China leading the charge as of now. So far, they've done a pretty good job. I feel like we don't really have a lot of data, and of course, you mentioned that hometown favorites is something that we may be looking out for, right? Especially, don't forget, every region plays the game slightly differently. I remember there's a period of time where one of the regions, even though we've already transitioned away from the Johnson Audit, they were loving the Johnson Audit.
They were just bringing it back, and I remember that one international stage, just taking their own hometown flavors. Like, for example, Singapore, our sunny side, we have Diablo putting into the international stage and putting into the limelight the Khalid picks, the Minzatar and the EXP picks, the Badangs that were up and coming as well. So it will be interesting. I do want to point out the fact that for Nepal, they've only played 2 games so far. Hong Kong, China has played 3 games. So this will be their 4th game of the entire group run, their 4th and last game facing up against Nepal. So if they win out against Nepal, they will be in a pretty safe spot and tied to 1st and 2nd seed against Mongolia.
So does that mean that this is perhaps the only last chance for the side of Hong Kong, China to be able to rack up some points if they really want to be the 1st seed? I know being the 2nd seed in the group stage is nice and dandy, but we saw what happened. What could potentially happen to Jordan,
What could potentially happen?
Yeah, you really want to solidify yourself at the 1st seed, because especially when, if you're in the 3rd seed, you are at the mercy of other teams. Then you drop down to the last chance qualifier, and then you have to go through the scenic route, especially for this group.
Yeah, definitely not a nice position to be in when you're putting your hopes and your fates into some other team's hands.
Yeah,
and you don't know how they're going to perform anyway. So really play your best, and I think they have shown some prowess in the form of taking 2-0 off of Sri Lanka in the same group stage, taking off 2-0 to Pakistan as well. So for them coming in here, their only loss was against Mongolia 2-0,
which is
0-2 in favor of Mongolia.
I mean, definitely the Khans still leading the charge right here, especially, do have some presence in the M series as well, and it's actually really fascinating to be able to see this, especially like what I mentioned. It's just, you know, and I love it, right? Being able to witness some of these other regions that you don't really usually see in the M series to really show themselves. Hey, what kind of meta they bring in, what kind of flavor they bring in. Maybe we can learn one or two things from them, because I feel like definitely Team Liquid did learn something from the Cambodians.
Yeah, definitely. I think from the Southeast Asian stage, it was really a very messy, chaotic kind of run. We're all in the Southeast Asian region for a very long time. Mobile Legends has existed here for a pretty long time as well. For Hong Kong, China, pretty much a new entrance to the scene. Nepal as well. And them understanding and learning about the game is definitely different from the rest of us. We haven't really faced them in the Southeast Asian region for teams against Hong Kong and Nepal in their own region, so we don't really know what kind of heroes they're going to pick, what kind of signatures they're going to come in. So we're starting off the game pretty soon. Broken Walls with the map and environment of this matchup.
Yeah, I don't know. If you are a history nerd, I think you may be able to link Broken Walls to this particular matchup right there. But yeah, like, look, Broken Walls is one of my favorite maps as well inside of MLBB as of now. There's so many avenues, so many ways for you to gang, and that also makes you, like, you know, you gotta have to be a slightly mobile when you go around the map. This is where, you know, your colleagues. We saw the Mathilda in the previous game earlier just now. It's starting to shine, and look at Hong Kong, China. They saw what this Panda can do. They don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, this is a pretty good start right off the bat. Just taking out the Akai and knowing that Akai does have that invulnerability. He does have that
heavy spin.
You know, the heavy spin to disrupt the zone potential, the tankiness that it brings to the table. So Hong Kong, China just doesn't want to deal with that. Now, for the blue one side, you have the first pick, first ban. Paquito is definitely on the line, on the tables. Juicin as well. You have also got the likes of the Freya, so to speak. So for Nepal, the ball is in their court. They have the power to decide what they want to leak out to Hong Kong, China.
They're taking away the Freya right off the bat, Churros. Nepal just doesn't want to see the Freya. Albeit the Freya kind of fell off, in my opinion, in terms of the priority pick. I feel like the Freya is just so susceptible to so many CCs, right? One of the easy ways to deal with the Freya is either using the Phobias. Take note that she could dash all the time. You allow Phobias to just constantly jump and reset his cooldowns. Apart from that, there's also the Mincetar, technically speaking, a huge counter to the Freya. Akai at the same time. So unfortunately, luckily for both these two teams, they're not going to be able to hit Freya for now. The Paquito, the Paquito is still up, and the Phobius is also still up as well.
Yep, Phobius, Paquito.
Legend.
Juicin is definitely still up. I think Rijong has been pretty much in the scene for quite a bit of teams as well. Due to the fact that, you know, Akai is being picked up, a lot of artillery mages, long-range mages. The Yuzhong is being picked up as sort of like a gap closer, which a lot of teams really like and they appreciate in these kinds of long, drawn-out team fights. The ability to zone the backline out, the ability to push away the main damage dealers and to bait out their ultimates and to be able to sustain themselves. I think this meta is really a showcase of the fighters really coming in.
Definitely, right? I feel like, of course, you know, if you take a look at the Mobile Legends Bang Bang game, especially when you go to hero selection, there's way too many fighters, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's a fighter, and the lines get to be really blurred between tank and the fighter as well, because technically speaking, a fighter also wants to sustain, also wants to initiate as well. But if you notice from the side of Hong Kong, China,
taking out all the tank junglers.
All tank junglers already gone, and then after that, maybe they're gonna force assassins coming out. Guinevere coming up from the side of Hong Kong, China, prioritize right off the bat. Nepal bans over the Hilda already, the Juicin, the Suyo perhaps coming in for the side of Nepal as well.
Not only does Hong Kong, China have a plan, they have an idea, and I was really sussing out the and the Phobias. Maybe not, but Guinevere, we've seen how well it did on game 2 against Iran and Saudi Arabia. So bringing in the Guinevere this time around and taking out all the big threats that Nepal could potentially bring in. The tank junglers are gone. They're off the tables. They're baiting out the assassins. The Suyos need to come into fray.
Okay.
The Nolans need to come into fray. If you want to risk it, maybe you can throw a high loss into the jungle, but it's a very risky move. It's still one of the fastest after Baxia to clear the jungle just because of the Ring of Punishment, but the Guinevere excels in that early game damage, the early game crowd controls.
Nice pick actually coming out from the side of Nepal and also Hong Kong, China, right? The fact that Nepal actually went for the high loss they're also expecting the guard to come out. We saw the high loss, the glorious pathway as well, and now that guard looks very scary because there's also a Yu Zhong that's just flying around.
I called it. The Yu Zhong is basically picked just to counter the Gord.
So juicy, man.
Yeah, Gord is just sitting there. We have the Mystic Gush. It is a little bit challenging to control with the laser's direction, and it is so much easier if you have the Black Dragon form to just circle around. You're not able to just lock on
Disco ball.
to that flying menace, and then it just lands next to you, petrify, and does that full combo.
Yeah.
So the Yu Zhong definitely a good pick right here. If Hong Kong China really wanted the Gord pick, they should have banned out the Yu Zhong, but then they do have a plan with the 3 tank junglers. Right now, even a little more is being banned out, so they just want to give the jungler an easier time. Guinevere is going to excel in this.
Dude, you have 4
junglers right
They're
now.
going to invest 4 of the ban slots into banning out Nepal's jungle. And I think that's a statement coming up from inside Hong Kong,
They know
China,
something
right?
we don't, Jace.
Yeah, and the fact that Nepal is also going to ban away the Atlas, the Uranus going up next. They know that they don't really have the capabilities to deal with these very tanky heroes. And yeah, evidently, right, Harif and also the Yu Zhong, technically speaking, not known to deal with your utility jungles, your tanks as well. And the best part is, Nepal is not afraid because beside Hong Kong, China, they banned away the Frederick, they banned away the Akai, and also the Baxia as well.
So the Yves is being banned out. At least they have a little bit more diversity this time around. So Nepal doesn't have that holy trinity of zone control, being the RWM, the Red Carpet, and the Zaman Force coming in from Harith, Hylos, and the Yves. So right now, the ball is in their favor. We have seen farces here and there, still an artillery mage. Juicin is still on the table, though. I'm not sure why they're not picking it right off the bat. And it does pretty well alongside the Hylos with the concussive blast, with a little bit of heal potential, and you have that Red Carpet to increase that speed and chase capabilities.
Yeah, I think Juicin definitely fits into the... Oh, I love this Belleric coming up from the side of Hong Kong, China. The Lapu Lapu as well. This is your anti-dive. And also, to a certain extent, there's also Disengage coming up from the Guinevere, right? With the Spatial Migration. There's also Lapu Lapu with the Bravest Warrior. I would say it's still not too shabby in terms of a roster, but I feel like your main damage dealer in the form of Gord is already kind of counted, unless the Belleric, the anti-dive, activating the ultimate to lock everybody down for the side of Nepal, and then after that giving Gord and also the Guinevere a lot of opportunities for you to burst people down. I think that's okay. I feel like Hong Kong, China needs to play around this Bruno pick, especially in the gold lane. But then, here comes the Lilia as well. Secondary line, big bursty damage. You also got the Suyo to clean it up at the same time. Yeah, this is a very scary roster coming up from Nepal, not gonna lie.
Yeah, honestly though, both teams really showing their flavors right off the bats. In Southeast Asia, we're super used to Juicin being first our blue 1, red 1 pick. And right now, it's just the Lilia being picked up right here. Wave clearing potential, you do have a little bit more assistance with the high loss as well, and fast rotations, especially with the broken walls. You're just able to get from A to B using the hypotenuse instead of just really a straight cut into any directions. Hong Kong, China also bringing out
when you said hypotenuse, the first thing that came into my mind is trigonometry. What's next?
Yeah, the fastest point from point A to point B. That's what I'm saying, Jace.
Integration?
But for Hong Kong, China as well. We're talking about hometown flavors. They're bringing back the Bruno. We haven't seen that in a hot minute. We're seeing Keller actually bring it out in MPL ID in the previous season, but that's only very, very situational. They locked it in from the first half of the phase, and it does very well in the early game with a lot of high damage, especially up against the Harrow that is picked directly after. They have a mix of good magic and physical damage that we like to see.
Yeah, and I like how I was really, if I remember Nepal as a region correctly, based on my past view, last time when I watched their games. They really love their assassin pick. That's why I see Suyo coming in. And don't forget, Suyo is looking to snowball. And if you notice, Nepal is actually pathing very aggressively into Hong Kong, China's territory.
Yeah, now with the new rotations and the new timings for the jungle, it really changes and switches things up. You're not going to open up, or you're going to be basically opening up your color buffs for your opponents to really dive in. And with a really tanky frontliner like the High Loss right off the bat, it creates that opportunity and space for the early engage. You don't want the Guinevere to get that level for ASAP, because once that Violet Requiem comes in, that's it. You're locked up, you're stunned up, you're jumping around like trampolines, and it's harder to take down. Take a look at the emblems right here. That's the fighter emblems for the Bruno. This is really interesting because we see a lot of fighter emblems really coming up. The sustain that it brings to the table, the additional lifesteal and spell vamp that it just really brings to his kit. Really excels in that.
Yeah, especially when the Bruno, right? One of the key items is the Hearth Claws, and now it feels like you already have half the Hearth Claws because you picked up that fighter emblem, right? Being able to sustain in lane, being able to stay a lot earlier. You can duel as well, especially against Binay on this Harif as well. You do a lot of damage once you get that up and going. But I also need to point out, right? Lilim on this Lilia is also a very interesting pick. If you notice Hong Kong China's roster, really stationary, especially when they do the ultimates. That's where Lilim could just lay down bombs after bombs. And I feel I've seen this before for the side MPL Singapore.
It's really a shake and bake. First turtle being spawned up right here. CJ Wang is going to take control of this first. There's 4 members of the Nepal and making a charge.
Charging out arrow as well. Cheong also, Bravest Warrior, Mitoya in a spot of trouble, has to jump away. And Kishore will be able to find onto Wong as well. Ankit leading the charge as well, just tagging on to Cheong as much as possible. Flicker already committed, but Kishore, listen, no, a dragon has encroached onto the territory of Hong Kong, China.
What a good find for Kishore. Immediately identifying the spatial migration, coming in from Wang, going in for the counter re-engage, and the damage from Yu Zhong. So underestimated.
Nepal, that gameplay reminds me of a ballerina. They dance around that danger right there coming out from Hong Kong, China. Hong Kong, China was outputting everything they could in that one as you take a look at this replay.
Yes, Wang made a really terrible decision, going and straight away jumping in first. Chan wasn't in the right position and was way too far behind. I think that the idea was Wang tries to start things off with the spatial migration, at least try to get 1 or 2 members off the ground from Nepal, and then Chan goes in for the ultimate as well. But in actual fact, he's just throwing his bodies. He knows that the Guinevere is a little bit paper in the early game, so if you want to risk that, that doesn't really make a lot of sense at the start.
But the biggest problem is Chan doesn't really have the ultimate, right? You're level 3 when you go into the turtle, and that's where I think the biggest difference between these two teams. Not just the fact that Mitoya just piloted into Suyo very gracefully. Like, it's so amazing how you see there's so many CC coming out from Wang and also to a certain extent Law and also Chan, but it did not land. Mitoya get away scot-free, take the turtle, and also gets 2 assists along with it.
You know, in hindsight, during the draft, hold on a second, KK Chan will be saved, but just to finish my thought...
One, fighting on that, that's also going to be the Mystic Gush as well. Fighting onto Mitoya, 2 ultimates make it 3 at the same time, but Kishore coming in, landing in front of Havens on this massive dragon, also just wrecking havoc in the roster for the side of Hong Kong, China. Kishore is still dashing out, Cheong also absorbing most of the damage, but it is still Nepal unable to punish onto Hong Kong Chang's pickoff.
You know, as soon as we say good praises about Suyo and was like, you know, underestimating Wang a bit, they showed us Wang waiting in that dot bush, knowing that Mitoya will just path towards that that bear golem thingy and just immediately go straight for the pickoff. The response from Nepal, though, really well done. Even though they didn't get the counter kill and punish for Wang, at least they got some push off back. At least they had a little bit of, hey, you know, if you want to take out my jungle, I will take yourself back. Take a little itemizations right here. Skypiercer, first item for Mitoya. He's really risking it this time around.
Yeah, he definitely needs that one. The Suyo really scaled so much on this guy. Piercer, I feel like Nepal was once beaten already triple shine, right? Giving the turtle over the side of Hong Kong, China.
So, in this case, I feel like for Nepal, they did have the opportunity to contest for that one, but now that Matoya is out and about, the passivity of Nepal really coming to fruition.
Yep.
They know that they don't want to risk it now that CJ Wang is still on the table.
Something interesting, Victoria is still level 9 versus CJ Wang, who is also slightly behind. Earlier just now was only level 7. Even though they get, Hong Kong China secured that turtle, Nepal, technically speaking, just because of the jungle, they're still in the lead. And the third turtle still in the favor. Well, at the very least, Nepal still has that advantage.
For Matoya though, I think the Sky Piercer is just a means to an end. He does need a little bit more time to farm up, get at least a Hunter Strike, get at least, you know, maybe even a War X for a little bit more sustain before you go ham on any one of the other members, the loose members of Hong Kong China. In this particular state though, I feel like if you're just comparing apples and oranges, you're comparing the Assassins versus the Fighters. Assassins are definitely going to have a much earlier, better time.
Big damage coming out from Binay on the Zaman Forza, but you can see Zheng just instantly heals them back all the way back up using the Fighter Emblem.
Not only Fire Emblem, he's got a Has Claws as well.
Has Claws as well,
so
yeah, that's right.
Just one item away, just one, a couple of gold away from the Berserker's Fury, so that's going to be a huge power spike from that bottom gold lane.
Yeah, Zheng is actually threatening onto Binay as well down bot. Members on the side of Hong Kong China also starting to reinforce, looking for opportunity. Law just landing down the bombs will not be able to land, but if that land, that would be a dead Binay.
Good pushback from Hong Kong, China. At least they secured that bottom side. Both teams are still hunkering down the bottom side for the gold laners. At least they want to make a 5-man play on that third turtle of the game. The early rotations already coming in from that top side down to the bottom, but Ankit is there for a little bit more reconnaissance, which I do like. Nepal does have the upper hand still.
Still a bit. That's going to be a pick off. We'll be able to find the Kishori members for the side. Nepal just catching off guard, and now all of a sudden, Hong Kong China is just leading guerrilla warfare against Nepal, and Nepal have to really start opening the map more diligently.
Sneaky. For the Guinevere is just playing this fighter like an assassin.
Definitely. Turtle already being set up right here for the side of Nepal, but they have to forfeit right here. China leading the charge as well. Just holding on to the ultimate. Will be able to activate it, but Mitoya will be able to steal that away. Here comes the Mystic Guts right here. We'll be able to target down onto Binay. The Zaman Force forfeited, but Hong Kong China losing the turtle over the side of Nepal.
Great start to the team fight. This is precisely what you want to see. KK Chan basically just going in first. CJ Wang holding back, finishing off that turtle. But to add fuel to the fire, Zheng is coming online. You've got the sustain, you've got the damage, you've got the Berserker's Fury. Nepal is going to go down one after another. Right now, Hong Kong China up in terms of 1,200 gold lead so far. And they are going to scale so much faster. Just because they have a physical damage, a little bit more reliable marksman.
Yeah, look, if Nepal wasn't able to turn out the faucet of Law, they're going to absorb so much damage. Don't forget, Zheng has been also scaling hard against Binay earlier just now. Binay wasn't able to pick up any form of kills, also unable to pick up any form of assists as well. And if there's also the Zaman Force that's already constantly threatened by Chan and also Law, to a certain extent, even Cheong as well with the Rings Warrior, right? He's forcing on him off the Zaman Force. There's not a lot of damage coming out from Nepal. And Mitoya already, you know, constantly getting picked off right here. Even though he's ahead in levels, yes, he's able to secure the neutral objective, but he's not stacking Sky Piercer.
I just want to add to your point about Law. In actual fact, Law's Mystic Gush is so hard to land. It's Nepal's draft is very mobile. But the fact that they took out Kishore right before the turtle fight just created that space for the Mystic Gush to push back the enemies and create some space and time to split up these team fights.
And Chan as well, right, on the battery. That's a very long time. Technically, it's also going to be stunned. Kishore main target right now. There's going to be over the ground committed by Law. Mitoya will be able to find onto Wang. Bust him in down. That's the first Sky Piercer stack for him.
Great find, great block off.
Great block off, but hold on a second. Law using the Mystic Gush just instantly melting down Kishore. Another down as well. Ankit Cheong picking that kill up.
Insane punish. Zheng also doing the macro game, sitting comfortably down on the bottom side as well. Binay can't even find a way to come back into it. And Zheng, not even in the team fights just as of yet. Hong Kong China showing the damage coming in from Law. They know that, hey, you know what? Let's just put Law in the mid game. The late game is all Zhang's show.
Yeah, but dude, Churros, I don't understand from the side of Hong Kong China, how is Law able to get away with amazing Mystic Gush when, you know, Nepal has so many tools to deal against Law as Wang picks up this Lord?
Simple. Kishore already used up that the Black Dragon.
Man.
Immediately right before that. Take a look at the
Even a Glorious
replay.
Pathway as well.
Yeah, Kishore, no ultimates. Law sitting comfortably
Dude.
right on that one. You got the taunt up, you got the stun, and there we go. The damage comes through. So Law's just sitting happily at the backside. You used to have so much damage, and you don't have any disruption towards that gourd.
Man, with friends like these, okay, sorry,
You don't
wrong,
need enemies.
wrong application of idioms, but hey, with friends like Hong Kong China right here, Law, Gourd, it's such an easy gameplay, right? There's so many avenues that Hong Kong China was able to do. Mitoya in the spot of trouble right now as Wang and also Cheong. This is just a what, Naruto Sasuke fight right here?
Oh, that was such a beautiful chase, especially from CJ Wang, just finishing up that buff to get additional economy to her name as well. And Hong Kong China just, even though the kill is just 5-3, Hong Kong China is just dominating Nepal right now.
Yeah.
I feel like for Nepal though, Nepal, there isn't a lot of wave clear potential apart from this Lilia aside from now. The Lord is also pushing in. Hong Kong China cannot make a mistake. They have too many high committal heroes.
Yeah, Hong Kong China, by the way, like legit, Law is getting away with these crazy Mystic Gush, right? And the timing for Law to use this Mystic Gush, you can see the confidence from this B2 pick, right? The fact that they're going up against, you know, even a High Loss, even a, to a certain extent, the Lilia, and also a Yuzhong, right? He still locks in this Gourd and trusts his teammates to either land the stun. We're gonna pick him off one after another. You got Chan, you got Cheong on these ultimates that could just stun and also taunt. Yeah, all of a sudden it's so much easier for Law to execute.
Yeah, and like we said though, you take a look at damage dealt. That is the highest, top of the charts. Then again, I want to say that Hong Kong China has this kind of strategy where they don't like to fight as 5. They like to split up these team fights and go straight for the macro game. Very intelligent on their part. They know that, okay, let's just try to disrupt that team fight, draw the 5 members together, and then send someone up to the macro lane or long lane to deal with the turrets and the lanes. So you don't really have to go for these 5-on-5 team fights.
And also, because of that, you know, your lane are fixed against Nepal's favor. Mitoya was sent to go all the way back out there. That's where the bushwhack appeared, right? Wang and also Chung just tag teaming, just taking out Mitoya. Don't forget, Mitoya on the Suyo is squishy.
Speaking of squishy though, I think that Mitoya's first item, Sky Piercer, is really biting him in the foot now. Even though he's got to Sky Piercer first item, he's not sustaining well enough. He's still holding on to that one. At least he has that sustain in the form of War Eggs and a little bit more damage and penetration from the Hunter Strike. The main damage will come from Lilin as of this point. Kishore's only job is to try to disrupt that backline. But now it's going to be a lot harder now that Jung has a full Trinity crit build.
I feel that Kishore also going in pure damage, you do need some form of tankiness, especially if you want to do. I feel like Kishore's main goal is not to kill. It's there to just disrupt team fights, disrupt Law, push him off, Mystic Gush. That's your whole duty right there. Any kill is kind of like a bonus to a certain extent.
Yeah, basically just parachute down on top of Law, petrify him, disrupt the Mystic Gush, and just buy time for your team to really come in.
Just Ball started to hurt at the same time. Hong Kong China will be able to secure the Lord as well. Now Kishore will be able to use the Dragon to just try to fly away. He's down low at the same time. One after another from the side of Hong Kong China. Zhang finds the kill onto Enkit.
Look at this state of the team fight. Nepal can't even get close.
Dude.
Hong Kong China is just sending Wang just doing the Lord's work. No pun intended. But then Zhang coming into the team fights. When they fight a 5-on-5, there was no way in heck that they're able to disrupt Zhang at all. He's got the sustain. He's got the, right now with the Malefic gun, he's got the range, he's got the distance, he's got the damage, he's got the burst. And even Kishore with the Black Dragon form, we saw that in the Lord fight. Lord was at half health. He's got the Black Dragon in. He's taking a lot of damage from Zhang. He's like, okay,
I got it back out.
I
fly in, and then all of a sudden I realize, hey, I need emergency landing. I need to back
control.
off.
I've got to turn back. There's someone on my flight, man.
Man, it's not. I don't envy Nepal. This is a very tough team fight opportunity. Even though I was earlier leaning against Nepal because they do have the tools. I want to see them executing that one, but unfortunately, you know, Law with that Mystic Gush, with so many CCs, by the time Hong Kong China is forcing down Nepal's throat, and Nepal is not able to hold, especially the top side.
Extremely dominant though. Like they know their main targets. They know how to play. They know how to strategize around that Jeng, just dealing that damage from back line.
Jeng is just dismantling top side and mid at the same time. Kishore flying onto the dragon form and try to push the members from the side of Hong Kong China away. But the minions are also marching against the Nepal. Bottom lane for the side of Nepal already taken down by the side of Hong Kong China already. Half HP. It's the base for the side of Nepal as everything onto the table. That's going to be a nice picture by one. But Law still laying down the Mystic Gush. The glare is halfway laid down by the side of as the members from the side of Hong Kong China knocking on the core of Nepal one after another, and they started losing steam just a little bit, but more than enough. The minions marching in. Hong Kong China takes game number 1.
What a statement from Hong Kong China right off the bat, showing us a hero that isn't really played in this Southeast Asian region. But then, hey, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Going back to basics, bringing out the Bruno once again, playing to their strengths, playing to their metal, and then just showing us how it pretty much just works around. The Bruno at the end of the game was just hitting like a truck. So he's just leaving in the back. But the last Raptor Dryad from the Belleric held up 3 members. Black Dragon was just used way too panicky. It was just a trigger finger on their part trying to save that T3. But then again, pulling 3 members in and just decimating them with the gush as well.
I think for the side of Kishore, I agree. You have to do something, right? You have to protect. But don't forget, you're going up against Jeng. Jeng and a Bruno with those, you know, malefic gun. You're just literally tearing. You're just uprooting turrets one after another. You can see how with one fell swoop, one Law is all it takes. Law is definitely feeling it from the Mystic Gush.
Well, definitely feeling it. He's proud of himself. He's played a very fantastic Gordon, even up against one of his natural predators in a dragon. Yeah. And he showed that, you know, this guy on the surfboard is just killing it on the waves.
It's like the chicken starts to hunt down the eagle. Usually it's the other way around if you follow the food web, but it doesn't make sense. Well, right?
to that point though, the chicken used to be a T-Rex, or I might be mistaken. It's not been technically proven
T-Rex
as of
that lost its tail, huh?
But then again, this was an incredible board play right from the get-go. He's landing the stuns, he's creating that space, empowered by Chan's Belleric in order to find the approaches, find the kills, and Hong Kong China just played the macro game so much better than how Nepal actually counteracted that. They're not fighting as 5 members, they're not pulling resources in and throwing all their eggs into one basket, all their eggs into one fight. They're leaving Zheng on the side lanes, they're pushing in these turrets, they're creating space, they're creating control.
There's a lot of times where legit, like what you mentioned, like fixing the lane, forcing Nepal out of position to basically deal with the lane, they surprise it, and once, you know, Mitoya was receiving it a bit, at least twice, all of a sudden Mitoya's priority fell dramatically. You don't feel the presence of the Suyu anymore, and it's just Hong Kong China's game. Yeah.
For the side of Mitoya though, we discussed a little bit of the Skypiercer first item, especially within a lot of the regions. And Skypiercer, like, you know, the internet likes to say it's a brawl item. And I do understand why they say it as that. You want to get into these skirmishes, you want to get into these team fights, but Law is in the way. Wang is also, after that first mistake that he jumped in first, and you know his team was all not ready, and Nepal was finding a way to win the early game team fights. He sort of adjusted his playstyle. I feel like Mitoya should have adjusted his own too.
Look, the amount of damage dealt from the side of Hong Kong China is not too far apart from the side of Nepal. Nepal does have the damage, but it's landing onto the likes of Chan, it's landing on the likes of Chung, who's also absorbing everything back. Don't forget Wang, also absorbing all of that back, right? And apart from that, it's just, you know, Nepal side too squishy, right? I did say that, Kishore, I think you need a lot more tanky items. The kill is a good thing. I feel like Nepal's region has always prioritized, I want team fight, I want to kill, I want to, after that, take objectives. But I agree, Hong Kong China is playing this really smart MLBB in a way where I just play the macro, I force mistakes out on Nepal and I punish you for it.
Yeah, it's like Nepal is playing checkers while Hong Kong China is just playing chess, and it kind of worked out in their favor. And this is the MLBB that we know and love. So the execution is not too far from how Southeast Asia, and you know, it reminds me of how Philippines really likes to play it. Don't throw your marksman into the mix so early. Just let him time to simmer in the oven, let him cook a little bit, throw down the turrets before the last hit.
Yeah, on that analogy on the checkers, I feel like Hong Kong China is playing the Chinese chess, whereas Nepal is playing chess. Actual chess,
fair.
right?
So I wouldn't say
don't have a
East
cannon.
versus West, but like in a way it kind of is South versus East.
Yeah, I really love what I'm seeing for the side of Hong Kong China. Excited what they can offer in Nagoya as well. And of course, you know, Nepal, don't forget, this is the second seed going up against the fourth seed in the favor of Hong Kong China as well. I don't like to sugarcoat things. That was a convincing win for the side of Hong Kong China. As
much as it was convincing though, lest I let you remember the first game in the first series of today, Iran took a game off Saudi Arabia.
True.
And Saudi Arabia was like, okay, I'm waking up.
Don't count your chickens before the edge.
Don't count your chickens before the edge.
Yep.
Some of the eggs might be broken. Some of the eggs might be, you know, for you to cook, and not yet. I don't know what I'm saying right now.
Maybe too early for you as well.
But you know, hey, you know, Jace, this has been a really fun game, especially for Hong Kong China. It's really, it goes down to the strategy of how to play and how they execute. Even the draft itself, we're talking about hometown flavors. They brought back the Bruno. They brought back the Belleric as well. I want to see more of these, you know, teams outside of the Southeast Asia regions where bring in their hometown flavors.
Hey, come on. Let's be real here. Berserker's Fury change. Leslie?
Possibly it was pulled out a couple of times in different regions in Southeast Asia.
Come on, you're not on the Leslie train, man. I'm a bit biased right here.
yeah, but it's very situational. But right now, since the advent of Claude coming into the meta so much more, Leslie used to be a natural predator. And so I won't be too surprised if Leslie was picked up to counteract the Claude, to counteract, you know, the likes of Belleric, because you're only hitting, you know, 1-2 shots, and it's basically, I wouldn't say Oko.
Moment, another fellow Leslie Enjoyer as well. Yeah, and it kind of matches what this roster, what the meta kind of needs, right? And once you start, you know, Sky Pierce on the Leslie as well, and all of a sudden you I'm just trolling.
Yeah,
could be a rank thing.
Well, I mean, you said it, Jace. I want to see more of this.
I want to see other.
I want to see others.
Other heroes, right?
Difference, and our wishes might be answered. Right now, Nepal in the blue, banning out the same heroes, but Hong Kong, China, they're not playing the same thing twice.
Unfortunately, not gonna lie, I'm a bit sick of looking at meta heroes. I want to see non-meta, especially when it comes to, you know, the 2026 Asian Game Esports events, especially when you start to see other regions coming in and show, hey, you never know. Don't forget, Singapore showed off that, hey, the Khalid is really strong. Used till now as a role.
And you know, Guinevere's lived all the way until now. Shout out to, you know, Wise from all the way in the past, bringing that fighter jungler up, bringing the tank jungler into the meta. He was the one who, you know, coined it from the start, from his old teams, and then coming into the international stage, it's still been used until now. And right now, it's found so much viability. First pick going to be in the side of Nepal right now. Hong Kong, China banning out the junglers and don't want to risk giving the Guinevere over to Nepal.
Paquito, Phoveus. You mentioned also the Guinevere. Guinevere already banned as well. Juicin, we haven't seen Juicin in this particular day as well. Unfortunately, archive. First pick Claude.
Hey, your dreams might be answered.
Greedy.
Your wishes might be answered though. I was saying, like, the conditions.
Hong Kong trying to do it.
Conditions for Claude. You want someone with early game and late game kind of potential to counteract that Claude. Come in with Blazing Duet, you two-shot Oko. That's basically how you want to play it. Typically, a lot of teams like to build the Harith. It's a very safe pick, but we haven't seen Harith perform so well, at least for the earlier parts of the 2 days.
Yeah, Harith, I feel personally has
been forced. It's such a forced hero.
Yeah, I feel like that's the case as well. And at the same time, you only see like the professionals really playing the Harith like a crazy monster that zapping around, landing on the shields. It's almost nigh unkillable. But now Alice coming in for the mix for the side of Hong Kong, China to deal with it, and of course the God's Law coming in for the side of Hong Kong, China as well.
Lost Guard, and
Lost Guard.
Gord's Law. Man, it's honestly a tongue twister, but I like to see him on that Gord once again. But this time around, it's not going to be Yu Zhong. It's going to Paquito that he needs to face up against. So a little bit of a difference on how he plays. And not only that, you got Atlas as well.
Yep, Atlas is a good way to also deny the area as well. You can dive onto the Gord, but at the same time, Atlas with the TOR also anti-dives at the same time. Paquito, of course, you know, I'm surprised it's a B3 pick. Not even R2, by the way. Yeah, so coming in for the side of Kishore, Jung goes back into his Bruno. No Leslie.
Yeah, I was quite surprised. Honestly, I was quite surprised because the B3 Paquito picked up in Nepal. There is something that Hong Kong China is definitely cooking up. Paquito in a lot of the regions that we've seen is super high priority. If it's open, just pick it up.
Yep.
But there might be something that they're teasing, that they're not saying, that they want to bring up. Because, you know, the Paquito does have a lot of rotation speed. They have a lot of early game and late game damage. Your backline is going to be in shambles. It's going to crumble. It's going to tear cracks into your shoulders. But the Alice with the TOR creates that open opportunity for team fights for you that maybe Hong Kong China wants to bring into the table.
I like how Nepal is reacting to the Valeric. Earlier just now, if I remember correctly, it was Chen, right? Holding on to the Valeric. It's just counter dives, especially right now when Nepal is all about a dive. I think Hong Kong China, there's something else that could just do that thing. Like what I mentioned earlier just now, there's also a potential Minotaur if you want to pull that back to do it. Or to a certain extent, Kufra, right? Like Kufra deals quite well against Paquito. You shut him down with a bouncing ball. And don't forget the Phobias is also wide open, but they've already selected an Alice in the EXP lane. The pop bans over the high loss.
And Chen is definitely one of those heroes that, one of those players that you want to look out for. He has empowered Hong Kong China so much in the previous game, albeit a rough start in the early side. Yisun Shin getting picked up here, definitely a little bit more late game insurance. Don't you think? You don't really have a lot of tankability. Alice definitely soaks a lot of damage, but you have to play your cards right. If Alice goes in straight away, you're soaking in that damage. You don't really have a lot of sustain. You're leaving that back line open. So right now what they're doing is, if Bruno goes down, I want to use Yisun Shin as instead.
Yeah, I think Yisun Shin is still not too shabby either. Okay, this is gonna be a difficult game for the side of Hong Kong China. Harley, Nepal is gonna escalate so quickly with Harley, the Juicing Paquito and Atlas rotations as well. If Yisun Shin makes one misstep, he's gonna get busted down, and you know, Yisun Shin is basically Harley's food, right? So that's something that I feel like Hong Kong China need to play around. Hilda is a good choice. They need that tankiness, they need that hard invade as well. So yeah, now all of a sudden, you know, the Harley doesn't look as strong anymore if the Hilda is constantly invading against this Harley.
On paper, I think Nepal does have a better draft. I mean, then again, they're meta creeping. There's basically just 5 meta heroes on the tables for them. And Hong Kong China is just playing their own game. Like, hey, you know, we do have our own signature, we do have our own flavor, and we want to show the world what we're made of. And I think that bring out that Hilda in the last pick definitely has a little bit more value in terms of opening up that map, giving a little bit more reconnaissance. It might be a sacrificial lamb since now you're gonna face up against the Atlas. But for Nepal though, the Harley, fantastic pick up against 2 marksmen. The Paquito, fantastic pickup against the 2 marksmen.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a case where the EXP lane, especially with the Paquito, right, with the wave clear against the Alice, the Paquito does have the initiative to basically start rotating and start hard invading against Wang. So I feel like Hilda has definitely a lot of work to do, right? You at the same time, you gotta have to try to find to slow down Mitoya. At the same time, you also have to heal for Wang. And also at the same time, you know, there's so many things you do, but you're only just a Hilda.
Yeah.
And you're dealing with Bajusin as well, so you're gonna get picked up and tossed around like a ragdoll.
We'll see the execution though. I think for Hilda, it's not too worried. Early game, at least until the 8-minute mark before the Lord spawns up, there will be some form of reconnaissance or active vision duty that the Hilda has to play.
Hold on, Wang is on the wrong side of the map, was able to steal that away, ignoring the orange and also the blue. Oh, hold on, Flicker already committed by Chung as well. His shot following the same, but give it aside with the Mitoya.
Immediately saw the opportunity, immediately went for it. Even Chung was used up the Flicker as well. Now the Goon Squad is here. Nepal wants to go in for a little bit more towards Hong Kong China, but they're straight away. And I wanted to say, Wang actually started at the top side, moved straight away to the opponent's jungle, and then start rotating towards his map. This is because Chen to rotate freely around the map.
Okay, look, I think this time around, Lilim on the Juicin, agreeable, right? Hilda is almost a non-factor. If Hilda is needed to constantly kind of babysit Law right there, all of a sudden you've got Mitoya just starting to rotate even harder as compared to Wang. Wang right now in the first turtle is not good, should not have a lot of priority because you are a Yushin Shin. You do need a lot more items, but you can farm very quickly.
I mean, that was a solid mistake from the start of Hong Kong, China, but we've seen this before. Shaky start, but they really show up this time around. In a lane-to-lane matchup, though, we expected this from the get-go. Kishore is already level 4, so that's a huge power spike coming in from Kido.
Big mistake coming on the Chong. Doesn't really have level 4, doesn't have a TOR, but Law coming in, flicker backwards with the Mystic Gush. Harley will be able to take down Chan, and also the Turtle following suit as well. Wang looking like it's moving for the side of Lilim at the same time. Wang, one dog dash, but Kishore lands the jab onto the General.
There's a lot of damage from the get-go. This is precisely how Nepal wants to play their entire composition, their entire matchup. They do have that late game insurance in the form of Claude, but they're pulling the team fights away from that gold lane, giving Benet some time to farm up. But then again, this is just Ankit setting things up, slowing everyone down, freezing them if they have to. Kishore showing that damage coming through. Matoya targeting onto the back line. Now, Law, previous game, he was a menace. This time, he's just a little bit more wide open.
Yeah, not really, because Chong needs to charge up the TOR in order to land, but Belleric, on the other hand, I just pushed one button, and immediately it's just Law's time to shine on the Mystic Gush, right? But you have to agree, Law figuring backwards, knowing his range on his Mystic Gush, I would say is commendable, but I feel like Hong Kong China needs a lot more than Law. I think they need Zheng, they need Wang to really step up earlier just now.
100%. Kills on the table, as we learn and as we know, doesn't really tell too much of the story. Hong China could still come back onto this one if they play how they played in the first game. But this time around, it's just the EXP lane is just having a tough time. Chung is just sitting on the back foot of how Kishore likes to play this. Once you get that 3 strikes, once you get that combo, Chung cannot absorb and sustain the damage coming from the Peter.
Chung is basically the punching bag of Kishore, right? And is good, right? Kishore is just constantly landing the damage onto Chung, keeping him at bay. It reminds me of that, you know, Uranus kind of gameplay. Okay, the XP went to Kishore, right?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, nice jab for the side. Kishore will be able to take away, kind of slow down Wang just a little bit more. Hong Kong China on the other hand. First turtle, of course, not in your favor, but second turtle, maybe. Just maybe.
Nepal's already in position, 1,200 gold lead ahead. Hong Kong China EXP lane a little bit disrupted because Kishore is just taking control of that, just dominating and pushing Chung back. So a little bit difficult for Chung to get into position into the turtle. Anyways.
Don't forget, Chung earlier just now in the first turtle doesn't really have the TOR. He's constantly getting punched down by Kishore, has to play a little bit safer, doesn't have the EXP, and that's why Hong Kong China lost that one. And now second turtle forfeited over the side to Nepal would be able to pick it up easily.
Smart play. Don't want to risk too much at all. Zheng does have the Haas clause though. He has to watch out for the Fatal Links pull from the side of Nepal. He does have the flicker to get away, but without any purifier, that could spell a little bit of trouble from him. A little bit of adjustments from his itemizations, going straight for the defensive build instead of straight away jumping into the Berserker's Fury like he did in the previous game.
Currently, as of now, Nepal seems like they're leading the charge, especially in terms of kills, especially in terms of neutral objectives. Hong Kong China on the other hand, don't forget they're kind of like a smarter player. The Fatal Links, not very smart in terms of the housing as well. Lily picking up Chan, Binay taking down Jay. It's a massacre up top. Now the Mountain Shotgun doesn't even land a Kishore.
Yeah, they can't punish Hong Kong China. They're playing a little bit on the back foot this time around. Nepal, like I said, everything that could happen did happen. Oh, Law is wide and open. Might be able to get chased down.
No,
Matoya doesn't have the ulti.
Yeah, not only just that, right? Wang needs that level 15 power spike as of now. That Yushin Shin is a non-factor over the side of Nepal. Nepal is going to be able to take it and run away like it's good money.
Yeah, but it should be a bit more passive. Don't chase, don't push too much if they want to play into the late game. The core is maybe save their turrets, save their position in lane, try to play the first at least 12 minutes in a very defensive state.
Try to catch onto Kishore right there, try to slash and dash, but hold on a second, Kishore will not be able to go away. That's going to be the first kill in the 6-minute mark. Members from the side, Nepal also raining out reinforcement down Bond, but it's going to be Law bursting down. I believe that was Ankit as well. Blazing Duet still tickling for now.
Some signs of life from Hong Kong, China. They know that Nepal's hits are split up into 2 places. They want to at least take control of the Paquito down the bottom side. This was beautiful. They lured the Zheng in, and like I said, whatever bad that could happen did happen. And it was just karma for coming in from Zheng, not taking Purify to get out of the Fatal Links, and taking 2 members in from that top side really set things into motion. Hong Kong China do not have the woods yet though. At a core of 2,000 gold lead, at least they're coming back up ahead.
I heard a flicker right there. Team Hong Kong China will be happy for that one, right? Ankit burning away the flicker from the side of Nepal, Team Nepal. Great, no flicker Fatal Links for the next 100 seconds. So that's something that they are more than happy to take away.
I think in this stage, Hong Kong China doesn't really have to look for all these big team fights, don't have to look for these big kills, just focus on playing their own game, playing a little bit more passive than Zheng.
Oh, Zheng's taking a lot of damage, and now with the Fatal Links coming up from the side of Ankit, we'll be able to find onto Chung. Chung down low, absorbing so much damage from the side of Nepal at the same time. Batoya stepping forward as well, looking for the Zheng. Chen coming in for the flank, but he's going to constantly get a pick up by the side of Lilith. Chen cannot find an entry point.
It's very to their MO. They have 5 members down the bottom side. They're sending Paquito and learning from their mistakes on the previous game. Hey, we also need to play the macro game. Hong Kong China just not really caring too much about that team fights. There's not too much backup. They sacrifice Chung, but it's all scripted.
Mountain Shocker already committed. That's going to be the body from the side of Ankit going away. Wang firing that Mountain Shocker, but unable to find any form of catch. Hong Kong China does have a bit of a pushed down bot. I think that's just the consolation prize.
They'll get what they have. Honestly, the goal difference not too wide. Next major objective really coming up in 30 seconds. There's going to be a Lord take, and this is where the big fights will take place. Zheng is coming online with the damage, with the burst potential from himself. Chen
finding onto Chen as well, the Blazing Duet, also onto Bene, the Flicker, also commit the pushing, Law, and also one out of commission. Chen will be able to find Kishore though, Lilith find onto Law. 2 members from the side of Hong Kong China down, but that's going to be a trade for the side of Nepal, but Bitoya has something else. Hold on second, Zheng! When we try to find equalize, the Flicker committed form, Lilith, Zheng also repeating the same, but the Sky Piazza catches onto him. Chiong, members from the side of Hong Kong China down, just Chen.
Greedy on that last play. Zheng could have survived and just went back and just free farm on the side lanes. But to kick things off, Kishore Matoya immediately went towards Law. The Gourd has to be taken out. That is the main objective. Take a look at the replay. Benet straight away. Wherever Wang is, wherever Law is, let's just make them a non-factor, push them away. Once the Mystic Gush is out of commission, that's it. It's free and easy for Nepal to free roam around.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to sidestep a laser if you are Benet. Blazing Duet at the same time does a lot of damage in that circle, and Law this time around doesn't really have Chung, doesn't really have well, technically speaking, a TOR or a Bellering ultimate to basically lock people down for the side of Nepal, and that's where Hong Kong China is finding a lot of trouble to land the damage from Law onto Nepal.
From that lead cut that Hong Kong China has created for themselves, down to 400 gold lead, back again to almost 2,000 gold.
That's not a good place for you to be in Fatal Links. Oh man, you're just being fooled over the side of Nepal. Lilith, another Sky Piazza stack as well. Benet taking a lot of damage on the side of Mountain Shocker, but Wang has to back off. Nepal still solid around the Lord Pit.
The layering from Nepal is extremely strong. There needs to be a way to body block that. Chung is not the answer. He's not too thick as of now. Chen is just single target. When they want to build up against a sort of like a team fight composition, you're sort of a anti-synergy between the TOR as well as the Hilda. Now, Hilda has already reached that tipping point where it's not really too much of a big factor because any one of the members could easily chase down Chan and make that Hilda pay and punish him for getting a little bit too close. Hong Kong China does have a little bit wave clear potential, so playing defensively, playing that passive game would be their way to win.
I feel that's exactly what I was talking about, right? Chan on this Hilda, I need to see him starting to dominate in the early game, if not this is exactly what's going to happen, right? I feel like what Hong Kong China can potentially play is using Chan's ultimate to combo against... Oh, Tor. Why?
Big
Oh,
resources
man.
already used up.
No flicker burn away by the side of Nepal as well.
Yeah, Lord also marching down the bottom side. So if there is a base rush from the side of Nepal, Hong Kong China cannot defend against this one.
Yeah, this is massive mistakes that Nepal will be able to capitalize from that one at the same time. Running away the Tor from the side of Chong is absolutely wonderful. And now it's just Nepal setting up. Mountain Shocker, Committer, Fatal Links will not be able to catch. But unfortunately, Wang will be doing that. Mountain Shocker landing down, will be able to catch onto Ankit as well. Members on the side of Nepal has to back off.
Smoke a little bit too soon. They just drew them in underneath their base. Hong Kong China does have that damage coming in, but then they don't have that tankability in their front line. They cannot fight outside of their base. There's their only win condition. Try to draw in the team fights towards their base, towards a little bit more defensive position, because remember, if you're fighting underneath the turret, you have a little bit more base defense and a little bit more defenses into your own statistics. So for Nepal, though, they don't want to make these kinds of divey mistakes. Very high committal. You don't really have a lot of escape potential. You're using the flickers, going in for the fatal links, and even if Hong Kong China doesn't have that purify, you're going to be stuck in a spot.
Yep. Don't forget, Hong Kong China does have the double marksman kind of thing. If one mistake from the side of Nepal, two marksmen will be able to push turrets very quickly. That's a lot standing gold. There's only like what 5k gold lead in the favor of Nepal. Easily shut down if, you know, Hong Kong China starts tearing away turrets.
I would agree to disagree. Matoya, Kishore, they are marksman killers. They're basically deployed there just to shut the marksman down as the assassin. So the backline is definitely in shambles. Chen and Chung needs to build pure defense. It does fatal links.
Oh, another fatal links onto Chen. I feel like I've seen this before. Chen was able to absorb the deadly magic though. No, Chen at the very least still stays in the game for now as Hong Kong China sieges mid.
Oh, they left the mid side wide open. So I think that's a mistake on Nepal's part. I felt like they should push and engage towards a team fight during that period instead of trying to force a fight onto Chen in the bottom side.
On the Chugga, that's charge up, will be able to find onto Ankit. The fatal links, I think it kind of was channeling, but he gets busted down, and all of a sudden, the Lord swings over the side of Hong Kong China's favor.
Oh, one misplay down to the bottom side river. And
No
look
way.
at Chen pushing Lilin back. They can't even get close.
Chen as well, and not a sinker. The place to do it. Wang will be able to secure the Lord for now. Never mind, we sacrifice the gold laner, but at the very least, we buy some time for the Lord. Kishore will be able to try to do the damage on the Chen, but members from the side of Nepal reinforcing, taking down Chen.
Now with Nepal having that sizable lead, I felt like they should have just stayed in the upper side of that map, try to take control of the jungle, try to take all the resources away. Hong Kong China having free roam down to the bottom side and having Wang in that push, that's super questionable,
Look,
Jace.
level 15 power spike, right? At the very least, you know, Wang.
What?
Exactly, level 15 power spike usage in churros.
This is
Hop
just
onto
crazy.
this train.
This is just crazy because Nepal had so much lead from the get-go, and suddenly Hong Kong China having free roam of the entire map. They're just everywhere. Wang was just sitting heavily on that bush, and he's just super comfortable, even though Chen and Chung dies. Now, I take back my words, because now you don't really need a tank because you're sustaining and you're healing everything back up with the Assassin Emblem as well.
Look, if you watch the NA league, region, right, he who should not be named is right there.
He should not be named.
But I mean, like, Wang is just gonna have just really work it out right now. The way that Hong Kong China is just slowly solving this Rubik's Cube. It may not be a speed cube, but it is working.
You have to threat lightly, don't TOR?
TOR, but he landed onto 3, and immediately Law unleashes the gush onto Mitoya. But hold on a second, Hong Kong China starting to lose stability just a little bit. 3 members from the side of the ball going down. It's also going to be Kishore coming in for the flank at the same time. But Milim trying to land down the dream on the Paul, delivers a triple kill.
Extremely punishing play for Hong Kong China. I felt like Wang could have just got out. The Skypiercer stacks from Lilim is just too much. 9-0 and 5. That's 4 stacks and a half for Lilim with 0 kills on the board.
Look,
you don't ever just chase a juice in like that. But to kick things off, I felt like Chung, that was the best play of the game so far. There's a 3-man stun up, so much damage. Law identified that Matoya came in. Even though not for him, he flickered back and out of the way. That was Benet targeting onto Wang. They know that things are in session. Zhang with the ball. That was just a lucky strike onto a Claw when he just BMI'd back all the way.
Look, Lilim does have the Crimson Beacon as well, right? Members on the side of Hong Kong China just follows. Don't forget, that Sky beside for the side Lilim, it should be maxed out right now.
Okay, so for Hong Kong, China, one thing they should do is never make the same mistake twice. I feel like they still have kind of free reign, quote unquote, over the entirety of that map. So if Nepal doesn't take control and understand and get the intelligence of where Hong Kong, China is at all times, they're going to lose their lead. They're going to get turned around.
Yeah, look, the lead was, what, 5k goal lead in the favor of Nepal. Right now, it's starting to dwindle. That's exactly what I was talking about, right? 1.3k, you have double marksman on the other side of Hong Kong, China. They can rip apart structures. Hong Kong, China has proven themselves very smart when it comes to these kind of gameplay. And now Nepal, this is going to be a very important lot. If they lose this one, Hong Kong, China will strike.
You have Paquito on the top side. Don't know where the Paquito is. They knew that they were taking care of that top side, but in any case, the Fatal Links would be able to land.
Oh,
they get a sense of it.
Wang, Mountain Shaka already reveals the position of the side of Kishore as well, and all of a sudden Nepal has to give a wide breath away, just waiting for the Mountain Shaka to deactivate, but the Lord still being pulled by the side of Hong Kong, China.
Great reset on the bottom side. Lane is already pushing in. There's TR.
TR will be able to L3, Law reposition onto the Mystic Gush, but Lilim will be still able to find the damage onto Cheong at the same time. Kishore finding onto Law, but Wang comes in with a Vinay, but Lilim, the Sky Piercer, pierces through Hong Kong, China, one after another.
There might have been a misplay coming in from Hong Kong, China.
They
right from the bottom
underestimated.
side, the TOR nicely read by Nepal, especially Binay. Binay was in a spot bother, but before he went down, immediately threw down the Blazing Duet. He knows that he can't be cancelled by the TOR. At least he got some damage off of Chong. And now, you leave that Paquito wide open. That was a big mistake from Hong Kong, China's part. They were chasing the Kishore out of the way, but they totally forgot that the Paquito was on that side, found the flank onto Law. And even when the TOR was at, was laid down, Law was not in the right position. He had to utilize a flicker just to reach that gush. Look at where Law is right now. Kishore is right open, got that free kill, and then the Fatal Links as a counter re-engage. That's something that I think Hong Kong, China cannot make the same mistake of. Very counter engageable.
Yeah, and the fact that, you know, I really have to agree. Law needs to use the flicker to reposition to get land down
away defensively.
Defensively, but he's using it offensively. He has no choice. If he doesn't land down the damage from the side on the paw, he's Hong Kong, China is going to get cooked, right? But apart from that, I feel like Hong Kong, China is also starting to underestimate the power of the Sky Piercer Lilim. He is rocking, I believe, with 80s, with full stacks right now.
That's going to be full build for almost everyone. It's got a fleeting time as well for Ankit to... Oh!
There we go. Bushwhack position. While, you know, Hong Kong, China plays this kind of bushwhack position, that's something that at the very least, a bit of a consolation prize. The Lord is still in the base. For the side of Hong Kong, China, 2 lanes open in the favor of Nepal as Nepal backs away. They lost Kishore.
Great find onto the Paquito. This opens up a little bit of the map for Hong Kong, China to try to dive in. They don't really have to watch their 6 anymore because Paquito is out for at least another 20 seconds. Lord going to spawn up in 120, so that's going to be enough time for Kishore to come back. So a little bit more base defense. I feel like they do have the kit to defend against one more skirmish.
Yep, I think this next Lord is going to be very important for both of these two teams. Hong Kong, China, almost finding on to Mitoya. Will be able to get away scot-free, but Wang burn off a little bit too much resources and almost his life. He's
going to heal everything back up, but what a read from Wang. I feel like they should have known that the bush was occupied by the Harley, and that was a very risky play. I think they wanted to find out and wanted to take control of that map. Right now, Paquito's back into the picture. Hong Kong, China, down into the jungle. Very risky position they're in. As much as, you know, they're pushing both side lanes, this Paquito has free reign on that top side. Hong Kong, China has to play together as 5. They do have a team fight composition, very heavily reliant on Chung's landing of the TOR, Law following up with the Mystic Gush, but that opens up that vulnerability spot from the backside.
Yep, look, we are already at 60k gold territory, right? Items, technically speaking, is about how you build them. It's not whether you have the items or not. And apart from that, it's also how you position yourself in these team fights. Now, Cheong's TOR has been critical for the past 2 team fights, but Lilim is just there. It's just so big. Don't forget, the Sky Piercer stack, I would say, is worth at least 2 to 3 items, especially when it's maxed.
Cheng.
Will not be able to find the damage onto Jang. Will be able to just at least dismantle, but a lot of flicker already committed by the side of Hong Kong China. I'm starting to fear just a little bit. Lilim is already going in. Massive, but Mitoya coming in. And it's now going to be Wang. Trying to wave clear this one very quickly. Mitoya focusing fire onto the core. This is going to be a base rush. Wang denies his Mitoya. But then again, the members, what is our Hong Kong China losing one member in the main fight earlier just now?
Great defense. Hong Kong China might be able to turn this around. They still have Zheng and Wang, but they're facing up against a 14-kill Lilim. The Lord is wide open. Ankit already has Fatal Links back up and ready to go.
Don't forget, Mitoya is down, but don't forget about Kishore. Kishore can also do the same as well. Chen has to sacrifice himself for that kill, giving the kill over the side of Lilim once again. Hong Kong China losing 3 members earlier, and that's going to be a 50-second kill, downtime. And for the side of Chen, Hong Kong China is just throwing bodies at the problem, hoping that they can solve the problem.
Well, time bot for Nepal. Matoya will come up in time. They will have free reign of this Lord. So they're probably going to blitz this down. Even the Mountain Shocker wouldn't be able to do anything. Lilin is such a beast right now.
Okay. I saw the Mountain Shocker coming in from Wang.
No,
he's not going to attempt it, right?
That was the old Eastern Shin that we were thinking of.
No. Like, he could actually swoop in with the Mountain Shocker, try to steal the Lord away, but he's too far. Kishore was a threat over the side of Hong Kong China. The fact is, if Kishore showed himself all the way up there, Hong Kong China needs 2 members to deal with Kishore at this point in time.
To be honest, this could turn out much worse if Wang didn't recall before anything went even worse. If Matoya wanted to throw everything in position, might have just sold every single item, buy 6 different Windtalkers in order to burst that base down, but Wang was just way too strong at this point. Can't manhandle a level 15 full build Eastern Shin. Right now, the base defense will come in. Hong Kong China, this is their last shot.
That's gonna be it. Mitoya finding onto the dead magic onto Wang. Wang hides in the base for now. TOR trying to land, but Binay responds. Binay is all blazing away, and with the crowd trying to also absorb so much damage. Members of Hong Kong China does have a bit of the defender's advantage, but Lennon is there to shut one after another. Nepal equalizes against Hong Kong China.
The first 2 games, an absolute banger. In the first game, Hong Kong China was way too dominant. We all thought like, hey, Nepal had no shot. In the entirety of the first two days, it was generally 2-0s all across the board. This time around, Nepal really showing up, and they're such an even fight. It was a push and pull. There were some things definitely that Nepal could have improved on. They had such a lead. They should have just held on to the lead, cycle Hong Kong China at the very least, or take control of the jungle so that they don't prance around all willy-nilly anytime they want. A little bit of a counter engage from Nepal could spell disaster for Hong Kong China. I mean, so a lot of learning points from that game.
And look, it could go both ways, right?
Yeah.
There is a chance because Yushin Shin has farmed up, it has already hit critical mass, and then all of a sudden you also have, if members from the team Hong Kong China starts picking up Nepal one after another, especially Mitoya, and also to a certain extent, the TOR start coming in really clutch, but the Blazing New Winter Crown one-more combo coming in for this Claude is working wonders, especially at the last fight. And don't forget the Skypiercer.
Nepal had a beautiful draft. Lilim had an incredible game. And I was always sussing out, hey, Jusin's open, why not pick it up? Last game, it wasn't picked up at all. Lilim, your MVP of the game, 17! 0-6.
He's going diving. He's scubaing.
Not only that, you have so much defense coming in from the Jusin as well. So hard to take down. I mean, and that's a lucky number, 88% participation as well.
I mean, he's more than happy to just dive into these team fights, right? If you notice, his Crimson Beacon's on point, his Skypiercer, that's max stack. He's scuba dancing all the way onto Team Hong Kong China earlier just now because, man, he's just... Who fed him?
Yeah, hard to reach, hard to take down. He's healing everything back up. You got the slows, you got the Skypiercer. Once you reach a critical mass, basically you're just decimated and you're out of here.
Look, can I interest you with this new item on the market? Skypiercer and Mech Stacks, right? Man. You can see how Hong Kong China is trying to shut this Lilim down, but the Brace might come in clutch. The shields from the Crimson Beacon coming in clutch. Then they forgot about Binay, they forgot about Kishore, they forgot about Mitoya. They also have Hansu. They're throwing it against Hong Kong China. And unfortunately, there was a bit of opportunity for the side of Hong Kong China to really bounce back, but Chan is just giving himself way too much over the side of Lilim.
To be honest though, that one team fight at the bottom side where Wang was way too hyper greedy and tried to take down Lilim. I mean, I don't fault him. Lilim was like 1-2 hits away.
Yeah.
But the Sky Piercer was just way too much. Like immediately once he reached that, I feel like 12%, 10% of his health immediately just gone. He didn't have any time to escape, didn't have any time to do that much damage to come even close. Lilim also got the ultimate on as well, so dealing constant damage, a lot of mobility coming in from the Jusin as well. And so I think mistakes were made for Hong Kong, China. Nepal had an incredible game. Definitely learning points from not giving up the jungle too much, but I feel like this is even Stevens for both teams.
Yeah, I think even though, you know, Hong Kong, China taking an L right here, but they've shown how they are able to climb all the way to second seed is not just from sheer micro, it is sheer macro. And knowing when the power spikes are, they strike, they try to buy time from each other, and then after that, you know, they play the map. Like, there's a couple of times where I was hoping the bushwhack kind of thing that we saw in game number 1 appearing in game number 2. Earlier time we saw that on Mitoya twice. Second time, Mitoya was smart, was able to disengage from that one, so that's okay. But had that bushwhack appear over and over and over again, I would say that's it. Once Hong Kong, China was able to pick off Nepal, that's it. But Nepal, on the other hand, that Jusin was the MVP. That Jusin was the one that saved and held Nepal's dream.
I would say the Jusin just played a heck of a game. It's so
It
hard
was-
to take that down.
Yeah.
But not only that, I feel like the entire draft was just learning from game number 1. Game number 1, Hong Kong, China had a really strong backline. A strong backline damage and burst capability. You got the Gore, you got the Bruno, and they're playing the Gore and Bruno again. So why not? Hey, let's just pick up a double marksman assassin kind of combination. You have the Paquito right now. You also have the Harley. So your backline's not safe. It's much more, I would say, easier to execute than if you have a Yu Zhong in the picture, where you're flying in the sky and you're getting shot down by missiles from the ground, and you have to revert again. You're going in, you're dealing that damage, and then you're getting the heck out of there. So for Nepal, the meta creep this time around worked out well for them.
I also feel like the Hilda pick was great on paper, I would say.
I would say the Yoda Grid was great for the first at least 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, but that at least the first 5 minutes is where the Harley truly shines, right? You really need to find a way to slow down. Exactly what I said during the draft, right? I feel that the Hilda is a kind of poor thing. He needs Kagebushi no Jutsu, right? Being able to just the Hilda needs to cover everywhere. Not only just the fact that you have to peel for Yushin Shin, you also need to poke at the Harley as well. You also need to start scouting out the map at the same time, but you have a Jusin. The Jusin is constantly, when Chan is just the Hilda is just charging against at the Jusin earlier just now, all the Jusin has to do is just land down the damage, pick that Hilda away, and just throw you aside. And don't forget, now, of course, 2 patches ago, the Jusin deals more damage, especially after she throws a tank onto Squishy. And don't forget, you got a Yushin Shin, you got a Bruno.
It's just difficult to get even remotely close to the Jusin at that point. The Clock of Destiny, that build was precisely designed to keep Jusin alive while dealing a lot of DOT. DOT is the issue that tore them down, not the burst potential. And yes, I agree with you. The Bruno as well as the Yushin Shin does have the burst potential, but they're always very into deep into starting the team fights first. They're starting to engage us first. This results very badly on them because of the Atlas coming into the picture.
Yeah, Atlas is that counter dive, right?
Their
If you
counter
notice.
dive, yeah.
If you notice, like no matter how Chan was trying, I feel like they do have kind of that idea earlier just now, like using the Hilda to lock somebody down, and then after that, Law follows up with the laser. But like I said, it's just too many things for the Hilda to do, and it's just super hard to basically pull off that combo, right? As we go into the game 3, it seems like we're going to the Flying Cloud.
Oh,
Charles.
my favorite environment once again. But circling back to the Hilda and what worked in the early game, I feel like a lot of teams are experimenting with starting with the neutral creep buff instead of the color buffs. So this could be a bit of an adjustment issue, especially for the junglers.
Okay.
Pathing issues or rotation-wise, that really doesn't really make a lot of sense. We saw the side of Hong Kong, China doing the early game aggression. but it wasn't really supported by Chan coming in. But second phase of the game, let's see how they adjust.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bans right here, Churros. Hong Kong and China going up against Nepal. This is game number 3. Am I always cussing with you? And we always go to game number 3. This is already the second match.
Like I said, 21 game gauntlet, but now Keto being banned out alongside the 2 tanky boys, and then the Freya and the Marcellus coming in.
I hate you and love you at the same time.
Yeah.
It's the love-hate relationship.
Well, hey, you know, everyone wants to see 3 games. Let's go for 3. Right now, I think Chusin is open. Hong Kong, China, if they're smart, really want to pick that one up straight away. The Guinevere. Oh, yeah. Guinevere was wide open.
Yeah, I feel like if you notice as you watch other regions, right, there's different priorities when it comes to their own heroes, right? Even though, yes, we watch a lot of MPO Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, these are your most watched regions as well, right? They are the ones that kind of dictating the meta as of now. But I feel like when you go to other regions like this, like Hong Kong, China, and Nepal, their priorities is a little bit different as compared. So I think it's not fair to kind of apply what we know of the meta here. And of course, you know, Jusin, Nepal was able to pull off great earlier just now. It seems like they're not going for it, even themselves in the R1, R2 pick.
I like your point. Honestly, though, I feel like it's the way that they see the game would definitely be different. But this is still East versus South Asia, which is quite interesting because I don't think they've been playing together before. This is one of the first few times that we've seen Hong Kong China in the stage as well. Belleric comes through once again, around with Bruno. This is the first game that we've seen. This pretty much the same draft, but
it's almost the same draft.
Different.
Different order. Yeah, different pick order. I think if you're a Coach Kenji right now, you know what's up. You're expecting the Gord to come out. You're expecting, you know, the something in the EXP. I believe that was a Lapu Lapu as well for the side of Hong Kong China to come out as well. So Nepal, what is their take? I think easy, low-hanging fruit, ban away the Gord. Easy job, right? But there's also other bursty mages that could also benefit from the Belleric, like the Farsa, if you want to go for that route at the same time. You also got the Lilia, right, to also benefit off as well. There's so much CCs. And I would say something, I will give you a crazy idea, number 1 of the day. Nepal, if they haven't picked up the Atlas, they can even go for Diggy, right? It just denies what the Belleric wants to do and the Guinevere wants to do.
But Diggy wouldn't work. I mean, both roams were already picked up. But the Belleric was actually just baiting in. You want to do a counter skirmish kind of gameplay. Atlas goes in with Fatal Links, and then you throw it on the Wrath Dryad, and you're throwing everyone in. And Nepal hasn't picked their fighters yet, so it's yet to be seen. I'll do you one though. I feel like Nepal doesn't want to ban out the Gord because they want to force that Gord in because they found a way to deal with the Gord. It became a norm factor in the game number 2.
Yeah, but that's game number 2, right? With the Yishinchin and the Hilda. But this time around, Hong Kong China is packing the Guinevere and the Belleric as well. So this is when, you know, it enables the Gord a lot. I would say that Nepal, if they are kind of concerned, I think just ditch the Gord, we reset the board just a little bit, and we go in fresh, right? Game mode 3 is when, you know, this is gonna be very important. Don't forget, you know, Hong Kong China is currently leading in 2nd seed. Nepal on the other hand, 4th seed. If Nepal takes this one, it's gonna shift the group stage a lot.
Yeah, tough. I don't want to think about the rankings because it's going to be a mess as of now. Nepal, though, I do want to point out that, hey, this is the first of 2 series that they're going to play. And the fact that this is their 3rd game of the first series.
So there's a lot of opportunities for Nepal to show, right? So every point matters. In fact, game number 3 is going to be very important for them. And now there's going to be Yuzhong ban coming out from the side of Nepal.
I would say it's strange because I feel like Nepal in this stage would be better in betting out. Yeah, then I agree with you. Ban out the Gord and pick up the Yuzhong for yourself.
Maybe.
But then maybe the Valentina actually comes up, and then Hong Kong China actually picks up the Valentina. So you not only get the Wrath of Dryad, you also get the Fatal Links.
Yeah.
You get the double reach because of the double dash.
Oh, why not? Why not? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. You're not playing the Gord.
Hong Kong China self-bans the Gord instead, throwing a bit of a... At the very least, throws the plan for the side of Nepal out of the window. Means that at the very least, Nepal now knows that they're going to go into a bit of a surprise in the B4 and B5 pick. If you are Nepal right now, do you pick your mid here or do you pick your EXP here?
I'll go straight Valentina immediately. At least I do have the Belleric's ulti and the Atlas ulti. So I feel like the high priority right now for the mid lane would be the Valentina. You have early game clear with the Balearic and the Atlas per se. Great rotation speed down the mid lane, mid game as well. And you get double the ulti.
Yeah. Couple of seconds left on the clock for this one. What's Coach Kenshi gonna lock in?
Farsa.
Gonna be the Farsa coming in. Pairs well with the Atlas. And also strong early game, right? Technically speaking, a Farsa, if you play it right in the early game, she's not an artillery mage yet. She's an assassin.
Yeah.
If you play it right.
I was teasing this for the previous series. And right now we won't see the Valentina at all.
Eve.
It would have been interesting though, but it's back to the age-old artillery versus artillery.
Still, it's the same game plan as game number 1, right? We lock everybody in the box. Now, not only just the box that Hong Kong China is going to build for
You
them.
have the roots. You're planting the roots.
They got circles, they got a smaller circle, and they've got a long rectangle.
Just because
and
I started
balls.
with saying hypotenuse, and then you were like, okay,
Geometry.
I was thinking geometry.
Geometry.
Well, you know, my middle name is a mathematician as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, we don't say that on stream. So back to the draft.
Oh, really?
Terizla getting picked on right here.
What's the formula for to solve x in quadratic equation?
Is it the plus minus?
The plus minus one, yeah.
Yeah, plus minus.
So I like the fact that we, even on Asian Games esports events or MLBB qualifiers, we are still giving education, not only just in MLBB, but also preparing for your O-levels.
Hey, I'll do you one. If you go into the game and you see like, okay, you know, the damage counters coming up, you're like, okay, this damage is coming in from the 25% damage from the War Axe, and then the Hughes factor coming in, and you calculate the damage from there. How do you want that?
I think that needs differentiation. I need calculus for that.
But hey, you know, we're just gonna watch the game. We're gonna enjoy the last game,
Yeah,
and this potentially the last game for Hong Kong in Group D.
Dude, we forgot to talk about Terizla. We were just so caught up. But now, you know, now on top of the fatal links, you got the penalty zone as well to lock somebody down. That is somebody who got locked down by the penalty zone and the fatal link is not gonna have a good day.
You know, there's so many combos that both these teams can play out. So I'm going to take the next 5 minutes just talking about that as well. We'll start off with, you know, Hong Kong, China. You got the Guinevere, you got the box, you've got the triangles, you've got the circles, you've got the hexagons, you got the polygons, and everything coming in.
Where's the hexagon?
Which one? Let's see what I can throw it out with. But anyways, you know, to my point, you're setting things down. You're playing around a kill zone. This is Hong Kong's meta, Hong Kong's MO.
Yep.
For Nepal though, this is slightly different. You're going in with the fatal links. You're coming in with artillery strikes. You're following up the penalty zone. So it's all circles for the side of Nepal, including Blazing Duet.
Hey, even Ankit can have a Venn diagram of circles as well. Don't forget, once he goes into a perfect match, right? Landing the first kill as well slows down. There's a lot of wide range where it's getting free. Oh, hold on a second. Wang jumping on. Lilith will not win. One more tick will do the trick, but Hong Kong China doesn't find it.
The burn won't find its mark. Lilim still up and alive for now. Very risky play though. They know that they're not around, so Lilim can just clear up, get a little bit of economy before heading back. So good call for Nepal, trying to suss out a little bit more information. But Hong Kong China's mid lane duo dealing so much damage just with one jump from CJ Wang. That is the power of the Guinevere.
Yeah. I think, you know, Hong Kong China feels like they've kind of found their mojo again. Game number 2. Oh, Lord, Flicker. He's scared.
A little bit panicky on desperate times. Call for desperate measures, man. You don't want to make any wrong moves at all.
But Flicker like that when there's no threats just to get over the wall.
Speaking of threats, though, you have the engage.
A bit of engage. Wang got caught, but that's just a spatial migration for now. Mitoya landing down that melee magic onto Wang for now. Healed up by Chan. Revitalized, committed by the time Hong Kong China. Massive resources already committed even before the first turn of fight.
Very smart rotation and pathing from Hong Kong China. They know that Chung needs to go down to the bottom side of the right side of the tri-bush to try to deny Kishore from coming in. Right now, Mitoya can't even get close to the objectives. I feel like with the current lineup that they have, Wang does have an easier time taking the turtle objectives. Mitoya is just going to give it up.
The reason why Nepal wasn't able to take the or even challenge the objective is because Mitoya is already committed to the deadly magic. Lilim doesn't have level 4 as of yet because of that that burst, but real world manipulation. Hong Kong China does have the ultimate for himself, laying down onto Lilim. Force the wings by wings.
Yeah, CJ Wang is just in the vicinity, but I don't think they want to commit to this one. Both marksmen on the fighter emblems. Oh, hold on a second.
But extra committed, but at the same time, Wang jumping onto Ankit first blood, given on the side of Law already on this Yeve.
It's Law and Order. for this part. Good find by Wang as well on the top side. Both marksmen have the Fire Emblem, so definitely sustain will be there.
Deadly
Found
Cat Magic
Toya.
will be able to find onto Zheng as well. Wang getting pushed out, and find the Requiem at the last minute onto Mitoya at the same time. And it does not have the Fatal Links, doesn't have level 4 yet. It's only just taking out all the way there. Nepal is in an EXP deficit.
Good find, good chase, good damage, good punish. Onto Matoria, can't even get close. Now Zheng is in a tough spot.
Okay, the Van Diagram will be able to catch onto the Fatal Links. Catch nothing but air. Nepal, that's not how you want to come back in game number 3.
A little bit too desperate in this measures for Nepal though.
Real world manipulation as well, just to zone, just to provide Zheng with even more gold energy. Bine doesn't have the Blazing Duet as well. BMI already committed just to get all the way back. Hong Kong, China, this is a dominant early game. Nepal is making a few massive...
Oh, they know!
No! Oh, Kishore! Oh, the bushwhack, it comes back.
Beautiful find. Honestly though, Wang is just optimizing this farming so much. He's 1 level ahead of Mitoya, 2 kills ahead, but that doesn't really tell the whole story. Now they know Zheng doesn't have the flicker, he's trying to rush for it. I think they want to blitz it down.
Bine already using the Blazing Duet to no avail. Right, Zheng is easily going to heal everything all the way back up. Hong Kong, China has solid control in the total priority. Mitoya is not even like a mile away. Forfeits that away. Nepal has no choice but to look to scale to late. But Lilim on his Farsa needs early game kills to be relevant.
I do agree. Kishore though, again.
Oh. Surface Warrior already committed, but Cheong flickered. Good trade. Ooh. Lilim, land down onto the damage as well. There's gonna be the ramp of the Dryad as well. Chen in a spot of trouble. 3 members tagging onto him, but Chen is sucking so much damage, buying a lot of time for Law. Real world manipulation pushes Enkid away.
There's 3 members up on the top side. Staying a little bit too long, Lilim.
The Void Crystal's almost catching onto Lilim as well. Has to use Wing by Wings and the Flicker just to get away.
You know, in Southeast Asia, we usually say, oh, hey, what's this?
What am I watching?
It's just Brawl right here. You're finding any open window of opportunity to take someone down, they're going for it. Take a look at where Wang is at this point.
Okay, Jack May took a little bit too much from the Deadly Magic. Chan going on the chase, but you can start to see the level deficit from the side of Nepal is starting to hurt them. Hong Kong, China also, pushing down bot will be able to have an open lane against Nepal as we take a look at their items.
Yeah, Wang is just sitting heavily down on the jungle side, just doing fishing, or should I say, just jumping in and catching the fish herself. Just because this is basically an assassin, assassin Guinevere. To be honest, though, I think this entire game is just both these teams just opening and playing pickoff. There is not a lot of macro going on as of this point. Both these T1s are taken down at least from the top side and bottom for both these teams. But then any opportunity they see, they're go in.
Oh man, the Valeric is just doing wonders against Bine. Bine is actually hitting and hurting himself more often. And here comes the Fatal Link, but Wang fighting onto Mitoya with the Valeric Quim. Amki goes down, leg by Jeng's footballs.
Not only do they have to fight against a football, they have a big Wang to fear against it as well. Man.
Nepal did a very good show in game number 2. I am not too sure where the momentum goes. And now Kishore flank getting cut off by Wang and Cheong. This combo coming out from Hong Kong, China, it feels like they practice for this one. Hold on a second, for the airstrike as well. Real world manipulation already committed by the side of Hong Kong, China. I believe they will be able to find the shot out to Wang. Kishore guns all the way back. This could be the time for China for the ball to also do something. But Mitoya a little bit too far ahead. But also Cheong also will be able to find onto a Wang. Man, what a brawl it's coming up for these two teams.
Trade for trade, blow for blow. They see an opportunity, they pounce.
The flicker used to position aggressively.
And it's all 5-on-5. I think building and drafting this entire lineup, it's just any opportunity you see, just jump straight in.
Yeah.
And I think this is precisely what these two teams are doing. Hong Kong, China eventually just still up ahead, 4,400 gold lead. Taking a look at replays, this is just a defensive measure from Nepal, trying to take a move. Kishore start things off with a nice penalty zone. Ankit doesn't have the fatal links, used it a little bit too early, or just holding on for dear life. He flickered in. I think in the last moment, he doesn't have the ultimate. He flickered in to sacrifice himself. I'm not sure why he did that, but I think just buying time for Nepal to come back in.
Look, this Balearic pick is the one that's keeping Nepal humble. Vinay couldn't afford to jump in with the Blazing Duet because of Chen that could just instantly create, and all of a sudden Vinay is just hurting himself, right? And not only just that, Nepal on the other hand, the feather airstrike is great and nice and dandy, but the problem is, you only have 4 shots. Real world manipulation lasts longer and also zones and also deny and does a lot of damage. So now Hong Kong China, 5k goalie in the favor, they also take down the Lord for themselves.
Yeah, for Hong Kong China, I still feel like they do have the upper hand in terms of the late game advantage. The setup potential from Nepal really just comes in from Ankit. Lilim does have adequate amounts of damage, but not as much as a full stack 17 kill kind of juice in with additional utility support. Lilim is just there for just pure burst. And it might not be enough in the uber late game because KK Chan is just right there. And it's a direct counter towards the Claude pick that Nepal has built upon themselves.
It's gonna be tough. When I feel like the Balearic was the key pivot. That's why, you know, going in B3 pick, I believe also it's an R1 pick for the Claude. Immediately counted away. I think what Vinay could also try to do right now is to start harvest side lanes. That's the only way that you can do. And of course, one can just jump onto you and just bust you down as of now.
It's still kind of greedy, right? You want to give adequate amount of farms to Lilin. That is the corrosion side being built up by Benet. Maybe having the full Holy Trinity. Hopefully we see the itemizations soon. But the top side already, the Lord will be marching down. Nepal does have base defense capabilities for now.
Dude, Mitoya is level 10. And Chan is level 10. The enemy jungler is your jungler is the same as the enemy roam in terms of levels. All of a sudden, that denies you from a lot of neutral objectives as well. And you know, it's just Hong Kong China delivering a almost perfect game number 3, right? Game number 2 was maybe them just trying a bit of luck, just a little bit with the Hilda, but now they're back in game number 3.
So, taking a look at itemizations, you see the Belleric already building the Chastis, Aldrin as well. So, reducing the attack speed coming in from not only the Claude, but the Harley as well, because you have the additional 1-2 strikes before you jump back into your former hat. But Benet still doesn't have the full Holy Trinity. It's just 2 out of 3 of the 4 items. There's not enough damage as of now, but who does have damage is Lim, able to keep that the turret at bay for now.
Lilim is just using the feather airstrike just to wave clear. You can see it landing onto Chen. Chen's just laughing it off. Usually you expect the Farsa feather airstrike to be an airstrike, but this is just what? It's just rain.
Well, I think that for this stage, Hong Kong China does not have any room for error, or they don't really have any ways to make big errors unless Ankit just really wants to just jump right in or they just dive in. As long as Hong Kong China just plays it safe, wait for the Lord and then do that whole Lord 2-minute cycle, Lord 2-minute cycle, I feel like they can just win this out. If they just commit, that's where Atlas can just capitalize, pull everyone back with the fatal links. If they draw Nepal out, this is where they really shine. They're so far ahead. They're able to taunt everyone up with the Belleric themselves. Zhang has that damage already. That's the Trinity for the crit Trinity already built for the Bruno as well.
Yeah, and the fact that Hong Kong China is not even hard pushing until the last minute of Lord. This is perfect textbook in terms of macro play, right? You draw Nepal out, especially when they're 7k gold lead behind. You catch onto somebody, you burst him down, and after that you just snowball, right? You starve Nepal all the way out. You deny the farm for Binay. This is just 101 ABC macro textbook. Yeah,
I do have to agree with you. Ankit in a very interesting position right here. Doesn't have a lot of support from Nepal. Wang does know where Ankit is at that time.
It's a bit too far. Perfect match already committed. Wang already focusing down on the Lord at the same time. Zhang using it. Wang doesn't even need the retribution at all.
The issue is Matoya doesn't have the free roam and versatility that the Yisun Shin had in game number 2. I remember at this point of time, Hong Kong China was still fighting their way out of their base to try to sit heavily onto the bushes, play the bushwhack combos, albeit a little bit different in terms of draft. I feel like Nepal should find ways to try to push in the waves, try to at least get some form of reconciliation. Hong Kong China is not going to make mistakes. They're not going to leave their mid lane wide open. They're not going to go for your tanks. They're going to go for the ones that do the most damage.
I feel like, Hong Kong China feels like they're very comfortable on this Guinevere Belleric combo, right? It feels like they practice this in scrims over and over again, and I think a wise man once said, I fear the man that practice a kick over and over again.
That's right. I mean, Benet also has a core power spike, so if any time they want to come back, this is now. They need to find the right moment, the right opportunity.
It's all about Ankit.
Fear the 1,000 kick from Hong Kong, China.
Yep, I feel like it's all down to Ankit, right? Ankit and Benet need to work together. Ankit setting it up, looking at Chan. Benet letting down real world manipulation, cutting on the two. Better airstrike from the side, a little bit too shallow. Law is just landing onto the damage, onto the pole. Ankit down.
They're holding on for a little bit too long. Ankit was in the right position. When Ankit was there, Hong Kong, China, they kind of know that, okay, when Fatal Links is coming, let's just back off just a little bit. We'll put Chan in the corner. At least if they pull Chan in, they use the Rapid Dryad to pull everyone back in.
Yeah.
So that is the strategy right here.
Hong Kong China looking for the full stop to this long essay as the Paul throws the body to try to defend. But two members from the side of the Hong Kong China already down, but the core is still being worked on by Wang as Hong Kong China takes game number 3.
A dominant performance from Hong Kong, China once again. A little bit of a shaky game 2, but in game 3, they're not making any mistakes.
Yeah, the sign of, you can see that Hong Kong China, the face, the sigh of relief was there. Game number 2, they're like, what just happened? Let's just, just wipe that from our memory because here, that's a 2. Oh, no, sorry, it's just 2-1. I'm just using the MLBB reference.
But then again, it's not only 2-1 for Hong Kong. This is their last game of Group D. This is 3-1 in their match score. So I'm not too sure about the seedings. I'm not going to care about that as of now. But the last game, they went out with a win. Went out with a W. That is huge for Hong Kong, China. So props to them. For the side of Nepal, though, back to the drawing board. Because not only did they have to play previous 3 games against Hong Kong, China, they're up next against Sri Lanka once again.
Yeah, and I think this is when, there's not a lot of time to basically go back and dissect because there's not a lot of time as compared to, some of the other matches, right? But of course, kudos on the side of this Guinevere on Wang. He's just bushwhacking, first pick Guinevere. Now we know why.
That's an assassin, fighter-ish Guinevere thing. Woman, player, beast, animal. You name it. This was just Guinevere at its best. I think in this game, he played it to the T. Played well to the draft as well, with Bellerix pulling everyone in with the Raptor Dryad, just waiting for the right opportunity. He's going to places, and he has so much potential leading up into potentially Nagoya in the international stage as well. And hopefully we see how Hong Kong, China really does around the rest of the world and the rest of the other groups.
Yep, and that's it, right? For the side of Hong Kong, China, they've already played with everybody in the...
everybody.
Yeah, they played with everybody in the group stage already, so their points are kind of locked. But Nepal, on the other hand, right, there is a bit of chance for them to be able to, at the very least, get into the last chance qualifiers.
So right now, 1 win, 2 loss. If they get a 2-2 for Pakistan, will be a little bit difficult for that. But then again, honestly though, we'll just end off with this game as of now. Okay, so it's immediately updated right here, and then Hong Kong 3-1.
Yeah. But I feel like if you are, not say unfortunately, but luckily I would say for the side of Hong Kong, China, right, is that this is, I would say, the best roster. I feel like they practice on Wang on the Guinevere, Chan on the Beleric, Cheng on the Bruno. I feel like that's what, the 3-game Bruno?
There's a 3-game Bruno. I feel like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And like, this really goes down to their national motto: fear not the man who practices 1,000 kicks.
Yeah, definitely.
Fear the man who practices one kick 1,000 times. And it's true to their metal. And I think that I'm really excited to see how Hong Kong, China really does amongst the rest of the other international teams in the rest of the other groups. This is Group D though, and only facing up against the side of South Asia and East Asia. So, and they have shown a lot of discipline, a lot of improvement and adjustments throughout the rest of the series. And I'm very glad to see 3 games in the first 2 series of the day, especially for this one. It really goes to show, like, hey, they are... there have been a little bit more shakeups. There's not one team that really outperforms the other. There might be one dominant game for Hong Kong, China, but then they make mistakes and the other team capitalizes and really takes control of that. So it's really close, and it's not only in Group D, but also in Group B that we saw in the earlier game as well.
You know what? I feel like why when I cast with you, it
It's
feels
just
like did Mars infect you or something from MPL MY?
maybe. A huge shout out to Mars as well. Big fan. I know. But hey, potential 21 game gauntlet. I know the production is going to kill me for this, but we want to see more out of these plays. We want to see more hometown flavors for everyone. Take a look at the standings from Group D. Nepal still not at the woods just yet, 1-1. Still have one more game against Sri Lanka that they have to play. And it looks like statistics-wise, they might be able to make their way up on top. This is not really adjusted as of yet. Hong Kong, China had one game win, so it's a 3-1. They're still second in the rankings. Nepal have a pretty decent spot in the Last Chance qualifier. So this is 2 on the top going straight to Nagoya and then 1 Last Chance qualifiers.
Yeah, definitely. Right? I think, like what you mentioned, right? Nepal definitely at the mercy, but there is another chance for them in the next series that we'll be watching later on, because that's when, according to my schedule, next series. Oh yeah, the next series that they're gonna have to try to do is to basically go up against Sri Lanka. And in fact, that will be the series that we are watching next.
Yes, that's the next series. It's just updated that Mongolia also beat out Sri Lanka 2-0, so that puts Mongolia up on the board as well. Then it's going to be a tie between Nepal and Pakistan, so this is going to be looking very, very spicy for now.
It is. I think today is definitely going to be a very big day for the side of Nepal. It's either they make it or break it. Don't forget, they're coming out from the series from a loss. It is about tempo, and tempo is king, especially when it comes to MLBB. So we're excited to see what Nepal and also Sri Lanka have in store for this particular group. So ladies and gentlemen, with that said, don't go away. We're going on a short break. We'll be right back.
If all that bloom are fated to wither, then I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara?
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's
And we are back once again, ladies and gents, to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Mobile Legends Bang Bang Qualifiers. This is still Jace, this is still Churros. We are your caster, well, for the next few hours with us. You can't get rid of this just yet.
Hey, it's still the third game.
It's still the third series. But we are following the storyline of Nepal. I feel like Nepal from Group D did a very good showing in game number 2 against Team Hong Kong China. However, game number 3 was a little bit iffy.
Yeah, I think that the adaptations and the adjustments just really, for the entirety of today, for one of the games that we've seen so far, a lot of teams that won, they were like, okay, it got into their heads, and then they're just not following the script, not following
I feel like it's not
the strategies.
I feel like it's not saying that they get into heads. I feel like the momentum, the win was knocked out by the opponent. The opponent figured out the strategy, and then after that, they just took it. This is what we call on-site adaptation, and that's what makes a team the difference between a great team and a greater team.
Good and great. Great, fantastic.
Great and greater.
But anyways, I think that Nepal still has a very good shot in still transitioning into the last chance qualifiers.
Correct.
For whatever we see right now, Sri Lanka unfortunately does not have a very good seeded season so far for all the games that they've played. So coming into this one, especially after a loss from Nepal definitely looking for their revenge, looking for redemption, and really showing us and the rest of the world what they're really made of.
I think it's all about the reset, right? The reset in between the two matches, albeit if you notice the break wasn't very long as well. Not only just the fact for us casters, of course, it's also for the players. I think that's more important, right? They have to step away from that mindset. Okay, I lost 2 games against Team Hong Kong China. How they're going to go back? Don't forget, at the very least, I would say for the side of Team Nepal is that they're going up as a 3rd seed, going up against Team Sri Lanka at the 5th seed. There is a chance, there is a parallel world where, Sri Lanka will get a 2-0, and then, all of a sudden, that whole scenario, that whole storyline of Group D changes as we look at the roster from Nepal.
We have Binay, Ankit, Lilim, Matoya, and Kishore. I just want to point the attention out to Lilim. Had a very phenomenal showing as a Jusin. Pretty consistent player from what we've seen in the 3 games from the last series. Matoya is a very strong jungler as well, albeit he needs to be empowered by his team. He needs that support. There is sort of like this Achilles heel and this weakness that the jungles from Group D kind of is a one-man army. They want to go towards that invade. They want to go charge into the opponent's jungle, show that aggression before any support comes their way.
Okay, as we take a look at their opponents, Sri Lanka may potentially deliver an upset against Team Nepal. Team Sri Lanka represented by Praveen, Hashan, Nisal, Kavindu, and Asan. Same as well. You never know what these people could bring onto the table, especially when they come from other regions. Other regions have different flavors, also the different styles of play. If you saw how Team Hong Kong China, nothing but praises, right? In terms of how intelligent they play and they manipulate the map against Team Nepal, where Team Nepal, yes, you gotta have to give it to them. Their micro is insane.
Yeah, for Nepal though, they did have a couple of mistakes that were made in Game 2 against Hong Kong, opening up that map, really not cycling and holding on to the lead as much as they should have. And
you mean the lighter part of the sequence,
in the lighter part of the sequence. And I think that in this game, it's really just for Nepal to really fix those mistakes, try to play their game to the T, go towards their strategy, put their hits together and just play together as a unit. This could be one of their last shots in order to solidify themselves as into the last chance qualifiers in Group D.
I would say that their chances is actually kind of decent. I'm liking the odds to be able to stay in the last chance qualifier, right?
Yeah.
We also talked about how Sri Lanka currently is in the last seat of their particular groups, but there may be a weird scenario when it's a 2-0 and over the sudden, Sri Lanka, you go get 4 points and then over the sudden shot themselves all the way up in 3rd seed, snatching that last chance qualifier away. Not that chance is not 0. Yeah, it's low, but not 0.
It is definitely not 0. Nepal does need at least a 2-0 win to be extremely. Honestly, I can't really put my finger into this. This is still anyone's game. If
It
Sri
can be.
Lanka
It
wins
can be.
Nepal 2-0 or 2-1, it might shake up everything. Pakistan on the other side is still playing against Mongolia as well, so we won't know what that goes down.
Yep. So far, Sri Lanka has only won one game against Pakistan in the 2-1 in day number 1. We're going to go into Flying Clouds
Hey.
for the first game of this particular series. Nepal against Team Sri Lanka.
Just really excited to see what kind of flavors that they bring. Was shocked, surprised, and very appreciative of what Hong Kong China has brought to the table.
I love it.
When they had they not only had a plan, they had an idea, right? With the Bruno being 3 games off of that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Maybe it's not really a bad game. It's just, you know, it's just the circumstances of that particular team fight or skirmish that didn't go into their favor, but they still held to their medals. For Nepal, though, they have range. They have a lot of versatility. They have the adjustments capabilities, and I'm excited to see what they bring into the table this time around. Sri Lanka did have a little bit of time to understand and identify what Nepal likes, what Nepal is weak against, so they might have the upper hand in terms of, hey, let me try to ban out all their comfort picks, and what they are banning out this table is Marcel and the Paquito. On the other side, Nepal being the blue side, take out the Freya, Baxia, and the Harley. Oh, and the Juicin is being banned out. We've seen how Lim had that 17-0-3 KDA in game number 2.
Yep. I think learning respects over to side Nepal with the Juicin. First opener as the Valentina. Not a big fan of it. Usually you expect it in either B2 or B3 or R3 pick. Valentina open means that, you know, you really go and say, hey, I am going to steal your ultimates. All Sri Lanka has, Team Sri Lanka has to do for now is just easy, right? I just draft heroes that, you know, it's either I overwhelm you with the amount of choices of the ultimates that you can take, or I just starve you from the choices that you can take. Like, for example, even Selena mid is something that, you know, is going to be very awkward for the Valentina, right? Even to a certain extent, Way of the Dragon as well.
There's a heavy spin, so we might be potentially looking at a Beyblade kind of battle kind of situation right here.
Look, there's a Valentina on the side of Nepal. Sri Lanka picked into this account. Fair, fine. I feel like if not, you know, Nepal will take a little bit too much. Don't forget, Nepal has banned Akai quite a few games as well in the previous one that we saw in the previous series as a point of reference. But Valer, nice anti-counter. Don't forget, Valer can also counter the Akai to a certain extent. If Valentina decides to take the Beyblade away from Akai, use the heavy spin against Sri Lanka, the Valer can counter that easy.
And not only that, I think for Valir, this might be situated in the mid lane. I might be wrong. It could be adaptable and flexible into the EXP, but they're sussing out that Nepal is trying to pick a tank jungler. I think Sri Lanka wants to play around that tank jungler kind of situation. Arlot sees a lot of day for first time in the first game of this series.
The Arlot is going to have a field day here, right? Churros, like every time the heavy spin that's pushed, that's going to be a CC. Arlot could just jump onto it, right? So it's just unlimited dashes all across the board. But apart from that, you know, Team Nepal went for the Khalid and Valentina Wobble combo. This is a very strong mid lane duo in the early game. Valer to a certain extent can lane bully, but you need to reach him. In this particular,
CC's galore for the side of Sri Lanka, banning out the Leomord for now. So I think they're really hyper focusing on the who is coming up in the jungler for Nepal.
I want to talk about Arlot actually, because Arlot in this particular patch, you don't build a lot of tank on this Arlot. His numbers are really nutty. You just dive all the way. You just burst it out. Claw goes in with the Blazing Duet. You just find a slash. You deny everything, right? But now looking at the bans, Moskov ban and also the Sora ban.
I think for Sri Lanka, picking up the Arlot itself, and just to add up to your point, for Nepal, they do have a counter in the form of the Valentina as well. Picking up the Final Slash for themselves, and it combos well with their own draft. The only issue is Akai and Valir just have immune CC in their ultimates as well.
Okay.
Nolan sees a lot of things for Sri Lanka as well.
Sure, it's interesting, right? Sri Lanka goes for the Nolan pick immediately, right? Akai, usually we see the Akai as a jungle, but now because of the Nolan, it shifts the role over to the EXP Akai, perhaps?
Look,
no, wait, Arlot already is there.
This is pretty messy because Arlot can go into the EXP
Or the roam. But
or
you don't...
or gold if you wanna push that far.
Crazy idea number 2 today, eh?
Yeah. He does have that damage and hold himself against the Claude well. But still pretty vulnerable. Akai could go into XP too.
Yeah, and I mean, the Phoebus is unbanned, unthreatened. You know, the Phoebus wide open. Arlott does a lot of dashes as well, so Phoebus is going to take advantage of that. And Nolan, to a certain extent, also a lot of dashes as well. Clint will be the last pick for the side of Sri Lanka. Lane bully against Claude. Now Sri Lanka, Team Sri Lanka at the very least, needs to try to escalate into the mid game as quickly as possible.
Well, the Clint is something new that we're seeing today as well. Nepal picking up the Lancelot. We have seen great successes in great Lancelot users. I think it's no different from Matoya as well. Coming into this one, Nepal does have a better shot in the early game, especially with the Khalid and Valentina. You immediately win off the mid lane dominance. You're starting their rotations, empowered by Lancelot to just follow up any of these team fights. Not too much of a fan of Akai and the Roam. Reason being, it is, I would say before the level 4, it's kind of still squishy if you want to check the bushes, if you want to give that reconnaissance duty.
Yeah, I mean, you can headbutt into the bush, right? As we load up into game, ladies and gents, this is the, well, I'm already starting to lose count on the number of series because we got a long day. So far, the series that we've been witnessing is delivering 3 games in a row. These 3 teams, especially in day 3, is not going down without a fight as we load up into game number 1 between Team Nepal and Team Sri Lanka.
Well, Sri Lanka, just going back to basics, taking up the color buff. All across the day, we've seen a lot of the junglers choosing and prioritizing the smaller neutral creep camps instead of the main colored jungles. This enables them to rotate a little bit faster and clear up at least one more of the creeps before targeting onto the colored buffs. Because typically, when you start with the orange buff, you give up on the beetle. You start with the purple buff, you give up on the lizard. Now, Nepal showing a little bit of aggression, trying to push Sheen back. And yes, we will see the Kai and the Roam.
Yep, I mean, right now, look at a lot of damage from the side of Khalid onto the side of Team Sri Lanka. Even Mitoya trying to land down some damage as well. Early game still not too bad. Technically speaking, Lancelot is a scaling kind of assassin. Once it hits the next, like at least level 4 or maybe level 6, you start to see his power spike coming in.
This is also a bit questionable for the top side, but bottom side is 3-man gang.
Assad, 3-man gang, Flicker already committed the Arlott. Oh, Lilim flickers at the same time, picks up the kill. Lilim is not happy about the previous series.
Great mid laner this time around on top side. Sri Lanka trying to look for any consolation prizes onto Benet. But it is strange, as I was saying, because you have a Claude who is known for that late game potential, not too much of early game. For Clint, it is an all-rounder. You have a bit more range in early game. You have that passive that you want to build on, especially with additional enhanced damage from your basic attacks. You're able to zone out Claude. We typically see Clint being picked up as a pseudo lane counter towards this Claude, but being pushed back by Benet, not a good look in the early game.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's all about how Praveen plays this, right? I think not only just the fact he got a lot more poke in the side of Benet as well, but now, okay, Ankit setting it up, will be able to spot out him, Hashen, and also Nissa as well, Kishore, then Mitoya working on the turtle.
Yep. Kabindu might be able to steal this.
Oh, final slash, trying to actually steal the turtle away, but it doesn't hit anything. That phantom execution coming out from Mitoya. Kill, give credit over to Lilith.
Extremely dominant performance from Nepal, at least for the first objective take. They know how to zone out the rest of the members of Sri Lanka. They know and give vision to where Kabindu is. Once he took down the purple buff, he knew that he was kiting down. They were waiting for him on that bush to try to take him down and pick him off before anything goes south. There's Lilith with half health already gone from Praveen.
This is the Valentina that I was expecting in the previous game and previous series game number 2. You have to be dominating. You have to start lane bullying. You have to rotate along your team. Just pouring damage, try to escalate. Ankit escalating. Hashen doesn't really have the heavy speed. Mitoya uses that phantom execution, disengages.
Nepal picking up that pace and just being extremely aggressive, trying to lure out and bait out all of these big ultimates. Nisal already used up that ultimate. You have his hands hits with no more CC immunity.
A bit of a damage landing down the side of Kabindu. Lilim using the heavy spin. The shields coming in a little bit clutch. This so flickers. Lilim flickers as well, just right of cooldown.
It was on a precipice of being sent to the graveyard, but great play from Lilin to counter-engage to counteract the engage coming in from Sri Lanka. Very, very aggressive mid laner, and that's what I like to see. I mean, then again, he knows how his escape route is going to be, holding on to the flicker until the very end.
I like how cute that that whole interaction is, right? Lilim using the heavy spin as an ultimate every time a Kai lands uses a skill. There's a shield. Lilim just literally saved by that passive from Akai.
And not only that, he baited out the Valier's flicker as well. So useful resource on the ultimate as well as the flicker, but Petrify being used up as well.
Heavy spin catching onto Ankit. Ankit flickering out of dodge right there. Nice escape from the side of Team Nepal. They definitely needed that one. Team Sri Lanka, though, they've been trying to put as much nails into the coffin for the side of Team Nepal, but nothing seems to land.
Very aggressive. I think if you're Sri Lanka, and it's easy to say, I want to play defense, I want to play it safe, play underneath the turret, but then you're picking up that scraps. Your jungle's in shambles, and Kishore
jumping in the air for the pursuit recommitted. Mitoya securing the turtle for his retribution and also the phantom execution. Asan, that's going to be the final slash. Jumping in, will be trying to land down the damage. Mitoya still escapes. Nissa also commenting onto the fireballs and ultimate. Nothing sticks onto Team Nepal.
smart for Kavindu. While all of that went down, purple buff already taken away by that Nolan. He knows that he doesn't want to be a part of that team fight. On the bottom side though,
Mitoya flew too close to the sun right there. Kavindu as well, fighting onto Bine. Bine really blazing the way. We'll be able to tag onto Kavindu, take him down.
there's a jungle for a jungle. I think Mitoya just overstayed his welcome. The core should be just take out the color buff. The purple buff was right there. He took it out, and he should get the heck out of there. Sri Lanka identified like, hey, you know, this Nolan is in our jungle. Let's just take him out. We're up ahead. We do have that damage. We'll just pick him off. Nepal's draft, like I said, early game, extremely high damage, especially with the Khalid and the Valentina in the mid lane. The mid lane duel, rotation speed, extremely fast, extremely strong. Praveen is taking a lot of damage from the top side.
I wasn't expecting that Bine and was able to hold his candle against the Clint, right? Clint, right now, based on his damage, especially if you land the first kill, should be able to do quite a decent chunk of damage. But Bine seems like, you know, with the 2 kills in his pocket, he's able to escalate even harder as compared to Praveen. Praveen, on the other hand, I think have to play it safe right now. Like what I mentioned, really just scale back just a little bit. His team is slightly behind, but Team Nepal is very active around the map.
Yeah, and I think for Nepal, they did a very good job in trying to push the team fights towards the gold lane. Benet knows that, hey, I'm winning that lane. Let's go for more team fights, more ambushes on the top side to try to disrupt Praveen's farm. And as much as, like I said at the start, Clint is a very all-round gold laner right from the get-go, and it's basically used as a soft counter towards the Clint, towards the Claude in the earlier parts of the game. But now, being a Claude, being a late game marksman as well, but hold on a second right here.
Big battle in a choke point. This is getting very dicey for both these two teams. Lilim is the one that steps up. Will be able to pick up onto Harshin, but Kishore all the way deep into enemy ground, but will be able to take down Kavindu along the way. Asan trying to make a play right here. Will be able to land down onto this. Mitoya goes into the Thorn Rose as well. Will be able to iframes out of it, but it is still 2 kills. Given over side Team Nepal as of now.
Great call by Kishore. He started things off. They knew that they were coagulating around that purple lizard. And Kavindu was right there. That's a nice final slash to kick things off.
Final slash, but lots of damage onto Lilim. Thorn Rose from the side of Mitoya. Harshin trying to look for a heavy spin, but doesn't really have the ultimate to pin Mitoya down.
The power of Sri Lanka, though, is that they have a lot of CCs. You have the CCs coming in from Hashin. You have the CCs coming in from Nisal. You have the CCs coming in from Asan. Kavindu just throwing his body. And it's just 0-3 and 0. It's very unlike and very unkempt for a jungler as well. Taking a look at this one, the heavy spin was used to disrupt. First, trying to keep everyone away from Kavindu. Because Kavindu was trying to force his way into that lizard. In order to play a little bit more passively, learn how to give up these neutral creeps.
Yeah, I think Team Sri Lanka is trying to find, like what you mentioned, they're scrounging for scraps, right? They're scrounging for any form of advantage that Team Nepal is trying to give. The Nolan is unable to scale. Praveen should. Okay, that's a decent chunk of damage, respectable amount. But Kavindu coming in, trying to look for a pickoff right here. Bidet still BMI all the way out. Hashin will be able to find Ankit though. It's going to be Praveen picking up that kill. That's exactly what you need to look for. But it is still Team Nepal taking our bot side turret.
There is chinks in armor for Nepal. Very aggressive but this is a controlled aggression. They
Yep.
identified that, hey, Sri Lanka is opening up that top side. Then this is the power of the Clint. You have a lot of enhanced damage from the Clint's passive itself. So if you want to play around that Clint, you have to body block him. You have to soak up and leash that damage before he comes through. Praveen just needs to stand safe. There is not a lot of heroes on the side of Nepal that could easily get into the back line to try to disrupt Praveen. Unless, Nagoya just dashes and weaves through.
Yeah, Khalid Kishore is also known as a dive unit as well, can easily just knock out Praveen. But of course, you got Pio coming up from Team Sri Lanka, right? Hashin with the heavy spin, you also got this other can disengage. But it seems like, Mitoya finding assassination up top is there. But it feels like, Team Sri Lanka, even though they are stock packed with CC, but those CCs are not landing down onto Team Nepal.
Speaking of which, Nepal is in a very good position to take this first low of the game. Sri Lanka cannot risk taking this one out. Hashin is at half health. If he goes in, immediately sacrifices himself for nothing. There's not much that Kabinu can do to get close.
Standing around, the heavy spin from the side, Hashin, a little bit too late. Trying to catch on the Ankin. Ankin will return the favor. There's going to be the Raging Sandstorm coming in from the side. The disengage from the side Nissal. The fear shearing torrent as well. But Matoya goes in. Oh, the Thorn Rose! And also the Phantom Execution! It misses! Oh my goodness, give it a kill over the side of Kavindo.
It flew too close to the sun, but that was a beautiful play. If that would have landed, then Matoya would have just taken 2 members out. He was taking the kills off of Nassau, is able to dash out, buy some time for Thorn Rose, but the damage from the Valir itself was just way too much in mid lane though. They're trying to find a pickup onto Lilim on the top side. There's another backfight again.
Oh man. Blazing Duets just does so much damage at this stage, especially when if you're Praveen with and you do have the key items already, but dude, Binay has the max stack. This is exactly what a healthy Claw needs. Yeah.
I think at this point of time also, it is questionable that Praveen is left all alone. There's Hashin, there's a tank. Taking the brunt of the damage from Binay shows how far this Claude is away ahead of that Clint. And don't leave Clint alone. I feel like he has decent amount of damage. Just keep him at bay, save the heavy spin to protect Praveen. Don't go straight for the objectives. They know that they are way up behind Nepal.
Asan couldn't do anything against Kishore, right? Like, look at Kishore,
just way too close.
Just ignoring Final Smash come out, but the main action is happening right here. Binay busting out Kavindo. It is still going to be unkicked, credited for the kill instead. Team Nepal cracked open mid. The Lord finally dealt with and down the bot side for the side of Team Sri Lanka.
I think Sri Lanka is just forcing their way to protect the objectives, throwing their bodies and the objectives in order to save their objectives, in a bet to save their objectives. So I think that this is the issue. Sri Lanka really needs to identify like, hey, let's just sacrifice this, let's just play in another way. They need to be more adaptable.
I'm glad at the very least what we're seeing from side Team Nepal. It seems like they have managed to reset just a little bit. Here's the instant replay.
Oh, against Nassau, I think this is just the mechanics coming in from Atoya. Kavindu just found that one. He had the ultimate ready, but unfortunately, I think the dash fell short of the escape.
Now, Team Sri Lanka, base defense time, right? Nissal, technically speaking, with the fireballs, is able to wave clear very quickly. But if, Mitoya could do something like that, Kavindu! Where do you go? Where do you run from the Mitoya? Hasha pinning Mitoya all the way to the wall. Sri Lanka wasn't able to capitalize on that one. Man!
That was an incredible find from Matoya. Kavindu was just left alone to his own devices. He's just way behind of what this Lancelot can do. He's also 1-5-1, so not a lot of anything at all.
Yeah.
No farms, no kills, and not a lot of support coming in from the team.
I sympathize Team Sri Lanka right now, right? Your jungler is not able to contribute as well, especially when you're an assassin jungler. You can't even assassinate Binay, you can't assassinate Lilim, you're gonna get busted down. What do you do as a Nolan? Split push?
Possible, but you have to deal with the Claw, or you have to deal with Natoya itself. Binay and Natoya is just drafted here in order to just push in the side waves. Even if you leave Ankit into the side, the long lanes, Kavindu can't even deal with the Khalid. Your jungle is basically the same level as Ankit, and he's 2 kills at 1 kill ahead.
This is looking very dire for Team Sri Lanka. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Team Nepal. Nice reset right there. Was able to get the mojo back. Don't forget Lilim, in the early game was able to, scale even faster as compared to Team Sri Lanka's mid lane though. But now it is all about this defense. Ashan is forced to build Athena shield against Lilim. Only Lilim.
Yeah, that is a lot of heavy magic damage coming in from Valentina itself. Not only that, you have to deal with the ultimates coming in. And like we said, the final slash from Lilim itself, if it's able to find Asan, this creates a lot of havoc for Sri Lanka itself.
Mitoya just cracking a lot.
Oh, it's an Oko!
Mitoya. Okay, at the very least you trade for that one, but that's, I would say, not... Okay, luckily it's not exactly a shutdown goal, but Sri Lanka may be able to do something out of it. Reggie Sands off for the side. Ankit, Harsha, heavy spin to try to disengage. Harsha dashes all the way back. Kishore stepping forward as well. I heard a flicker as well, committed by the side of Kishore. As Team Sri Lanka still defend for now.
He can't tank, but silver lining is Praveen does have the damage. Look at the itemizations right now. You have 4 core items for that Clint itself. The only issue is you got the Akai, you got the fleeting time for the Akai as well. You know that you're not getting the kills, you're not getting the assist. I would say sacrifice the fleeting time, get something a little bit more tanky for yourself. At least like a damage mitigation item. You got the 2 cores, at least maybe a anti-cuirass to mitigate that damage from Mitoya itself, or a little bit more empowerment. So I think that the Sri Lankan team, they do have a shot if they are able to protect Praveen. But it goes to show Vinay's damage onto Hashin itself, the tank of the team, is just way too much damage for him to leash for enough time.
Yeah, there's also a threat from Mitoya, like just literally dive onto Praveen. You can see the amount of damage of Thorn Rose is always already doing at this juncture. Don't forget, Mitoya is also secured VOD already, so that's a lot more burst damage that Team Sri Lanka needs to look out for. And now it's just, Team Nepal slowing it down just a little bit. Having a bit of a meeting. Spamming recall, showing, looking at each other's recall right there. Because there's nothing much to do. They're just hoping Sri Lanka step forward out just a little bit. They're just, at the very least, learning from what Team Hong Kong China did to them earlier just now. Yeah,
this is a smart move and good adaptation at this point. They know that if Sri Lanka has, at any one point in time, stays in their base for too long and they keep pushing and try to drive them into their base, they might be able to turn things around. Praveen's damage is really starting to hurt, and Nepal knows this. If they draw them out, they would have a better shot. Mitoya is able to find angles, able to find flanks. Kishore is able to kick things off within the jungles. There's not a lot of escape routes for Sri Lanka, so that's the best possible option for Nepal at this point.
Yeah, even Team Sri Lanka, right, they're just focusing on base defense right now. Team Nepal is gonna have to, will be able to take this Lord scot-free. Kavindu, I don't think.
Oh, they're luring.
No,
they're luring them in.
He may be going for that. No, Mitoya lands down the Reggie, and now with the Reggie Sandstorm for the side of Team Nepal. The Heavy Spin to try to deny right now. Binay also jumping in with the Blazing Wave. Take a lot of damage from the side of Praveen though. Still nobody down for the side of Team Sri Lanka as of now. I would say that is a good consolation prize for that at the very least for the side of Team Sri Lanka.
That could have gone so much worse if you're a Sri Lankan fan. You're drawing out Hashin and you're drawing out Kavindu. You're using all your ultimates. The Fracture was also utilized to get yourself the heck out of there. You know that, they baited out that Lord into an 1/8 of their health. They're not taking it down fully. They're trying to pull you into the kill zone, and you still took the bait. The only issue that I see was Praveen was not in position. If Praveen was right there and then, there could have been a little bit more damage done. We see how Praveen is able to handle the clock right now.
Yeah, but let's hold on a second. Aston try to use the final slice as well. And get absorbing most of the damage. The Lord is already marching into the base of Team Sri Lanka. Binay all the way in the back line, trying to output the damage onto Hashin down. Headbutt already back. Mitoya on the other hand, also on the other side of the lane. Also, here comes the Blazing Duet! Going in, shredding Team Sri Lanka. Wait a stand. Probably already down. Team Nepal just has to hit the core as the waves of minions marching in. Team Nepal takes game number 1 against Team Sri Lanka.
A dominant performance in the first game for Nepal. A lot of adaptations, a lot of adjustments, and riding on the momentum of that loss. They don't want to show the world that, hey, that first loss against Hong Kong, China really puts us in a bad mood, and we're not just going to try our best. This is the adaptation that we're looking out for Nepal. For Sri Lanka, though, they really need to go back to the drawing board. A lot of mistakes, a lot of adjustments that's needed.
Yeah, Team Nepal was able to capitalize on that one. It's all started with Lilim, right, the mid laner from the side of Team Nepal earlier just now, was able to find those early pickoffs and also those early game EXP. Then after that, snowball out of control. Then the whole attention was shifted from to the Lancelot, right? Was able to just did a good chunk of damage, was trying to do a bit of a stunning right there, albeit still, but there is that fear that he was able to land onto Team Sri Lanka. Then the clock starts to shine.
Yeah, to be honest though, I think Claude was doing a really good job. He was shining since minute 1. Especially for a late game hero, we don't see that as much. He was pushing in the lanes, he was dominating the lanes, and there wasn't a lot of support for Praveen because Victoria was doing a very good job with the Lancelot, trying to push the team fight away from that top side.
There you go.
While the entire side of Nepal was trying to fight into the gold lane, and Hashin didn't really babysit on top of Clint. He knows that Clint is able to have that damage and deal the damage onto Benet, but at the end of the day, just a lot of mechanical prowess from this gold laner. Again, with the Fighter Emblem and the Festival of Blood, this is a truly painful and sustainable tanky Claude.
Yeah. The pseudo tankiness coming from his regen, right? From his DHS and also to a certain extent even Rose Gold Meteor as well. But you can start to see the damage racking up from Praveen. We needed to see that even early game, even packing the Assassin Emblem, trying to get as much of the armor penetration early on, trying to lane bully. I would say that, hey, if you're even greedy, especially you know that you're this lane bully, go for Master Assassin, right? Ditch the Mystery Shop, get the Master Assassin, you deny Binay from actually scaling all the way up, and now what? And then after that, you start to snowball alongside with the Nolan, alongside with the Arla. I feel like Team Sri Lanka did pack the necessary toolkit to be able to deal with Team Nepal, but Team Nepal, Lilim, glorious start already, you know, taking the ultimate from Hashen, making it very confusing. Kavindu couldn't do anything. Look, he has no choice but to look at two Beyblades fighting it out, wait for the heavy spin, and by the time the heavy spin expires, Kavindu may be a little bit too late to do anything.
Yeah, well, there's a reason why the Valentina and the Khalid are in meta right now. These two duos in the mid lane, you clear up the mid lane very fast, and you take control of where you want to go in that map. For Sri Lanka, if you're Hashin, you have to play catch up. You're basically catching up to where Ankit wants to go. Lilim and Ankit could basically just split heads. Ankit could go down to the EXP side, Lilim could go up to the top side, and you have to play catch up. It's a little bit too slow for Valir in the mid lane to clear up that waves and join in to with Hashin for the mid lane dual roaming potential. But then that being said, because of that rotation speed from the mid lane duo from Nepal, this creates so much pressure for Kavindu. Kavindu in the entirety of the game, you see so much kills. He's exposed, he's killed, he's back again. He's spending more time in the graveyard than in the battlefield in the Land of Dawn itself.
I feel, you know, for the side of this Nolan, there's not a lot of impact, especially after you start losing your life, right?
Yes.
After you lose two of your lives, there's nothing much you could do anymore, right? If you, I also see that, you know, Kavindu tried to find Binay to assassinate, find assassinate onto the Claude, but the Claude was just proven to be way too slippery.
Yeah, there was silver lining though. I don't think it's all that bad for Sri Lanka. I think that Praveen at the later stage of the game really had a lot more damage to at least had an almost two-shot opportunity towards this Claude. And I say almost. Because in the early game, if he would have played a little bit more aggressive, if he would have a little bit more support from that mid-lane duo rotation, albeit it being a different mid lane, apart from the Valir, he would have had a much better laning experience. He would have had a much better early mid game. He would have shot up his power spike a bit faster.
But I feel like it also could be a gold diff, right? I feel like the fact that, you know, the Claude, once you know that you see Clint use the first skill to kind of wave clear, that's when you just step in and try to poke. Right. I think that is just, one-on-one, literally gold lane things, right? And I think there is some support from the side of mid duo as well, but it is, of course, like what you mentioned, the Khalid and the Valentina rotated even faster as compared to Team Sri Lanka's mid duo, right? But I think what I also want to see more is maybe this is the time for Team Sri Lanka to reconsider, maybe not go for the assassin jungler already. I feel like the utility jungler fits what they want to do, protect Praveen. That I think is just one of the strategies that we always see some of the teams adopt, especially when they're at this this point of time.
PP, protect Farine. It's also protect the. I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna just annoy Jays out of that. But
It's
hey,
like
you know, it's
giving
back
me
to the
season 4
drawing
vibes.
It's honestly back to the drawing board for
Yep.
Sri Lanka. There is a lot of executional mistakes as well. Like Hashin just prancing and dancing over to the Lord pit. He knows that they're not going to take the Lord. There's no chance in heck they're going to steal the Lord
I
away
feel like-
because there's a Nolan
Yeah.
against the Lancelot. And if Nolan goes in, the heavy spin used up, it's not going to be enough to keep Nolan at bay.
There is a chance, right? If Hashin uses the heavy spin to push the Lancelot away, especially after you know the Lancelot exhausts all his iframes, Nolan could just come in and sweep in. I feel like it's just the confidence from the side Team Sri Lanka. If Team Sri Lanka was able to just commit to this idea that they just stick to this idea, I feel like they could have got this. But it is about mental state right now. Now you're down 1 game against Team Nepal. Team Nepal, feeling the momentum coming up, is going to be expanding rivers as well. And this is where Team Nepal, you saw how quick they are to rotate from one lane to another. This is their map to shine.
Yep. But for Sri Lanka as well, it's the strategy of PP. Just go PP. Protect Praveen. That's all we want to do. We'll see how they adapt to this one. If you see how we adjust towards the aggressiveness that Nepal likes to bring into any of these games. We're starting things off. The Juicin, Paquito, and Valentina banned out, so we won't see Lilin with the Valentina at all.
Valentina as a ban, not a massive fan of that. Valentina, albeit strong in this particular patch, not ban worthy, right? But at the very least, okay, maybe if they want to go for this B1 Akai pick, so be it. Now the Valentina looks really juicy, but Akai heavy spin, don't forget the Diggy.
Maybe Diggy would have been picked up right here. Nepal could pretty much go experimental on this one. Suyo will be the first pick on this, and Suyo is one of those heroes that thrive on that mobility, on that movement and mobility.
Hold on, just a quick check as well. If I remember, if I saw correctly, Bidet was swapped out for Abhishek as well, right? So, okay, at least there's a bit of a switcheroo. Team Nepal feeling it, I would say. You know, they are 3rd seed now going up against the last seed. It's time to show off some other players, right? Like, but Suyo coming in for the side of Team Nepal. Team Nepal still loves the Assassin as usual, but Team Sri Lanka, on the other hand, I want to see this Akai on the jungle though.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think it doesn't work out too well for Rome. There's too many factors that you have to consider when you play the Akai in a Rome. You don't really have a lot of escapability. You do have that dash, you have that knockup thing.
Sorry.
But you're still a little bit too paper. You're one of those tanks that you have pretty low base defense, so you don't really want to push that Akai in. Suyo, on the other hand, oh, that's a Brody picked up right here.
Yeah, I've been tapping on you to say, hey, there's a Brody.
Okay, I
from the side
just
of Team
noticed that
Sri
one.
Lanka. Oh my goodness. Okay, Brody is a very non-meta pick right now. It's of course, same idea. Lane bully in the early game,
PP,
does have a lot of
protect Praveen.
burst. Of course, once again, but how do you protect Praveen against Kishore on the Yuzhong that will be coming down onto you? And now even the Eve doesn't look very safe anymore. Real world manipulation, right? You're static. Yuzhong will fly down to you. What is Team Sri Lanka's response? Maybe on the Akai heavy spin.
I don't think that might be enough though. They need a lot more tankability. Right now, the main damage dealers are solidified. Kavindu cannot go for an assassin anymore. I feel like they want to play towards that late game, which is sort of like counterintuitive since Nepal's lineup so far is super momentum based, a very high early game damage, very high early game mobility, and also the late game insurance in terms of that Claude. So Abhishek honestly doesn't need to do anything in the early game, just needs to farm up, play a little bit of a farming game at least for the first 10 minutes, try to go for the side lane split push, and just let the rest of the team do their thing. Suyo is one of those heroes that is known for like, hey, if I know I'm going to be hyper aggressive, let's just pick up that Suyo. High early game burst damage, high elimination factor in terms of the S2, the Sever.
Look, I would say, yeah, they do have a fairly balanced matchup. They do have heroes that really shine in the early game. They also have heroes that really shine in the late, right? Now it's going to be Team Nepal's turn. Mid laner is still open. The Farsa, I think, is a good idea. And immediately, I feel like for the side of Team Sri Lanka, they're taking a few L's in the drops. now you're going to get countered by the high loss, the Yuzhong, and to a certain extent, even the Suyu and the Claude, they could just BMI out of the real-world manipulation, or just the dash out of the real-world manipulation.
Yeah, this is extremely difficult to deal with. Now, you know, like 3 out of 4, the 4 members that has been picked up by Nepal is super highly aggressive. Yuzhong clears the lane super fast down on the EXP side. The only thing that can deal with him is probably is already banned out. You have the Freya, you have the Paquito being out of the picture right now. If you want to do mano a mano and try to keep Yuzhong in the lane, you could always go back to the Teresla pick, but the Ruby, honestly, the Ruby looks good right here. I love to see the Ruby come back. This is precisely what they need. And the Gourd, man. This is Lilim on the Gourd too. Yeah, and if I remember correctly, based on what I saw, Mystic Gush range is almost similar to the real world manipulation. I don't think a Gourd will stand inside that real world manipulation, but Leomon is a threat. The Ruby is a threat. There's so many ways that, you know, Team Sri Lanka could easily dash. But if you look at the draft once again, the high loss is a good counter against what Team Sri Lanka wants to do. Even if Leomon is chasing after you, you do have the glorious pathway to either engage or disengage. Well, game number 2, I would say Sri Lanka, going back to their MO, still has quite a bit of crowd control capabilities from the EXP and the roam side. Not a big fan of the Kai roam. Brody takes a bit more time to really pop off with the core item builds as well. And Nepal, on the other hand, they're playing speedrun.
I mean, it's a lot faster to scale compared to Claude, right? Claude needs 2 items, whereas the Brody, if you get his skill hits right, you get the blade capacities, you can out-bully lane. But I think another key factor we've also got to see is something that I pointed out earlier just now, right? If you are clean, you go for Master Assassin, you're looking to dominate in the early game, that's a way that you can potentially snowball against Abhishek on this Claude. But yeah, we have to see based on how Team Sri Lanka executes this one.
Praveen is facing up against a totally different gold laner right now. Maybe slightly different play style or behavior from Abhishek as compared to Vinay, but hopefully we'll see Abhishek perform well down on the bottom side with the Claude. Like I said, you know, Kishore rotating pretty fast compared to Asan, but when it comes to the late game potential, therein lies, Nepal taking a huge hit.
Void Crystals landing onto Ankit. Hashin tries to slow the Mystic Bomb to disengage. Good trades coming out from times in the favor of Team Sri Lanka. Right now, they've got the initiative to basically rotate earlier to explore the map. This is big info given them side of Team Sri Lanka. See how they use it.
This is a pretty different Sri Lanka right off the first minute of the game. A bit more aggressive in the form of, hey, let's just dive into the jungle and let's dive together. And we talked about, hey, the mid lane duo is not rotating together. The change that they needed is right here. You got Akai who deals that damage, who has a little bit more enhanced power. Coupled with that, that's level 4
Team
on
Sri
the
Lanka
level 2.
is looking to throw fist churros. Using the barbell or the Phantom Seed right on early on, especially before the turtle starts. I'm not too sure about this one. Team Nepal is more than happy to take that.
Pretty greedy for the side of Sri Lanka. And right now, core resources already utilized by Nepal, by Sri Lanka. And Nepal has everything in their favor to go straight to that turtle pit. Kishore is already level 4, has that dragon. Limbs just slowly farming up. I think that is, rotating up to the EXP side. Yep, that's it.
So that 1 minute, the Dragon Dragonborn will be committed by the side of Kishore to try to find and push away Team Sri Lanka. Asan looking for a play right here. The barbell coming in a little bit too late. But Toya really secure the turtle for themselves already. Unkit down low. The Mystic Gush first blood given on the side of Asan. And it's going to be Vitoria taking Hashin down.
A worthy sacrifice, a roam for Rome. But then again, it bought so much time. Ooh, jumped away from the Turnpot memories.
Oh man, that was so close. Probably could have actually taken down Abhishek earlier just now if Abhishek doesn't use the flicker on time.
Yeah, taking a look at the replay, what transpired down in the turtle pit, there's a 3-man lockup by Ankit. I think it was also the Petrify from Kishore already utilized down in the Tri-Bush area, giving the back line a little bit more time to come in. So Mitoya does have 1 kill in his belt. Suyo just needs at least that killing spree to really come online. He has so much mobility, so much snowball potential. You don't want to get those kills over to Mitoya if you're Sri Lanka.
Yep, I mean early game. If I were a betting man, I'll put it on to Mitoya, right? But later parts of the game, the Leomord starts to come online, and Leomord is this massive scaling that doesn't require the Sky Piercer to scale, right? Whereas Mitoya, kill reliant, needs that Sky Piercer to scale. Albeit, you know, when you go to the later parts of the game, you also got Abhishek from the side of Team Nepal that can just output the damage. Lilim also scales towards the later parts of the game. Team Sri Lanka, though, they need to do some damage now because this is a roster that pops off in early mid.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you. I think Hashin didn't have the heavy spin to disrupt the team fight just now, but we'll see. Barbil?
Barbil try to do something. Barbil already done. Ankit being isolated by the side. Hashin, good play coming up with Team Sri Lanka for now. 2-1 is the kill score.
Yeah, again, another kill onto Ankit, but it's not too much of a loss for Nepal, though. They're still holding their own. They're saving up. Okay, Nasal falls right before the turtle spawns up.
That's not exactly good. Bad timing for the side of Team Sri Lanka. But at the very least, I think it's up to Team Sri Lanka to try to buy some time. Team Nepal could easily blitz down this turtle as quickly as possible, even before Team Nepal comes into play.
Machine's just right there. Heavy spin already utilized down the bottom side. That's a petrify down the bottom.
Yep, here comes the Glorious Power. Mitoya securing the turtle for themselves. Mitoya scaring Team Sri Lanka away. Bindu at the very least take away the security zone purple buff, so that's 8. Okay, look at, wait, hold on a second. Abhishek right now, Blazing Duet doesn't do a damage over the side of Praveen.
Not as of now. The damage, the core items is not there yet, but they know the mid lane is coming down.
Oh, Nisal. That river is the river of death for Team Sri Lanka's Nisal, man. It's like the murder scene. It's like the victim revisiting his own murder scene.
That's no man's land. To be honest, if you're a pro player and you take that path, you're asking for it. You're asking for a huge punishment, and Nepal is basically just like that.
Look, Praveen at the very least in this particular game still fares better, right? And you can start to see that he's able to output damage, he's able to secure that 1 kill. Hopefully, Team Sri Lanka, I think pathing is definitely something that we have to look out for if you were Team Sri Lanka. But Kavindu, you know, the Barbil charges, isolating one person, that's how Team Sri Lanka is hoping to claw back into the game.
Yeah, for Nepal though, like you said, just circling back to the previous point, but hold on a second. Barbil once again, just as a defensive measure for Kavindu. There's no different Mitoya is coming back in.
I'm hearing Jaws music right now. Mitoya sneaking in all the way up top. Kavindu may be left on his own, but it's a very weird rotation coming up from Team Sri Lanka though. Like Team Nepal is the one that's basically you know, activating in terms of all these initiators. Team Nepal's Mitoya picking up that Leomord.
Yep, their structure is definitely falling apart in the 6 minutes of the game so far. Sri Lanka actually had a decent start to this entire game. Mitoya had to face against Ruby, able to dash out of there with iframes.
Yeah, I think he kind of trying to force it. Speaking of forcing, probably forced to use the flicker to try to get on the way. Ankit trying to land the law and order onto Hashin, but Hashin is a very fast panda.
Well, again, like I said, Sri Lanka's structure is really starting to crumble. I think that, you know, sometimes you have to really learn how to give up some objectives. Hold on to your core items, hold on to your core skills before any major skirmish.
Wow.
Praveen, that's a huge gambit right there with Sky Piercer.
Hey, I've seen Grand just coming back because of the Sky Piercer, right? I remember that as clear as day. It's scary. That item could come in clutch for the side of Team Sri Lanka, but Hashin, heavy spin, doesn't pin anybody down the ground, but this time right, he's the one gets the pin. Lilim letting down the Mystic Gush onto Hashin. Nisa also going down once again. The river is not safe for this man, and Team Nepal will be able to secure. No, actually, Team Sri Lanka secured the turtle instead, sitting down from Team Nepal, but it's just a consolation prize. They lost 2.
Beautiful split fight. This was one of the times where, you know, the gold lane also joining the fights. This is the 3rd turn of the game. Even though it's secured by Sri Lanka, Atsan did an incredible job pulling away 4 members from that turtle, but Nepal's damage is just too much to show. You got the Mystic Gush coming from Lilim. There was no one member from Sri Lanka that was able to disrupt that board. And speaking of,
Kavindu getting sprayed upon by Lilim. She's burning down. And it's just Team Nepal just showing who's boss right here against Team Sri Lanka.
Kishore is also starting to hurt. He's healing everything back up as well. And this is free roam for Nepal. The jungle is theirs. There is no space they are afraid of. I feel like each one of the members can just play in their own game. And they're really tipping the scales right here in the form of Matoya going up to the top side, trying to deal with the lanes on the top. The entire bottom side, you have 3 members protecting Abhishek.
Man, Praveen doesn't really have space to farm. Hashen explores that map, sees Kishore, sees Lilim. He's not gonna have to, he doesn't want anything to do with that.
Hashin really has to hold on to this heavy spin. Doesn't have the ultimate. They know this.
Doesn't have the ultimate. Oh yeah, that's right. You can see Abhishek. Oh my goodness, running to Hashin.
Yeah. This is the 8-minute mark. Hoping to see the itemizations. Hopefully it comes up in a little bit. See how, okay. Thank you, Prof.
And you shall receive.
There's the corrosion side already built up right there, but hold on a second. Enkit, are we way too close to box drop?
The saw as well, Abhishek going down, blazing the wed. It is very tough to watch if you're from Team Sri Lanka. As one Nissal goes down, Kishore will be the sacrificial lamb for the side of Team Nepal, but they still manage to do a lot of permanent damage against Team Sri Lanka. Mid lane turret goes down.
Abhishek almost there. Last item, corrosive side. Kishore start things off way too early within the turrets without the minions actually coming in. Sri Lanka did a very good job trying to split up that team fight, pulling Kishore away from the midst battle and getting Asan to try to zone that out. Sri Lanka is actually in position of this Lord though.
Yep, the Glorious Pathway already secure round. Praveen letting down the damage. It is going to be, Kavindu stealing the Lord away, but at what cost? Matoya picking up a double kill, ready to members from the side. Team Sri Lanka already down. Matoya leading the charge right here as Team Sri Lanka is more than happy to steal that Lord away from Team Nepal.
Silver lining though, Nepal a little bit too bloodthirsty, but it's a wasted Lord. Not for Nepal though.
They bought time though.
Yeah, a lot of time bought, but the gold goes over to Nepal still. Even though they lost that Lord, the gold, the economy lead is still tipping high. Hashin, being a Kai as the roam, cannot soak in that much damage. Coming in from the gourd, the clawed, the Suyo is just disappeared in the just right like that.
You talk about disappearing, speaking about which, it's going to be, Kavindu getting disappeared right there. Praveen has to back off as well. Nisal letting down the real world manipulation barely tickles Unkit just a little bit. Team Sri Lanka bought a bit of time, but who are you buying time for?
The itemizations right here. And speaking of buying time, it's just Hashin pulling everyone away. You see Asan also in the midst of battle, using the I'm Offended to try to pull 4 members away. And Asan actually, honestly, playing the greatest game that I've seen him play this time around. The Ruby is definitely super annoying to deal with. You got the chain CCs with the turns. You got the chain CCs with the pulls as well. Gave that time for Kavindu. It bought time for Sri Lanka, but how much more do you need?
There's nothing to buy time for Team Sri Lanka. They don't have the scaling com that Team Nepal has. Abhishek, by this time, as what you mentioned, probably already has all 3 items. Nisal is forced to kind of buy the Wishing Lantern against the Ankit as well.
One more kill onto Matoya, and that's a full stacks onto the Sky Piercer as well.
Not looking very it's looking very dire for Team Sri Lanka. Team Nepal, on the other hand, just slowing down just a little bit. They've got 6k gold lead, and it could easily turn this around. Praveen still holds on to the Sky Piercer. That item is annoying, right? And also Kavindu is on the scaling Leomord, right? At the very least, Kavindu can tank just a little bit towards the later parts of the game, but I need to see more HP on the Team Sri Lanka Hashin.
I think that Sri Lanka does have ways to claw back onto this one. Praveen having a much safer game as he did in the previous one.
Shield.
He knows when to give up these turrets. He knows when to back off, and he's basically the saving grace of Sri Lanka if they want to at least, the very least, equalize this score line. But it does look like Nepal is overtaking, dominating this game number 2.
Athena Shield built for the side of Hashin. I feel like Radiant Armor could
Radiant Armor would have been much better, yes.
Would have been a better choice against Lilim, right? Like, yeah, you just need to be able to absorb. You can basically stack from Unkit, and then after that be slightly tankier against Lilim. Right. I think that's one way to do it. Matoya has already, secured the Demon Wings already, and now the Lord spawn. Team Sri Lanka, can they steal this Lord again?
Sri Lanka cannot risk going into the jungles. The Dragon will chase them out so far. But look at the bottom side also. Matoya just keeping busy on the long lane. You're just leaving that Lord towards this Claude. not in position right now, but the review is right there for Kambidu. Might be able to steal things in.
Ankit spotting out, Law and Order already committed. Asan immediately melted. That's also going to be another Sky Piercer stack given over the side of Team Nepal. Kavindu rides his barbell to run away.
Solid bait from Nepal. Took down that Lord. Bottom side pushing in. Split up that team fight. Forced a mistake from Sri Lanka. And the biggest mistake was Asan going in while they know that they cannot fight this now that their heads are split. And Nepal is very good in manipulating Sri Lanka's movements in this particular game. And Sri Lanka, as much as, you know, Protect Parveen is essentially the strategy, it's just not enough. Not like the Claw, who has AoE damage from the Blazing Duet. It's a single target.
It's a lot of damage.
There's
going to be an IM offender as well. Revitalized, committed by the sound, and get to try to peel the Mystic Gush to disengage, but there's still a Lord marching down against Team Sri Lanka. The defense is not over yet.
It's not over, but it's looking dire, especially for Sri Lanka. A lot of the setups coming in from Asan it's beautiful to say the least, but there is no backup, there is no damage from Sri Lanka. Lord already marched in.
This ult feels like it's gonna go down just a little bit. Defender's advantage will be going back into the base to heal. This out's looking for an area to put down real world manipulation, but the Lord's already marching all the way in. Team Nepal is looking to try to close it off. The Lord's already dealing with the real world manipulation, catching on to Abshay, a bit too shallow, but will be used to wave clear instead. They didn't miss the gush, but there's a lot of waves from the side of Team Nepal marching against Team Sri Lanka.
Ankit fell, but so does Asan. And Asan's playing that tank role. Hashin holding on to the heavy spin. A much better kind of execution from Hashin from now. But again, he's still taking so much more damage from Gort. And like you said, and just circling back to the Radiant Armor would have been a much better item, but there is no sort of like that solid burst. Praveen already utilized that flicker as well, so core resource already utilized.
I saw that. Team Lilim trying to use the Mystic Gush onto the turret. I hope that actually works. Blazing Duet for the side of Abhishek as well. He has no fear for the side of Team Sri Lanka as well. He knows he's not even able to do, but Asa's doing a lot of damage. There's going to be a shutdown against Team Nagoya, resetting the Sky Piercer.
Oh. Sri Lanka actually found the target, found the hit. Matoyo goes down right now, so next at least 30 seconds, you don't have a Suyo around. But that creates some space for Sri Lanka to actually step out. Economy gap actually closed into at least 6,000, and the gold actually went into Praveen. So building onto his Sky Piercer stacks, he's got full item builds. He has a little bit more damage. So again, like we say in the draft, it is going back to Protect Praveen. This is the main and core method that they need to do.
And this late game where Team Nepal kind of lost their cool just a little bit, we saw that in the previous series as well. I mean, Matoyo was trying to make a play right there, trying to end the game, I agree, but at the very least, Team Nepal did open up 3 waves against Team Sri Lanka. Now, Missile is forced to kind of stay all the way back, and now Hashin, this is not a place where you want to be. Heavy spin commits to trying to disengage. You don't spin on the way back there, Hashin. And Kavito dies on the way in, and trying to make a play right here, trying to hopefully take the Lord instead of Red Shape. Victoria! Suzuki kills it. Kavindo goes down for the count. Hashin still standing, but not long as well. He dashes all the way back into Team Nepal as well.
I saw what they wanted to do. They were risking it. The Mystic Gush might not be able to finish up Nasal, but it's Nasal against Nepal.
Man, I'm so close to crashing out. Team Nepal is capitalizing on a mistake from the side of Team Sri Lanka as well. The Mystic Bomb lands onto the last member of the side. Team Sri Lanka as Team Nepal closes up into 2. Oh, passion.
A last-ditch play, a last-ditch effort. It's all out for Sri Lanka. Nepal takes it 2-0. And that last team fight, man, oh man, do I want to break it down. I understood what they were going to do, but there needs to come a point where
enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Stop. Enough is enough.
There's something they call it in it's a fallacy. It's you know you put in too much, but you're already in too deep, and you don't want to. Sunk cost fallacy. That's right. That's the word I was looking for.
Thank you.
The heavy spin already utilized. You're taking so much damage, but like they're telling, okay, then like in my mind they're like telling themselves Asan was already in that tri-bush. He's already in position. We can't let him review his position because we can't lose Ruby. And so he heavy spins and he circles back around and looking at your face like, oh man, this is golden.
I feel like you're enjoying my face.
I
even
did.
more.
And then, okay, so heavy spin all the way back, and I understand what they wanted to do, disrupt and try to pull the Suyo away from that Lord, but how much time do you want to buy with that Lord? I would say, take that Lord in and protect your entire base. The Protect Praveen was out the window once they saw...
I feel like it's just Team Sri Lanka just, you know what, might as well try stealing the Lord again. If it works the first time, we try it another time, right?
That is exactly my face when the Kai circled back. But Matoya was like, okay, I get pulled back, no problem at all. I'm still gonna get this Lord. I'm gonna take down your Lumort. I'm gonna take down your Ruby. I'm gonna take this game. And an excellent game. MVP goes into Matoya. 12 kills, 1-1. That's an assist. That's a lot of damage. And like I said, heavy snowball potential created so much momentum, created so much space. And the opposite of my favorite number for the kill participation is everywhere on this map.
The other way around.
The other way around.
Yeah.
That's why I said the opposite.
Uh-huh.
But Jace, this is my
76,
face. This is exactly my face when I saw what transpired down the last
Dude,
fight.
okay, I think they have idea. There is an idea, all right? There is idea, but it did not work out because, you know, Team Nepal, there's so many damage right there. You got Gord also with the missing bomb. You also got a way from Ankit to basically slow down that pursuit as well with the Glorious Pathway to slow you down. Kavindu, I think he has no choice but to really commit to that. If he has to try to do something, at least there is one chance, right? Like, you know, Mom Spaghetti, knees weak, you know?
Yeah. But I felt like it could have gone a lot better if Asan went first. Kavindu was just way too trigger happy. He was way too panicky. I felt like there comes a point of time where the shot clock has to go down. And for him, it was 5 seconds earlier than when Ruby actually came in. Hopefully we'll see that in the replay later on at the end of this game. But it was just a very mismatched kind of Sri Lanka from a start. But, you know, enough about Sri Lanka. Let's talk about Nepal. Knowing that, you know, hey, Praveen is having a good game so far, and they know what needs to be done. They left that bottom side alone. Even with the roster change from Benet to Abhishek, it played out pretty much what we expected as if game number 1.
Yeah, and you know, I'm okay. Okay, I'm happy for Team Nepal, right? This is a better showing, but it's starting to. I mean, especially if you're going into the last chance qualifier, right? I think that's something that you also need to take note of. Team Nepal, when it goes to later parts of the game, it feels like they're kind of not synchronized, right? I feel like there's something different, so I hope that's something that they will be able to fix going to the last chance qualifier for them. But of course, you know, this kind of solidifies the positioning for the side of the group stages for Group D already. But of course, you know, there's a lot more games that we'll be able to watch for today at the very least.
Yeah, kudos to Nepal once again. A pretty strong position as of now. So far, 2 wins, 2 losses. And this is basically their last day of play-ins as well. So Sri Lanka, this is also their last match, coming in at the 5th seed in Group D. There is a lot of adaptations and learning that they need to do. Taking a look at the actual standings right now, still Mongolia topping the charts, 4-0, winning out every single one of the match, and previously playing against Pakistan as well off stream. So it was quite of a tricky slope because Nepal and Sri Lanka was playing against Mongolia and Pakistan. It could go both ways if Pakistan would have won Mongolia, and then there is a 2-way tie for the last chance qualifiers. But Nepal really proved themselves. They deserve to be in that LC last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, I think they definitely step up, right? I think the only game for this particular group is just the game between Team Mongolia against Team Pakistan. But I feel like that thing is kind of set in stone, right? Even if Team Pakistan will be able to win a solid 2-0 against Mongolia, you don't really have enough points to basically knock out Team Nepal from the LCQ.
No, based on the standings itself, 4 games to be played, Mongolia already won Pakistan, so it solidifies their spot. So it's pretty much of a guarantee right there.
Yeah, so that's also something that we also need to take note as well. But of course, lots of games happening. It is also good to see, at the very least, we get to watch 2 games of Group D in a row. So I'm excited what's to come next. We're going back into something more of a familiar territory for the side of Group A. Coming up next is going to be Team Philippines going up against Team Myanmar. So this is, at the very least, we get to see Team Liquid.
You like that, don't you? A little bit of a roster shake-up as well. I heard when we talked about this during the short break that we had earlier on.
Yeah, I think I saw Team MPLPH did make an announcement. They switched Kara back in, but hey, Team Philippines is backed by the 3 of the biggest coaches in MLBB history as well. But with that said, ladies and gents, don't go away. And also hi to those people who are queuing in because, the next game is going to be spicy. We're going to go back into Group A, the match between Team Philippines going up against Team Myanmar coming up next.
Time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers.
so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
moment. In crimson splendor! Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Day 3 of the 2026 Asian Games Esports Mobile Legends Bang Bang qualifier continues. Of course, this time around, we're back in familiar territory. We're going back into Group A. It is going to be a match between Team Philippines going up against Team Myanmar.
Always comfortable being back in Southeast
Yes,
Asia.
definitely.
We've seen them grow since, all the way back when Mobile Legends just started. We've been one of the first couple of regions in the scenes, and Philippines undoubtedly crowned one of the, if not the best regions, multiple international accolades, and everyone's always saying like, hey, without a Filipino import, you can't win, and yada, yada, yada. And we will see that this team will, it goes to show that this team has a lot of high expectations. That's not to say that they're not invincible.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is, don't be surprised if I stop calling their government names. I start calling them by their actual ideas, because this is the Team Liquid that we've known and loved. We talk about they're solid in their own region, and now they're here going up against Myanmar. But of course, we have to also talk about, if you guys missed out that game yesterday, yesterday, right? That wound from Cambodia can be quite strong, but hopefully they're able to kind of tighten them up just a little bit. It's just another fluke, maybe it's just another day in the office, because don't forget, this is Team Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, on the other side of the table though, Myanmar having a pretty strong showing. So far, still 1-1, 1-1, 1 loss. We'll be playing 2 games today and then another 2 games tomorrow. So this will be a pretty long run for them. Group A is the gauntlet of death anyways. You see all the Southeast Asian regions, right from the heart of Southeast Asia down to equatorial regions, over to Mekong regions, we're all lumped together in the same group. They're playing a huge gauntlet of basically 7 games for every single one.
Yep, this allows us to also take this opportunity to just give you a quick report on the standings from Group A. Of course, leading the chart currently is at 6 points, Team Indonesia, followed by Cambodia, Philippines, Myanmar, Malaysia, Vietnam, Laos, and Singapore, all the way down at the bottom. But hey, you know what? This is just like what we mentioned, the group of death. I would say this is where top 5 will be going into qualify into Nagoya.
Yeah, this is really exciting, especially to cast a game from 2 teams that have shown international prowess. And if it takes me back to all the way back to M1, you have Bren versus can't remember the Myanmar team's name, but this is pretty much it. You have the Myanmar up against Philippines once again. Really shows a lot of growth amongst these 2 regions. And back in the day, Myanmar has been on the limelight for one of the best teams out there as well.
Yeah, but of course, this is a very exciting team as well. This is a very exciting match as well, because not only just the fact that, hey, I was just walking outside, the queue was super long because they're all queuing up to watch Team Philippines, represented by Vienna, De La Cruz, Papico, Nepomuceno, and also Vinuya. I almost call him Kaukizi. Oh my goodness. I
feel you. You know them, you love them, you draft around them, you're banning out all their core heroes, and this is the team to look out for. High expectations, a lot of eyes are on them, not only here in sunny Singapore, down in Resorts World Sentosa, but all over the world in the Asian Games.
Yeah, but also shout out to some of the fans that are also coming in, watching both these 2 teams. On the other side of the aisle, representing Myanmar, Shine, Lin Aung, Kao Tu Ya, Myo Mint, Han Thu Sui, and Hien Hit Tu as well. These teams, like what I mentioned, right? Legit, like, you want to go all the way to back in the M1 days. I go back to the M4 days where we start to see the real rise of this, the Team Philippines stack right here. But of course, these team going in, not too shabby either. They won against Team Malaysia 2-1 just a couple of days ago as well. Now looking to prove themselves. This is the litmus test. Everyone wants a piece of Team Philippines, and not too sure whether this team will be able to deliver that.
There is a saying, when there's something to prove, you are going all out.
Definitely.
And then for Teams Philippines, when you've tasted the top, you know that you're up in the top. The only thing is, can you be taken down? That is the question that we'll see in this matchup. And I think I have high hopes for Myanmar to at least perform equally well, but hopefully we'll be able to see how far and how dominant Team Philippines will be in this current matchup.
I'm sorry, I'm just a bearer of bad news. I really doubt so because we are all hoping for the golden road for Team Liquid as well. So yeah, also shout out to
Does
some of the
this count
viewers.
as the golden road?
Almost, well, they're inverse. But I mean, like, look, shout out to all the fans that are also on site as well. Welcome to the site RWS as well. Shout out to Reminiscent. I see you earlier just now. And also some of the OG Singaporean fans coming in to cheer also Team Philippines as well, showing the love over to other regions as well. So I really like this. It goes to show that we also show support to the other regions in Southeast Asia as well.
Yeah, we're all brothers at the end of the day. We are enemies when it comes into the battlefield. When we're off the battlefield, it's all friends. But coming in to the first game between Philippines and Cambodia and Myanmar will be dangerous grass.
I like the fact that you accidentally pull out the Nemesis
Yes.
as well. But of course, you know, this is technically still the qualifiers, right? There's plenty of time to go over to Nagoya. There's plenty of time to fix this. Also, you know, a lot of competition coming up as well. So I'm very sure, you know, Team Philippines will be in a stable spot. But now the games are afoot. Match number 4, game number 1. Myanmar coming in first pick. Bans away the Phobias, the Yuzhong, whereas Team Philippines taking away the Freya and the Fanny.
So the draft is something that is pretty interesting. Apart from the first couple of games in Group B and D that we've seen earlier today, this is a more stable meta, so to speak, in the Southeast Asian region, albeit a little bit of minor differences. Philippines are banning out targeting the jungle and taking away the Fanny and not wanting to deal with that at all. We've seen the Freya bans quite very often. Paquito is going to be on the table. The Jusin's going to be on the table. Marcel is still wide and open for anyone's taken.
I'm surprised, right? Like the Khalid being banned right off the bat, the third ban as well. So many picks out. I feel like Team Myanmar is really trying to open up as much picks as possible. You've got a Marcel, you got a Paquito, you got the Jusin, and now it's up to Team Philippines to kind of figure this out, right? Now, how are we going to be able to do this? Do we try to go ahead and ban away something absolutely open? Okay, you know what? They're going to force Team Myanmar to pick it. They ban away Jusin. Now, Team Myanmar, it's your choice. Marcel or the Paquito?
Marcel would be a more counterable target. At least you pick up Marcel, typically a lot of teams like to pick up the Valentina, so you don't get trapped into the golden hour as well. Paquito would be one of the best bets, but facing up against Venuya, who is crowned one of the best, if not the best XP laners from all around the world.
Ooh,
going
wow.
back to basics with Arlott and then Machino with the Akai.
Yeah, new flavor of the month, right? Akai coming back into the meta. Mostly in the jungle as of now because of your jungle dance is so strong. Using the heavy spin, you'll be able to push somebody away and then land the retribution yourself. Valentina is wide open for the side of Myanmar to pick. But, you know, Sanford is on this Arlott. Arlott versus Paquito in lane. Any thoughts?
I do like it. This is the combo that we spoke about earlier. A lot of crowd controls, a lot of lockdowns. Arlott can just free dash around, and there is the connection from the Team Liquid. I mean, 4 out of 5, or basically all 5 members are from Team Liquid.
We just have to remember.
We have to remember, and you stop calling him Sanford. He's Venuya from now. In any case, though, I want to just talk a little bit more about Team Philippines. Individually, they are extremely mechanically gifted players. But especially for Nipo Muccino, it's so much easier to call him Cartesi. But Nipo Muccino, he is one of those players that he is able to step back and play a supportive role in their Kai when is needed of him.
Don't make me call your government name as well. But okay, Team Philippines on the other hand, you know, they solidified the draft with a carry. Carry is great. Again, this Baxia, good wave clear. Also pop off in the latest part of the game. Can scale against the Claude. But now the Claude coming in for the side of Team Myanmar. I feel like, ooh, Hellkurt ban. Something is up.
Yeah, Hellkurt is definitely one of those heroes that are a bit underutilized as of this current meta. We don't see it quite often, but I think it is sort of like a way for Philippines to really understand that, hey, I wanted my gold lane to have that free farm without fear or regret of stepping a little bit out of line to be able to get that additional goal that we need to be able to scale as fast as we can. So taking that out is also an ode of respect to maybe Myanmar has played a Hellkurt previously in previous matches. They had 2 days of intellect and research to be done on both these two teams, and I'm pretty sure Coach Alvarado definitely knows what he's doing as well.
Yep. Seems like both sides are trying to thin out that roam pull right here. Nope, they're gonna start bending away the Eve. Valentina's still wide open for both sides to take. Seems like, you know, it's more for the side of Team Myanmar to pick up the Valentina as well. Clear ban away. Team Myanmar locks down at least like, what, 3 Romans around targeting onto... I almost called him JP. Oh my goodness.
Do you think it might be possible, though, for Nipo Muceno to pull out the assassins that we all know and love from him, and then you throw a Kai into the hands of De La Cruz?
Okay, stop. If not, I'm gonna start calling you and I'm gonna dox you right here on stream. But okay, Gore being selected by the side of Team Philippines as of now. Now is, I think, on side of Team Myanmar, right? Like, look, the Valentina, I think, feel like it's a low-hanging fruit. But I feel like Team Philippines probably prepped for that one. The Marcel get leaked out all the way here, but instead of going for the Valentina, they opted for the Lilia instead, Churros.
There was a very intelligent draft from Myanmar. They know that Valentina's off the tables. Marcel's getting picked up right here. Unless they want to risk it and go for Valentina in the jungle, which they will not. De La Cruz will pick up the Matilda for himself. We've seen the Matilda and the Kai paired up very well nowadays. Combo with the R-Law, there's a lot of CCs galore for the side of Team Philippines. On the side of Myanmar, though, this is a tricky situation because you have quite a bit of dive-heavy heroes like the Boxia, the Paquitos. When you throw that Golden Hour on, that is the risk that you need to take.
Yep, this is a very squishy draft, not gonna lie, right? Like, I can see why the Matilda was kind of preferred right here because, you know, you've got the Marcel with the Golden Hour that could just, like, go drop it all the way down, and then after that, you know, your combo's gonna get broken. You need somebody to pull somebody out in an awkward position, allow to reposition, and don't forget, you know, Nepomuceno and also Vinuya going in for these kind of dive-heavy kind of heroes, and of course, to a certain extent, the Gord, right? Maybe a second up. De La Cruz going for the Matilda, a wise choice coming out from Team Philippines.
Yep, the sustain is definitely important if you're Team Philippines. They like their turtle dances, they like the Lord dances, and they like to stay in the team fights for as long as they can.
Yep.
So don't be surprised when they clump up in a death ball and try to go as ham as they can. So again, a lot of teams are still opting to go for that side neutral creeps. We see Tuya already in the position of the opponent's jungle, giving a little bit more information, but I don't think there's too much they can do as of now.
Yep, okay, gonna get scouted out by the Marcel instead. Of course, these gems are gonna go on into game number 1. Team Philippines against Team Myanmar right here. Interesting picks coming out from Team Philippines as well. We can see Team Myanmar denying the pick from Sanford's pick. Vinuya's Paquito. This is gonna be a mouthful for me.
Again, going back to the emblems, a lot of marksmen opting for the final emblems just because of the heal ratio. You want to stay in the lane a little bit longer. In the late game as well, you have that sustain. So all you need to do is just kill the jungle creeps. You don't need to recall all the way back. And if you're a good marksman, you don't even press that recall button at all. So at the end of the day, though, going back to it, Vinuya versus Hentet-Wu. This is going to be quite an interesting matchup because the Paquito definitely wins out in terms of the lane-to-lane matchup. But this is Vinuya that we're talking about.
Yeah, but De La Cruz on the early game on this Matilda, right, does have a lot of damage, especially above. You can take a look. If last time Matilda does a lot of damage, she does even more right now, Churros.
Yeah. This is also a way for De La Cruz to open up that map, check, and give intelligence to the rest of the team. Philippines is one of those teams that are very, very calculated. They don't take unnecessary fights, and they don't make mistakes if they don't have to. Myanmar, they're going to be able to capitalize on that one. Play a little bit more passively, play it to their strengths. Philippines knows when Paquito and the Lilia's power spikes are at as well.
Yeah, it seems like Team Philippines was kind of gathering around the top right there, kind of setting up for that turtle fight. Unfortunately for the side of Hane, he's not able to join the fight. He will find it hits level 4 though. Turtle getting chunked down half HP. Boxia rolling in the deep, trying to look for a pick up right there, but gets stalled by the side of Brunoya, the heavy spin. Viceno going around the world. And Konbiko letting down the Mystic Guard. First one, give it aside to Hayden though. As Myanmar finds on a stable footing. Double kill over the side of Team Myanmar already. As Team Philippines has been routed.
Great save from De La Cruz. Pabico able to get out of there alive. Everything transpired when Vinuya was in the right position. He got that final slash onto Hentet-Wu, and it created a lot of space and opportunity, but they were hyper-focused on the Paquito and protecting the Paquito from that Gord, which is the main damage from the back line. Kyotuya was the main guy that was in the back line, just being such an annoyance to be able to split up that team fight. So great start from Myanmar. We'll be able to take a look at the replays and able to draw out all of these team fights from there. Baxia was the first one to be in the midst of battle, and with that, just took down one hit at a time.
Yeah, I feel like unfortunately Papico was just a sitting duck, right? And Mathilda was forced to kind of use the Guiding Wind to pull. The threat coming out from Hane is just way too much for Team Philippines to handle. They have to back off. You can see the Missing Gush was really just turned off very quickly. And this is exactly what I want to see, right? Teams knowing how to deal with the Gourd. Finding a way to kind of flank to basically slow down. But hold on a second, call. Engaging. Guiding Wind being so annoying. De La Cruz coming in clutch.
Yeah, there's just one way to sum up Marcel. On the bottom side,
Viana takes a bunch of damage though. Even the Totos Poissons already used by the side of Han. We'll back away for now.
De La Cruz already there for backup. They know that something's going to go down on the bottom side. Once that top side is all cleared up, they might be able to find a way to push up that team fights away from that gold lane, give Viana a much better time in the farming lane. On a main lane-to-lane matchup, though, this carry should have a decent time up against Claw. They do have that late-game insurance. At the same time, Corrosive Scythe already built up. They opt to go less for the boots and immediately jump straight for the core.
I feel like going to the later parts of the game, both teams does have the comms to scale. But in terms of tankiness, right, if you look at how Vinuya is already building, skipping the boots like what you mentioned, and also going for a lot more damagey items, right? And this is the kind of the new Arlot. You really have a lot of damage, and you hope to try to dive all the way to the back line, burst down, shine, and then just rotate.
I think big threat would also be coming in from Marcel as well.
Oh, seems like Papico landing down Missing Gush will not be able to hand. I think that's a bit too shallow for the side Team Philippines. Now the turtle will be reset. Team Myanmar letting it go though.
No flicker, no Mystic Gush. They're going to try to reset, try to play around this turtle, try to draw this out before committing anymore. Myanmar still has everything in their arsenal. They could go for a deep strike down the flank, find out Gord, find where Gord is, and basically just take it out.
This is not a very comfortable position for the silent team. Team Philippines, I have to say. De La Cruz getting caught right here. Here comes the Mathilda Airlines already committed. Find a slash coming up on the side of Vinuya, catching onto Han. But the turtle still in the possession for the side of Team Myanmar.
They're still tanking every single thing. They're still staying in strong.
Oh, whoa, hold on. Nippo Miseno finding the steal away. That turtle, I was actually already dismissing it. It should be going for Team Myanmar. However, it is sneaky Nippo Miseno finding it.
Yeah, everyone was just way too hyper-focused on Papico. That Nimble Muchano was able to just sit comfortably down that turtle pit, able to get that orange buff and get out of the way. Matilda Airlines to your service.
Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, that was the orange buff already. This Nippo Miseno is literally being a thief in the dark right here, stealing everything from the side of Myanmar as well. Okay, De La Cruz getting frozen up just a little bit. Here comes the blazing duet from the side of Shine. Viana activating the ultimate as well, trying to duke it out, but it's gonna be the gold lane as both the touch and go.
That's going to be a lot of damage down the bottom side. The flicker already used up on top from Vinuya, but that was a very smart play from Team Philippines. They know how to play that map. They know how to play the macro game. Now, team fight coming out of the top side.
Nippo Miseno heavy spin already committed, trying to pin Mia all the way into the wall, but that is, I would say, not the main target, but it seems like Vinuya's outdoing so much damage to find a slash. Reposition, Nippo Miseno picking up the kill, giving over the side to Team Philippines.
Smart final slash coming in from Vinuya to be able to secure the first kill for Team Philippines. But man, Myanmar's Marcel is definitely going to be a huge annoyance to Team Philippines. He's just running rampant around this map, able to lock two members down, and you have to force in your basically all your core resources, your flicker plays, and everything else. Vico in a spot of bother.
Should be able to just get out dodge. De La Cruz just providing, you know, airline services to wherever, especially with the rising cost of airlines right now. But hey, you know, Team Philippines, unfortunately, they lost topside turret, but I think Team Philippines trying to buy as much time as possible. Don't forget, there's the scaling comm right on Papico, right on Viana. That's the whole golden hour almost hitting onto Team Philippines. De La Cruz using the ultimate, trying to get out of there. Han will be picking up that one. It is not looking too good. Team Myanmar has a priority right now.
Myanmar at least sacrificed their roamer to keep Viana safe. So De La Cruz, that was a worthy sacrifice on Matilda's part, but that golden hour dodge was definitely perfect for Team Philippines, able to just take down that turtle as well. They're not too worried about these early game skirmishes. They're not too worried about these early game team fights. They're just going to let Myanmar just rush in and take down these heads because they're going straight for the objective. They're playing the long game.
Power spikes for the side of Vienna already hit. There's already golden stuff in that carry's pocket already. Maybe this is the time for them to strike. I like how Team Philippines is taking a bit of losses on the top and the bot. They lost, at the very least, they secured 2 turrets, but the gold is still neck to neck. So I would say that Team Myanmar, I feel like there's a lot more work cut out for them. I want to see more of this Keto just finding this angle to try to force it out.
Philippines able to just buy time to get Diana online, to get De La Cruz a little bit more sustained coming in. And this is the babysitting that we like to see. De La Cruz and Diana just sitting heavily together and very comfortable, just free farming every single one of those creeps, every single one of the resources just funneling into Diana. Once that carry comes online, Myanmar with basically a full dive potential lineup, it needs to be able to commit down into Philippines' throats.
I agree. The priority for the Baxia and also the Paquito is starting to fall very, very soon, right? Especially when Team Philippines is just doing stuff like the Nepo Viceno. It's just showing itself out right in the face of Team Myanmar's jungle. He's not afraid. He's an Akai. Nobody for the side. Team Myanmar is there to burst except for Shine, and Shine needs to farm all the way down bot. And now, maybe because Team Myanmar has already unlocked Shine, maybe there's a way for them to start using him in massive team fights.
Yep. In the mid stage of the game, though, Myanmar kind of seems like they are trying to force over the side lanes, try to push it in. If they want to play macro, Myanmar is going to play macro back. And Team Philippines, it's sort of like Nimpo Mucheno is just sitting in their opponent's jungle, taking all the resources that they hold dear, and no one is committing into the team fight that Akai has. This is the passiveness that we know and love from the Southeast Asian teams. And both of these teams, they know and they respect each other. They've seen each other play for a very long time as well.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really need to force it right now because Viceno, the hold on second call. Trying to make a play right there. Will not be able to find anything though. You can see how Team Philippines super disciplined about that one because the Lord is up. They're looking for a play, but there's a lot of things that, you know, Team Philippines had got to do. Top side defend at the same time. There's also another lane open at the same time. And it feels like, you know, Team Myanmar is the one dominating most of the river parts as well, especially the positioning from Claw.
Yeah, as much as Claude is just 200 gold ahead, but hold on a second, there's an hour.
Already tried to buy some time, just a little bit heavy spin. It's going to be Han securing the Lord instead. Members on the side of Team Philippines trying to fight onto the party. Vienna tags onto Kyo. They'll be going down, but final splash from the side of Nagoya stalls the escape from Team Myanmar as they will pay the price of this Lord. 2 members going down for the side of Team Myanmar.
The sustain also coming in from De La Cruz. As long as Matilda's in these team fight, there is not much that Myanmar can do to break through to their defenses, and they're protecting their back line super efficiently, super effectively. Nimpo Mucheno, even though he started off with that Lord, he knows that the back line, he knows that Papico is getting assaulted on, he knows that Diana is in the spot of bother. He ditches that Lord, goes straight to that team fight. He's protecting his team to infinity and beyond. Taking a look at the replays, using the heavy spin to try to push everyone back, protecting the back line so effectively. Diana just free hitting and just getting the auto attacks on, and Venuya. Enough said about this guy, man.
How do you do that? Like flicker, final slash, right underneath the enemy's turret and still get 2 kills, right? This is just pure discipline. I would say pure micro coming off from Team Philippines. That is really crazy. But then this problem is still here. Team Myanmar does have super minions, was able to crack open mid. Crack open top. Team Philippines, on the other hand, that mid looks really weak. Myanmar could just go over there, burst it down very quickly. But Team Myanmar is on a timer. They saw the power, the damage coming on Team Philippines, and they know it.
That's a 5-man.
5-man for the moment, try to buy some time. There we go. Crack open mid.
Okay, smart move, very passive, very defensive from Myanmar, and also very disciplined. And they know that their draft is definitely not going to be able to take down a 5-on-5. So they're sending the Paquito down the bottom side. They're sending the Claude up to the top side to be able to push down those lanes, creating that space. They don't really need to fight a full-on team fight and just fight around the objectives when they do so.
Baxia try to crash in. Oh, Nebuchadnezzar taking a lot of damage though. Heavy spin already committed. Venuya, 3-man final slash, but would be a little bit not. Papico landing down onto the Mystic Gush. Doesn't hit anybody though. Myanmar gets away, got 3.
They just need a little bit more time. Right now, at this stage, Carry and Claw definitely has a lot of damage when it comes in. So both teams are actively trying to avoid team fights at all costs. What they can do is try to go for pickoffs. Venuya has been phenomenal with the Dino Slashes, finding not one, but at least 3 members on the side of Myanmar. And all they can do is just, at this point in time, just try to split push. They're winning the macro game. They've got at least 5 turrets off of Team Philippines, able to crack down that base and wait for the Lord again. So pretty much back to basics on this one.
Yeah, right now, you know, Team Myanmar, even Shine has already secured the Winter Crown already. Viana has responded with the Wind of Nature. Right now, I would say those are your gold laners already activated. This is the late game territory that we're talking about right now. Team Myanmar, I feel like, you know, ever since the first 2 kills earlier just now by the side of this Paquito from the side of Team Myanmar, nothing has been done so far trying to fix the wave over to the other side.
Paquito's left all alone. You always see a 3-2 split from Philippines, which works very well for Viana. You don't want to risk too much getting your marksmen taken down and opening the floodgates for Myanmar to come in for the approach.
Remember, here comes the golden hour, buy some time, and the laser still not activated. Han securing the Lord instead, and then Seno pinning members of the guard. Venuya joining the fray at the same time, trying to dive all the way back in. The members of the side Team Philippines coming for the flank. 2 members of the side Team Myanmar already out. Same could be said with the side Team Philippines as well. But Team Philippines, they found the critical mark. Vienna, there's going to be a shutdown, a double kill. Wait, a triple, a wipeout for the side of Team Myanmar.
Philippines started off strong. Even though they were trapped on the golden hour, it was a little bit too fast, too soon. Nippo Machado wasn't able to get that Lord, but able to buy that time with the heavy spin. Venuya coming in with the support. But Viana and De La Cruz all the way from that top side, flying down with the airlines to clear up Myanmar. The Lord Marshal on the top side, they need to be able to go back. That's the recall.
Yeah, that's not enough time for the side of Team Philippines, but at the very least, the cracked open bot. It is crazy, not gonna lie, that Team Myanmar was the one to secure 2 Lords, but it seems like Team Myanmar wasn't able to capitalize on these objectives.
Myanmar really desperately has to play the macro game. Take a look at these replay. We see, okay, you took the Lord, I'm going to take your heads. You lock down with a heavy spin. You get the Matilda Airlines coming in with Viana, having a VIP slot, a VIP for a first wipeout of the game so far.
First class ticket, I would say. Literally boarded that airline, landing the fight. It's like as if he, this carry has an SOD himself, right?
Yeah.
By using De La Cruz as the guiding wind to just rotate quickly, defend, and then after that, just hyper rotations coming out from Team Philippines.
You're basically playing a carry with an angel seated around you and nested around you. So you have an extra dash, you have an extra escape, you have an extra mobility coming in, and you're just hyper farming the entirety of probably the rest of the game. And from now, it was even in terms of economy, but at this point in time, Philippines are tipping the scales.
Yep, if you talk about even economy, but don't forget, you've got the Paquito and the Baksa. These 2 are already starting to lose a lot more priority. You're looking at Team Myanmar. Hopefully the Claw was able to do a lot of damage. Is Myo on this Lilia was, well, okay, Vicar already, that was a jump. Luckily was able to just BMI all the way out to safety. But you can start to see the damage right now. The Ice Cream 1 from the side of Pipico. Those movement speed is going to be a problem.
Taking a look at itemizations, looks like Viana is online, ready to go. That's a full item build. Might be able to sell that boots for an additional item slot. So is Claw. So these are the 2 main heroes that I'm looking out for in terms of damage output. The fact of the matter is, when we talked about Marcel, we talked about also the risk factor that comes into play. But hitting the golden hour really takes timing, and it has to be impeccable when it comes down to these objective takes. Yes, Myanmar can secure the Lords, can secure the turtles, but how do you convert that into the kills? And how do you plan your escape routes? Because Philippines, they're playing the traditional Ube strategy. It's the ultimate botting experience. As long as they're 5, it's so hard to get into the back lines, get into Pabico's face, get into Viana and try to take him out.
Right now, I feel like Team Philippines is just looking for an excuse to just dive onto Myanmar, right? Myanmar feels like they've always burn off all their utilities just to try to secure the Lord, try to prevent Team Philippines to take the Lord. But you see how Team Philippines come back in with a punch. Twice in a row, we saw that, you know, Team Philippines made Myanmar's Lord take down costly. You take down, Team Myanmar take down the Lord. Team Philippines got to take at least 2, and all of a sudden you cannot reinforce with the Lord. You cannot take advantage of the Lord to kind of push against Team Philippines, though. So I think right now, I would say even Stevens, right? The goal lead also agrees the same based on the stats.
In the macro perspective, though, both teams are not touching the Lord, waiting for the enhanced Lord. This is the 18-minute mark. And it does look like the 3-2 is working extremely well for Team Philippines. Mid-side!
That's not exactly where you want to be! That's going to be Shine taking down De La Cruz right here. Vienna, massive damage coming up. Vienna trying to scale. The Wind of Nature coming in really clutch. It's a trade of a roam.
Again, like I said, the 3-2 composition, they know that at the top side, Philippines has, they see Nepomuceno, they see Vinuya. So now, on the other side of the map, that's where Viana and De La Cruz is. They've identified that, try to take that out as the final slash.
Oh man, there's no way for him to get on away. That's going to be the laser committed. Nepomuceno picking up that kill as well. And now 2 members down. It's going to be Team Myanmar trying to make a play right here. But there's 4 members from the side of Team Philippines still locking down the Lord. Mio tried to land down the bomb, tried to zone, but he's going to run out of steam very quickly. Team Philippines looking to blitz this Lord down.
Beautiful target prioritization, just taking one at a time. This Vinuya.
All the way in the back line, he's taking a lot of damage onto by the Shine, but he's hopefully trying to buy some more time. Vienna is outputting a lot of damage for Biko. That laser coming out, resetting Mio, but it's going to be blazing away. Vienna secures the Lord instead for the side of Team Philippines.
What a play by Team Philippines, just baiting out that Claude away. And Vinuya just starting things off. Yes, that Claude hurts. Yes, Vinuya is in a spot of bother. He's able to always find a way out. So Philippines, they are 2 steps ahead. He knows how to engage. He knows what time to engage, and he knows their way out. Nepomuceno is left all alone. Heavy spin already utilized just to get that to get back to safety. And all this time, just because of Viana and De La Cruz earlier on, down the bottom side, pushing in the waves, you have a fat wave with the enhanced and involved Lord marching down the bottom side, so Myanmar has a lot cut out for them.
Yeah, like literally, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Your early game priority is already gone. If Myanmar wasn't able to get a lot more, I would say, infrastructure damage against Team Philippines, they're gonna hurt a lot. And now because of that 2 Lord fights earlier just now before this one, they lost a lot of members and they're unable to capitalize on more. Lord, this may be a bit too late. And now as Team Philippines just marches in to the base of Team Myanmar. Laser coming out, that's going to be the golden moment as well. Call as well, trying to snap pictures at the same time. Member side Team Myanmar trying to defend, but the Lord is a little bit too much. But the side of Team Philippines, the damage overwhelming. Team Philippines take game number 1 against Team Myanmar.
What a play, all the way to the very end. Team Philippines, they calculated every single step that Myanmar was going to take. You want to take down and destroy my turrets? So be it. You want to take down my gold laner on the bottom side? We're going to take down your top.
Legit.
It's always a trade. They're looking for trades. They're looking for these comebacks from that late game. They know they're in conditions, especially in the late stage of the game. And like I said from the start, with the Matilda, with the carry, after that 5-6 minute mark, you're going to be playing as a pair. And wherever this carry wants to go, this Matilda is going to empower this carry. So you can't really take this carry down. Myanmar had a silver lining though. At the mid stage of the game, they almost found where carry was. But immediately, just like that, against the Marcel and just popping his head, it was just beautiful play from Viana.
Yeah, I agree. Like the trades coming out from the side of Team Philippines was great. Like, yes, it feels like the Lord is just there to bait Team Myanmar to just burn up as much resources as possible. But then again, they trusted in Viana and they trusted in De La Cruz. Nepomuceno is there to basically find those pin Vinuya coming in. This Arlot is crazy setting up these kills. And that's a power Arlot, right? Those repositioning may be really costly against Team Myanmar. And there you go, Vinuya, the MVP.
A lot of reasons why he's the MVP. For one, KDA prowess, check. Kill participation is everywhere on that map, check. He's able to protect, he's able to provide for the rest of his team, check. But also, the final slashes were just beautiful.
Yeah, it just forces in Team Myanmar into, you know, fights that they are not really ready to handshake, right? And that's the power of the Arlot. Team Philippines find a place and time to handshake these team fights, even as long as, Team Philippines manage to equalize the goal lead. That means that, they're both, in terms of items, they're both equal. But don't forget, Team Philippines pack a better scaling comp as compared to Team Myanmar.
I do have to agree 100% on that one. They know that in the early game, if they risk fighting it, they would go down in terms of like the cycling advantage that Myanmar has over them. And so Myanmar, they were on a timer, and they knew they were on a timer.
They
were trying to speed run that one, especially with Kyotuya, with the Marcel going straight in, trying to find intelligence for what the rest of the team is. But he can't go alone in the late game. There was quite a bit of a good strategy in terms of splitting the heads of the Claude in the top, in the long lanes. If you have the Claude up there, then you wait and you show your Paquito down the bottom side. So you're tipping the scales quite a bit. Philippines understands that. So they turn this team fight heavy composition into a 3-2 type of composition where you also have some alleviation pressure from that side waves with the carry instead.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. If you see how the items being built around, once the ice cream one comes out for the side of Pabico, this Gord all of a sudden just doesn't really need to do a dot damage, right? Just slow down everybody so that the Maceno can sweep in, Vinoya can sweep in, and of course Vienna come in with De La Cruz Airlines as well, just coming in, just start shredding through Han, shredding through Mule, even to a certain extent Shine, right? And there's a period of time when when I saw the Wind of Nature coming out from the side of this carry, that's it. The Claw is going to be a little bit useless, so it's got a lot more pressure onto Mio on this leader to output the damage. But Mio cannot get close, because if Mio gets close, he's going to eat a lot of Mystic Gush.
Yeah, I like that you pointed out as well, because the Blazing Duet that the Claude was actually trying to push onto Team Philippines was pretty much individual. He's always trying to find solo opportunities to clear everything out. Less the last Lord fight of the game. He was trying to find an opportunity, throw in the Blazing Duet, and yes, the Claude had a pretty decent game this time around. It wasn't like he was, throwing his own body for no reason. He was able to plan his escape route, but the team itself didn't have a lot of AoE crowd control for them to fight against a traditionally team fight heavy Ube strategy.
And I feel like Team Myanmar tried to do it. You saw how Team Philippines was really strong, like what you mentioned, like crowding together as 5, and that's where the golden hour should shine, right? But it seems like the Team Philippines are really conscious about this golden hour, knowing that the golden hour is coming in. The Matilda comes, De La Cruz sweeps in, saves the main damage dealer, and pull them to safety, and then after that re-engage. And if you notice, there's always 2 layers of Team Philippines in terms of the fights, right? Pabico starts out with the Mystic Gush. He's not the main damage dealer, but he pulled a lot of attention to him. And then Team Myanmar tunnel vision onto him, tried to land the golden hour, tried to land the stun, but to no avail.
You got a lot of options for Team Philippines. You can always go in with Nipo Maceno first with a heavy spin. If that doesn't work, then Vanuya comes in with the final slash, and then the Mystic Gush comes in. Mystic Gush is also kind of used as a way to deter any of these team fights, especially in the crucial moments of these objective days. And that's how Philippines likes to play around this Lord Dance. So incidentally, the first 2 Lord fights were taken by Myanmar. But for Team Philippines, they're not too worried about that. They're going for the hits. They're going for the main kills. They're always looking for these traits. And I want to express this. This is just clinical, methodical, and extremely strategic play style coming from Team Philippines that we all know and love.
Yeah, and this is where you really get to witness like the high level gameplays that these especially in this group, right? These group are known in their regions as well to be really particularly strong, especially when you talk about the M series as well. But if you notice how oh my goodness, I keep saying Team Liquid because every time I see them, it's Liquid in my head. Team Philippines, right? Like the way that they really punish the overextension to try to secure these neutral objectives. Whenever you take somebody, they try to take something else. If it's a kill, it's on the other side. It's gonna be the Vienna with De La Cruz just roaming around, just clearing the minions, and also there's a solid push on the other side. There's also they're very different. You can see the identity, the DNA that they have is like, I can lose the Lord, it's fine.
Yes.
I will punish you for taking my Lord though.
Yeah, it's really night and day from the previous games that we saw. It's like if they know that they can't go for the Lord, they rather just not risk it and go for trades elsewhere. The turrets are taking down,
Correct.
they're taking down heads instead. And at the end of the day, Claude as well as Paquito wasn't able to do anything much if they want to play around the macro game, which
Yep.
is what their roster is entirely built for.
Yep, super excited gameplay so far between these two teams. And with that said, we're going to go on a very short break. Game number 2 between these two teams are coming up next. And we are back, ladies and gents, after a technical break. But glad to get the show on the road because, whoo, that Team Philippines show was really exciting, eh?
Yeah, not to discount the fact that Myanmar actually played really well, holding themselves well in the first half, and did a little bit of digging. They are actually part of the Yangon Galactico squad, which won the MSL Myanmar champions this season around. So it just really goes to show the differences between the two regions, how they execute the game, and how they play their game. So this is really going to be a huge test for them coming back into the second game. Will they be able to come back from the big loss just now?
I feel like because you know how Team Philippines, I'm like, okay, fine, sure. Team Liquid, right, is one of the best teams in the world currently as of now. Then you start to see a lot of the other regions is using them as a comparison, as a yardstick, right? Like how good am I? So far, it seems like it was really convincing in the early parts of the game, but that's because they've got the early priority in the Baxia and also the Paquito. But after that, if you noticed, I think Team Myanmar stopped capitalizing on the Paquito that got 2 kills. Usually, if you see other regions, especially other teams, right, once the Paquito starts picking up 2 kills, you start to see more kills going into the Paquito. And then after that, they rotate out of control.
Empower the snowball potential that Paquito actually has on the table. They had that kit coming through with the Baxias and with the roams that they had just now as well with the Marcels, opening up that map, giving that vision, giving a little bit more intelligence to how the Paquito wants to play around. But they opt to go for a little bit more macro play. This time around, let's see what is different. Philippines will start banning out the Fanny as well as Phobius. Nothing really too much change out there. Myanmar doesn't really want to deal with the Akai and the Yuzhong anymore.
No Akai for Nepomuceno, unfortunately. This time around, Team Philippines going in first pick, right? These are just standard bans that we usually see from other M series or be it MPL regions as well, right? The Fanny, standard respect, but it feels like, Team Myanmar more on the brawly side, right? They really want to team fight and then after that win then after that kill people and then take objectives from there. But Team Philippines feels like they've got that they know how to deal with these kind of teams. They usually tend to get a lot overheated. We let them attack, we let them absorb, let them burn their spells, and then after that bite back. Adjustments
And the extreme absolute understanding of the game from Team Philippines. They know how to bounce back from early game kills, early game mistakes that they've made, and they bounce back hard. And which is first-hand experience for Myanmar coming into the second game. How do we disrupt and how do we break Team Philippines apart? And knowing now that, for a start, first game, Philippines likes to play the Ube strategy, wants to go for a more team fight strategy. And they can adapt to the situation, knowing that, hey, I'm going to be sending my Paquito down on the bottom side. I'm going to be sending Claude.
Well,
they adapt with sending Carry on their own.
Hold on. It seems like, Myanmar is really... Team Myanmar actually banning away the Mathilda as well, which De La Cruz is the one that you mentioned, is really given Team Myanmar a lot of problems in the early parts of the game. And now...
Oh, you don't want to give Paquito to Vanuya, though.
Yeah, correct. That's the thing, right? It feels like Team Myanmar is just really sending out the Paquito for Team Philippines, Vanuya, but it seems like Freya will be the first B1 pick right here. Still open. Can go to Gold, can go to EXP.
Yeah, I do like what Philippines is cooking, especially for Freya. From the earlier parts of the game, definitely Vanuya will be able to hold himself well against a Paquito, so he's not going to be forcing that pick. If that is pretty much open, then you could throw it into the hands of Viana, and that creates a lot of threats, a lot of pressure from the side lanes that Myanmar actually has to deal with.
Okay.
So denying that pick, and they pick Paquito up for themselves. Baxia still no change though. I like the rotation speed coming in from Baxia.
Yeah, game number 2 they open up similarly earlier just now for the side Team Myanmar. Team Philippines drafted Viana back into the carry. There's a Fredrin for the side Nepomuceno at the same time. Still open in terms of where the actually kind of locked in, right? It means that Vanuya is definitely going to be the Freya in the EXP lane.
Yeah, Nepomuceno making adjustments to go on the Fredrin this time around instead of the Akai, and this is going to be extremely scary. Have you seen, lest we forget the Carl TZ kind of Fredrin that he throws into the mix as well. The Claude might be the answer, but it's a Claude and carry once again, the classic skirmish up on the gold lane. Now, it's still pretty wide open into what De La Cruz wants to pick up, and I think this is how Team Philippines will be able to adjust to their play styles. If De La Cruz goes for his signature Khalid or signature kind of Hildas, this would set up a lot of early game tempo, which empowers Venuya to do his thing.
I mean, I remember the Cho that was definitely prevalent for the side of De La Cruz, right? Instantly get denied that away, the Claw goes in, Blazing Duet. The last thing you need is that Claw get denied for the Blazing Duet, and then after that get kicked, the pick off, and that's it, right? Paquito also technically susceptible to that one as well. You kick the Paquito, and all of a sudden, you know, Paquito may find himself in a little trouble, kind of rotate into these fights. Team Philippines still hell-bent on batting with a Hellcat this time round, not to give the Hellcat roam over the side of Team Myanmar.
There is a little bit of truth to that matter. As you want to leave Viana wide open, so at least you don't really have to worry about skirmishes. Another kind of hero that could sort of fill the shoes that Hellcat puts in is basically your
sorry, yes,
your Natalia, or even the chip.
I feel like Beloyski was in me, but just a little bit.
Or even the chip, right?
Yeah, okay.
That could be quite a possibility. So De La Cruz won't get his hands on a Khalid once again. This is a huge menace when it comes to De La Cruz.
Yep, a lot of respect over to De La Cruz this time around for the side of Team Myanmar, right? Like 3 bands dedicated just for him. The Atlas is still wide open. I feel like there's a lot of things in the lineup that, you know, both Team Philippines and also Team Myanmar can also pick up though. Now, do we look at the mid lane for both of these two teams as well? Team Philippines, I think there was a Eve that was banned in the R5 ban pool earlier just now, but this time around, you know, Team Philippines is in the blue pick.
Yeah, Jusin's already banned out, so won't get to see the light of day on this time around. Eve is going to be banned. Gord again would be pretty good for Pabico. Plays very well in the artillery mages, so that's a counter deny pick.
Okay, at the very least, you know, this time around it's going to be Team Myanmar that holds on to the Gord instead. But knowing how Team Philippines will play this, there's always a lot of there's an easy way for Team Philippines to really gain access to the Gord almost immediately. High loss, the Valentina to a certain extent, the Freya could also do the same, right? Coming into flank with the Valkyrie dive at the same time, that's also how you deny Gord for the Mystic Gush as well.
There's quite a bit of options right here. If you want to really risk it, you can also go for the Farsa. This provides a lot of early game potential for the side of Team Philippines. Coupled that with the Freya and coupled with a pretty fast movement roam, this could wreak havoc for Myanmar's entire draft. Because Paquito really needs that time. Oh, the Loi and the Atlas.
We've
seen how this plays out. We've seen how this plays out.
I am foreseeing an interesting play coming out from the side of Team Philippines, right? Pabico used the diversion, send the Atlas all the way to the back line, fatal the Gord.
And I think
it's hilarious.
This is a beautiful pickup from Loi for Loi as well. Not only anti-dive, but it also provides that kind of, even if you don't really need to use the diversion for an aggressive approach, you could always lay it on to carry to try to get the side lanes cleared up and join in the team fight. Selena will be picked up as the answer for Myanmar. So the vision play against a vision play.
Dude, this is a very squishy lineup that Myanmar has just drafted for themselves, right? And these are very susceptible to Loi to a certain extent. The rotation and also the dispersion could just easily chunk everybody to pieces. Anti-dive, Selena, technically speaking, there's also a poke potential from the Abyssal Arrow, but most of the bulk of the damage, of course, the burst damage comes from her dives. But info is also something that the Selena can also provide onto the table from the side of Team Myanmar as well.
So extremely pick-off centric. Kyotia is definitely going to play the Selena on the roam position, which opens up that map just a little bit. You are able to place wards to where Philippines wants to traverse around the Land of Dawn. But this might not be enough because Philippines has a lot of engaged potential. They're very fast with their gap closing, especially with the likes of Loi, with the likes of the Atlas, with the likes of the Freya. Closes that gap and provides the additional support that they have for the carry to just deal that damage from the back line.
I like how you break it down earlier just now, right? Like, there's so many avenues for the Team Philippines to engage. You can engage with the Fredrin, you can engage with the Atlas, you can also engage with the Freya to a certain extent. Whereas Team Myanmar, the Baxia knock into somebody, I think that's just about it. And then after that, follow a Selena, Arrow, or even a Mystic Bomb. Maybe perhaps with the Paquito coming in the flank, maybe, but we need to, I feel like what Team Myanmar is looking to do is to really pick Team Philippines apart and then after that start shoving side lanes instead. Don't handshake any team fights with Team Philippines, especially in this kind of roster.
I agree, 100%. Especially for Paquito, there are two targets for him, the Loi as well as the carry. We often underestimate the damage that Loi actually brings to the table, but the crowd control is just insane. It's so nutty, it's mental. And once you get trapped into that sort of like that death area, Myanmar needs to find a way to claw their way out of that. And the range that Selena provides, the range that Gort provides might not be the answer. The gap closing from Philippines is just way too much.
Yep, let's take a look. Game number 2 though, Team Philippines in the lead currently as of now. Team Myanmar, after a long break, I'm not too sure whether Selena is it. The difference, hopefully, is the one, this pocket pick, hopefully, is the one that Team Myanmar is relying on in order to win and equalize the game score against Team Philippines.
So they're sacrificing a extremely tanky front line, not a lot of crowd controls to set things up for themselves, but I think Myanmar, judging from how they play, the Nagoya are already starting to proxy that wave, which is pretty good. So getting that turret plating and getting the heck out of there, starting the early game rotation and speeding up that farm, that's the optimization that Nagoya has on this Freya.
Yeah, I like the confidence coming out of Nagoya though. But of course, you know, Nagoya Freya in level 1 is already ready to go. Just spam the dashes and you just output so much damage, especially when you have the wall cry as well. He's not afraid of Han to just appear, and that side he's more than happy to take him down.
Pre-level 4, Freya does have the upper hand. In the mid lane,
Pick off coming up from the side of Team Myanmar already. I bet that's your typical, you know, Selena arrow that that landed onto, I believe that was Pabico. Unfortunate for Team Philippines for now, but it's still early game. Another one stunned. Oh
wow.
My goodness! Team Philippines, 9-2 absolute arrows for Cure by Cure.
What a find. That was 1 assist and 1 kill for the Selena right off the bat. This is the minute and 30. The pocket pick for Selena actually working out well. But they are on a timer though. In the late game, Selena doesn't really have a lot of defensive potential. Taking itemizations, the fighter emblem once again. You want to get that claw, you want to get that carry up to scale fast. You want them to sustain within these team fights. We saw earlier on in game number 1 how sustaining and how tanky quote unquote that carry is, even if she's left alone to her own devices. And right now, starting off with team fights.
Cure landing onto another Selena arrow to try to slow down the fight just a little bit more. Nepomuceno is already still walking onto the turtle proposal, already committed. Here comes the Mystic Gun by Wolfspray. Vinuya goes down for the count. Nepomuceno will be able to take down not only the turtle, but his counterpart from Team Myanmar.
Well, the idea was there for Vinuya. Great start in trying to disrupt and push the Baxia back. Found the Baxia, immediately tried to hammer onto that Baxia, but hold on to that mid side.
No way for him to run. The stuns coming out from Kyo, and also just so many damage poured into him at the same time for the side of Team Myanmar. Team Philippines, on the other hand, this is not a very great start for now.
Well, they have a plan, and it's playing into the long game once again. I think it's more of fighting around that team fights. But that being said, I feel like Selena is definitely a very sneaky target for them. The Mystic Gush eventually comes out, targeting onto Vinuya, but a good job in trying to secure that first objective. For Team Philippines, though, it's the same MO as in the first game. Secure the objective, secure the turtles, let's look for trades elsewhere. We don't care about the fights, we don't care about the leads that they have, at least for the first early to mid stages of the game. What we want to do is try to fight around the objectives. They know their power spikes, and they know how De La Cruz likes to set things up. Pabico hasn't come online with the diversions as of yet, but he is being punished for, you know, for the later stages of the game. Speaking of which,
my goodness. Another death for the side of Pabico as well. Fatal Links coming up from the side of Team Philippines, trying to slow it down. Myanmar, Myo Mien going down the same time. And you can see Nepomuceno is not happy. You take down Pabico 3 times. Will not be able to find Selena though.
this is very unlike the Loi. Typically, Pabico has a absolutely phenomenal kind of positioning when it comes down to team fights, when it comes down to, you know, your rotations. But I think the signal was picked up by Myanmar because they identify where Pabico will be at, what kind of bushes he likes to sit at, what kind of areas he's at. And with that added kind of like vision play that it gives with the arrows, you don't have to hit it, you just have to be around the vicinity.
I think that's a problem with, right? Like the fact that your games are just being analyzed all over across the world because you are the gold standard. Team Myanmar is taking a leave out of that one. A lot of damage landing out onto Paquito for now. De La Cruz looking for a target for the Fatal Links. Perfect match already denied. Binoya dodge around there. Kyo will not be able to find it. Here comes the Mystic Gush as well. Binoya grunts all the way in. Will be able to find onto the goal. The turtle still secured by the side of Han. De La Cruz bring out a hand at the same time. Members of Team Philippines working on it, but Han does have a lot more damage, especially in the box here. 2 members down just for this particular fight.
That's the version. Will be safe getting out of there. That fight specifically just targeting onto the Boxia wasn't the right move for Team Philippines. I think they know what to go for. It's just the distance between themselves and Gord and the Selena throwing that arrows and getting that stun up. Taking a look at the replays, it's just in the midst, in the middle of the Mystic Gush, which created so much space for Team Myanmar to actually get even remotely close to the turtle and take that out.
Yeah, and even the rotations activated early on by Shine all the way up to the mid lane, catching on to Vinuya earlier just now, right? I think Vinuya's gameplay was correct. Tried to target down onto Mio, tried to deny, but another arrow coming out from the side of Kyo. Man, he's landing these very crazily.
Yeah, and he's all over the map. It's super slippery. They needed to give up that T1, and to that respect, though, Paquito's just getting out of harm's way super fast.
Kratos Wrath committed very early on, comes out of Nebo Menseno as well. Mio landing out Mystic Gush. Vinuya trying to dodge. We'll be able to find out Mio. That's a standing Gord kill given aside Team Philippines.
Smart play by Vinuya. The mechanics is just impeccable. He knows that he's down low. He knows that he does have a little bit of sustain if he hits the creeps. They're saving the Beetle for this Freya, and then he's going back for the counter re-engage. So for Team Philippines, it's just a matter of time before they really come up online. But for Myanmar, the challenge now is to hold on so crucially to this lead.
Yeah, this is the awkward mid stage for the side of Team Myanmar, right? Earlier just now in game number 1, you notice that they're not also very confident and comfortable in capitalizing onto the leads they are able to secure themselves in the early game. They were a little bit too passive, allowing Team Philippines to really take a little bit too much. As long as, you know, Team Philippines manage a bit of a goal lead that's around, I would say, less than 3K, I think, you know, Team Philippines could easily turn this around, but Team Myanmar, I need to see more coming out from them in order to basically capitalize on this lead.
Well, we talk about gap closing. Turtle at a quarter.
Nebo Menseno taking that turtle into his hands. Easy pickings from the side of Team Philippines as well. Wait, hold on. Is that a diversion? All the way. Wait, I'm not too sure.
There's on the top side.
Links, the concealed play, and Pabico returning the favor against Team Myanmar. And now it is Team Philippines striking back.
I thought the diversion was going to go back to the base, but it went into the mid lane top bush. And they concealed in, got that Fatal Links, and Myanmar definitely was not expecting that one.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the time where Team Myanmar may have caught off guard just a little bit. Pabico pick up and they can't kill it as well. Nebo Menseno landing on the precious right onto hands. 2 members down for the side, Team Myanmar and Team Philippines equalizing the kill score.
Well, Pabico having that early 3 deaths. Definitely not happy about that one. This is the response.
He redeemed himself. Pabico redeemed himself already.
Biting off a little bit more that they can chew, not understanding where they're coming from. Pabico is changing his pace down in the midst of battle. Take a look at replay. We see the chase coming in down the mid side. And you have Diana joining in the team fight, so that's an added damage boost from that carry alone.
Dude, the Fatal Links one more combo right into the Loi dispersion is just so painful, right? It's just, you know, burst damage for days. There's no way to run because you're really getting hooked in by the side of De La Cruz at the same time. And now Kyo, those linear arrows, you gotta have to land them even more better, especially going to the later parts of the game. You really need to find the damage onto Pabico. If not, Team Philippines would take you and run with it.
For Selena, like I said, it's very risky. It's still on a timer. If they cannot sort of like defend the T2 engage from Philippines and they lose their turrets and Fatal Links once again, Purify.
But the Purify don't. That's okay. Here comes another arrow coming out from the side of Kyo. But Nebo Menseno is just taking a lot of resources away from the side of Team Myanmar right now. He actually hits most of the laser as well. Vinuya coming in, trying to zone. Nebo Menseno still alive. Vietnam taking down hand. And Vinuya on the chase, on the Kyo. Vietnam picking up a double kill at the same time.
Beautiful find. Nepomuceno was just right there baiting out the Mystic Gush. He soaked in all that damage and he threw down their Praiseless Wrap. That's the damage that we're looking for. I thought it was over for Team Philippines. The blue health bars were basically just turning yellow and into the red, and this was just impeccable layering of all of these team fights. Right now, again, back to my point, Kyotuya with the Selena is definitely on a timer. Take a look at the damage.
Oh
look at where all the yellow were hit. And then the Fatal Links pulled everyone into the picture, into the face of Nepomuceno, the GOAT.
Man, the Mystic Gush was just a Mystic Tickle coming up from inside Mule at that point. Nepomuceno somehow was able to tank through all of that damage coming up from Mule. Mule on this Gorge is supposed to be able to shred through tanks, but it seems like without a Claude and also Shine earlier just now getting zoned out, wasn't able to output the damage at all. And all of a sudden Team Myanmar, you know, if your God can't do damage already, you trust the Selena to do damage against Fredrin?
Yeah, and like I said, don't count Philippines out just as of yet. They might have been shaky in the start, but it's always their MO. They're playing to their strengths. Right now, Viana's inside every single team fight that they're going for. They're not taking the risk. They're not going in straight. But speaking of which, that's a concealed play. Might be able to find a body.
Nope. I think the concealed play is more for psychological warfare, just to prevent Team Myanmar from stepping up. But this is also where it gets really scary for the side of Team Philippines, right? Like, there's a lot of pokes coming up from Kyo and also to a certain extent Mule at the same time. So if Team Philippines were to just dilly-dally like that earlier just now, De La Cruz eats a arrow as well. You can start to see some of the damage also being poured onto the side of Vienna as well. Man, these arrows are annoying.
Yeah, but it's better him than everyone else on the team because he's the main setter. He's basically the baiter of the team. Taking a look at itemizations right now, there's the Trolley Trinity built up for both of these marksmen. And I like the build, the defensive build coming in from both these two tanks from the side of Philippines. You got the Radiant Armor immediately first. You know, hey, Sri Lanka got to take notes on that one as well. And Vinuya, sorry, is basically on fire at this point. They're splitting their hits. They're not playing that 3-2 composition. Vinuya is down the bottom side, trying to push that wave in. And like I say, right from the draft, Selena is a very risky play because now, when you're back on that defense, there's not much that Selena can do.
The Boxer is supposed to get more levels because of the early game priority, but Frederick, look at Nepomuceno right now. Just level 15, 3 levels ahead against Han. Once Team Philippines get a inch, they go through the mile. They take a lot of these resources away from Team Myanmar right now. And Team Myanmar, once again, this early game matchup, early game priority heroes that they've selected for themselves, unable to find the mark.
Well, speaking of Mark, I feel like the Paquito should be able to find the back line and play a little bit more sneakily at this point. But Philippines is just roaming together as a unit, playing a 4-1 composition. They're on the opposite side of the map. So for Team Myanmar, it would be kind of easy to read. If you see where Viana is on that map, you kind of know where Vinuya is on the opposite side. So plan your routes carefully, plan that approach a little bit thread carefully. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, at the very least, you know, I appreciate how Vinuya is doing it, but hold on a second. Kyo may find himself in a spot of trouble right here. De La Cruz crashes onto him. Here comes the Fatal Lanes. Normal roll for the side of Team Myanmar as well. The Praiser's Draft, half HP onto this guard. The guard lands on the Mystic Gush at the same time, but this time around, maybe a little bit too much for the Frederick. He still lives away. Vienna finds the kill. That's going to be a killing spree given on the side of Vienna as well. Vinuya zones Team Myanmar away.
Slowed up, stunned up, taking a full laser to the face, and even more.
He laughs at danger.
Man, Philippines is just on fire this time around. Lead is way too much.
Okay. A little bit too much damage from the Lord. Right there.
But they're layering it in. Mortality already built up by Nepomuceno. So the second Lord of the match will be in the hands of Team Philippines and looking for the approach. And if we play our cards right, Philippines waiting out for that Lord, marching in the top side. And taking a look at the replay, nice find onto the Selena. A little bit of an ego stretch as well. Take me down in the early game, I'm going to take you out in the late game. Hey, test me, try me.
Yeah, Vienna is just like right at the max range of Mule. Mule's laser wasn't able to touch onto Vienna, so easy shred for the side of Vienna onto Han with because she is being a carry after it all. But of course, you know, Nepomuceno actually pull out so much attention away from Vienna, allowing Vienna to truly shine. And this is really that kind of teamwork that, you know, Team Myanmar is trying to break.
Yeah, and speaking of teamwork, there's so much opportunity, so many angles that they can come from. Right now, it's the base rush. You can always find the diversion up on the top side. I don't think Team Philippines wants to commit into big major team fights. They might want to wait out for the next Lord opportunity.
Nah,
Now,
not looking for style points. Unfortunately, the Lord will be dealt with by the side of Team Myanmar for now. Vinuya, jumping in using the Valkyrie descent right there. Dashes over to kind of zone. I would say yes, at the very least, they take down mid.
good defense, good discipline. This is the Philippines that you all know and love. You have that lead, let's just maintain it. For Team Myanmar though, you're just picking up that scraps.
Yep.
I think, again, in the early game, there's so much kill potential because it was just the laning phase. And once Philippines just huddle up together, it's so hard to tear apart. But there are still, you know, even if there are still weaknesses into Team Philippines, if Myanmar is able to find a good stun, if Myanmar is able to find the right target onto maybe Pabiko or Viana, they could have an opportunity in.
Oh, diversion all the way down bot, and all of a sudden the whole squad for the side of Team Philippines. Vinuya picking up a double kill as well, denying the Mitch from the side of Team Myanmar as well, as Team Philippines crack open bot.
What a play, and they're going for it. Selena trying to buy time, but it might not be enough.
But at the very least, the waves are already clear by the side of Team Myanmar for now. But hey, it's unfortunate that we're not able to see on the minimap where Pabiko decided to use the diversion. That's why.
Because it's not in the minimap, it's outside the minimap. You're playing out of bounds now, and Philippines, they're pushing it through.
Yeah, and now because Team Myanmar doesn't really have any form of peel, the only peel that they probably have is this Selena, which is getting guarded and screened by the side of Nepomuceno right there. But the members on the side of Team Philippines trying to walk on the core. Another wave marching down top. It's up to him to try to secure the Mystic Gush, pushing Team Philippines away, trying to defend as much as they can.
They come in the nick of time, and Philippines, they're still all so happy and healthy. 10 seconds until Lord spawns up. It's just a reset for now. What a good start and what a good cycle, pushing Myanmar back. And they know they bought themselves 30 seconds of pushing power. Look at how far the base is stand. It's on the precipice, and Philippines, they know it.
Yeah, we talk about scaling composition. Philippines has completely scaled. The Fresrin also, you know, is so thick right now. You also got Vinuya that also output quite a bit of damage. Could dive as well, but hold on a second. Nepomuceno finding on to Gyo as well. The Selena, no way for him to run. Mega kill, given over the side of Vinuya already. As Team Philippines works on the Lord without Nepomuceno.
It's a statement. They're giving up the kills early. Selena's getting them, but Philippines are saying,
I feel like
I'm
that's
going to come back to the version.
Once again, goes all the way up top,
straight to the base.
top, all the way back to base, but there's no minions. This is annoying to see Pabiko just instantly sends everybody. And Team Myanmar, even if they see the diversion, they're not ready for it.
Yeah, Philippines is just intimidating all of them as the Bigglings onto the potato, and it's 5-man collapse.
Oh man, it's so tough to watch if you aren't from the side of Team Myanmar as well. One after another, Team Philippines find a pick off, especially at this critical stage. 30 seconds from full strength.
The ball of blue coming in, Mystic Gush already laid down.
Mystic is laying down at the same time. Vinuya also hack and slash up to Han at the same time. Dela Cruz already has to disengage just a little bit. Kyo running for the hills at the same time. Francis Ryan barely hits. He tried to pull the Lord all the way to the other side. As Vinuya with a bunch of meters trying to work on the core instead, but that's going to be shut down. But more than enough, Team Philippines closes up in the 2-0 series.
Shaky start, the beautiful finish, and like we said, Team Philippines, they are artists. Painting it on a canvas. You don't know what's really gonna show up, but until the end, you're just in awe of what they're able to accomplish. Once again, showing us the dominance they have in the Southeast Asian stage.
It's just literally showcasing the gold standard, literally, right? Like, they're on the way to the gold realm, rooting for them, especially in the M series as well. But dude, you can see how, you know, even Pabiko getting taken down 3 times in the early game, they're still unfazed. They know the power spike. As long as you don't give too much in the early game, you don't allow to have, like, you know, in the early game, 5k gold lead, okay, fine, that's over. But as long as you maintain 1 or 2 gold lead, especially if you allow Vienna to start farming, there's a chance for them to return the favor.
Yeah, not only do they have an idea, they have a plan. And their plan is just play late game, play Ube, and they're always together. The way that, the thing that really inspires me in this 5-man team, and this is the perfect team in order to have that layer-in team fights. They're all jumping in one after another, and they're all getting out in time. Even the last minute, it's all empowered by Mr. De La Cruz.
Yep. The Atlas being annoying. Actually, no kills, no deaths at all, but 14 assists with 94% kill participation. Damage taken 144.229k. I bet you this De La Cruz has been eating most of these arrows, making sure Pabico is safe, sets up for the whole team. If you are a Loyi player, right, you see an Atlas on the other and on your side, and if the Atlas is strong, you're gonna have a field day. The constant reset of the yin yang at the same time is just so juicy immediately. And the worst part is, Team Myanmar drafted a very squishy team.
Yeah, and the way that Team Philippines likes to play this, it's I would say medium risk. De La Cruz typically, or not De La Cruz, but most Atlas players that we've seen in the previous matches, they immediately get the fleeting time, even if they're not getting kills, even if they're not getting the assists. But now De La Cruz is not risking that. He's going straight for all defense. He knows that, hey, the biggest threat is coming from that Gore. Let's get that Radiant armor down, then we strike. Let's try to get that item build for the Claude, and then we strike. So the Chesties Pauldron was being used as a reactionary measure, and I think he's definitely going to have a laugh at Pabico. Hey, haha, you got 3 kills down the early side. You're not protecting me. But it's all part of the plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard for Pabico as a Loyi to really try to dodge these arrows, especially if, Cure. You can see why the Pocket Pick is a threat over the side of Team Philippines, especially in the early parts of the game. But really, definitely, you need a lot more than that. You give it to any other team, Team Myanmar may have to take the goal lead and then after they start to scale. But once again, it still boils down to the fact that if Team Myanmar doesn't know how to capitalize on their early game strategy, they don't know how to capitalize on their early game rotations, I need to see him to start rotating and start helping around the mid lane, maybe punch Pabico all the way out, and then after that, try to snowball them. Maybe that's a way to play it. But Vinuya on his Freya is threatening the top side turret and forcing Hang to stay in lane.
The 4-1 composition worked out really well for Philippines this time around, and I just want to sum this up by Paquito can't really chase up or find Pabico. And this was essentially a very big issue right from the mid stage of that game. He was having a field day in the laning phase against Venuya's Freya, but then again in the late game he wasn't too sure whether he should step out of line to basically find better angles, better flanks. They had a good start. I don't doubt that. They had the potential to really take this juggernaut down in the form of Team Philippines, but it was, call it intimidation, call it fear, call it respect. But Philippines really knew their power spikes. They really knew their timings. And this is what really sets, like you said, good from great. This is the greater to almost perfect.
I feel like right now it's just like, Team Philippines, I feel like that was I would say, if you want to know when to start handshake team fights, Team Philippines definitely knows when is a good time. When Vienna is ready, they start fighting. As long as they, start continuous farming, you use Vinuya to buy time just a little bit more. Don't forget Nepomuceno as well. It's just this thick Fredrin that ate so much of that Mystic Gush and still able to walk out of it alive, burn off all these utilities. That's absolutely wonderful. But of course, I feel like the draft from the side of Team Myanmar, like I said, a bit very too squishy. I'm not like, I see why they want to go for the Selena roam. They really want to go high and dry to basically try to cheese it. But this is Team Philippines that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's very hard to break the familial bond that Team Philippines have. Not only this team, but the rest of the whole country also backing them. And it really solidifies themselves as one of the best, if not the best, in the game of Mobile Legends Bang Bang so far that we've ever seen. And this team has been just sitting on that hefty throne for far too long. They need someone to try to take them down, and gods can be killed as well.
I mean, Cambodia did try a little bit, but of course, that was yesterday's game. I would say a bit of a wake-up call, I would say, for the side of Team Philippines as well. So, hey, I mean, at the very least, we do see some form of, I would say, not retribution. I can't find that word. in me as well all of a sudden.
You're saying retribution just because of battle spell?
Yeah, maybe. But
Yeah.
of course, coming up next, ladies and gents, this is going to be another Group A match. Coming up next, it's going to be Indonesia going up against Malaysia as well, that we'll be watching on the main stage. So pretty excited to see what, you know, we're literally jumping from one region to another, like switching channels very quickly from one to another.
Yeah, but we're still in the Southeast Asian region. It's still within the core equatorial region as well as the Mekong areas. But we see that the play styles and the execution is not too far apart from each other. I'm just pretty surprised that Team Myanmar, one of the reigning champions of MSL Myanmar, is able to hold themselves pretty well, at least in the early game. The late game, though, it's all Team Philippines game. But now, on the other side of the coin, man, it's Indonesia versus Malaysia. This is going to be a pretty fascinating match to watch. I'm really excited for that.
Yes, definitely. And of course, you know, I think it's also relies on Myanmar drafting those early game priorities. You need to find these early game priorities. But of course, you know, enough of that one. Coming up next, ladies and gents, is going to be Team Indonesia going up against Team Malaysia. Don't go anyway, ladies and gents. We'll come back after a short break.
If all that bloom are fated to wither, I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement!
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
it can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement!
For day number 3, this is the 5th match of the day for the Asian Games Esports event, MLBB. MLBB qualifiers all the way to Nagoya. My name is Jace. This is Churros. We have been your casters for the past... I cannot quick math. I cannot quick math. 7 hours. But hey, it's been fun, right? At the very least, we get to bear witness to some of the interesting matchups and make interesting picks. We also start to see, you know, some of the play styles from other regions as well. I think that's the best part of it. I love cultural exchanges. When I go overseas, the first thing I do is like, show me your best foods and want to try it.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. This has been a blast, especially for today. We have quite a bit of, you know, the first 2 series of today was from Group B, Group D, from Central and East South Asia. This was quite an interesting experience where, you know, we saw the likes of Hong Kong, China bring it up. But now it's back to the sibling rivalry, quote unquote, the big 3 gauntlet of MLBB in the scene right now. We have our Indonesian brethren as well as our Malaysian brothers from across the borders.
Yep, of course, you know, as we, during the break, you know, Churros and I actually went out to take a look at the crowd as well. There are a lot of people queuing. I was also wasn't expecting that one, right? Speaking of which, here are your standings from Group A. Currently in the charge, Cambodia, solid 6 points as of now. Indonesia, solid 6 points as of now. Team Philippines, 5 points. Team Malaysia, -1, -1. Myanmar, -2. Vietnam, -2. Laos, -4. Singapore, -8.
So what we can tell from this is Indonesia is in a pretty good spot as of this point. But for Malaysia, Myanmar, and Vietnam, they're pretty neck and neck. So there's only 5 slots to Nagoya for the international round. But this time around, it's really Malaysia's time to shine. We have a lot of, like you said, we went outside during the break. We saw so many of our Malaysian friends and so many of our Indonesian friends coming. It's sort of like, quote unquote, a little bit of a home turf advantage for Malaysia. Malaysia, Singapore, it's kind of same, but different.
I think you really sure you want to say that in front of me?
Hey, okay, I used to be Malaysian too. And then I rebelled against the country and came to I'm just kidding.
Okay, you know what? No, okay, I think right now it's all about, you know, teams, the team spirit right here. Let's take a look at Team Indonesia. Right here, Team Indonesia represented by Dingarai, Alexander, Delvin, Afan, and Xiaoyuki. By the way, this is the stack that did quite decent in the M7. This is your alter ego stack, albeit MPL Indonesia did not make it into the playoffs though.
Yeah, but that's okay. This is a new time to shine, and like we like to say, it's always redemption in Asian game qualifiers. You're throwing away your club jerseys and you're donning the national jerseys. This is not your club pride anymore. This is your national pride.
Yep.
And on the other side of the table, we have our brother from another mother. This is Malaysia on the table. Elton, Akif, Amar, Najan, and Razif. Welcome to Singapore.
Don't
I'm playing this game right here.
With my mic. All right, but of course, you know, saying hi to my homeboys. Well, technically, no pun intended, right there, homeboys right there. Oh man, I miss home already. But of course, you know, this is a very interesting stack because this is Team Ray with Chibi as well from the side of Vamos. So technically speaking, this is a bit of a mismatch team as compared to, you know, Team Indonesia, right? Team Indonesia, this is a stack that played really well during the M7. You know, they've been working with each other very as well. But you know, Team Malaysia on the other hand, this is kind of like they take a few. Take a few people from each team and then they form this dream team from Team Malaysia.
Well, honestly, for both sides, they have their pros and cons. When you play together as a team for very, very long, you build that chemistry. But then again, we've seen it in other sports all around the world. You're taking the best players from each of the other different squads in your region and throwing them together as an all-star team that really speaks volume to them. So haven't really performed well in the other matches that they had so far. 1 win, 2 losses so far. Indonesia and Malaysia hasn't played a single game, only 1 game against the same country, which is Laos. Both of them won 2-0. So not a lot of statistics to really decide, like, hey, which is the better team. So we're pretty even on this front.
Yeah, but of course, you know, I am on the well, of course, you know, Team Malaysia, right? You know, Bigatron and also Team Vamos, right? And also Team Ray. That's where their home clubs are. But of course, you know, this is the time where I really want to see how they can gel together in terms of the chemistry, how they can be able to work each other. You know, they were kind of rivals back in their own region, but now they're here. They're representing Malaysia, Satu Malaysia. how are they going to have to deal with against, don't forget, this is a stack that second place M7, by the way.
Yeah, but M7 is a couple months ago. We've been through a couple
Meta
patches,
changes,
maybe
yep.
meta changes, maybe a little bit of a chemistry shifts between each of these teams. And I think that for both teams, we're coming in with a clean slate. We've seen all throughout the first 2 days of AGQ, we've seen what we've seen today. Stats don't really matter. You might be able to win out against a different team, and you lost to a different team, but you are still pretty even in terms of the matchup when you come together as a new kind of a series. So we'll take each game as sort of like a new, fresh slate where they can craft their art upon.
Yeah, I think the best part is that this is best of 3 round robin set. This is where, you know, I mean, especially for Group A, which is like a massive group of 8 countries as well. Technically speaking, Team Malaysia and also Indonesia are already like, you know, this is the 3rd versus the 4th placement, right? Irregardless, I would say they are kind of middle of the pack in the top 5, which is going to be qualified over to the side of Nagoya. But of course, I feel like sometimes you also have to take a look like, hey, is this a time where you start to experiment just a little bit? Is this a time where you really put your best foot forward in order to win that, win the top seed perhaps in a particular group?
Well, it's deja vu once again as we go back to Flying Clouds for the first game between Indonesia and Malaysia. And looking forward to see what kind of flavors they'll bring out in each of these regions. And I know, understanding from how Indonesia likes to play, pretty fun playstyle. They have brought a lot of Philippine imports in their respective MPLs as well. So a lot of these very structured playstyle, clinical, methodical approaches to the gameplay has been drawn into their soup, into their montage. And so I think coming into this, it's more of what kind of playstyle do you want to see, or what kind of heroes do you want to see? Again, the Fanny getting banned out. We were seeing a lot of Fanny bans this time around, especially
from Group A's, right?
Yeah.
Especially from Group A's. If you notice, most of the Fanny bans were coming from Group A's. But I like what Indonesia is cooking up right here. Oh man, Paquito ban, Harley ban. It feels like both of these two teams, they know that they are kind of forced to kind of clash very quickly, very early on to try to get a bit of a early game priority. Yeah, I think both teams may share a little bit of a similar playstyle later on, so expect a lot of clash all across the map, especially along the river.
You said it best. Hopefully, calculated clashes, calculated skirmishes. Malaysia opting to target onto Afan to take out most of the jungle heroes. It's still quite open. You got the Marcels, the Fovias, the Jusins. They're up for grabs. That a lot of teams like to prioritize.
A bit of a slow ban from both these two teams as of now. There's still the Phobias, there's still the Marcel, there's still also the Juicin, right? And don't forget, at the very least from Group A, we're back into, you know, your standard meta picks, right? That you usually see from other MPLs. Now, Eve ban right there. So, it feels like, you know, Malaysia is... Wait, is that Saint DeLucas?
Where?
Coach.
It's not saying the Lucas.
Okay, maybe. Okay. Okay.
Oh wait, no, from Malaysia. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I just saw. Okay, I just saw that.
Hello.
I thought it was like
Haven't
on the
seen
screen.
you in a while.
Yeah. Huge shout out to Saint DeLucas. Was in MPO Singapore for quite a long time.
RSG, right? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Before traveling out there.
I feel like we're revealing our age just saying that. But of course, you know, back to the topic at hand. Give ban coming out from the side of Team Malaysia already. Indonesia, you know, there's also the Marcel ban. I feel like right now Team Indonesia is like going in, trying to pick the poison. Bans away the phobias. Now, we've seen Marcel first pick. We've seen Juice in first picks, right? Either or for the side Team Malaysia and Indonesia. Who are you afraid of? Who do you prefer between these two heroes?
100% Juicin. But then it's a tit for that, this for that kind of situation. And Marcel is picked up right here. Then I don't think Juicin will be on the table because you can easily counter it with the Valentina pick as well. And these two counteract that efforts. But I don't think, you know, a lot of these teams that we know and love don't really prioritize the Marcel as much anymore. The Juicin will be first pick right here. I do like this as the highest priority. It has shown a lot of prowess so far. And opening up that map, you have a little bit of escape mechanism. So yeah, it's a trade.
fast picks coming up from the side in Indonesia already. They know what they want. They gun for the Marcel and also that Claude. Also, you know, Claude being such a S tier pick in terms of the gold lane as well. Taking that away, that's nice and dandy. We also see the Harif that could potentially come into the pick from the side Team Malaysia to match the Claude. But Harif going into a Marcel is going to be awkward because, you know, the Zaman Force can easily get denied. So I think, yeah, Indonesia, pretty wise choice coming from them, denying the Harif pick. But Malaysia will be able to get away with the Fredrin and also the Arlott pick.
I know that the Moskov definitely is one of those heroes that do well against a lane-to-lane matchup against the Claude and has equal, or if not, dare I say, better lane opportunity in the late game. For Indonesia's side, they're going to solidify that with the Baxia. I do like the front line that they're building for Team Indonesia. You have a lot of mobility, especially coming in from Marcel and the Baxia alone, in order to direct the fights away from the gold lane, which is precisely what you want to do. So for Malaysia, though, they have a lot of limited EXP heroes. Typically, we only see the Paquitos, the Freyas, and the Fovias. The Arlott being picked up right here is pretty much like a Filipino twist. We saw Sanford picked it up just now, and if not that, then the Yuzhong, which was a flavor in other regions as well.
Yeah, you're right. Like Paquito was completely. Oh, sorry, Paquito already banned away by the side of Indonesia. So yeah, you're right. I think Arlott is a good second tier. I don't say second tier. I would say a solid second choice as well, right? Because Arlott in this particular patch does a lot of damage. Not only just that, I always call that Arlott like a really, the power Arlott actually doesn't rely on his items. He actually relies on his final slash. The final slash pulls you all the way into an awkward position, like in terms of these into a team fight that you don't want to handle. That's why you ban it away. Okay, Yuzhong, that's what you mentioned. We start to see a lot of Yuzhong, especially in Asian games so far, so qualifiers so far. So yeah, taking that away. Indonesia bans away the Grandeur, which is kind of interesting. Right? Grandeur, I would say, fell off in terms of priority quite a bit.
Maybe it's just the Malaysian flavor, and Indonesia has had a taste of that, and they don't really like your Padang, so to speak. Okay.
Huh?
I don't know what I'm saying right here, but yeah.
I don't understand you. I cannot cover for you for that one. But okay, so, Granger ban, Matilda ban coming in at the same time. So yeah, they want to make sure that they've got river control a lot better as compared to Malaysia. Team Indonesia, they've already got the solid river control with Marcel and also the Baxia as well.
I think CC would be a pretty viable option. It's been often used by teams to counteract the Fredrin and pesky assassins that come their way. If it gets banned out by Malaysia, then that opens the floodgates for maybe a Lapu pickup right here, which does pretty decently against this draft. So they do have options right here. More popular ban would be the Lapu, so you limit the XP lane fully.
Yep, I think Lapu is great. There's also a Sora that is also a threat. Sora is solid mid-game onwards. Early game, yes, once he hit level 4, he's just a menace to your enemy, but yeah, just don't want to deal with it. Don't forget the cloud form, especially, is just so annoying. Like, it just stun locks everybody. It's like a mini implosion as well. So yeah, so right now, if you're Team Indonesia, I feel like, yeah, you're right. Lapu looks good for them, especially you got that early game as well. You were able to deal with the Arlott as well. But no, instead, Indonesia goes for the Atlas.
So Indonesia is psyching out for a 5-man team fight composition. Has pretty strong front line and a little bit more backline support in the form of a Marcel or even a Baxia who's able to roll away towards that Claude. But Claude is also quite a high committal kind of marksman. If he times it right, Blazing Duet could wreak a lot of havoc. We've seen the Claude against the carry before Malaysia. For the side of Malaysia, this looks like a carry game. You're able to melt down the Marcel, the Baxia, and the Alice, who is known for their tankiness. Unless you want to, go for least like the long lane plays with the Moscovs.
I feel like if you're Team Malaysia right now, carry works very well against Team Indonesia, right?
Yep,
they're gonna snap pick that as well, and then after that, all they need is a solid roamer. I mean, Khalid is I would say one of the best roamers right now in the current meta. You wave clear very quickly, you got Raging Sandstorm, you got a thick body at the same time, and all of a sudden you just heal for carry, pure for juice in, and then you're solid. Arlot, I would say in terms of Team Malaysia, I think you expect this Arlot to go slightly more damage. I will expect, you know, the likes of Hunter Strike as well. But now, if you're Team Indonesia, you're missing a mid laner. The Eve is already banned away. This, far as technically speaking, could also work. What do you think about Lilia can also work as well, but what do you think about Kimi? To shred.
Typically, the Kimi has been picked up to as sort of like a direct counter.
Just a crazy idea number 3, by the way.
It does work, and they are going in. I see you jumping up and down the tables, man. I know you got that right, but hey, it's all down to execution at this point.
I agree.
To be honest, though, I think that for Team Indonesia, this looks like a very, very scary draft. You have quite a bit of tankiness. You're able to set up. You're able to have that fast rotations. Kimi Marcel clears the lane pretty decently fast and open up that map for Baxia to try to get that engage. So it kind of is a fight fire with fire kind of situation in this matchup.
Yeah, I think right now for the side of the Team Indonesia, right, I think there's a potential weird interaction that you will see. The Marcel with the golden hour. If the Claw decides to jump all the way in, it's going to get stung out. The question is, does the Blazing Wire get deactivated? I don't think so, right? You still continue on. It's basically like a free Winter Crown, right?
Unless you get knocked up. No, your stun also gets disrupted, yeah.
We shall see whether that is going to be an interesting interaction. We shall see as we load up into game number 1 between Team Malaysia and Team Indonesia, though. I am currently leaning over to, of course, you know, Team Malaysia. The carry pick, definitely one of my favorite as well, especially in this particular patch. There's so much shred. They can just easily shred through either the Alice and also the Baxia.
I like the fact that when starting off in the neutral creep camps, you're having that leash from both of your sides, and Frederick needs it a lot more than Baxia. Baxia being one of the fastest tank junglers around, creates that opportunity for you to clear it fast, rotate in, and get that early level 4, and then it looks like it's pathing towards that top side, opening up that space towards the turtle pit, which is precisely what Indonesia wants to do. Draw the attention away from the gold lane right from the start.
Man, Marcel runs really fast in his match as well. And not only just that, now it also applies a slow instead of a frozen moment for skill. So a bit of nerf, but at the very least, you know, the golden hour is getting reworked. Oh, lots of damage coming off and Delvin already onto Akif. Nasan will not be able to catch anything for now, but still, hey, okay.
Yeah, the Khalid is one of those heroes that you want to be put him in a position where he's always engaging, always finding intelligence, and always giving vision to where everything is at. It provides that space for your gold lane to, hey, you know, the Khalid has his eyes on Afan, and I don't need to push in too deep. We saw just now that the carry is pushing the lanes and having that strong lane advantage up against this Claw. Down immediately the turret, though.
Flicker already burned for both these two mid laners as well. I keep taking a lot of punishment from the side of Delvin. Will be able to heal all the way back. Afan also. Totem Poseidon's already used. Right off the bat right there, even before the total fight.
Risky play. We know that Akif was down low, doesn't have the flicker, but forcing out the flicker from Amar, that is crucial, especially for this first turtle fight that's popping up. Now, we're getting that recall. Afan needs to take some time to come down towards that turtle pit, but it should be an even game as 3-on-3 fight will ensue.
Yep. To the fight, like what you mentioned, ensued. Nasan controlling onto that. Afan's looking for the crash. Here comes the ultimate from the Kimi. Nasan still securing the turtle as well. The praise is right. First blood, give it a time. Akif. Afan will be able to take down Nasan as well. As Delvin just free hitting from behind. Razif trying to make a play right here. Will not be able to fight Afan nor Shoyuki. As Razif just dives all the way in. Final to Delvin. Delvin also burned a flicker. What a clash around the what a clash around the turtle.
It was extremely messy, but what transpired there was starting things off with the traction pulse. So Delvin actually pulled the trigger on the traction pulse to pull in Nazan. Nazan had that one frame of opportunity to take that turtle down with the retribution, which he did, but then they pushed in the fight a little bit too long.
Yep.
Razif came in a little bit later than I would expect, throws in the final slash, created that opportunity for Malaysia to just really gun it down. But I felt like this is, like we expected, extremely brawly, extremely skirmishy. They want to cycle both their members and precisely how Malaysia likes to play.
I think right now it's just most like, well, it's a stalemate, right? So far, 3 minutes in, you don't really see any of these two teams to have a bit of an advantage, right? I would say a lot more pressure on the, hold on a second, thing, right? Blazing Duet will be able to heal all the way up, back up. He's safe for now, but Alexander coming in with the golden moment will be able to start up Akeem. Second skill to try to buy time, but not enough because Afan will be burning him to the ground.
Alexander, good throw on the golden hour. I felt like Elton had that damage to take Dingarai down, but I think it's a little bit too early.
The photographer, man. In Team Indonesia, upping the tempo as well. All of a sudden, Team Malaysia, they're playing from behind.
Not happy about that first turtle skirmish. They're going in aggressive, diving into that top side, which is what Malaysia wants to actively prevent. Razif down on the bottom side, a little bit of a 1v1 action, but Malaysia needs to find a way to break past from this. They are down in terms of those kills, in terms of at least 1,000 gold economy, but they need to be able to play a little bit more passively. Don't try to force these team fights if they know that they can.
Amar, we'll be able to walk out of fun. Oh, I feel like we've seen this before. Shago dives all the way into already committed. Blazing away, coming over to the right as well. Also jumping over the wall. El Tono right here, trying to spin for the win, but he's a little bit too late because the main fight is being controlled by Amar. But he's going down. Dingarai outputting the damage. It's not enough for the side team Malaysia. It's Indonesia just overwhelming a triple kill over the side of this cloud already.
Beautiful start to the fight with the TOR from Shauki. Able to lock down at least 3 members, and Lejean had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Afan took down that turtle. It bought a lot of space for him as well. So he came in, layered it out, took down that turtle, joined in that team fight, soaked up that damage for Delvin to come in with a traction pulse. So that was perfectly set up for Indonesia.
Yeah, Elton wasn't able to join the fight, right? It doesn't really have the mobility like what a Claude had. Blazing Duet, and after that, don't forget, with your Art of Thievery, you're just literally zapping around. Alexander is just holding out a fight earlier because of these. It's so annoying. Looking for a play right, hitting it right, picking up a mega kill already. Oh my goodness me, Churro.
Great pickoff onto Jusin. And Amar, they know that she doesn't have that ultimate. It's just up as of now. Shoki just forcing a little bit too deep.
That's
but it's all bait
as well, but here we go, knocking down through 3 members as well. Afan also joining the fight as well. Razif unable to find an angle to try to enter the fight. Has to ditch. Malaysia losing 2 members as well. Not only just Akif, but Elton as well going down.
They're punishing Indonesia. They know that Malaysia is trying to force a team fight, force a sort of like a counterplay from them, but Indonesia is not taking it lightly. The final slash already utilized, but they're able to get out of there. Great play from Indonesia.
Yeah, the crack Indonesia cracks open mid already. Dingarai finds onto Akif. Akif all of a sudden, you know, you're as his Khalid. You have to be careful. Dingarai has picked up 4 kills already, and he hurts.
Take a look at the map. It kind of seems like Malaysia is still in the farming phase. Akif just throwing his bodies right there, 1-4 and 1. We don't really see this as often. You just want to give a little more intelligence, give vision to where everyone is at that map before making a move, making a decision. Just with one turtle fight, Indonesia was able to turn things around from a 1,000 gold lead to a solid 6K in the 7th minute mark.
Yeah, it's a exponential increase when it comes to, well, not say market share, but in terms of gold lead, right? Indonesia capitalizing, I would say, quite a few mistakes, right? Team Malaysia was constantly getting caught off guard by the side of Indonesia, right? Alton wasn't able to join the fight. Dingarai is already there, and you can see a few moments when Razif is forced to go the long way around because, you know, Akif and also Alton is already down. Okay, there's going to be a pickup kind of side of fun, but I feel like Team Malaysia needs to look a lot more because Dingarai is wrecking havoc all the way up top.
Yeah, you have the opportunity for the split push capability if you're a side of Indonesia. You already almost bring up that Holy Trinity. You're also buying a speed boot because of getting out that slow potential from Amar. So that was a good itemization adjustment coming in from that Claude. On carry side though, this is just not looking too good. If you're a marksman, you have 2 kills down. You should stay happily down in your lane, try to pick up that scraps, not try to fight any farm whatsoever. But this is not looking so well for Malaysia at this point.
I think, Alton definitely is gunning for that golden staff. That's definitely going to be one of the core biggest item, a power spike item for the side of a carry for now. But Xiaoyuki, you know, I felt like this Alice has been left unchecked and was able to just, you know, absorb so much of this gold and also be very tanky. Even though they drop a carry, I feel like it's not enough.
Oh, Alexander
Gotta
coming
take
in.
photos as well. Nasan. Oh, here comes Delvin with the ultimate try to zone as well. Oh,
backline!
Coming out with Xiaoyuki. Also the raging Sang from Kanazawa. Keep up to his death. Dingerai taking out Razin. Delvin also taking out Keep as well. And once again, Elton gets caught off guard. Flicker at the same time. Elton gets frozen, allowing Indonesia to reposition Dingerai. Once again, he is on a roll.
This Marcel is just so sneaky, so annoying. He's just running past you. He's going straight for the target. They found the main guy. He found Resif, and he knew that he wanted to disrupt that main team fight. Amaru's right in the corner, and it's just, hey, you're just in there.
Oh,
Fire Slash already used up as
BMI.
well.
Okay, Akif is trying to go for it, but Dingerai so far ahead. Nobody for the side of Team Malaysia was able to support Akif.
Very, very greedy coming from Akif. 1-6-1 on this Khalid, and Indonesia is just pushing it through. Take a look at this one on the back line. Shauki with the TOR, just locking down 3 members, and looking at how Marcel or Alexander actually plays this, his ultimate. He holds it on, and he knows that he doesn't want to use it unless he wants to secure that kill. The Golden Hour is used to save Afan, but not only that, lock down Elton.
There's so many CCs, right, that Team Indonesia are literally throwing at Team Malaysia. Team Malaysia is the one that constantly getting caught off guard. Not only just the fact that you also have a TR to worry about, you also have the Delvin's ultimate that you have to worry about, the Golden Hour from an Alexander you have to worry about. There's so many things that Team Malaysia, I feel like they're getting pulled apart.
Speaking of which, it's all back to that defense. At any one point of time, I think that how you want to layer this in is Delvin goes in with a non-committal traction pulse. If you get one good, then the rest of Indonesia can just follow up. They're so far ahead, 12,000 gold lead. Lord marching down that top side. If Indonesia wants to commit into a base rush, wait for the Lord to charge in and then dive.
10 minutes in, we're already at 12k gold lead, and now with the Stallion Pulse coming in, Armor goes into Crimson Beacon as well. Afan doesn't really care, he dives all the way back in. Speaking about diving, Xiaoyuki, TOR, and Dingerai unleashes the blazing duet. Here comes the Golden Hour as well, for good measure, getting stuck. Members inside Team Malaysia couldn't know it's Team Indonesia. Knocking their core, but a minute is coming in. Nobody beside Team Malaysia is dead to the best. Team Indonesia picks up game number 1.
What a beautiful finish to a game that had, again, a little bit of a blurry start for Team Indonesia. They were trading blows, they were going for brawls, they were going for fights, but then again, Indonesia held themselves back and said, hey, we don't need to take this fights. Malaysia's coming to us. We'll just counter re-engage every single time. And the way that Alexander played this Marcel was extremely beautiful. Using Golden Hour to set things up and using the Traction Pulse as a sort of like a teaser.
Like
if I catch anyone, good, great. We'll get the team to follow up. If not, we'll just wait for Marcel to, you know, come in with a little bit of an extra oomph. Then again, Shauki with the Alice was just all the way on the back line. You're focusing your fire and your attention on that Lord fight. Then you oftentimes forget that at the backside, you got the Alice.
You know, Jeros, have you tried catching small fish before at the at the drain? I'll come with the energy later. MVP giving over the side Dingerai. He is just so far ahead on this clock. It started from like what minute? I think a second minute onwards when Dingerai was able to find double kills as well, and then after that he just explodes onto Team Malaysia. And of course, a lot of people are doing the scuba dance as well.
Strong lane dominance from Dingerai. From the start, Carry does have a little bit more priority in terms of that laning potential. Claude suffered a little bit, but once things get rolling, once Indonesia found their groove, they're always finding that targets on that top side, opening up that space, opening up that time. And as a Claude, you have that BMI to bring you from place to place super effectively, that you're able to maximize your farm so far ahead. Ethan not having a good time, 0-4-4 on this, 0-4-0 on this carry itself. So at the end of the day, I felt like it was the best pick for Malaysia, but it just wasn't played to fullest potential. Akif was also throwing bodies. Amar was there for backup. Akif was just trying to get any loose member, loose kills. Yes, there was some moments of brilliance, but then no follow-up, and he's just going in ham.
I think it's just because there's like so many big ultimates, the big circles that you have to look out for, like what I mentioned, right? Like the Marcel ultimate, the Traction Pulse, the TOR. It's like exactly how we used to catch fish in the drain, right? Like you use a TOR to kind of push the fish towards the net, the main net, to be Alexander's ultimate, right? If that ultimate doesn't catch anything, hey, there is still the Starling Pulse that could potentially get caught, right? Most of it feels like Xiaoyuki is the one with the net, catching members from the side of Team Malaysia, and then after that it's just Indonesia with Delvin and Dingerai just pouring in the damage.
That's the power of a 4-1 composition, and with the Lord, it gets very, very messy. In the team fights, you don't really know where the Alice is going to come from. You don't really know where your loose member is going to come from. So if you have a flanker like in the form of an Alice, you really have to watch your 6. You really have to split your bodies. Don't throw every single one of the 5 men over onto that Lord skirmish. I think they do have a little bit of the wave clear potential and the defensive potential, but Elton and Amar was always being heavily targeted on. And I just want to extend on your point on Alexander's Marcel. I think the golden hour was very patiently used. He held it and only used it if he wanted to save his teammates, and only if he knows that he can secure a kill. So that was a very phenomenal play from this Marcel.
Yeah, and there's no, at the very least, you can see the communications was really clear, right? Like, I was expecting, you know, the anti-synergy coming in from the side of Marcel to go an hour into the Blazing Duet, blah, blah, blah. But you don't see it. Dingerai was holding on to that Blazing Duet and also just dancing around, especially when, don't forget, right now, your enemies trapped in that golden hour will get targeted by the Blazing Duet because of the recent patch.
Yeah, I think the only main ultimate that we really see from is the TOR. It's just really big and flashy. But the rest of the members of Indonesia is just, they know that they don't really need to commit into any of these big divey team fights. They don't need to commit into any of these big ultimates. They can just free hit from that back. And at the end, Dingerai was just so far ahead of what this carry is, 9-0 and 4. He's just free hitting, auto attacking, doesn't need to commit to the Blazing Duet.
I think it's also a part where the draft's mobility comes into play. There's a lot of times when you start to see, you know, whenever Team Malaysia wants to fight, there's always one member short because of the mobility coming up from the Bucks here. They could just rotate around. Marcel runs very fast as well. Technically speaking, the Kimi does have a gap close, a way to gap close the BMI as well. Everybody just dives all the way in. There's no counter dive to that one. So, of course, Team Malaysia getting caught unprepared in a lot of these team fights is always one of the 2 pickoffs, and then after that, it's just rest of history.
I think also I just want to point out the fact that the way that Malaysia played in at least the first 2 minutes of the game, that was pretty solid, the way that they layer in that team fights. But once they know that they're down in kills, they have a tendency to just throw their bodies. Akif was trying to look for members, and he's trying to at least 1v3 Team Indonesia, which is kind of questionable at times, especially right before a major objective fight like the Lord or the Turtle. And it's just, they see a loose member, they're going to hammer in, they're going to try to fight in. There is ways for Malaysia to really come back from this, really take a step back and really play a little bit more passively than, hey, you know, they're killing us one by one. Let's stop giving them kills anymore. Let's just play it safe, wait till the late game, and then bring Elton on board.
Yeah, I think Elton definitely wasn't able to scale in time, right? Because, you know, Dingerai was just so far ahead. Once he started picking up 2 kills, 3 kills, and then all of a sudden he has like your full attack speed items, and that's it. He's online. He's gonna shred through, you know, the Fredrin. He's gonna easily shred through the Khalid as well. You saw that, you know, Khalid even through the second skill, he's gonna get shredded by the damage coming up from the side of the Claude. Yeah, it's just I would say for the side of Team Malaysia, this is an uphill battle to climb.
Yeah, and to add fuel to the fire, you're facing up against a double marksman. Kimi likes this skirmishes. You're queuing up one by one, and the stars align is where Kimi really shines best.
And I feel like I can see what Arla wants to do is basically try to dive this Kimi as much as possible, but unfortunately, he's getting isolated all the time.
Kimi is also way too far behind, and the Arlott and Khalid was always trying to find loose targets. the loose targets that should be on the back of their heads should be the Kimmy or the Claude. In the mid stages of the game, that could be entirely possible because they're showing themselves, they're fighting around that turtle dance, try to find the right angle for Fredrin to start the engage and buy some time and create that gap, create that opportunity for you to jump straight into the backline so you don't have that backline support. But then they were just throwing their bodies straight into the fray because Baxia jumps in first, and then everyone was like, hey, let's just take Baxia down together first. And it's so difficult because you have that damage not really coming from Baxia, but from Indonesia's backline.
Yep, and of course, there's a lot of times where Kimi is just free hitting, right?
Yep.
I think that's also one thing that I was trying to take note of at the same time. But don't forget, this is the battle between third placement and fourth placement in Group A. And you can start to see the game number one, I would say, is convincingly Team Indonesia.
Yeah, especially from the mid stage of the game. This kind of feels like a pretty solidly methodical gameplay from Indonesia. We often understand that Indonesia likes a little bit more brawly styles, but they're brawling, and they're not actually brawling right now. They're bringing the team fights to them. They know that for Team Malaysia, they like to fight. So let's just get them to fight. Let's just get them to waste a resource, and then we'll counter engage.
I don't know. It feels like, you know, this is where, you know, the likes of your Marcel, like, you know, to go to Alpha to disengage or find a pick off as well. And TOR also can be used as disengaging. Even perhaps, I don't know. I as a gold laner myself, I really hate the Balearic, but Balearic coming into play in this particular patch, it just makes me very annoyed. But heck, like, even imagine if the Balearic going up, if Dingarai faces up against the Balearic could just easily do a lot of damage to the Claude as well, right? So there's a lot of things that I feel like both these two teams really need to take a look as well. I would say that in terms of draft, initially I did kind of pivot over to the draft coming out from the side of Team Malaysia. But in terms of execution-wise, man, the Alice was uncontested as well.
Yeah. Not only uncontested, but there was not a lot of heroes that could take them down except for the carry in the later stage of that game. Alice is one of those heroes that really likes to get into your face. The closer you are, the happier Alice would be. She welcomes, like, you know, I'm able to soak up that damage because I'm going to dish everything back out. I'm going to bait you in towards myself and wait for the entire team to come.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you talk about the ultimate bonding experience, Alice loves to bond with the enemies.
Alice loves to bond with the enemies,
yeah,
that's
like,
right.
This is when, you know, Alice is super strong when you've got 5 heroes, or basically out of minions together, is just leashing all the HP, all the juicy HP. You really need to treat the Alice like a raid boss, and not just the fact that she is like a raid boss, right? The fact that, you know, your TOR could just instantly change the tide very quickly, and unfortunately, Team Malaysia was the victim to that end.
Again, game number 2, Flying Clouds will be the map once again. It's also quite, I would say, improvable upon the execution, whereby Elton doesn't take 4 deaths to the face. And it could start with Keith being that sort of accelerator, that form of support towards that carry, defend from any harm's way and not trying to start the engage, not trying to force any engage whatsoever. Again, going into the draft, Malaysia will be on the blue side, Indonesia on the red.
First pick. Once again, I think in terms of draft, Hell could ban the second slot. I feel like Team Indonesia is really trying to open as much S-tier picks as possible.
Yeah. And it's also a huge disruptor towards an assassin jungler and an open gold laner. So if you want to pick up an assassin, you want to pick up an open a gold laner, basically you're putting yourself in a extremely vulnerable position, and you're opening up, like you said, opening up quite a bit of options for yourself. You got the Phobias, you got to juice in once again. The Freya is still not being banned out right here. Marcel is still wide and open for anyone's taking as well.
I think a lot more pressure for the side of Team Malaysia. Instead, losing that first game is not looking good. I bet in terms of morale as well. Oh, Zorn being subbed in for the side of Team Malaysia this time around for the side of the Roam.
Yep, Hisham is taking over Akif in the Roam as of now. That might change things a little bit. Zorn does have a very protect your family kind of playstyle about him, plays around that team, tries to slow down and wait for his team to come in for support before committing into a team fight.
Yep, Freya ban. Coming up beside Team Indonesia, the Juicing ban as well opens up the Marcel. Does have the Phobias in hand as well. Which one do you first pick? if you are Team Malaysia, you first pick the Marcel, right? Because Indonesia, Alexander was just using that Marcel to great success.
Yeah, it's still pretty open in options. I think that there's still a lot of ways to counter this Marcel. One of the ways that a lot of teams like to do, what a lot of teams like to do, is pick up the Valentina instead. So Malaysia on the first pick with a Claude. We've seen a lot of high priority on the Claudes because of the insurance that it brings.
Take away first, Claude first pick and B1 pick is definitely, I would say, a little bit foolhardy. Yeah, that means that, you know, Indonesia, if they really want to go for that Phobius Marcel pick, that's great. But at the very least, I feel like if you're a Team Malaysia, you just really want to counter pick Dingerai's Claude away. It feels like he's too comfortable with this particular hero.
It's open for options. There's I think, yeah, I agree with you, Phobius. And the Marcel pick for Indonesia would work out well, and then hold on to a carry in the late game, and then play against that carry once again. But no, they're trying to open it up. They're trying to bait Malaysia into taking that, that one up.
Okay, Marcel is still open. Phobius also not in the book itself. Now Indonesia, Team Indonesia, going for the box here, prioritizing early game rotations as well. The Eve real world manipulation is also something that's been coming back. Could just shred through a lot of these tank junglers that we're seeing a lot so far recently, especially from Group A.
I think Malaysia might not want to change too much. They might go for the Fredrin instead, and maybe even pick up the.
Gonna get shredded by Eve though.
There's a choice. I think you either pick one, either pick up the Marcel or pick up the Phobius. But no, they're going for the Akai and the Gord. Because I was saying, like, hey, you know, let's open up that Fredrin. Let's pick up the Fredrin once again. But Akai seems like a much better choice, which I would say I forget.
Akai definitely coming back into meta right now. But if you're Akai, I mean, yes, you can kind of catch onto Eve before she really opens up the real world manipulation, and you also see a lot of teams starting to pull off the combo on the Akai and Gord. It's similar to what we saw back in MPL Singapore, right? The Gaja kind of Womba combo, right? You pin somebody down, and then after that you just let Gord just unleash the Mystic Gush. But again, if Eve goes into the real world manipulation already, the Kai can come in and try to push, but albeit, you know, you only do nothing. But of course, you know, Akai is still solid in terms of turtle takedown, in terms of neutral objective takedown. The heavy spin is definitely going to be great. Don't forget, unfortunately, Indonesia has already picked Eve. I would say Valentina is a open pick for the side of Kai. But Akai, you know, feels like unconsensus right now if you're a side of Team Malaysia.
Typically at this phase, Malaysia would try to whittle down the EXP pool like they did in the first game. So the first game, you don't really have access to a Sora, the Yuzhong, the Freyas, and the Paquitos. Right now, it's still quite on the tables, and I felt like the EXP for Indonesia actually had a lot of issues. So whittling down the gold lane pool instead. This is the shift that Coach Saint DeLucas wants to go for Malaysia.
But you do have a way to counter and deal with this Harif from the side of Team Malaysia, though.
You just want
the ban for Harif?
Yeah, it does make sense because you want Elton to have a free fun time in the gold lane. You want him to have a winning lane, so you don't have to worry too much about the gold lane and try to find objectives elsewhere.
Maybe that's the case. I feel like right now there's also, you know, other things that you can also look up to ban, right? Lapu Lapu is something that I feel, especially when you're going for a god. Don't forget the Yuzhong as well. That is still open right now. It's also very... it also opens up Gord to a very vulnerable position, especially when you got the Black Dragon form to fly around, land on a Petrify, and then after the yada yada. Down. And now, Moskov banned away from the side of Team Malaysia. Indonesia, though, I feel like the Yuzhong is really a no-brainer here.
You could go with the Yuzhong and then...
Or the Lapu. Either one of them.
Yuzhong towards the Gord is pretty good. At least you couple it with the Atlas as well. So at least you have two ways of engage potential. But I want to say, hey, there could be another option for them, which is the... Leslie. I know, a little bit of a dramatic pause, but I kind of looks
Crazy
pretty
idea
good.
number 4.
Crazy idea number 4, but it kind of works out well. You have you're dealing with a lot of range from the Gort and the Claude as well, so it kind of works in. But no,
about
roll with
range.
the Granger.
Talk about range. Granger was interestingly banned by the side of Indonesia in game number 1. Seems like they know what's up. This is also a tale as go as time, especially in the previous patch. Granger, albeit giving way over the side of Harif in terms of the prior picks as well. There's also, you know, some of the teams rocking in to a certain extent the Bruno as well to really start the lane bully the Claude out of it. There you go. Hisham on his signature choke.
Yeah, we're always looking forward to Zorn's Cho. And he's playing it on an international stage. This might be the change that they need in game number 2 against Indonesia. Lapu Lapu will be picked up, so Indonesia still, again, Yuzhong would be one of the best picks right here. Unless they want to try to go for Sora, which is a little bit risky. You do have a little bit of cloud farm, cloud control onto the back lines, but do you want to risk it with the Sora instead?
I feel Sora works to a certain extent because of your cloud search. The whole idea for the side of Team Indonesia right now is to try to put everybody inside the box and then Granger to shoot into the box. It's basically like Granger shooting fish into a barrel, right? But there's also disengage coming up from the side of Team Malaysia in the form of Way of the Dragon on the Cho. There's also the Bravest Warrior from the side of Lapu Lapu, which deals really well against
There we go.
There you go. The Sora that you mentioned, Churros, Indonesia picked that up. And there you go. It's the same thing. It's similar, right? Atlas Fatal links into a Sora Cloud Ultimate. Man, I feel like there's so many things that Team Malaysia has to look out for once again.
Yeah, early game is going to be difficult for Team Malaysia, but hey, never underestimate Zorn's Cho. He's been playing it quite often in his own region. He's bringing it into the international stage to see how Indonesia is able to handle his Cho. Now the draft is set, and you know, going back to the analogy of a fish tank, for Indonesia it's all about creating a fish tank, and then Atlas and Sora just goes fishing, draws everyone into that RWM, draw everyone into that box, and just let Granger just do his thing. Dingerai is going to have a field day on this one. On the side of Malaysia though, will Lapu Lapu and the Cho and the swap over onto Hisham be that change that they need to take one game off of Indo?
Yeah, but don't forget, Team Malaysia is on a scaling comp, right? You've got the Claude, you've got the Gore to a certain extent, the Lapu early game pop off. If the Lapu Lapu pops off, Delvin on the Eve is going to have a lot of trouble to a certain extent, even Dingerai as well, right? But of course, you know, if you take a look at Team Indonesia, this well, technically speaking, the Granger can do quite a decent chunk of damage against the Sakai, but apart from that, I feel like the only way that Indonesia will be able to deal with it is through this Eve, right? The Void Crystal could just shred through HP, especially after you secure the Glowing Wand.
Yep. Indonesia does have quite a bit of utility, not only from the Eve, but from the Atlas as well. You're able to slow down a lot of the approaches that Malaysia will bring to the table. Great grab closer in the form of a Sora, who's able to find nice little flanks and push them back into the core of the skirmishes and the heart of the skirmishes. And Granger is one of those heroes as well. You don't really need to bother about him during the laning phase. He does have quite a bit of higher base defense than Claude, so he will scale up a little bit faster, but at the late game, Claw's damage is just unparalleled. Just melting potential is right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot easier to land the Blazing Duet as compared to your Rhapsody, right? Rhapsody, you can only shoot straight for Blazing Duet as long as you are in the vicinity. You're doing a lot of damage, right? And of course, you know, on the Granger, don't forget, once you hit the Sky Piercer, maybe you could just snipe down the Gort even before that could happen. There is also, you know, for the side of Dingerai, you got your Cho, and also to a certain extent, Akai that will beeline to you. I think that's also one way for the side of Rhapsody to just land its mark.
So we're jumping straight into the game. This is game number 2, Malaysia versus Indonesia. Will the changes that Malaysia bring to the table and the substitution from Hisham into the room make a difference? We'll have to wait and see.
Yep, going into game number 2. Currently, as of now, it seems like, you know, Nasa is going to start at the Lizard and also the Beetle for the side of Team Indonesia. Yeah, it's just like, you know, teams are starting to really react to the new patch. I love it, I like it. But that also means that both of these two teams will end in the EXP lane after one rotation.
Yep, Hisham making a lot of damage onto Delvin right from the get-go, splitting up that team fight, splitting the heads to try to disrupt that early game, mid-game potential from Indonesia. With the Atlas and the Yeve, I feel like this is pretty decent wave clear potential, and then start that rotation towards the mid side of the map.
Yep. Early game potential, definitely going to have to give it over to the side of Indonesia, Team Indonesia, right? The Granger and also Delvin, not too shabby either in terms of wave clear, but Afan looking for the clash onto Hisham right there. Alexander takes a bit of a mystic bomb stun coming off from Amar for now. Hisham still tempting his fate right here. Shunpo in and out, saying hi over to Alexander, saying hi, giving the welcome to Mystic Bomb, and it's going to be first blood, giving the side of Team Malaysia.
Right off the bat, Hisham making a huge difference, just showing that prowess on that Cho, and he's just playing mind games towards Indonesia, but still a little bit too soon to say.
Literally. Alright, so great start for the side of Team Malaysia. Already 1 kill over the side of Amar, allowing him to scale just a little bit more. But of course, you know, Team Indonesia currently in the goal lane is still equal so for now. So yeah, definitely Indonesia, I think they have to start to play a little bit more tighter, especially around the gold lane. But seems like both these two teams already met down the EXP.
Yeah, Hisham is just tagging on to wherever Alexander is. I think he understands that is the problem. I'm going to be finding where Alexander is. I'm going to be opening up that map for Malaysia to just come in to do their thing. So this is going to be the biggest test here. It's the first Lord of the game.
Real world manipulation as well, already committed by the side of Delvin. Xiaoyuki trying to find onto the assassination, onto Amar. Amar going down. Alexander picking up that kill. Turtle given over the side of Team Malaysia already, as it's going to be the Sora jumping into the sky, but then taken down. But it's going to be a trade between the Akai and also the Sora.
Yep, great damage onto the Sora, but effective start from Malaysia. Delvin set up the RWM a little bit too early. Malaysia identified this. Hisham was able to disrupt that back line. Delvin didn't have a lot of maybe passives on him to be able to lay down the initial burst damage, but I think for Hisham, he was just disrupting onto the back line. You see where he goes, he's just pushing them back. Indonesia wasn't able to follow up.
I like what Dingara is doing, actually passing all the way to the mid to try to get as much farm as possible. Speaking of which, Mr. Gush committed by the side of Amar. Afan getting belted down. Here comes the heavy spin, but hold on a second, the fatal links coming over to Alexander. Delvin, real world manipulation as well. Touch and go for now, no casualties.
Good pickup potential, but baiting out a ultimate for the flicker himself. Hisham doesn't have the flicker for the next 120 seconds. But this is good. Malaysia's just drawing all these team fights away from that gold lane, so Elton has a much easier time this time around. You notice how a lot of the team fights is situated around Hisham, just drawing out these skills, drawing out these ultimates, where the top side's just left to their own devices.
Instant replay. Coming up from the side of between these two teams, just showcasing, you know, the different heroes in terms of different lanes, what is going on. But so far, I feel like a lot more pressure. Oh, Hisham catching on to Alexander right here. Here comes a missing gush. Alexander goes to the perfect match.
Yes, yeah,
will be able to get caught by Nazar, picking that kill up.
Great alley-oop from Hisham. Now, this is starting to hurt Indonesia quite a little bit. There's not a lot of ways to deal with that Cho, especially when Zorn is piloting it. You have to deal with someone that's so sneaky, someone that's so slippery. And Alexander, yes, you do have that fatal links, but Hisham can just mitigate that with the immunity.
Yeah. The Shunpo, you know, that getaway jail-free card, right? To be able to just at the very least burn away some utilities coming out from the side of Indonesia. Hisham catching on to Delvin as well, and Hisham still going on at the same time. Xiaoyuki trying to do the same against Amar. Elton joining the crowd at the same time, does have the place to do it. Intel, the Mystic Gush, but denied by the fatal legs. Indonesia trying to turn around. 2 members on side Team Malaysia down. Nazan going in with a heavy spin. It is unfortunate for the side Team Malaysia, losing 3 just now.
Starting that team fight, losing 3 in the process. Indonesia turn back around that team fight. This is pretty much the same thing that they have done in game number 1. But honestly though, Hisham made a extremely good call. It was just Malaysia was like, hey, should I follow up? Should I not? And then that bought a lot of time for Indonesia to bring Shoki up from that bottom side towards that turtle pit area. Delvin was still alive. Somehow, Hisham wasn't able to take him down, and Amar was just forced his way in, brute forced his way in, used up that flicker, tried to close that gap.
Yeah, I mean, giving kills over to Xiaoyuki is great, right? I love how Xiaoyuki opted for the Thunder form. Instead, there's going to be another kick coming out from the side of Hisham as well. Hisham picking up a kill onto Delvin. No real world manipulation, but Xiaoyuki will respond the same mid for a mid. But it's going to be Nazan pinning up and all the way to the wall as well. Real world manipulation though. Already going to be down, Fatal Links pulling, but it's going to be Dingerai picking up a double kill. That's going to be Sky versus Stacks for days for the side of Team Indonesia.
It's back to even once again. It's 8-8 kills. Just bought so much time for Dingerai to come down, and Delvin is just not having a good time this game. He's always on Hisham's mind, and Delvin just cannot get rid of this guy.
Man, it's just the fact that Hisham is just stacking onto Delvin. And take a look at this replay. I feel like there's a lot of things that's happening as well as Jules. Help me break this down.
Yeah, Hisham just started things off. The turtle aside, though, Najan using the heavy spin to lock everything down, but for Malaysia, it was like, hey, okay, you guys are fighting, okay, I'm coming in. So it wasn't really a well-coordinated team fight. Hisham just found it's more instinctual playstyle than anything else. For Indonesia, though, they tried their best to try to counter-engage, but Malaysia, right now, the instincts have won them that team fight this time around.
Yeah, I feel like just the fact that Hisham finding those pickouts onto Delvin is been the biggest problem for the side of Team Indonesia.
Yeah.
No real-world manipulation, you're running low on damage. However, luckily for the side of Team Indonesia, they opted for the Sora, which means that in terms of the Thunder form, they are able to find that additional damage that they're desperately sorely needed to find Amar, bust him down, and then after that, just rotate.
A much tougher game this time around, especially because, okay, hold on, Fatal Links.
Elton all the way back. At the same time, there's going to be a shutdown from the side of Elton onto Dingerai as well. Hisham is just pulling around Alexander, forcing the Fatal Links as well. That's one big resource burn.
Big mind games that Hisham is playing. That one change of that role just changed the tide of the battle. I think right now, Malaysia does have the upper hand. They're a little bit more slowed down. He's calling that shots. He's making the plays. He's creating that space that Elton actually needs. Right now, Elton is up 2-0-0. He's having a pretty decent time this game around, and he's still building that Holy Trinity up. He's playing that mind games. He's playing that mental game, and he's just pulling everything away from Indonesia and away from Elton.
A kick coming out from the side of Hisham, potentially looking at a fun right here. Xiaoyuki coming in, will be able to zone Amar away. Nasan still secure the turtle at the same time. Dingerai just gunning on Hisham in the wrong space. There's going to be a Sky stack given over the side of the Granger already. A fun onto Elton, and I can hear Vicker already being committed, trying to commit to the chase, but it would not be for nothing.
Hisham created so much space for them to take that turtle and go straight into the offensive. He bobbed and weaved around. Xiaoyuki alone was not able to take up that back line. For now, Elton still has ways to go for the Holy Trinity to be built up. Only left with the Golden Staff, but Dingerai, 5 kills, he's up ahead, and that's going to be a very, very scary Granger if you want to play a 5-on-5 team fight. So how Malaysia could potentially play around this is maybe use Hisham to draw those team fights away from the side lanes. They could just very well go for a 4-on-1.
I feel like right now it's just all about adaptation, right? If Indonesia is able to find how Team Malaysia likes to play, especially using Hisham, to basically try to pick off and then, give the kill over to Amar with the missing gush, or maybe even him because he is already right in front of their faces. I think that's how Team Malaysia always plays. So now Team Indonesia, they've adapted, they know how to react to that one, and now they're targeting on Hisham.
Oh, but that's so smart from Malaysia, using Hisham as sort of like that target block. They didn't know where Elton is, so this is basically the empowerment that Elton really needs in game number 2. It's so annoying to deal with Hisham. You want to catch him, he just shimpos out. He goes in straight for your back line, and then the rest of Malaysia just really comes, and you're taking a fight that you're not ready to take.
Look, Nasan, taking a brunt of damage, counting us out, Dingerai for now. But Team Indonesia, it seems like, they're trying to climb out as far, trying to find a good pick up, but of course, when you climb up like that one, it means that Hisham could always easily come in with at least a 3-man knockup, a potential heavy spin, and then CZ all the way to Dev, and that's where the Amar, Mr. Gush come in. So yeah, I'm not liking how Indonesia all of a sudden just kind of lost that process right there for a moment, but it seems like they suddenly regain conscious, and then after that, they disperse.
Indonesia does still have a roster that excels in base defense or turret defense. So if you want to take in a defensive position, Indonesia's roster is just creating that kill box, creating that kill zone, drawing you into that, and just gunning you down. The only issue is if Hisham is able to take Delvin out, you don't really have a kill box anymore.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of resources committed onto one Hisham as well. Not only just the Fatal Links, but also the ultimate coming off and fun as well. Amar gonna get a missing gun, a little bit too much by Team Indonesia. Delvin, Red Wall manipulation finally committed. Nasan taking some punishment from the side. Xiaoyuki is just gonna be a roam trader for jungle. Worth it for Team Malaysia.
So worth it. This is an incredible response coming in from Malaysia. Hisham was left all alone. It forced Alexander's hand on the Fatal Links, pulling Hisham back and just bought so much time. He's, as much as he's sneaky, he is still pretty tanky at that front. So it takes a full ultimate and a half. Xiaoki wasn't ready for a re-engage onto Amar and just left that Gord wide open for just lasering everything down.
Yeah, if Alexander decides to go use the Fatal Links onto Hisham, Hisham's more than happy to handshake that one. Just one shot, zones the rest of Team Indonesia away. Lord given over the side of Team Malaysia already. Xiaoyuki trying to make a spin right there, but Nasan will have the better heavy spin as well.
They lost that Lord, but Indonesia still on the approach.
Red Wall manipulation already committed by the side of Delvin at the same time. They're trying to siege down mid. Amar going down for the count as Razif right in the midst with the Ravens Warrior. Dingarai will be able to pick up that kill. And now the Sky Pierce is stack for him. 2 members for the side. Team Malaysia 4-2 right there. But Team Malaysia has the Lord matching up top.
Well, there's a concealed play. Hisham tries to find his way into Dingarai, but there's still Elton that you have to deal with as well. Out of all of that, though, Xiaoki did a perfect play onto the back lines to try to disrupt Amar, but they were a little bit too greedy underneath that turret and a little bit too overreactive. Top side, Lord is marching down. Indonesia have to set someone to deal with that.
Top, nobody from the side. Team Indonesia is going to deal with top. The minute's already marching in, but if you notice Delvin, I think he's into D. The Red One manipulation is right underneath the turret, Churros.
They needed to get into Amar, so they did what they can. They sacrificed Xiaoki, take care of that Gord, and then just let Dingarai just do his job. Hisham, and as far as bother, but he will be able to get out. That sneaky little boy.
And also burns away Xiaoyuki's ultimate, right? But unfortunately, Hisham will need to do the same for himself. Top side, I believe that turret is already dismantled by the side of Team Malaysia. Indonesia wasn't, I don't know why the Team Indonesia doesn't go ahead up top to reinforce that particular push, allowing Team Malaysia's Lord to just push that down.
Who do you send? This is the issue. If you send Dingarai up, you have Hisham that is in that position. So Indonesia understands, okay, let's just play as 5. So if anyone is getting picked off by Hisham, we'll be there to support. And they don't need to force any situation. They don't need to force any of these team fights because they know that Malaysia is going to take that team fight towards them. So now it's just a waiting game. Wait till the Lord forms up. But Malaysia does like the fights in the jungle a little bit more than Indonesia. It's harder for them to manipulate around. It's harder for them in the jungle at least to form a kill box around Malaysia.
Team Malaysia is playing on the long side in against the Team Indonesia right there. You see the positioning coming out from Hisham, right, just providing so much vision for the side of Elton as well. And now Team Indonesia is forced to respawn down bot as well. Still a long time to go for the side of Lord though. On the Lord time is around 35 seconds for now. Team Malaysia pulled Team Indonesia all the way down, and now they're looking to basically set a foothold all the way up top.
It's a great 4-1 composition from Malaysia. Even though Dingarai is dealing so much damage, Malaysia is still holding on to their own, and Hisham's finding the right kills. And yes, Malaysia does not deal enough damage right now. There still is some form of reconciliation as Elton is immediately 3-0, still 3-0-1 and still building himself up. This is going to be a late game claw that Indonesia has to face.
Yep, don't forget, Dingarai is starting to stack out some Sky Piercer stack as well, so that's something that I would say it's the saving grace for the side of Team Indonesia. Once you had like, what, at least 50 or 40 stacks on the Sky Piercer, the Grandeur is online. And we've seen how, you know, Grandeur can just easily turn the game around, especially when if Team Malaysia just decides to throw bodies at Dingarai to try to shut him down. Unfortunately, right now, I feel like a lot more pressure for the side Alexander. These Fatal Links, in order just to pick up Hisham, has been great, but Hisham can just easily shimple away.
Well, that being said, though, it is still, in terms of scalability, Elton has the upper hand, and it deals so much better in terms of the tankier you are, the more damage you deal with the VHS as well.
Lord, still going down, 1/4 HP right here. Members of side Team Indonesia getting pushed away by the side of Amar. Fatal Links already committed. The Lord still secured by Team Malaysia as Elton dives all the way to the back. Dingerai in a spot of trouble. Shut down. Give it over the side of Elton on to Dingerai as well as the fight gets peeled apart on two sides. But it seems like Avon is still healthy. But Hisham and Amar will be the lone survivor for the side Team Malaysia for now.
They split themselves up too wide. I think everything really started out strong when Malaysia started things off. They had Elton, they had Amar in the right position, using the Mystic Gush just to push everyone back as a zone potential. But Afan found his way in. That caused a trigger onto the heavy spin to try to push Afan away. Even though Malaysia took down that Lord, Indonesia was able to split up that team. But Shauki really has that late game damage on that Sora already to be able to deal with the back line. No problem at all.
Yeah, I think that's still a better alternative, right? Indonesia, catching on to Hisham. Finally, this Hisham has been a nuisance for the past, I would say, past 6 minutes, I would say. But now, as Team Indonesia deals with the Lord, that Team Malaysia fought so hard to secure. Let's break this down.
Yeah, look onto the back line. There's two members directly onto Dingerai, including Elton. So that is the main target that they wanted to deal with. Smart play from Malaysia, but it was split way too wide. You left Shauki all alone onto the back line. You don't have Mazan, you don't have Rasif there as an additional sort of like tanky backup that you so desperately need if you are a Claude.
Afan taking all damage from the side of Elton already. He has to bug out of there. I'm not too sure what he's doing there. Trying to bait out things from the side of Team Malaysia. We hit, right?
I think they were desperately trying to take down this turret, but the minions are not in their favor though. It's still the kind of enhanced minions, so to speak, that Malaysia has in their possession is marching into all three lanes. So Indonesia forcing that fight, you lose out your jungler, you don't really have that option to bring your jungler back in.
Yeah, Team Indonesia was able to, hold on a second, Alexander. Nasan trying to push Alexander all the way out, fade the lanes, kills, give it over side, Dingerai as well. Xiaoyuki dives onto his shot, trying to peel for his team, but he's taking so much bullet right in the face for the side of Dingerai. Alexander down low, has to pull back.
Good bait coming in from Alexander, soaking in all of that damage. Nazan flew too close to the sun, getting pulled back by the Lynx into the depths of hell itself. And Indonesia able to protect themselves so far. And the scales are tipped into at least a 500 gold lead for Malaysia, but it doesn't really matter at this point. The next Lord will be the Evolved Lord, and this will be the biggest prize that Indonesia needs to fight for. They lost all the core objectives. They lost the turtles, they lost the Lord, and they really need this time around.
Yeah, at the very least, Team Indonesia was able to find the kills against Team Malaysia, right? If you notice, the goal lead is still on par. But if you're talking about the scaling column that Team Malaysia has brought, Elton has scaled. Dingerai, technically speaking, does pack quite a big punch as well. Delvin as well, right? At this point, your Eve could just easily shred through Nazhan or even to a certain extent the Hisham as well, right? But then, you know, Indonesia has solid foothold around the Lord Pit.
They want to blitz this though. They don't know where Hisham is. He might be able to find a nice little angle on the backside. Look at where that Cho is going to go.
Oh my goodness. The flank of a lifetime coming off the side of Team Malaysia. Elton tags onto Dingerai. With the blaze in the air. Fights onto Dingerai. Amar going to Mr. Gun. Xiaoyuki finds him as well. And now it is going to be Team Indonesia. Alexander using the fatal links right there. But the blue HP bars are looking so healthy. As Razi finishes off Xiaoyuki. Team Malaysia wins that particular Lord Brawl.
It was just not enough damage. Even with a 5-man fatal links, Shauki alone couldn't control what Malaysia is bringing into this fight. It's just Atlas against the world.
Alexander against the world indeed. Mr. Gush as well doesn't really have the fatal links to buy time. And now the men's side, Team Malaysia looking to equalize the score onto the core as it is going to be a 1-1. Team Malaysia wins game 2.
A huge sigh of relief.
What is that? Flank churros.
Man, I was sussing this out. This is how Zorn likes to play. This is the power of Hisham. He's not Zorn anymore. This is a new form that brings that Malaysia is bringing to the table, and that was the change that they needed. We saw how he was sitting heavily on that bush. The entire Indonesia squad didn't know of his existence. They were like, okay, let's just jump straight into the Lord Pit. And we sussed that out. He was using the concealed play, going straight to the back line. He found Elton. Elton found Dingerai, and you know, Claude versus a late game Claude versus a late game Granger. Granger is only a one-directional thing. You use a Blazing Duet or your auto attacks. Basically, your Claude just overshadows this Granger.
Especially during the later parts of the game. That's why I was saying, right, the Granger falls really hard in this particular patch, and man, I want to see that. I hope to see that that flank from the replay, because Zorn, Hisham, I would say, you know, bringing Elton on a, I would say, around the world in 80 days kind of flank. He goes back to Malaysia, but he passes through Indonesia, he passes through the Philippines, goes to Thailand, and then lands into KL.
He's just bringing it around a walk around the park. Bring his son on a walk around the park. That's what I would say. And Elton really, I think this was the change that Malaysia really needed. I think Zorn really gave that potential, and I think it's still an even game from both sides. Able to equalize the scoreline, and right now it's still Malaysia, Indonesia 1 apiece, and it's always a 3-game series with you, Jace. I don't know what's it with you. I think it's your.
I think it's you. I think it's you. You inherited Mars's curse. It's you. Remember the last time we did Challenges Bracket? Yeah, it's you.
Man.
It's not me. It's you. The problem is you. But of course, congratulations over to Team Malaysia. It feels like in this particular game, there is a plan. In game number 1, I feel like, you know,
there was no plan.
There
it's
was
just
no
throw
plan.
your bodies.
Go in, let's just roll it out. That was the kind of narrative that we kind of set up going into game number 1. It did happen, but this time around, Hisham on this show makes Delvin's life miserable.
Delvin couldn't find a right position to use the RWM. Even if the RWM was laid down, if he stood there, Hisham was just directly on top of him. Taking a look at the turret damage, it looks like Malaysia was able to force it through. And all throughout the entire 19-minute game, Indonesia was trying their very best to push down the T1 in the mid side, and even sacrificing Afan himself to be able to do that, but to no avail.
Yeah, the damage dealt, Churros, it's almost equal, right? But it feels like, you know, Team Malaysia was able to find the damage onto the right targets, right? Once you take away Dingarai, you're just left with Delvin. You're just left with the Sora. If the Sora isn't able to, like, if the Sora goes into cloud form, it doesn't really do a lot of damage, right? And then you do have a lot of CCs, but you are reliant on other people to pour in the damage. Once Dingarai is out of the game, I would say the only better person is that Eve, right? But if that Eve is constantly getting threatened by Hisham, it's nobody from the side of Indonesia to consistently dish out the damage.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you. I think for Indonesia as well, you're throwing Shauki onto the late game backline gourd. And if you notice the entire Malaysia team fight, Claude wasn't in the back line. Claude is a part of the front line.
I'm elsewhere.
He's elsewhere.
He's front line.
He's just following Hisham around, walk around the park, walk around the gardens, whatever you want to call it. But this is a front line Claude that you're talking about right here. There isn't any back line. And once you throw Sora, who is very reliant on the ultimate, very reliant on the heavy damage that the Storm form actually brings, and at the very best, you take down that gourd, there isn't any sort of secondary re-engage scenario that the Sora could bring to the table. We saw that earlier on when the Alexander actually throws in with the Fatal Links onto the Sora's engage. But hey, you know, it's back to the drawing board for both teams. I think Malaysia had a lot of time to change up.
Yeah, I feel like the introduction of Zorn, well, Hisham coming in, is definitely a refreshing placer coming off of Team Malaysia. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on a short break. Don't go away. Game number 3 between Team Indonesia and Team Malaysia awaits. A switcheroo of roams in between game number 1 and game number 2 delivers a solid performance for the side Team Malaysia. Team Indonesia, on the other hand, struggles to adapt because Hisham comes in with a Cho. And man, you can see a very different Team Malaysia from there.
You know, I'm still smiling from ear to ear after that previous game. The entire break, I was like, man, one player change just changed everything about this entire lineup. The Zorn effect basically coming up, especially if you're a Malaysian fan. You're seeing Zorn coming in, and from our brothers in Johor all coming into Singapore watching this match. I've heard the crowd, even with the earmuffs on, the headsets on. We were always also able to hear their calls. And this is just, you know, the power of a family.
I feel like this is also, you know, how MLBB actually brings all of us together as well to really come in and cheer for your favorite teams as well. And of course, I believe there's also, you know, some of the Singaporean fans that also came over to take a look at Team Philippines earlier just now. But of course, enough of that. We need to talk about game number 3. Game number 3, I think Team Indonesia feels like game number 2. What is that thing that they're not hitting?
I felt like their execution was really well done, but it was just the Zorn effect. Like, they weren't expecting how slippery Zorn would be. Dalton was caught absolutely off guard with how he wanted to play, how he wanted to position himself. He was always in that position where Zorn was able to land a very easy Way of the Dragon into the team fights, forcing up all of these skirmishes that Indonesia does not want to take. Indonesia is one of these teams that they do like their skirmishes, but if it's only towards their favor, they need to find a way to set things up. They need to find a way to get the pickoffs that they really need, and I repeat, not try to be too greedy over taking down the turrets. And yes, in the previous game, there were 3 separate instances where minions was rushing in down to mid-side. They wanted to take down that T1, but then Amar was left in no man's land.
Yep. Let's go in, watching the battle station. This is Team Indonesia that you're seeing right here. Don't forget this, the Alter Ego stack, right? There's a lot of high hopes for the side of the Indonesian teams, from the Indonesians onto this team. But game number 2, I said, I feel like the execution was a little bit wonky, but I don't know whether it's a forced error coming up from the side of the introduction of Zorn on Hisham. Like, the Cho was just wreaking so much havoc in the backline. Delvin wasn't able to play. Alexander, the Fatal Links, was like, okay, should I use it now or should I use it later? But Zorn is actually jumping onto me. The Hisham also can just shunpo out of my Fatal Links. There's so many things that a lot of decision making was not kind of slowed down the thought process of the Team Indonesian earlier just now in game number 2.
Yeah, their entire roster also revolves around the fact like, hey, I want to create that kill zone with the Eve, and it was one of those compositions where you draw the Eve, you want to create that kill box with RWM, and then draw everyone inside. But Malaysia was just way too slippery. No one was inside the kill box. There wasn't any kill box because Dalton just evaporated before any team fight actually happens. So the big adjustment is Paquito will see the light of day instead of any other EXP lanes.
Jusin was open as well, did not snap pick by the side of B1. Team Malaysia noted that Elton really solid on that Claude earlier just now. Was the one I would say that brought them to success because of the Blazing Duet. Of course, you know, S++ tier pick in terms of gold lane, you snap pick that one in R1. R2 though, Akai also, you know, rising star in terms of the meta, you take that at the same time, but Jusin open as well. Not too sure whether in Team Indonesia want to take that.
Jusin looks pretty juicy right here, and it's, you know, one of those heroes where you can't really go too wrong with it. At least you have a little bit of vision game with that. The Kai being picked up here is a solid counter towards the Paquito, and you don't really have quite a bit of the EXP lanes as a lane-to-lane counter towards that Paquito. Less for the Phovius if you want to actually pick that up, but it's actually banned out by Indonesia themselves. But Marcel and Jusin getting picked up. Jusin definitely can't go wrong with that. Marcel, we've seen the prowess in game number 1.
But then again, if you take a look at what Team Indonesia has secured for the first phase picks, Shiros, is that these are your 3 really S+ tier picks, right?
Yep.
In their respective roles, I would say, but Team Malaysia as well, these are not too shabby picks either. I think this 3rd pick is definitely going to be the one that is the key decider. If Hisham goes back to the Cho, that would be hilarious. We shall see.
Hisham is He's still wide and open. Up against a Marcel, typically you want to get a
Gord?
Yeah, Gord or the Valentina. I think Gord would be much better since Jusin is on the board as well. So now Sham can just throw in a pocket pick once again. Marcel would be a bit trickier to land with the Dragon on. Jusin still pretty much much different from the way Yves is played. Yves is a little bit more immobile. Jusin has a bit more mobility and flexibility.
I feel like the Cho doesn't look good right here,
No.
especially for the side team Indonesia. But you know what looks good here, in my opinion? A Grok.
Ooh.
Grok wall. You got the heavy spin. You can pin. You can build a wall anytime, allowing God to basically just spam down the Mystic Gush. There's also the wild charge that you can use right down into that wall as well. So yeah, Grok look juicy right here if you are
It's one of
going
his signatures
no
as
matter.
well. Interesting. So, okay, the Cho is being banned out. But like we said, I don't think the Cho will see the light of day this time around. It's a little bit more difficult for Cho to land any nice pickoffs, but it does have uses beyond pickoffs, which is opening up that map, providing vision, being super annoying with the concussive blast, and trying to push the opponent's jungle away. Whereas Indonesia just wants that solid line of solid farming line during the first at least 8 minutes of the game.
Yep, okay, you take a look. For the side team Malaysia, right? The CEO, the Bucks are banned away. The R-Lot also banned away by the team Indonesia. There's still the Fredrin that's still applicable, but the Fredrin is just... It's going to be difficult for the Fredrin, right? Like, if your Akai is constantly heavy spinning and pushing you away, it means that you're going to have to... Have you seen that interaction when the Fredrin is trying to land down and praise his wrap, but he's constantly getting pushed away by the side of Akai, and you're just like raising his sword up and down?
Yeah.
That could potentially be the case coming into game number 3 right here.
You could potentially go for an assassin pick this time around, or even a Leomor would kind of work. It was banned out in the first game in this series.
Leomor looks good.
Leomor looks very, very good right here. So much dive potential, especially if you're Indonesia. And in the late game, it's just very difficult to get rid of. And speaking of get rid of, this is Glue going on into the roam for Hisham, most likely.
I mean,
or actually still flexible. It still can be flexible.
It definitely can be flexed, but Glue is already instantly countered, I would say, by the side of Paquito, and to a certain extent, Marcel, right? There are certain cases where you start to see in some of the regions, respective MPLs, right? Glue is being drafted, Glue try to possess either Paquito or the Marcel, but the Glue gets pulled all the way back into the enemy team, and then after that, just get them busted down, focus down, and then they move on, right? So, not a big fan of this Glue, but we shall see how it's being piloted, but yeah, I agree. Could also be EXP, we shall see.
That is just the annoyance factor that Blue really brings to the table. Even if that were to happen, it still has a little bit more tankability and sustainability and possessing onto the back line. This could be what Claude really needs. And now, and like I said, the assassin will come up in the form of a marksman / assassin in the Yi Sun-shin. This would be Paquito in the gold lane, Lapu in the EXP. So double fighter side lanes, and then all back to basics for Indonesia with Yi Sun-shin in the jungle.
Look, Paquito in the gold lane is not fun to deal with, right?
Man.
The Claude has to pay a lot of respect over the damage potential coming out of this Paquito, especially even after the slight nerf. The fact that you still have damage reduction built into your kit after you unleash the enhanced version of your skill, you could just easily retreat back and then just continue on the combos over and over again to poke down the gold laner. Now, this R5 pick is going to be a very interesting one. I would say if this is an EXP like a Terizla, this is crazy. Or even to a certain extent, you don't. Benedetta works.
Benedetta, if you want a lane split potential, that's a Sora. Okay. Going back to a little bit more traditional picks, I want to say boring right here. It is still extremely viable in the sense that...
I want to see more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see more, but
you just want to see Leslie. I'm just kidding.
Okay, at the very least, Sora, a very flexible EXP laner right now. You just build him HP bars, and then after that, hey, you can swing that Sora right into a tank to set. Or to a certain extent, you can also swing him into the Thunderform to basically do the damage. So really flexible, but we also need to see how this team, especially Razi, pilots this one. Going up against the Lapu pre-level 4, I would say Lapu has the better advantage here.
Yeah, pre-level 4 on both sides. honestly, Lapu still has a better wave clear advantage. Sora really excels in terms of team fight capabilities. The only difference that I want to see, and I want to see a lot more coming in from Dingarai, who right now is going to be with the Paquito up against this Claude. So a lot of lane proxies will happen, a lot of rotations into the gold lane side of the jungle, and a lot more engages and skirmishes down on the gold side.
Yep, game number 3 is afoot, ladies and gents. Team Malaysia and also Team Indonesia right now battling for the better seed. This is 3rd seed going up against 4th seed, of course. It is Team Indonesia that has a solid footing. But Team Malaysia looking to prove themselves not too shabby either with Hisham on this glue, on Pat.
Yeah. It's
so annoying.
Blue just being super annoying. You don't really have to latch onto anyone. Forcing a flicker way too early on. It is only the 42nd second of the game, and Malaysia is feeling good about themselves.
Yeah, flicker right off the bat this early on, especially all Hisham has to do is just run around being a nuisance. Man, this is worth a lot for the side of Team Malaysia, especially this early on.
Okay, and also it protects the aggressiveness coming in from the Eastern Shin over to the opponent's side of the jungle. So Malaysia is keeping it safe with Paquito at the bottom side as well, doing that damage to cut through, but Indonesia wasn't able to break through Malaysia's early game defenses as of now. I would say it takes a little bit more time. Wait till level 4, and we'll see the power of Indonesia's strat actually really coming through.
Yep, I feel like the gold priority definitely leans heavily over the side of Dingarai, right? Especially in the earlier parts of the game. Seems like Team Malaysia wasn't really ganking all the way up top and bot because, you know, at the very least, you know, you don't against Yuki as a Lapu Lapu, especially early on. Sora needs that level 4 to be able to strike. So I feel like it's Team Malaysia trying to rotate around the river to try to get something. I'm hoping to see more, okay, as I said it, I'm hoping to see more invades. Hisham took a peek at the enemy jungle for just a little bit.
Yeah, 5 seconds until the first turtle of the game spawns up. I think Malaysia is definitely in a better position to contest for this. They do have a little bit more power spikes, and without the Paquito in the XP lane, is not in the right position. You might be able to rotate up to get a 5v4 fight right from the get-go, but Indonesia needs to buy that time. Nazan kind of understands this. He finds that rotation coming in, especially with the river speed buff. Paquito is going to be in the position in really soon.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of you drafting a gold lane fighter, right? You really want to quickly just go all the way into this turtle fight over the sudden 4v5, and it's not looking very good! Nathan takes the turtle away from Indonesia. First one given over the side of Team Indonesia. Down 2 members on the side of Team Malaysia already down. Needs Hisham in a spot of trouble just a little bit. Shouldn't try to give any more kills over the side of Team Indonesia.
Nazan with the retry battle. He just won it right off of that. Afan was just way in the back line. Indonesia had all free reign to be able to take down that turtle and get the retribution fast. But Nazan using the heavy spin, and just in the nick of time when the heavy spin let off, that iframe just was all that's needed for Nazan to seal the deal. The rotations coming in on the top side as well. They have to deal with Dingarai coming straight from the back line, pushing Amar back. Even though they got that first blood, they were able to take down this turtle.
Yeah, but I think right now it's just like the advantage of you securing the turtle is just nullified, right? Losing 2 members and giving Afan, luckily, it's an assist, not to, hold on, a support, what, this Robo Combat, Hisham taking that win?
Was it down on the mid side? It does look like
around the river. Around the river. Yeah, that's not looking good for the side of Team Indonesia as of now. And all of a sudden, that whole sequence after the turtle takedown by the side of Team Malaysia, they lost 2 members because losing. And after that, you know, Team Malaysia taking down Alexander. Now, I would say, still stalemate.
Malaysia does have a much better solid front line at this point of time. If you look at Indonesia's draft, they don't really have a tank. You do have some form of a pseudo tank in the form of Alexander's Marcel, but then you have a double fighter side lane. This causes a lot of sustainability, but when it comes to, like, you know, you want to go mano a mano, head to head, this is Malaysia really throwing that glue in the midst of battle first, and just sustaining everything back up or dealing all that damage into this glue right from the get-go before any of these big fights actually happen.
Yeah, I think definitely a lot more pressure on the side of Indonesia, right? They do pick up 2 kills early on. We need to see them escalate right here. Oh, Alexander catching onto Razif. Still should be able to get out of the way.
A very passive Malaysia, if I could say at least. a little bit different. They'll run to try to get the bottom side. Okay, let's pull back.
Pull back at the same time, but don't forget Dinger Right is a Paquito. He's trying to punch it all the way, blazing to win in the last minute. Dinger Right getting a lot of damage and also trying to heal. Dinger Right outplaying, burns the flicker as well. And not only just that, Indonesia, while all that's happening, turtle secured by Team Indonesia.
They're just really outplayed by Dinger Rai. He knows that he has that damage. He doesn't care about being possessed by that glue and just bought so much time on that top side. Without that glue to disrupt Afan, Nazan just can't go into the turtle pit all willy-nilly. That's the heavy spin committed.
Yep, back into safety for now, unfortunately for the side of Nazhan. But then, you know, you gotta give credit, right? Dinger Right played that wonderfully. Two members burn away the glue's flicker at the same time, and also two ultimates. Man, Dinger Right must feel really confident after that one.
This is the mid-game power spike for Indonesia that we're talking about. Not only did he almost take down glue, bought that time for the turtle take for Indonesia, but also push down that T1, the bottom side. So Elton's going to be on a slower foot this time around. This Mountain Shocker.
Catching on to Razif, will be able to dodge on the way. Burns away the ultimate, so it's still okay. The Sora's ultimate cooldown is kind of low, so not too shabby either. But hey, Team Malaysia, what is their play right here? They lost bottom lane.
I think it's going back to basics. I think Hisham just needs to really babysit Elton, taking little itemizations. Elton has a really uphill battle to climb. It's just one core item at the 6-minute mark. And definitely not a good start dealing with a Paquito on the side lanes. This would set him back quite a bit. But if this game is able to just, you know, take its tide and play towards that 15, 16-minute mark, Malaysia would have the upper hand. The skill potential on this plot is just crazy.
Counter-Strike is already secured by the side of Fan. That is a key item for this Yishun Shin. But if you compare in terms of levels earlier just now, Nazhan is the one that's leading the charge when it comes to EXP. He's ahead in levels, but now Afan managed to farm that all the way back.
For Afan though, at the very least, you are in Yishun Shin. And lest we forget the power of a level 15 Yishun Shin. At full power is just basically such an annoyance to deal with, and you have to watch your 6. It's powered by the double fighter side lanes as we speak as well. So it's a 4v3 at this point. Gord is in position.
Not only just the fact, oh, that's going to be a missing guts trying to zone away, but then again, Team Indonesia taking a lot of damage from the side of Team Malaysia right now, and Alexander landing down on the frozen moment. Amar picking up Delvin as well. The team fight is getting split up far apart. It feels like 1v1. The blazing duet for the side of Elton, not doing a lot at the same time. Dinger Right trying to make a play right here, jump all the way in, but unable to find any kill. One man down for the side of Team Indonesia.
It's like a boxing match. Everyone's taking blows. Everyone's pushing and pulling the turtle out of the pit. But at the very end of the day, Hisham had an excellent play, pushing Afan away from that turtle pit. It was a one-man army, taking 3 members on their own, buying time for Malaysia to actually come in. Remember, Indonesia had 4 members at the turtle pit at that time before Malaysia actually took a step forward, and Hisham bought that time for them.
And not only just that, right? I would say Alexander, that golden hour is also definitely a nuisance. If you notice, Team Malaysia is just toying with the idea of engaging until Alexander decides to go for the golden hour. But oh, another going to be a missing gush as well. Xiaoyu dives all the way to Amar, but Nazhan right there trying to pin the wall. Amar burns away. The flicker will be able to get out of safety. Hisham finds onto Alexander, but he's going to be Dinger Right returning the kill. Xiaoyu goes on the another one to go into the air, but Dinger Right lands a punch onto Razif in the air as well.
Space and time bot. Alexander fouls in the end. But Amar, being wide and open, saved that flicker for where he knew Xiaoyu was able to take him down. And this creates so much space for Indonesia to actually take this Lord down. And I can't believe, you know, we missed that third turtle. It turned into a Lord. And right now, Malaysia are not happy about that. They want to find some form of reconciliation.
Afan taking down the Lord for himself. Nazhan not in a good position, doesn't really have the heavy spin because Delvin is also there as well. And now all of a sudden that glue pick was annoying in the early game, but it seems like Team Indonesia has adapted.
Yeah, for Indonesia though, they understood Hisham is all alone, let's just punish him. He wants to come in, he wants to play with us, let's play with him back. That's not a threat, it's a promise.
Delvin as well, you know, picking up members one after another. The Juicin really going to show, but okay, this is a little bit awkward for the side of Delvin.
That's
right
what you're
here.
talking about.
And now his shot, okay, in no man's land, giving a kill over to Afan is not exactly ideal. This Yishun Shin has scaled.
The Hisham is just being pulled away from the rest of his team. Call it a 4-1 composition. Is Hisham making mistakes in the late stages of this game? 10-minute mark. Hisham is not so scary anymore. And like you said, whatever happened would happen. Hisham latched onto Dalvin, able to use that ultimate get out of there and leaving the kill over to Afan.
Yeah, Hisham is too far ahead, right, for the side of Team Malaysia to kind of reinforce. But of course, you know, this is still technically mid-game house fight for the side of Team Indonesia, and they're building a snowball, right? 5k goalie in the favor of Team Indonesia. You've got Dinger right, but hold on a second. Mountain Shocker lands on the Nazhan to take a lot of punishment.
I won't count Malaysia out of the woods just yet. Najan, low in health, able to just push away that minions in the mid lane. But at the end of the day, they still have the Claude in their possession. This is a late game monster that we're talking about. Any one time, Indonesia does have a pretty decently tanky lineup in the form of the Paquito as well as the Lapu Lapu. If Malaysia finds an angle and gets into the midst of battle, and they're not able to split up these team fights with the Lapu Lapu or the Paquito, then Malaysia would be able to overturn these fights.
Yep, I think it's all down to Elton, right? Like, once he hits his critical mass, it's still ongoing, but Delvin, you know, only on the juice in, it's just doing a lot of damage onto Nazhan as well. Heavy spin already committed, and it's going to be Xiaoyuki diving with the Bravest Warrior. Nazhan pinning down Xiaoyuki right there. Amar unleashes the Mystic Gun. Delvin picks up Nazhan once again, slams it all the way down, and over to the Team Malaysia. Hold on a second, cannot do anything for the defense. There's going to be the golden hour committed by the side of Alexander. He's shot once again. No man's land for the side of this glue. As Dingerai picks up an unstoppable. No death for him, but 5 kills in his pocket.
Great golden hour from Alexander at the end of the day, but to start things all off, it was Najan who found himself in the wrong side of the woods, pulled back by Dalvin. Great positioning right there from the Juicin itself. And Alexander, at the end of the day, the golden hour was just the chef's kiss on that meal.
Yep, golden stuff secured by Elton already. I feel like if this is the time for Team Malaysia to shine, it is now. Elton has scaled. But is it a little bit too late? We need to take a look at the subsequent team fights.
Now, Indonesia kind of knows that this Claude has that Holy Trinity. The damage will come through. But at the end of the day, they're still facing up against the Yushin Shin. This is a max level Yushin Shin, almost full builds. There's 1 item left. Malaysia going down towards that Paquito. He doesn't know.
Paquito, no. Oh, we'll be committing to so much Dinger right. I think that's it.
Oh, he's still surviving,
Trying
though.
to jab at the same time. Doesn't really have the cooldowns. Unfortunately, that's going to be a shutdown. But it is going to be Dingerai buying a lot of time. Nazhan right here using the Heaven's Bane, pushing Alexander all the way out to position. Xiaoyuki with the Bravest Warrior letting down the stun. Dalvin showering Nazhan with tons of damage and tons of love. But it's something that, you know, members of the side Team Malaysia doesn't want because Team Indonesia picks up the Lord.
What a play by Dingerai to set things in motion. They know the Lord was up. They went for a Paquito all alone, and they want to go for that pickoff on the wrong side of that map. I knew that Malaysia didn't want to fight within that Lord, but to waste all your resources onto one Paquito who's able to sustain and pull you away from the team fights, away from the main objective in that Lord pit, that was just phenomenal.
Yeah, it's a very interesting decision making coming out of Team Malaysia, right? Opting to pick up Dingerai right there down the bot. Yes, that's a shutdown gold. I can't exactly recall who actually got that goal, but at the very least, Elton picks up a assist. But now, your biggest problem is Team Indonesia sending the Lord down bot.
It's still the second Lord of the game. Malaysia does have a decent wave clearing potential. Elton could very well use the Blazing Duet if everything goes south. You also have the Mystic Gush to be able to pull everyone in. Alexander goes in with the stun onto Hisham.
Yeah,
but no follow-up as of now.
Unable to clear that wave, like what you mentioned, unfortunately. And now the Lord is just beating all the way down bot against Team Malaysia. Will be cleared out though, but the damage has been done.
Oh, that's a pullback. Great pull from Dalvin. But this is a good game for him. He's not having being targeted anymore. Hisham doesn't have the mobility that he had when he was that Cho. So for Indonesia, this is free reign for them. They're taking full control of that map, and this is what I really like to see. They got that lead, and they're taking control of that. They're sitting in that jungle, pulling Malaysia out from their own base. They know when to fight, and they know when not to commit.
Right now, it's just an open base that Team Indonesia was able to deliver. This is the mid-game house fight that I was talking about, and at the very least, they know how to capitalize. This is what I want to see, especially when teams start to pick up Paquito. A lot of damage onto Nazhan, heavy spin, all the way to disengage.
Good resources burned from Nazhan, but at the end of the day, we're still waiting on to that Lord fight. So this is going to be in the waiting room for both these two teams. Malaysia really can't find an angle to come out. Elton is always having a target on his back, and he's super squishy, especially against a double fighters lineup on the top side.
Oh, immediately Alexander gets picked off even before the observer can catch as well. That's the power of Amar, right? The stun can come in anytime. Alexander just gets melted.
Alexander will be up before the next ward comes in. As Ding arriving, chased on by all the members of Malaysia, will be able to get safe and sound.
Unless they really want to try to cycle, but glue onto the Paquito, not an exactly great idea. Right now, Team Indonesia, 11 seconds on the clock for the side, Alexander to come back up. But the problem is, Team Indonesia does have the double fighter composition. Dingarai and also Shiayuki is more than happy to play.
Yeah, Malaysia would be able to turn that tide as they do have the late game monster in form of Claude, but Indonesia is responding with that Yisun Shin. 1-0-6 on this Yisun Shin for Afan, and still having a decent game. Taking down these objectives, Delvin.
Another one, Delvin, and Flicker already committed, and now all of a sudden, oh my goodness, Hisham is in no man's land! Afan, I feel like we've seen this before! This deja vu! Hisham getting taken down, unfortunately, by members on the side of the team. Malaysia right here, getting the damage coming out from the side of Shiayuki, but it's still 1-for-1, roam for a mid.
Yeah, for Hisham though, this is a worthy sacrifice. You're sacrificing yourself, you take down that mid, you're able to capitalize on that Lord fight. But now Indonesia is a bit too far ahead in terms of economy. If Malaysia tries to force this in, they need to wait for the heavy spin to come online. But now Indonesia kind of knows and understands that Najan is always right there. If you get pushed back, you're not going to get that Lord, and we might lose out on this main objective.
Yeah, Shiayuki is just menacingly standing there. He does have the Bravest Warrior, and now the Lord is already half HP. Nasan is just waiting for the moment, and right here, heavy spin, Bravest Warrior is laying down. Afan goes into the Mountain Shocker, but there's nothing but the bait. It's going to be Razif going into the Thunder Form already, but it's still Afan, resetting the Lord.
Good bait away from Dingarai. He's finding that flanks. Elton kind of knows, so he's pushed out of position at that point. So resetting that Lord was the best decision. Indonesia bringing Malaysia in for a dance.
Yeah.
On the top side though, Gordon needs to go back to respawn, so Amar's not in the picture. You have Paquito being able to dash and zip around that map, pushing up on that top side. So the win condition for Malaysia is try to fight S5 down that Lord pit. That's the only way.
5v5 right here is going to be Shiayuki jumping in. Nasan, when once again the Lord is getting reset. So there's nothing but a bait. Team Indonesia concentrating about the shocker right here. Is going to be Aman right there. The golden hour already committed by the side of Alexander. Elton takes down Mundo. No jungle for the side of Team Indonesia. It's Elton blazing away in the backline. Delvin using the Winter Crown to try to save himself just a little bit longer, but it's going to be Elton right there. Picker already committed. Alexander on the chase. Elton taking down Dingarai, and now it's a little bit too much. This god has skill.
Alexander, it was a double-edged sword on that golden hour. They bought time for Malaysia to actually come in to take Afan down. Even though that the Lord got that reset, I think this is the time to wait for the 18 minutes if they so very well wish. Now, I don't know why you're not blitzing up this. It's just 18 minutes, so you get the evolved form.
Yeah, but
bait the Indonesia out.
Yeah, but right now you don't really have a lot of time. The window opportunity for you to take down the Lord. Here comes Amar with a missing gush as well. Shiayuki getting stalled by Razif as well.
Okay.
Nashar picks up the Lord for himself, but he gets picked up instead by the Juicy. The Bravest Warrior coming off of Shiayuki will not be able to land onto anybody from the side of Team Malaysia. And now it's just going to be Team Malaysia left committed.
They got what they came for. Lord in your possession. It's marching down the bottom side. I think Dingarai also played a heck of a good game in that last skirmish right before that Lord fight. Finding the entire backdoor angle onto Elton, but Elton was, like I said, in that front, the midst of the battle itself, and taking down Afan with him.
Yeah, and now it's just going to be a Lord marching down bot. If you take a look, Team Indonesia has all the turrets up as of yet. Team Malaysia has not done a single infrastructure damage as of now, but I'm not liking the position coming up of Team Malaysia right here. They're spreading themselves way too thin.
Even though they're exposed, they're still waiting into that bush for Elton. I think that's the death bush, and they kind of know it. If Elton's left all alone to their own devices and Indonesia actually finds Elton, they will be able to cycle Malaysia.
Hello? Nobody responded from the side of Indonesia to deal with the Lord down bot.
No, you don't want to deal with that Lord outside of your base. You'd rather take it in within your turret. At least you have a little bit more defensive potential.
Yeah, but that means that a lot of standing goal given over side Team Malaysia. If you take a look at that goal lead, dwindling down right before Team Indonesia's eyes. Top side, clean up. Bot side already sustaining quite a bit of damage.
Ooh, man. I think just sitting and waiting onto that death push up on that top side really burned them in the foot. And this is Malaysia really making a statement and they're coming back into the game.
Yep, Bisham started big nuisance. Now, all of a sudden, hey, we're playing mostly on Team Malaysia side of the map, but now the tables have turned, the chairs have been flipped. We're fighting in Team Indonesia side of the map.
It all happened because Afan went down. Malaysia capitalized on that situation. Even though it wasn't the enhanced Lord, I think Elton really found his groove, really found his strike this time around. 2-0-2 on this Claude, and he's still waiting for the right opportunity, waiting for the right moment to really make Malaysia shine.
A bit trigger happy for the side. Amar, missing Gush already committed. And it allows Team Indonesia to just breathe just a little bit. I think Team Malaysia is going back to reset, try to freeze the wave in the mid, but it is still Team Malaysia having an open lane down bot.
The weakness of a double fighter side lane is that you are on the timer, and that timer might be now. Malaysia is pushing the hands of time from Alexander himself, from the Marcel, into their own favor, starting off with this Lord.
Yeah, what's the chance of Dingerai to start ignoring the team fights and then after that go for split push down bot?
Very highly possible. The top side is already open as well. Malaysia does have quick access, but now Afan is not in the right position. They're trying to bait them out and try to fight in within the jungle.
Yep, feels like, members of side Team Malaysia is doing the same thing as Team Indonesia did, using the Lord to try to pull the members over and then force a response. Here we go. It's going to be, okay, this time around it seems like Team Malaysia has to come in for that. There's going to be Amar landing down, but Nassan picking up the Lord for himself. But Elton down low with nature as well. Devin dies with the Crimson Beacon, gets picked up. Elton, Immortalized already picked up. Afan picking up the receive as well. He's shot right there, trying to peel, but the rest of the team, members of the Team Indonesia down low already. Elton still alive. That's the key point that Team Malaysia is holding on to, but they cannot afford costs like these.
Razif with the early sacrifice. Hisham extended too far ahead, and now Indonesia fighting 5-on-3. It's 30 seconds, they're not gonna get back, but the Lord will buy them some time. And Malaysia, they know this. Great item slots coming in from Elton. Great find by Delvin and Shauki over onto this Claude. If they were to take out Elton, that would be it. Indonesia would turn everything around, even with the Lord in their possession.
I'm not sure Nassan should be there, right? He's getting picked up and thrown like a ragdoll right here. Members from the side of Team Malaysia, maybe a little bit too far. Have his been right here, committed, disengaging.
They can't even push the Lord in.
Yeah.
It's Indonesia responding with, hey, you're not going to make that Lord, take that Lord into my home, take that Lord into my base, not twice. And now this is time for Indonesia to really fight back into how Malaysia likes to play this.
I feel like this is a roller coaster of we are so back and we're so close.
This is just a really big push and pull all the way on the other side of the map. So far, Indonesia does have a little bit of the upper hand in terms of, hey, they had that T3 on the bot side, pretty wide open. If they play their cards right, they could send Dingerai in this next Lord down to bottom side, try to push in that wave and try to get that backdoor win. But Malaysia is definitely not going to let that go easily.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was talking about, right? Dingerai, at the very least, at this point in time, the Paquito doesn't really offer a lot of contribution, especially when you try to fight front to back. You're more of a flanker. You're more of a split pusher onto the other side. If you find Elton, punch him down, great. But even if you can't, because Elton's being very slippery because of the BMI, maybe start pushing down bot, right? That's an open lane in the favor of Team Indonesia, but it feels like Team Indonesia wasn't able to find that salt onto Team Malaysia's wound.
Yeah, it's a utility juice in on top, bottom side as well.
Crimson Beacon, Flicker already committed, BMI, even the Mountain Shocker. A lot of resources committed by the side of Team Indonesia. Nasan Razin also coming in, but he's going to Dingerai! Fighting onto Elton with a nature, and he heals all the way back up. And now Nasan pinning Alexander down the wall. The Golden Hour already committed as well. Elton down low, Dingerai looking for a replay right here, but then Flicker's all the way back. And now Cherokee dives all the way in the back. Elton's healing all the way back up. Nasan right here, at the same time, just absorbing so much damage. Blazing the way from the side of Elton and Amar with the Winter Crown. And members of the side Team Indonesia and Malaysia just rolling it out down at the bot. 3-4-1 in the favor of Team Malaysia.
No Paquito, no Eastern Shin, no Lapu. They might be able to push it down mid. It's 60 seconds on the clock that Indonesia's not going to get back.
Yeah, they're blitzing it, right? They have to rush this, right? Juicing, technically speaking, is there a chance for him to wave quickly?
No, not a shot unless she sells all defensive items. We saw the item swap into Immortality.
They're
We
gunning
saw
for
the
it.
item swap into the Chassis Pauldron. They got Elton in possession. It's a 4v2.
Right now, it's just about Delvin whether they could actually wait clear this one. Right now, Malaysia will be able to. Elton focusing on the car, but go to that one.
They got some time, though.
Trying to buy some time. Elton focusing on the car, but the minutes, right side Indonesia marching all the way up, blazing the way. Will they committed by the side team Malaysia as they cycle over and over and over again. But no minions for Team Malaysia.
Shoki, 3 seconds coming in. Minions are also marching down in mid-side. You got the Immortality from Elton. It might be over though.
Come in there, but no. Members of the side team Malaysia almost stayed on of another bit of BMI coming in. Elton going down. Oh! Shut down for the side of Elton.
67 seconds on the clock. No shot. Indonesia.
We are so back, but we are so cooked at the same time.
They're pushing it down mid. Afan, they have Afan. They have that damage to break through the defensive of T3 down the mid side.
Amar does have to miss the gush.
You have the heavy spin by time, but that might not be enough.
Focusing on, there's no marksman for the side team Indonesia as well. They don't really have the pushing power, Churros.
Top side minions pushing in for Malaysia. They might have a shot though.
What is this? This is only just round robins.
Bases in shambles. They're going straight for that Lord. Buying time, waiting for the right moment. But Elton's going to come back up in the next 30 seconds.
But now it's going to be, don't forget, it's still Nathan on the heavy speed. He's trying to make a beeline right here. Delvin right here using the shower to try to pick up Nathan, trying to slow it down. Amar using the missing gush a little bit too slow. It's the Lord ultimately forgotten, Churros.
Look at the minions though. The minions are actually pushing into Malaysia's favor.
Side.
Next one's coming up on the bottom side. Indonesia's minions are pushing through. Dingorai buying time as well.
What is this? It feels like they're really playing for Nagoya, but it seems like they really want to lock into Nagoya right now. Xiaoyuki, Ravens Warrior already committed. Nathan has to back off. A fun right here. Trying to pull the Lord, but both Indonesia pulled back.
Elton's already online. Indonesia knows that they can't fight this. The Claude has come way too far. And now it's back on that reset. Razif is back on lane pushing duties, but it's not too fast.
Any pickoff right here, Churros, is going to be the death of that team.
This is insane. This is mental if you're both sides.
Sky Piercer at 26 minutes, Amar.
Hey, you know, every bit of help counts. As Dingorai trying to push up on that mid side, the way they want to play this is try to find an angle onto Elton, but Elton's not going to show himself very effectively. You still have the cooldown on Immortality that Elton doesn't have back, so item swap won't work anymore. He's got to win on nature, he's got to win to crown still in possession, so at least he's able to get that item swap onto that one at the very least.
Yeah, but right now, don't forget, the Lord is doing a lot of damage. Afan has no choice but to kite. One mistake. Both these two teams riding, standing on the tightrope right now.
I think Malaysia could very well push down that bottom side. Look at where Hisham is. He's trying to take control of that bottom side lanes. But now without that glue, they're sounding the horns. They're sounding the alarms though.
Mother Shocker already committed. Afan knows everybody where Team Malaysia is. Hisham making a beeline straight back into the Lord pit right here. But Alexander and also Xiaoyuki is ready for him.
Could there be an opportunity where Hisham takes Elton downtown on the long side of the road and through the gardens once again?
The split push from Dingorai could potentially happen, but there's a base turret from the side of Team Malaysia at the top. Same could be said on the side of Elton as well. It is a series of unfortunate events.
They don't want to push it. They don't want to waste their precious moments right now. Everything is all back online. It's just a waiting game. Who wants to engage first? Who's making a wrong move?
Man, this Mexican standoff is nail-biting, Churros.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen what happened with Hisham on the Cho in the previous game. He likes that bottom side turret, and he looks like everyone's making a beeline towards that bottom side, though.
Getting picked up, though. There's a lot of damage dished out by the Delvin. Right now, Hisham down low already. We'll be able to just split all the way out.
Malaysia still playing very, very safe. Elton knows that he is the one to stay alive. That's 28 minutes game from Indonesia versus Malaysia, and it's still anyone's game. It's still even at this point.
Man, I cannot even decide what's going on right now. It could potentially be, you know, Team Malaysia. It is all about mispositioning right now. Don't forget, Amar can always send down these bombs over and over again.
Afan is down low, is half health. The Lord is doing a lot of damage onto this Issue Machine. He needs to go back and get that reset. So once again, we're back to square one. I think Indonesia needs to find a way to get that tank
There's going to be the golden hour trying to slow down outside as well. A final goal. There's also going to be the mountain shotgun. And now heavy spin coming by the side. Nazhan trying to push Team Indonesia back.
Elton does have that damage, and he's in the vicinity. He's taking a lot of hits over onto Indonesia and all back to that reset. I think Afan or Indonesia really needs to send someone else to tank this Lord and try to pull it over.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why you like that tank junglers in the first place. Najan doesn't want to risk it, but neither does Afan. So both teams don't want to make the first move.
Don't forget, mid lane for the side Team Indonesia is open. Super Minions are constantly marching in, and Super Minions are starting to get a lot more powerful the longer the time goes. Team Malaysia still have that small, little advantage.
The half an hour mark, Elton is just selling and buying items as he would, and he's so nutty on it, and he's being very consistent over the past couple of games. Right now, Resist, forced to use the ultimate just to get out of harm's way.
Delvin committing to the same as well. Crimson Beacon will be committed by the side of Delvin.
Both teams just struggling to get that lane push, the lane priority. On the top side, Indonesia has the upper hand. The bottom side, Malaysia still struggling to find their footing. And does look like Indonesia does have advantage on the long lane though.
Hafan bought the Heart's Claw, he's done. He needs to try to sustain against the damage from the side of this really big Lord right now.
It's easier said than done, and it's a constant push and pull until Alexander has gotten the ultimate back once again. But for Indonesia though, I think it's very difficult if you want to pull this Lord. Look at where Hisham is, and he knows where to go.
Elton, down bot, will show himself. Dingerai built up a fat stack of wave up top against Team Malaysia.
Elton built up a fat stack
At the same
against
time,
Team
the bot.
Indonesia.
What a stalemate, Rose.
It's an extreme stalemate.
I need to remind myself to breathe. Lots of damage coming out from Elton though.
It's just hitting and pushing and pulling.
Whoa, that's Amar! Landing down onto Mr. Gush, this could be it! Shoryuken down on the way back, Flicker already committed by the side of Amar, as Dalvin, down low already, just a little bit, but now Plan trying to hold on to Tia alive! The mortality already committed as well, Elton trying to finish out the damage, Nation also committed by the side of Elton!
All the hits, all the ultimates already used up, and no one's dead. Immortality already popped up, but for both sides.
Big ultimate, the big battle spell flickers from Dingerai, Alexander, and also Shoryuken already committed. Amar goes in with a Mystic Gush. This could be it, Jeros.
Dingerai, he's got the golden, the rose gold meteor, but it's not enough.
Not good enough, it's exactly. Not only just that, Dingerai going down. Not a lot of damage coming off the side of Team Indonesia already. Now something else, Shoryuken right now. Elton looking strong. Oh, dude, there's blazing the wet.
There's a 5 against 3. Malaysia, they don't want to risk it. They're going straight for that Lord. It opened up so much of the opportunities that they can rush it down.
60 seconds on the clock for the side of Team Indonesia for 2 members. And not only just that, Team Indonesia also had to deal with 7 minutes marching up top.
This is a 30-minute Lord that we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, this will take a long time.
A long time to take down, even with Elton at the helm. And Malaysia, once again, crawling back up. They had that chance.
Man, break this down.
That mid-side stop onto Dingerai was a good find. Delvin was down low. He's able to pop up. He sold all his core attacking items for the immortality. Shauki as well. Good find onto the golden hour. Alexander was, I think the golden hour was definitely a double-edged sword, but right now, this is it. This is the Lord.
20 seconds, golden hour, try to slow down as much as they can. Even the mountain shock already committed, and now it's gonna be, oh! Melting down the fun. Delvin going up next. That's how pushing the members of the side. Indonesia already. As Team Malaysia takes game number 3 against Team Indonesia.
A 32-minute game, a long drawn fight. A big switch from Malaysia. The substitution coming in, equalizing the scoreline, and finally calling the shots.
Crazy games coming out of Team Malaysia. I need to remind myself to breathe.
Yeah,
it was
we all do.
Like for the past 2 minutes, it was just pure tension between these two teams. It could flip any time, Churros.
Yeah, with that one play, that one shift, that one golden hour, and like I said, it's a double-edged sword. You might be able to protect your teammates. You might be able to set things up. And I hear the crowd, even with the headsets on, they are definitely happy about this. This is basically sibling rivalry between the Southeast Asian teams. You don't really feel it unless you're within the region.
But But Churros, you gotta agree with me. That was a roller coaster. We are so back. We are so cooked. We are so back. We are so cooked. And also, I don't know. It's both low cortisol and high cortisol gameplay.
Yeah, at the late stage of the game, the minions are actually dealing so much and they have so much health. It takes one claw a minute and a half just to take down one wave. Building the wave up, building a fat stack doesn't really help at all. They do have turrets that they have to deal with as well. Elton was so hard to take down. He's healing everything back up when he's dealing that damage. At the end of the day, though, Hisham was the key that Malaysia needed. The first game was a little bit of a rough start from Malaysia. But at the end of the day, they really showed up. Take a look at the MVP. It was going to Amar. He found the gushes. He found the lasers. And at the end of the game, this was the damage dealt. Almost 200,000
I mean, it
damage.
is a 31-minute game, Churros. And it's
32 minutes,
32
15
close.
seconds.
But it is just extremely exhausting. The amount of, I would say, amount of pressure is just right there. One wrong move, and unfortunate it's Team Indonesia that took one extra step out. I probably, Amar lands on a mistake bomb, and then the laser comes down, instantly melts people down.
Whew. Beautiful gameplay, though. Beautiful patience from Malaysia as well. I think learning from their mistake in game number 2, that's not to say they made mistakes. Both teams are extremely neck and neck. Very, very stalemate. And the draft was all the way to the T. We wouldn't be in a 33-minute, 15-second position. Pretty much one of the longest games that we had today. By the way, this jokes aside, me and you, when we cast together, it's always either a 3-game series or super long games or both, Jace.
We have Mars in Singapore. I swear, we have Mars in Singapore. But dude, this is a gauntlet of game number 3. Both sides just refuses to budge. I know that technically speaking, yes, they do have an Asian Shin on the side of Team Indonesia. The Mountain Shocker should come in clutch, but the Asian Shin does have nothing against what Isham can do. Not Nasan, to a certain extent, Razif. If you notice, especially the latest part of the game, Razif is forced to use a Thunder ultimate to basically...
Just for a little bit more damage onto Dalvin and Afan.
Yeah, they need to ooze as much damage as possible, and even if you take a look at the damage dealt chart, it is 52. It's like 100k difference in the favor of Team Indonesia, but they lost it.
Yeah, that being said, also, I think Dalvin sold a lot of his damage items, core damage items, and went full utility tank juice in. So this was quite a big adjustment from the mid side as well. Not enough magic damage, not enough physical damage, and even Dingarai and Shauki alone wasn't enough to take Elton down. He was just so heavily protected, and it was like, I don't want to say this, but Malaysia really protected the president, and Elton was him.
We only have a Prime Minister.
A Prime Minister. Jokes aside, though, this was... I feel like we have said so much about this game that I want to know how this actually shakes up in terms of the standings as well.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. We're just going to have to wait for the latest graphic to basically get updated because, man, we are... The roller coaster of emotions in that one game. Game number 3 just reminds me, hey, my heart is still beating because of just a couple of times, especially the later part of the game where there's both these two teams just in the Mexican standoff, right? It's just pure silence and pure tension.
Oh man, Hisham again with his signature down towards the garden, over the bush, taking the highway into that backside. I think that really sealed the deal over the entirety of this game. This was just an incredible series from start to finish. What a storyline, Jace.
Man, I mean, Team Malaysia, right? Game number 3.
Indonesia is still undefeated for 3 games so far in the 3 days that we've been casting in the Asian Game Qualifiers. This is their first loss.
Yeah, and it is a 2-1. So, credits where credits due, right? Indonesia, still well done, but Team Malaysia, proved themselves right against, one of the touted, Team Indonesia, right? Look, they are known to be really aggressive in terms of these gameplays. They show it in the early game, but when it comes to, closing out the fight, this is a roster from the side of Team Indonesia. You got a Paquito and also Lapu-Lapu. These are not known to really fight front to back, especially when the later parts of the game, most of the team fights are going to be front to back.
To be honest, it's still it's just a very difficult execution, especially if you have double fighters. I said that there was a sort of
There you go.
a timer, but hey, man, enough about the game. Let's take a look at what we know about
Oh,
that standing so far.
Yeah, it feels like even though, okay, at the very least, you know, congratulations over Team Malaysia taking down one game from inside Team Indonesia. But Team Indonesia, that dominance, that points that they've racked up so far in the past few days, has solidified their position at the very least in third place, because that gap between Team Indonesia and Malaysia was so far apart. But congratulations over to Team Malaysia once again. Of course, you know, Team Philippines, team leading the charge this time round, going up against, you know, Team Cambodia, one of the nemesis in this particular group A. Cambodia coming in second. You know, we talked about third and fourth already. Team Myanmar, followed by Team Vietnam, Team Laos, and then after that, Team Singapore all the way down at 8th position. Top 5 of the standing goes all the way to Nagoya, Japan.
I think for Malaysia, they're in a pretty safe spot if they maintain and stay consistent throughout the rest of the next 4 matches that they still have coming into, you know, tomorrow. And they've already done with the Titan Gauntlet. They're done with Philippines. They're done with Indonesia. And right now, it's uphill from here. Malaysia coming in from this win, redemption from the Philippines loss, and then taking that momentum into the next couple of games.
Yeah, and you talk about a couple of games, right? Because coming up next after this series, we're going to be able to watch Team Malaysia once again. We're going back into Group A, yes, ladies and gents, going up against Team Singapore after a very quick break. Of course, you know, these two teams, well, Team Singapore and Team Malaysia, pure rivalry right there once again.
A lot of sibling rivalry. And I remember that one, I mean, it just happened. Wilun, or aka Diablo, came in from Malaysia. He failed in Malaysia, came back to Singapore, and he made it through into
he's a prodigal
Indonesia
son.
as well.
He's a prodigal son. With that said, ladies and gents, coming up next, Team Singapore going up against Team Malaysia. Don't go away. Coming up next, we'll be going on a short break.
Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata! We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Day number 3, packed with full of action, especially right here in the 2026 Asian Games Esports Events MLBB Qualifiers. My name is Jace. This is Churros. We are in a marathon.
We are still your casters for today, at least for the next 2 matches. It has been an absolute gauntlet of a battle, uphill battles for a lot of teams. A lot of expectations were torn apart. But right now, this is going to be the little red dot versus our brethren from across the causeway, Malaysia.
Yep, definitely, right? And this is something that I would say that, it is, Team Malaysia going off with a massive high, especially winning against Team Indonesia. Must have feeling really good about itself in terms of momentum. But speaking about momentum, so far, that is, the 4th seed, which is Team Malaysia, going up against Team Singapore at the 8th seed. Team Singapore not looking very good.
Yeah. To be honest, this was one of the teams that a lot of us here in sunny Singapore have been looking up upon. We know them, we love them, we've casted a lot of their games, we've seen their growth, but in their international stage, it was, suffice to say, a little bit disappointing that they was not able to take any one game off. So we're hoping that against our brothers from Malaysia, this would be Singapore's time to shine, at least a single game off of this series.
Yeah, I think beggars can be choosers in the sense this is Team Singapore that you're seeing on screen. Keith, Bellamy, Royven, Jin Xiang, and also Whelan. It is so weird to call them by their government names, especially when you know their faces.
It is extremely funny. I really can't help but laugh and smile from ear to ear. This is just these players. We've seen them grow up. We've seen them playing in the community and here in Singapore and going up in the international stage, not having a phenomenal performance, to say the least, really shows us how far Singapore has fallen behind the rest of the other regions from around the world as well. But that being said, though, we did have Wee Lun going into Malaysia, playing for MPL MY, and having a little bit more experience in the Malaysian team.
Of course, technically speaking, the players that you see on screen earlier just now, Team Singapore, they are a really ragged mix of some of the local teams here, namely Kingdom, Ignite, and also to a certain extent, I saw Gear earlier just now, but of course, right now, let's take a look. Once again, Team Malaysia coming back in again. Elton, Hisham, Amar, Nashan, and Razif. The Hisham effect is coming into effect for Team Malaysia.
That's the secret weapon for Malaysia. When Akif was put in, Malaysia lost its groove. When Hisham came in, he took over the wheel and just drove this team to victory, albeit they had a 33-minute game against Indonesia. Momentum. Yes, it's true. They had that win. They are riding forward with it, but it was an extremely tiring matchup for Team Malaysia.
Yeah, I think that's also something that I hope, Team Singapore may potentially take advantage of because, imagine being in a roller coaster of a match. You gotta have to reset. Don't forget, this is also a round robin best of 3, right? There's a lot of things that can potentially go wrong in one, but I think right now, I feel like if you're cheering for Team Singapore, I feel it's all about, making sure that at least they perform the best. Go draft the heroes they're really comfortable in, and then after that, try to make the best play out of it.
Well, we're not too far apart in terms of how we generally perform against Malaysia, but seeing how far Malaysia has improved against the likes of Indonesia, the likes of Team Philippines. Singapore has their work cut out for them, especially with the execution. We understand that Bellamy is also one of the more sacrificial players. So is Zoran, but he plays it clinically. Like, he sacrifices himself, but he also makes sure that converts into kills. And it's yet to be seen in this international stage how Singapore actually performs against our brothers.
Yep, and upcoming matches for the side of Team Singapore as well. They're going up against Team Philippines, of course, and then after that, they also have to go against Team Myanmar as well on the last day. So, I feel like this is kind of the results that, unfortunately, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, Churros. I feel like set in stone. Like, even if you 2-0 Team Philippines, right? Maybe potentially going to maybe just a small little potential, but, the chances are near 0.
The chances are
especially what we saw from Team Philippines earlier just now.
Yeah, chances are slim, and even if they 2-0 their next 3 matches, including the Malaysia, Philippines, and Myanmar team, then that would put them, well, it's up to the hands of Vietnam and Laos as well. If they lose out everything, then Singapore has a chance. But this is extremely, extremely slim. And, you know, this is right here for playing for country pride.
Definitely.
National pride.
I think the more important thing is, like, I hope that, you know, Team Singapore do up a very good show for us at the very least in the AGC. But, you know, Team Malaysia, like what I mentioned earlier just now, riding on the high, riding on the momentum right there. But, you know, playing in that game earlier just now must have felt very stressful. And I hope, you know, that short break, and it's not long, by the way, it's only 15 minutes. Hopefully they are able to get their mental reset just in time.
Well, in between 15 minutes, you're out of the war zone, you're all battered and bruised. That was a 33-minute long game for Team Malaysia. There is some sort of adrenaline that you're actually feeling from that one, and a lot of redemption, like, hey, Malaysia's got this win, let's win it out again 2 times in a row against Team Singapore. Let's show that Malaysia is still one of the better regions out there internationally here in Group A.
Yep, I think, I feel like, well, I think we know what our Singaporean players will be picking, right?
Yeah.
We talk about, we technically identified them to death, right? Especially when we are the one that really covered NPL Singapore this far. And you also have to agree that, you know, to a certain extent, Zorn also kind of knows how, sorry.
Diablo, yeah.
Zorn knows how
Hashim.
Diablo plays. Hashim knows how Guilun plays as well. So that's something going to be a bit of a key factor, I would say, going into. So I feel like at the very least for Hashim, it's like I'm going in with some slight ideas what this team can potentially do as we go into first game, expanding Rivers map.
Really a lot to look out for is the gold laner for Malaysia as well as the roamer for Malaysia. Those two are extreme powerhouses, especially for Elton. We've seen how powerful or seen how consistent he is with a good empowering roamer in the form of Hisham. This created so much space. Definitely quite a bit of common core heroes are going to be contested. The Khalids, the Chos for both teams. Maybe even the Grogs that we see maybe Battle Me playing as well. But off the tables, right off the bands, we'll be starting off with the Phobias and the Juicin.
By the way, just in case Singaporean fans, that Keith right there, it's Vanix.
Vanix, yeah, lost a lot of weight thanks to the military.
The glow up, man. It's the amount of glow up that Keith was able to do in between seasons, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
It's actually kind of astounding.
Honestly, though, this is the power of NS. If you're in Singapore, you kind of know. But Malaysia actually still having a huge respect over to Diablo's Benedetta, or Guilun's Benedetta, so to speak. This creates so much intimidation factor for Malaysia if Singapore picks it up. And Zorn is, for one of the person who should know how far Diablo is able to push it through with the Benedetta itself.
Paquito banned away right off the bat. Marcel open. Nope, gonna give Elton that Claude. He's been playing that Claude, I would say, good 3 games in a row if you count this one.
Well, we need to see how well Vanix or Keith holds himself against Elton. We've seen how Elton performs with the Claude, very mechanically skilled. He is dashing here and there with the BMIs. Keith needs to be able to find a way to deal with that lane pressure that Claude will bring to the table. One thing that I know and love about Keith is that he is still kind of flexible. He does like the marksman still, but he is flexible if he is put in a position where he has to play the CCs. He has to play the fighter side lanes, he would be able to do it as well. The Fredrin will be picked up for side of Singapore, which is immediately countered by the Claude, though, in the late game.
I mean, technically speaking, Fredrin is still solid in the pick. Galakacha, we haven't seen that hero so far in AGC for the... AGQ, sorry. AG qualifier. Asian Games qualifier. Yeah, that's right.
It's been a long day, Jace.
It's been a long day. Right, this is 6th match in a row. Gord and Akai. This is almost like similar to what they played earlier just now. So this is a bit of muscle memory going in the favor for the side of Team Malaysia. Galakacha, I would say, following off in terms of the meta, even though, you know, you got a Gord that potentially the AOG should be able to counter that, but by the time the AOG is finished charged up, Gord has already dished out a lot of damage already.
Well, for Singapore, Galakacha is kind of like the national flavor. A lot of teams like that Gato Kacha, they highly prioritize it. But in this current patch, a Kai can just disrupt the AOG. You dive in or you taunt in, the Kai uses the heavy spin, you try to AOG out, you get that reset. It's sort of like remember the Fredrin holding the sword out in order to ramp up for the Appraiser's Wrap. It's basically like that. So it's a little bit of a soft counter on that. Valentina also getting picked up, which is one of Royman's more comfort heroes against Razif's Gourd.
Yeah, I think this is good, right? Not only just the fact that, you use your heavy spin, not only just deny, not say, just kind of push the I bet it's definitely going to go into Naz Han earlier just now away. You also use the heavy spin in a certain extent to kind of push or Amar on the Gourd, deny that. But don't forget, Valentina using the heavy spin means that she's susceptible onto damages because she doesn't inherit HP from that.
Might be the Mystic Gush as well that Valentina can pick up, but Gourd's playstyle, or the way we saw Razif against Indo, he created a lot of space for himself. He's always on the back line. Singapore really desperately needs to find a way towards that back line. The answer might be a Yu Zhong if Malaysia decides not to ban that out.
There's also, apart from the
Leslie. Singapore in flavor. That's what I'm saying, man. You got your wish.
No
Leslie actually doesn't see the light of day, but we do see. I get to see her graphics.
We see a ban, all right, from the side of Leslie, right? No one, absolutely no one. Malaysia bans with Leslie against the Claude. I mean, Leslie's definitely. I really love the Leslie, especially in this particular patch. I played and I enjoyed her tremendously, but of course, I feel like the Moskov should be more of a threat, especially in the hands of Keith against a roster like this. The fact that you could just use your spear to just jump all the way to the backline, tag onto God, and then after that just push him to misery, and then after that, Bob's your uncle.
I think Singapore's trying to suss out not Zorn, Hasham's Cho that he actually picked up. They're banning all of the roam heroes. The Glue's gone, the Marcel's gone. The Cho might be a next best possible option for the side of Malaysia, but for Singapore though, I don't think that would be a very huge threat for them. Zorn could go with something a little bit more tanky, aggressive, like the Khalid instead of the Cho.
There's still the card potential. If you want to go something non-meta, the Kaja is still a threat, right? Like you just pull somebody, go and just immediately melt the person down, and after that, but problem is you will just give a lot of options over to the side of Valentina to pick up these critical ultimates.
Interesting. So we're taking the time on this. It's going to be the Bruno, which is pretty much a decent lane-to-lane matchup against the Claude. Does much better in the early game. It's up to Bellamy whether the Gato Kacha is able to protect the Bruno from harm's way. And I think that what's just lacking is the gap closer in the form of maybe Yu Zhong is still on the table for both sides.
I think apart from the Yu Zhong that, both sides, Weelun probably played that before. Sorry, Weelun. Also, Razi could play as well. There's also a potential Sora from the Zion team, Malaysia as well, that could always fall back on, especially right now. You saw the potential power from the side of Sora in the previous game, right? If you need damage, I have it. If you need additional utility, I have it. So flexible on this hero. I think, you're right. No Brandon's heroes on the troll for the side of Hisham, and also Lapu Lapu selected by the side of Razif.
Well, St. Lucas for you, his coached Weelun and Royven under his wing, having won 3 championships under his belt as well, under his watch. And so he understands how Weelun and Royven likes to play their heroes, how to execute their gameplay.
A crazy idea would be the Esmeralda from the side of Diablo. Weelun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It would work. And he played that a couple of times in MPL SG. It worked to great success, especially against the Fovius and the Paquitos.
You dive the Gourd, Lapu Lapu generates shields as well. You're not afraid of the troll kicking you at the same time, so that's something that, if Eugene, aka KZP, by the way, shout out to KZP, once you go for that, it's still open.
The Martis. He's throwing everything out of the books, out of the tables. He's going straight for the Martis. We've seen this a couple seasons before, not in MPL season 11, MPL SG season 11, but this time around, I think it might be able to work. And Weelun is one of those guys that like to play off-meta picks. He's going straight for the damage. He knows that Jinxiang's playing the tank jungler, so he needs that backup of that damage coming in.
True. I was thinking more of an Esmeralda earlier just now, but Marty's okay. fine.
Risky.
Risky, I agree. I've seen Wheelun play the Martis in the EXP lane before. When he pops off, he looks good. But the second time when he pulls out the Martis in the second game, and then he kind of falls it because the team kind of realizes what the Martis wants to do.
Yeah, targets on the heads. And with the S1, S2 combo as well, you have a little bit more CC immunity alongside your ultimate. So I think the Martis, he has his work cut out for him, but hey, don't doubt we learn. This is game number 1, Malaysia versus our versus sunny Singapore.
There hasn't been any changes for the past patches for the Martis, right? As we load up into game number 1 between Team Singapore against Team Malaysia. Team Malaysia in the blue, Team Singapore in the red. Both junglers gonna mirror each other, meet all the way down the XP lane.
Yep. Bellamy is moving towards that topside jungle, trying to protect Jinxiang, giving a little bit more intelligence, and I think Hisham being very comfortable on that claw, playing that mind games, playing the way that the annoying Cho that we're also very used to,
Don't
or
forget,
not used to.
Yeah, don't forget Keith also plays quite a mean Bruno back in the good old days when Bruno was part of the meta as well. I think that was a good whole 3 to 4 seasons ago already, but now, Team Singapore looking at mid.
Yeah, we also look at Keith as one of the best, if not the one of the best gold laners in Singapore. So, picking up that Bruno, having that safe lane, we know how Singapore likes to play this round. Once they hit that 5-6 minute mark, you see Bellamy just protecting, body blocking Keith. That has been their modus operandi for many, many seasons already. Taking a little atomizations, it's still the marksman emblem for the Bruno, and going back to basic with the sustain, with a fighter emblem for the Claude as well.
Yeah, we've seen another team that actually brought the Bruno, if I remember correctly, that was Hong Kong, China, right?
Correct.
Using the Bruno, picking up, instead of marksman emblem, went for the fighter emblem step. Because right now in this day and age, you just need that sustainability to be able to do the damage over time against your utility jungles.
Yeah, I was testing things out with a new hero as well, Hirara. A lot of players were thinking, hey, go Assassin Emblem, go to Marksman Emblem, because that was in the previous meta where you need a little bit more attack speed. The Sustained Fighter Emblem is coming on strong as well. Unfortunately, we won't get to see that hero in this current meta or in this current patch in AGQ, but going back into the game, this might be a bane or a boon for this Bruno, because you don't have the extra sustain, but you're going straight for that damage. Once you get the Hask Claws, you have to rush that Hask Claws fast.
Okay, but at the very least, there's also a potential way where, the claw is going to get disrupted by Wheelun's second skill, right? When you keep spinning all those kind of stuff, you kind of push it away. Hopefully that's the one that is able to deactivate the Blazing Duet. I think right now, Team Singapore is looking at that as a key to victory, but there's still a Mar with the Mystic Gush. That laser is still very annoying.
Yep, both mid lanes are not level 4 yet, not hitting their power spike as of now. Wheelun already hit his core power spike, got his ultimate, he's in the fray. It's a 4v4.
Royvan doesn't really have level 4, he jumps early burst, a lot of damage already land down for the side of Lamar, even the retribution for the side, Jinxiang already used as well.
That's a great start for Singapore, using retribution, slowing that down, taking down Amar, taking down the mid lane to deny him from that farm. So Royvan really has that work cut out for him. They know that they needed to give up that objective. They know that they needed to give up that turtle. They don't have to fight that. Let's try to get some farm elsewhere.
Yep, and a lot of helps right onto Keith right now, right? Bellamy also, will be able to spot that Hisham right there. Procs a concussive blast, but you can see Keith just kicking those damage right down the Bolton as we take a look at this replay.
There's a lot of damage starting off with Royvan, especially with the Valentina. Early game burst damage from that Valentina. Someone has been slain though, that's Bellamy. Walking a little bit too deep and too far into the bush. Keith.
Blazing Duet, and unfortunate, the heavy speed as well. Many ultimates committed onto Keith. Even the flicker already even burned as well by the side of Keith. That's how Team Malaysia is going to climb back, I guess. Yeah,
a mistake from Bellamy and Keith where, you see Bellamy coming up on that top side, but you don't open up that map to suss out where Najan as well as Amar would be at. All you need is one heavy spin to lock Keith down, use up that Purify. You don't really have a lot of escape or maneuverability once your dash is used up as well.
Roy also, right, you expect the Valentina to have at the very least some form of EXP advantage, especially when you start rotating, you start spinning, you gain EXP. You're not seeing that coming out from the side of Royvan as well.
Yeah, the passive has been nerfed quite a bit for Valentina, but it's still extremely viable just because of the early game damage.
Look at where Hisham is, Jules.
Whoa, it's way
deep in enemy territory.
And this is precisely the Hisham that we know and love, at least for the previous game against Indonesia that has so much trouble taking that Cho down. And for Singapore though, this is, as much as they got the first blood, they are 1,500 gold behind for the second turtle. They're not in the right position. Weelun is taking a little bit more time than usual just to get that skill up. He's not having that presence that we need, at least for the early game.
Yep, Raven steals away the heavy spin at the very least. From the side, Nashan, Keith is also joining the fray in the mid. Elton also joining suit. This could be a potential 5v5 right now. To spin for the win for the side of Weelun. Razif dies all the way back. Zones out Jin Xiang right there. Members for the side. Oh, Nashan still takes down the turtle for himself at the same time. And also a double kill for the side Team Malaysia. Man, this is so hard to watch if you're from Team Singapore.
Jin Xiang was left all alone in the turtle pit. Malaysia just pulled everyone in. It's the Hisham effect. He went straight into the back line, tried to pull Royven in. Now without the dashes, Elton from all the way from that top side rotated down into the mid just to join in that turtle fight. Found kills onto two of the core members of Singapore.
Yep, take a look at the replay, right? Like, even though you see that's a problem about the Fredrin versus Nasan on the Akai, right? You're just a sitting duck. You're constantly getting pushed out, and Hisham even letting the way of the dragon at the same time onto ensuring the death of Jin Xiang as well. So that's not looking great for the side of Team Singapore. 5 to kill is a kill score. 5 to 1 is a kill score.
Yeah, the Akai itself is just such an annoyance towards this Fredrin. I think Jin Xiang is just really comfortable with the Fredrin as a tank jungle, but right now Malaysia just ramping up that tempo, keeping up into that aggression. Oh man.
Mid lane crack open in 5 minutes.
Royven also down low, 50% of his health already gone up. Singapore should look to adjust their strategy and rotate towards that top side, protect Keith a little bit more. And like you said, and I agree with you, Keith would be the saving grace for Singapore if they want to take a game off of Malaysia.
Yeah, but the fact that Elton has already scaled, right? Like right now, take a look at the items going into Barossa's side next. That's more than enough. Demon Hunter Sword, now Jin Xiang is not safe at all. He's going to get shredded very easily. And not only just the fact that he's going to get shredded easily, he only just secured his first item.
Yep, skills tipping, favoring the side of Malaysia a lot more. And as much as the Martis is being played right here, doesn't have any presence, at least for the early parts of that game. I understand like how Weelun likes to operate around this, but Razif is really holding himself well against Weelun, especially on a lane-to-lane fight. But what Martis excels in, clearing that wave and starting that rotation into these major team fights, major objectives, down into a turtle pit. Singapore finding a hard time to adjust to this patch.
Yeah. Just unfortunately for the side of Team Singapore, they had to watch Team Malaysia take down that turtle for absolutely free. There's no sense of fight coming out for Team Singapore as of now. They're really far behind.
Yep.
4K gold lead in the favor of the side of Team Malaysia right now.
Yeah, it is difficult to watch. Jin Xiang will hit the call on the taunt. Energy eruption will not land though. Everyone's just dashing out of the way. But you're putting Jin Xiang in a position where he has to support also where Keith is, and he's just sitting nicely on that top side T1 for a period of time. This wastes his time on the farm that he could have picked up elsewhere on that map.
Yeah, and don't forget, you expect the Martis to really escalate out of control, right? As of now, but okay, hold on a second. A bit of a push coming up on the side. Weelun right here. Nasan is still okay. The heavy spin still in tow, but no damage coming off of Singapore as of yet.
Yeah, they're just way too far behind. 4,800 gold lead is the economy gap that Malaysia has built for themselves. Singapore is just playing on the defensive. As passive as they are, they don't want to rush onto anything. They want to play it safe. It's kind of like, you know, you turtle up until Malaysia makes a mistake, but you can't really count on Malaysia to make any mistakes at all.
Yeah, I feel like you have to really try to force it, right? Like, I haven't seen any form of engages coming out from the side of Team Singapore, and mostly Team Malaysia is the one that commits these fights early on. I feel like, you know, giving 2-3 turtles over the side of Team Malaysia already, especially on this scaling comp, is not looking good for the side of Team Singapore. And, you know, Team Malaysia, right? They're going to take this Amar, right? Like, look, Amar is 2-1 and 2. Elton, yep, that's attack speed trinity. No, actually, that's going to be a corrosive sign. I think the Golden Staff is not really required because, like, you know, he's already pick up quite a decent chunk of a damage. Jinxiang is not there yet to be able to front and face tank against damage coming up from Elton. That is a big problem.
Yeah, I feel like the issue is the rotation speed from Singapore. They were banking on Weilun to start making the cuts, making the moves across the map to join in these early skirmishes, the early team fights. With Jinxiang using a taunt over receive, but he will be able to walk out safe. Singapore doesn't seem like they want to go for any of the aggressions at all.
Yeah, it's just, you know, Team Malaysia is taking over the whole land of Dawn, right? Like whatever Team Singapore is trying to do, it's constantly getting denied because of the Akai heavy spin. And also, to a certain extent, the Bravest Warrior as well, right? And now, look, Team Malaysia, they're leagues ahead in terms of the EXP.
For Malaysia as well, they have done a pretty good job. They know that they control the jungle. They know that they've secured the map. And now they're sitting heavily on that map. Singapore can't even step foot out of their base. They might be able to burst the bubble right now. The Mystic Gush will take Bellamy down.
Taking bomb at the same time. One more dot to burn. We're doing the trick for the side of Amar, taking Bellamy down.
Unfortunate for Singapore. This looks like an extremely dire situation. 10 minutes in, 8K gold lead is what Malaysia has built upon themselves. And they're just playing a mental game, playing the mind games, drawing them out.
Look, Elton goes all the way deep, placing the wet at the same time. Jinxiang try to land down the Praise's Wrap. Okay, still at the very least. Still catch onto Elton. And now it seems like Team Malaysia overstayed the welcome just a little bit. But Jinxiang already sacrificed right here. Weilun picking up Resi, 3 men down. And that should be some form of shutdown goal at the very least. Consolation prize for Team Singapore.
Jinxiang still has that metal in him. He still has that fight in him. And he will fight until the very end. The scoreline has equalized right now. A little bit favoring the side of Malaysia still, but Singapore on that defense.
They're not out of the woods yet.
Not out of the woods yet, though. It's difficult for them. And Jinxiang, that was a pretty decent play. They understand that, hey, you know, Elton is playing a little bit too greedily, going straight into team fights and getting pushed back by the heavy spin. So honestly, though, the heavy spin was the one that actually pushed the Appraiser's Wrap into Elton. He was already out of harm's way with the BMI.
And it feels like, you know, if you take a look, the damage started coming from Kiev is starting to show right now. But Ziggers Fury and Haskell's already secured. Royven can also start bursting. And hold on a second. No engages coming out from inside Team Malaysia as of now. Team Singapore in full retreat though.
That's a 5v5. If they want to go for a all-out skirmish, Jinxiang taking a huge amount of damage from that Claude. And I think Elton already has the Holy Trinity already built up. Singapore needs to tread lightly. At least for the next 50 seconds until Lord spawns up. They might be able to take this if they play their cards right. Weilun needs to find angles and approaches onto the back line, but Elton, as we all know, is hard to take down.
Benefit gun as well. If he's already very hard to take down, that extended range is gonna make it even harder. Keith, I believe, should be on his 3rd item going into the benefit gun as well. Berserker's Fury rework is also kind of interesting for the side Bruno. That's why probably you start to see a lot of these pro players experimenting onto the Bruno, right?
Well, that being said, though, there's a taunt over onto Nishan. We'll be able to dash out of there. A little bit of mind games once again. As Singapore struggles to find any consolation.
Any footing as well, right? And right now, Jinxiang.
Oh, man.
That's not where you want to be!
Oh, even
immediately gets busted down, and Bellamy burning to the revitalize. Churros, I don't really understand what's going on because Team Malaysia is just leading the charge. 3 members down, making 4. Elton becoming double kill already. Elton turning around, rising. Weilun going out next. A full wipeout for the side of the Singaporean team.
Malaysia just pushing it through, showing who's the bigger brother. And they might be able to turn things around. This is 1 million, but that might be all they need.
The last I checked, Amar, the Mystic Gush doesn't work on base. Last I checked. But it is difficult to watch. And, you know, all smiles for the side of Team Malaysia, though. Picking a win is always feeling good.
Jinxiang was right there all alone. I kind of understand what they wanted to do, but they should have a little bit of awareness where they stand in terms of the economy, where the builds are. Fredrin was left all alone, pinned to the wall with a heavy spin. There was not a lot of backup from the Singapore side. And then even if the AOG came down, it was very easily readable. I feel like Gato Kacha has been out of the meta for a lot of the other teams for a reason.
Yeah, because you got your Marcel's that is, I believe, was just left unchecked, right? And not only just that, you also if Bellamy really wants to go for that one, the throw is also wide open. That's something that he's comfortable with. The grok is also open if you really want to go for meta. The wall, at the very least, but the wall does block you from escaping sometimes, and you have an Akai on the enemy team. So maybe a bit of anti-synergy right there. But there's still a couple of options. The Atlas, to a certain extent, is also open as well.
Yeah, the issue for Singapore, and we will talk about Elton first. Having a beautiful game, 3-1-7 on this Claude, and he is still unbreakable, unstoppable if he gets his hands on his signature pick. The main issue was, going back to Singapore, is that they don't really have a gap closer. They're going in for this hit-to-hits. They want to play a typical front-to-back, but the meta has shifted. The strategy has changed. You have so much heroes that are able to get excess into their back lines. Things like the Claude is not a backline hero anymore. It is a frontline hero. It's sort of like a pseudo frontline hero who is able to just blazing the web in that face.
You just saw that one time Elton actually decides to join Hisham on a frontline tour, and now you're like, Claude is a frontline hero.
He is a frontline hero. So, to say the least, the only backline that they have is Amar on that gourd, and it's so hard to take down. AOG just takes too long to ramp up. That is not the answer. Martis is not in position. That is not the answer. So even your Valentina, taking a Mr. Gush, you have the Kamehameha. It will not be enough for you to have at least a mano-a-mano fight. The gap closure is the issue.
Yep, I think it's just like, you know, you talk about gap closers. Immediately, right? You just, Jinjiang is gonna eat all that Mr. Gush. There's also the way of Dragon from the side of Hisham, and now all of a sudden Jinjiang needs to walk up to Amar all over again. There's also the mobility from the side Elton on the BMI. Nuzhan can easily push anybody away, any form of threat. The disengaged Akai is back for a reason, and this is the reason.
Yeah, zero turret damage. Singapore wasn't even able to push at least one step closer, hitting the base at least once. This is really disappointing, but hey, you know, it's a learning experience for them on the international stage as well. This is maybe one of their first times testing with the new metas. They're still adjusting, albeit struggling with the adjustments that they need to make.
Yeah, I think also, if you look back at the particular game, I feel like Team Singapore, after a while, they're just exhausted with all the ideas, right? Like, Hisham Cho has been proven very annoying. Like, no matter how close you want to get to, he's just able to just either kick you away, knock you off, shrimpo, you burn away all the resources to go back. I feel like even Bellamy also plays similar playstyle, right? Similar Cho, right? So I think he would know. Maybe a Kaja. I don't know.
Maybe a Kaja if you want to go a bit more, you know, less mistake-driven. Just flicker in, get a Divine Judgment. But Divine Judgment being the lockdown, there are so many ways right now in the current meta to get the iframes to get away from a Kaja pool. So it might not be too much of a viable option. And it's just a one-track kind of play style that Kaja has built upon themselves. We could always go back to the Kaja-Kadita combo that Roy and Bellamy has built for themselves here in MPOSG, but that might be too risky, because if you don't really get that momentum and the gap ahead of your opponents, then it will not work in the late game. Yeah,
I think it's also the fact that because of how Wyndham plays as well, right? You're kind of funneled into a utility jungle, right? And I feel like the Akai, you know, still a solid pick. It's very annoying to be able to deal with. The Fredrin is got himself pinned to the wall, and the rest of the members from the side Team Malaysia just jump onto Jinjiang. Jinjiang is immediately deleted.
Yeah, it was just really unfortunate. Let's look forward towards the next game, and I think adjustments definitely needed to be made for Singapore at the very least. You know, Weilun is one of those players where he is good at what he plays, so a lot of teams draft around him. Like, he wants to play the Martas, he wants to play the Benedettas, he wants to bring in the Minsitars, and the team has to draft around him, specifically the jungle pick, where Yon or Jinjiang is known as a assassin hero. So put him on an assassin, try to play around Jinjiang's more comfort heroes.
Going into game number 2, this is gonna be broken walls, and I don't know, man, Churros. It's
as a Singaporean, or actually, hey, you still have your Malaysian passport. By the way,
thank you for doxing me. Thank you for doxing me.
But hey,
I like the fact that earlier just now the comments actually called you out, thinking that you're Filipino as well.
I know. But hey, it has been a long day for both teams and for us casters as well. So mistakes definitely
Glue.
will be made. The Glue and the Phobius would band out alongside Paquito. Don't want to deal with that at all.
Glue first ban, hoping to open up even more here. Every time when I see, not your mainstays getting banned away means that, they're looking for even more, right?
Yeah.
Paquito ban, perma-ban, I would say, if you're dealing against Whelan right here. Even the Benedetta goes into play as well. And all of a sudden, I feel like earlier just now, if Whelan actually went for the Esmeralda, maybe there's a chance. I hope KZP actually drops that for him.
Yeah, a lot more adjustments need to be made. Whelan is such a versatile player. He's good at what he does. And in this current meta, in this current patch, and especially this current roster, Whelan would excel more in a high damage soaker and sustained fighter instead of a pure damage dealer in the form of a Martis, in the form of a Benedetta, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, Khalid is also still better than the God of Contra earlier just now, right? Like, you're able to wave clear your mid, you're also able to threaten with the Raging Sandstorm onto the gourd. I think
Faster
it feels like a low-hanging
rotations.
food.
It kind of feels also disjointed in a way for Team Singapore. Typically, we see the mid lane duo rotating together, but this time around, it kind of seems like Bellamy has one hit to go up to the top side. Royven's just going down the bottom side and just block and pushing up into the mid again. So it's just a lot of disjointed efforts from Singapore.
Yeah, first pick in the hands of Team Singapore right now. Juicing ban, that's usually our side ban. So what do they go for? Marcel?
Phobius,
Phobius
Marcel,
Claude? I've seen Claude first
yeah.
picks.
Take it out from Elton. I think that is a huge threat to Singapore.
Yep, Elton has been playing Claude for 3 games in a row. I think you just have to shake up the drop just a little bit. Kalea first pick.
That means they're giving over the plot once again to Elton. But they're happy about this. They're just laughing at that. They're feeling good. There's that Kai once again. I'm not too surprised if that would be the Marcel, even if they want to shake things up.
Nope.
Gourd once again.
Amar, okay. At the very least, it's still almost. I foresee a potentially similar drop coming out from the side of Team Malaysia again. Since, they don't really need to fix the roster, just go ahead and pick up everything that they picked in game number 1 and technically speaking game number 3 in the previous series if Team Singapore decides not to mess up the draft as well.
This could very well go for a Valentino once again. I would say Jin Sang should go straight for an assassin pick. Try to switch things up. Man, they're already way behind, and maybe take this time to experiment what works for this roster.
Yeah, double assassin, why not, right?
Yeah.
Suyo and also a, well, not Vincitar, but like, okay. Unfortunately, Benedetta is already banned away. Okay, it seems like Team
So that's the
Singapore
adjustments, okay.
adjusted just a little bit, going for the Baxia Claude instead.
Denying the clock away from Elton, so we did see Elton with quite a bit of high-hitting heroes like carries and the Moscows before as well, so that's not too much of an issue. SGP, Singapore should look to try to target ban onto the gold laner for this period, open up a little bit more options for the EXP side. I think that should be the approach for now. Malaysia doesn't want Cho to get banned out. They know that Singapore fears Zoran's Cho or Hashim's Cho, so they just want to take it off the tables first.
Yeah, and that's... I don't know, man. I don't know, Churros. You're the Singaporean right here on the desk.
No, for now no, I'm just kidding. Don't quote me on that one.
Well, as the Malaysian on the desk, I don't know, I feel you're right because I technically stayed here for like close 10 years already. Watch definitely Whelan grow from, your rookie all the way to now. And also to a certain extent, Jin Xiang, right? Like from a rookie to now. But I feel like, there's no fight left from the side of Team Singapore. Team Malaysia, just snuffing that momentum out right off the bat in game number 1.
Yeah. The first 2 games, definitely a slaughterhouse for Singapore. It would be good if they were able to take at least 1 game off of Malaysia. At least 1 game for the nation themselves. But man, oh man, this is extremely hard to watch. And it's pretty slow. They're thinking about this, they're internalizing, they're making the adjustments, but it's all down to the execution. The Kalea first pick, I was really stunned and really surprised upon. Because
Haven't seen that in this.
in AGQ at the very least.
Yeah,
Not even from the other regions, from the other groups as well.
Yeah, I mean, Kalia first pick was kind of like a past meta draft, right? Not only just that.
It wouldn't be a B1 pick. It would probably be a
B3?
R2, R3 at the very most.
I would say B3 at the very most. But okay, at the very least, right? Team Malaysia and also Team Singapore, they're going to play kind of similar play style, right? Like, you got the Kalia for the pick, you also got the Cho for the pick, right? And now, back to the bans. If you take a look at Team Malaysia, bans away two mid laners, right? The Royce, Lilia,
Yeah, Royce,
Kimmy, Sora and Arlot banned as well. Team Malaysia opted for the Harith instead. Esmeralda looking juicy?
Yeah, 100%. I think they should pick that up. He's played pretty well before in Singapore. And so facing up against the Harith, you have a constant output of shields, especially not only for the Harith, but for the Cho as well. But then you leave a lot of options open for Malaysia to pick something up, like maybe, I don't know, if you want to really try extremely hard, you could go for a Dairoth if you're in Malaysia, you know.
Yeah, I'm also thinking Valentina for the side of Roy once again. But it feels like, you know, game number one, they cannot really find anything as of now. Maybe try something else. What about Vexana?
Ooh, interesting. Royvin is one of those players that likes the artillery major, so Vexana would definitely not be off the table just yet. Ruby will be locked down right here, so that would be the answer for the Harith and the Cho. And a lot of CCs, definitely annoying to deal with. We've seen how it was played very well in the earlier game today. I can't believe it has been like 7 hours since the Hong Kong-China game. I think a little bit more than 7 hours. There's been like, what?
No, I feel like we're already on our 10th hour shift as of now. But of course, shout out to other casters across the different regions as well. Shout out to Lefel, Riz, Ranger Amas, and also the Indonesian casters as well. I think it's KB. Yeah, KB as well. Thank you very much for joining us in helping us to deliver a good show over to your own respective languages. Technically speaking, if you take a look at Team Singapore's roster, I think not the worst I've seen so far. Hopefully that switch up is something that we can take a look, right? And not only just that, right? Ruby switch up in terms of more damaging kind of fighter, kind of Ruby, maybe up, you know, Willen's sleeve right now.
Singapore's roster also shows a lot of rotation from the mid lane trio. At the very least, you have the Wings by Wings. You've got the rolling wheels from the boxer as well. So hopefully we see a lot more skirmishes, a lot more engages coming in from Singapore. But from Malaysia, though, they only have one target and one target only for the early game. Just take down Roy. Then you don't have a artillery mage to deal with at all. In the late game, just try to disrupt Keith as much as possible.
I mean, the Varsa is definitely under threat, right? A Kai heavy spin, and not only just that, the bravest warrior from the side of the Lapu-Lapu
and
is
even
a
the
message,
mystic
right? Bombs as well. Yeah, Varsa is still very squishy. So it's about the positioning coming up side of Roy as well. And I like the fact that, hey, I'm still calling Roy because that's his IGN.
That's
so
his IGN, and
that
that's
rolls
just
off
him.
the tongue normally for me.
Yeah. But, you know, he just put it as Royvin, so saying the whole thing, it is kind of weird, I do agree. But this is game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, Singapore and Malaysia 1 game away from sealing the deal on this victory.
Yep.
Sibling rivalry, a bitter rivalry between these two teams.
Purify check, it's only just Ilton going into the Purify. Even Amar going into Flicker instead definitely required, right? You need that Flicker to reposition your Mystic Gush to be able to land down the damage. Flicker ultimate for the side of Razif is very important as well. So yeah, I feel like that's potentially why at the very least, you know, Bellamy may potentially have a better game this time.
Yeah. And single target pick off, the main target that they would want to go for is Elton. We would be able to lure out and bait out the Purify with Weelan in the later stage of the game. In the early game, though, this would be over the side of Amar, and then he's taking the Flicker instead of the Purify, and it would be a little bit easier for Bellamy to get that jump onto the back line to get Amar in. And it's a little bit less of a ramp-up compared to the AOG.
Yep. Well, at least any form of pickup is great right now at this point in time. Some traits happening all across the map between Team Singapore and Team Malaysia. At the very least, Keith seems very comfortable going up against Harith down bot.
Yep. A decently slower game this time around where both teams are not going to just make a move as and when they want. Hisham just doing Hisham things and just working his way around a net, giving intelligence, and he's on reconnaissance duty. Singapore really needs to find Lee Lun up to par and getting that rotations down towards that turtle pit ASAP.
Yep. Right now, don't forget, Nasan does have the heavy speed. He will commit all to that for now. Also, the Bravest Warrior completed by Razif. Hisham all the way finds the back line. The massive sword slams right onto Roy and also Jinxiang. Nice hook coming up from Whelan though, but he's definitely going to be more than that one. Bellamy returns the kill at the same time. The Ruby output in damage. Whelan picking up and not assisting, picking up for that kill.
There's the beauty of that Ruby. At any one point in time, this is just chain stuns. But speaking of chain stuns, just everything that transpired out there was Bellamy jumping straight into Najad, reacted by throwing on the heavy spin, pushing Jin Xiang into Amar's face and taking a full Mystic Gush to the face. We'll be able to see this now. Jin Xiang was way too far ahead of the rest of the team. Hasif and as well as Hisham just doing the Lord's work, just pushing the rest of Singapore at bay and away from where Jin Xiang would potentially need to be.
Yeah, well, we're watching that instant replay. Bellamy got taken down. I believe that should be by Nashan, if I remember correctly. No, it's not Nashan.
No, Amar.
Yeah, Amar as well. Another kill.
He's got 2 kills for Discord in the early stage of the game. And Amar is still, you know, untouchable at this point. There is a gap closer at this point, which is Bellamy. If you speaking of which, Bellamy
finding onto the damage onto Hisham as well. Just sidestep that feather airstrike. Frontside Roy, and now Whelan spin for the win. Nashan and also Razif tag team. That's also going to be a hook, but Whelan's taking a lot of damage right here. The sustainability coming on Whelan is keeping it safe for now.
Yep, Hisham back on that top side to respond.
Heavy spin as well, right onto Amar. Missing gun. We've been here before, Churros. Wait, Jinxiang still able to walk away.
Yeah, just in the nick of time. Damage was not enough from Amar, but we've seen how much damage that Amar can do right from the get-go. This is still the 4-minute mark, my friend. And Jace, this is still looking kind of dire. Singapore still right all over the place. Malaysia's just taking advantage of the situation where Singapore is, hey, I want to fight in the bottom side, I want to fight in the mid side, and I'm leaving Diablo White alone.
Okay, seems like everybody, it seems like Nasan walks in the wrong part of the bush, but Razif, right there, everybody from the side, Team Singapore is so clumped up, makes Razif so easy to go in, and not only just that, Kim joining the fight as well. Blazing Dubai will be able to fight 3 members from the side, Team Singapore going down 4, surprise of 2.
That's a constellation kill, but at the very end of the day, Malaysia, especially for Razif, found so much of a nice stun out with the Bravest Fighter onto 4 members of Singapore. All the key resources already used up. And it seems it's just a brawl. It's just you see someone, you take someone. You try to go for a pickoff whenever you can.
Yeah, and you know, Team Malaysia was putting a lot of damage in that mid lane turret as well, taking advantage of the fact that, you know, 3 members from the side of Team Singapore went down. Razif is definitely feeling it, man. He's on this Lapu. He's just, everybody from the side of Team Singapore is just so clumped up. He's spreading damage all across the board.
Yep, there is still a little bit of a difference though. You start to face up against Keith. That's a kick over to Bellamy.
Better airstrike as well. Razif goes in, Bravest Warrior as well, and now he's getting Amar picking up the killing spree onto Bellamy. This is not looking good so far. Keith still be able to crack the top side turret for now. Nashan stuck Whelan all the way across the wall as well, and the Mystic Gush Amar last if it's on kill. Nashan rings the dinner bell and Amar swoops it up.
A very difficult position for where Singapore wants to be. Keith keeping busy on that top side, taking a little replay. That was the stun. That is Razif coming in, and Hisham just jumping on top of every single one of the members of Singapore and just punishing them for killing their jungle. That's just a absolute banger, an instinctual play coming in from Malaysia, clumping up together. Singapore, man.
Amar is forced to run away for now. Keith is still working on the mid lane turret. To this Totally Sports already used by the side of Jinxiang. Kalia picking off Razif as Elton going to the double ball. Zip is zapping around. Keith still holding on to the Blazing Duet though. Unable to commit for that one. Amar once again. Once I see the heavy spin, you see the Mystic Gush, but Keith finds a shutdown onto Amar.
There is a silver lining, and his name is Keith, our Lord. Our God, Vanix is coming to play. But then again, it's still an uphill battle. It's still an uphill climb. He's still 1 item in. He still needs 2 more to be able to come fully online and deal some work. The rest of the members of Singapore really need to play it safe. Malaysia's finding these quick and easy pickoffs that you don't want them to find. There is that shutdown goal that Keith has taken for himself, but take a look at the fights over here. Everyone's just target prioritization on the kill zone. They don't want to step a little bit too close. And Keith just taking that BMI into the face of that Mystic Gush. And they know that Keith is now their savior, and they need to play towards him.
And now it's going to be Kalia going in. It's going to be Elton using Fair Fire. Keith picking up a killing spree already. He's dives all the way deep. It's also going to be Jinxiang picking up onto Hisham as well. A bit of signs of life for the side Team Singapore though.
Oh, that is just signs of life. There is a heartbeat for Singapore.
Someone use CPR.
This is not a house of cards. This is your house and mine.
All right now, jumps aside, right? Keep, these pickups is amazing right now in Team Malaysia this time around. Overstated. Welcome to the little bit. Rasif picking up the kill onto the side of Weelun as well. Goes into the Ravens Warrior. Amar, that Mystic Gush is just outputting so much damage. And Jinxiang has to forfeit the turtle though.
The bouncing bombs is just such an annoying threat. That's a very long range stun. Singapore, okay, they stole away that turtle.
Yeah, and that's the box set, right? Like, just drive by and then steal the, just Reggie steal the turtle away from Nasan, and then after that you proceed it on. A bit of a consolation prize. Goal lead is still not too far away. Keith is on a scaling clock, and we hope that this could be it.
That's the jump that we love to see. This is the replay from earlier on. Keith is really just coming online, especially with the 3 kills under his belt in the killing spree. He does have a little bit more economy for him to at least stay afloat or keep Singapore afloat at this time. The issue really lies in, hey, if you know that your enemies are coming in, you know your enemies are playing around you on that defense, don't overstay your welcome. This is the crux of Singapore.
Yeah, protecting Keith once again, right?
He has to protect the president.
It's just gameplay as old as time. If you notice, Elton on the other side of the map also shoving up top. Nashan picks up the Chinese Trojan already in preparation of Keith. But apart from Keith that could reliable do the damage, do the Lord's work against Team Malaysia for now. Riven on this far side, I haven't seen a bit of an impact coming up from him as of now.
I think also Weelun has been relegated up on that top side to handle the fat wave that's pushing down towards the top. So for Team Singapore, they don't really have a lot of chain CCs, but keep really showing us how this Claude is working, and it's showing that damage. They just need to play it safe and try to go for those pickoffs. You see how far that they have zoned out away from Keith. They need to protect Keith, and so that is the answer. The way that Malaysia would potentially play this is if Hisham is able to get into the face of Keith, try to force the Purify, and then Zhang comes in with the heavy spin.
I just secured the Holy Crystal, so that's a massive power spike for this Harry as of now. Haven't found any form of kills. Oh, Jesus, found onto Amar as well. An immediate pick off onto the Feather Airstrike as well. But Hisham also could do the same. Jump onto Royven immediately gets deleted off. Keep right now in spot of trouble. Also, burns on the Purify, trying to lay down onto the damage, but now it's just Natsan on the Sakai. Just heavy spin, 2 members down, just for Amar.
That's the punish, but Blazing Duet.
Blazing Duet all the way to the back line as well. Keep this time around may have run out of steam. The BMI unable to return. That's a shutdown. Give it over to Team Malaysia.
That is smart considering that Raziv was the one who popped the Purify, and right now they're still in the midst of fight. They still want to challenge this.
Yeah, Weelun's still in the fight right here. Jinxiang can still do quite a decent chunk of damage over and over again, but Team Singapore and also Team Malaysia disengages.
Good punish though. Good catch from Bellamy, using the flicker to get over to Amar, but then the punish really came through. They didn't know where Elton and Hisham, always coming in from that backdoor play, and Elton had a free reign of that Zaman Force over on the back line, the damage being dealt as well. You can't really deal a lot of damage without Keith, and Keith just on the backside. He knows that he uses his he used his Purify. He's waiting for the Blazing Duet and raising for the right time to really come in to sweep the rest of Malaysia. But at the end of the day, it was just Hisham waiting for the Purify to finish, kicked him in, and just locking him down.
Yeah, man, Elton picking up the Holy Crystal immediately picks up 2 kills and 1 assist. That's the damage potential coming off from the Harry once he secures one of his core items. Right now, it's just, Team Singapore, there's a bit of signs of life coming in at the very least, but then Team Malaysia knows how to punish, and Hisham looking for a pickup. Jin Xiang still secures the Lord for now, and it's also going to be Team Singapore finding onto Hisham and busting down where he stands.
This is the Singapore we know and love. They're finding the kills, they're finding the pickoffs. In Malaysia, they're being forced to make mistakes. Hisham wants to go to the back line. He needs to find Royven to disrupt the fair airstrike, and the damage from Roy is coming to fruition. Malaysia, though, still has a little bit of an upper hand in terms of, hey, I have a little bit more of the crowd control potential. Taking a little atomizations, there's a Holy Trinity already built up. The Winter Crown also for Keith. And Bellamy, find the right pickups, find the right approach, and sustaining it against the team fight. Singapore does have a lot of burst, though.
And don't forget, right, the burst comes into the form, I would say, from the side of Keith, from the side of Roy. Team Malaysia, on the other hand, this is exactly, remember when we went into game number 2, we're looking at Purify Counts. Reload getting kicked as well, and immediately gets melted down by the side of Ilton. If it's being committed by the side of Nissan as well, pinning Bellamy against the wall. Amar used already Mystic Gush as Elton pick up a double kill already. The Lord is still trampling down at the bottom side.
A pickoff for a pickoff. Hisham identified that Wheelman is left all alone to his own devices. He's got the flicker. He doesn't really have that much of a crowd control mitigation, and he takes advantage of that. Wheelman not having a field day in this game.
Yep, not only just that, Divine Glaive built over the side of Elton. If Elton is already doing an insane and unholy amount of damage, he's going to do even more. And now to make things worse, Nazhan already built a Blade Armor to try to counteract against Keith.
Taking a look at replays, it kind of seems like, okay, he was trying to suss out for a little bit more information, didn't know where Hisham was. That was a quick and easy work. Bellamy therefore responds to try to pull attention away from that, but got caught himself between a rock and a hard place.
It seems like, while we're watching the instant replay, Heavy's being committed by Nazhan as well. Team Singapore was able to do a lot of infrastructure damage down at the bot lane. At least this time around, Team Malaysia may have to be a little bit respectful over the side of Keith.
Yeah, never underestimate a Claude, especially a late game powerhouse of a monster Claude, who's able to melt down the main frontline tanks of Malaysia. The way that they could potentially play this is try to bait out Wheelun. I feel like Wheelun is always trying to get into the main fights. He does have a little bit more sustain, has less of that defense, and very punishable for side Wheelun.
I see Team Singapore trying to do something sneaky, but immediately get this discovered by the side of Team Malaysia with just one of that Oracle Eye thing.
Little tough spot of bother for Singapore right here. They had so much of the upper hand. It's constant push and pull. But Malaysia, they had a heck of a game. They had 3 games prior before this, and they won out that first game just now earlier on. They were happy about this, but this time around, they are struggling. Singapore is forcing mistakes from Malaysia. They're going in too deep. They're trying to find flanks that they cannot make.
But right now, Churros Keith has already secured the Malefic Gun already. Seems like Team Singapore is already on site at the Lord Pit. Nazhan is also there, does have the heavy spin, can use it to pin potentially Jin Xiang all the way down the wall. Jin Xiang doesn't really want to do anything. He's gonna let it go, let the Lord reset, let Team Malaysia try to do something around there. But it seems like Team Malaysia is not taking this bait.
Yeah, Singapore really needs to identify where Hisham is and where Elton is, because that's going to be the main damage coming in from the flanks. We've seen that played out once in this game, and we've seen the power that Hisham has over the shot calling potential, where, if you're wide open, that is it. That's the concealed play.
Gets spot out though, BMI. Keith goes all the way back to safety. Clear! We'll be able to find onto Hisham, but Nazhan also pinning the members from the side of Team Singapore down against the wall. And speaking of which, the damage unleashed by the side of Amar. The bomb drop. Keith unable to find an angle to go in for the Blazing Duet as well. But even if he can, it is a little bit too late because Whelan has went down.
Whelan just playing this game as a sacrificial lamb, always the first to go down, and Malaysia capitalizing on Singapore's mistakes. But that wasn't a mistake. Keith was trying to bait everyone out. He's got BMI ready. He knew that the Cho was right in that bush. He knew that the angle at which Hisham was going to go for him, he BMI out of the way, and so discover him away out of that conceal. And now they're playing a losing battle. It's a 4v5.
Yep. And the long, luckily, the longer that, you know, Team Singapore and also Team Malaysia dances around this one. Zaman Force already committed by the side of Elton as well. Better airstrike from Roy, but Hisham getting pulled back by the side of Bellamy as well. Nazhan takes the Lord from Team Singapore. Keep going away with the crowd with the blazing to win. Will be able to bring down Nazhan as well. It's going to be very costly for Team Malaysia to take this Lord. And Elton, that's a shutdown. Give it overside to Roy.
Singapore found the angle, and Keith, he was the one to deal that damage in. They lost that Lord, but they had that fight. They're not going down without a win.
Yeah, but top side already cracked open, and also you got, you know, Super Minions marching against Team Singapore up top. You can see Keith is also taking a little bit too long to basically take down this Lord, and this is only just, what, 17 minutes Lord.
There's 3 members coming into the fray. There's the Mystic Bomb, just to find a little bit of more information. There's Jun Xiang, is there at the front line.
Stun. That's nice to Hisham out. Keith! Finding the place to do it out to Amar. Lord Fennec is here! On the side of Team Singapore.
What a clutch play from Keith. He knows he's got the damage. He knows that win condition. Once you take that Gord out, they don't really have a lot of burst damage coming in from that laser. You don't have that zoning potential. And now Singapore has threat lightly though. They commit a little bit too much though.
And now it's going to be Weilun. The I'm a better flicker will be able to catch onto Hassan. Hassan going to drag all the way out, maybe into a Team Malaysia, potentially into a fight they don't want to handle. But Team Singapore, this is a good fight. But bottom lane, you got to fix that wave, bro.
Good bait onto the heavy spin. Isham trying to find a little bit more annoyance factor down into Singapore's bottom side. And you know, hey, the waves are already pushing in. Singapore has to respond to that one. Malaysia is crumbling. They weren't expecting Keith to come in with that much more damage. But hey, it's a late game Claude.
Man, I mean, good job as of now. At the very least, Team Singapore was able to equalize in terms of economy, and especially when you have a Claw on the other side being equal in economy, and you have a Harry for a gold laner, that's not very good, right? Currently, I would say, you know, Team Malaysia was able to find those pickoffs very easily, but maybe, just maybe, they let the game go a little bit too long, and this time round, you know, the Claude has scaled.
Well, for Malaysia, I think they're saying to themselves, hey, we have the whole day to play around. They can pull Team Singapore out of the jungle, find the back doors, find the angles towards Roy, and take that Farsa out before anything else really happens. But Keith is just patiently waiting right there. The way that they would potentially do it is maybe send Hisham to target onto Keith, but the damage is not enough. And Keith has already had that full build. He's got the gun, he's got a Winter Crown, he's holding on to all these core items. He's dealing that high damage as well.
Yep. Still, the waves are not in the favor of Team Singapore, right? Top side is an open base. Yes, there's still a mid lane for the side of Team Singapore to basically work with. The second tier turret is still up. But, you know, there's not a lot of free real estate anymore. Team Singapore is conceding a lot of real estate over to Team Malaysia as they step in to the jungle of the side of Team Singapore, and it's not looking very safe for Team Singapore.
Malaysia just needs to keep Amar safe. I feel like he is the main factor for their success. Singapore is rotating upwards. Malaysia kind of understands and identifies where Singapore is on that map. Najan is already in position, but he wants to get that reposition onto the back line. At least they have some form of backdoor entrance. Roy is extremely exposed, especially if you have the traditional front to back lineup. Keith is starting that Lord. He's able to heal everything back up. He's saving Young for some health, and I do like the way that Singapore is actually layering in these team fights against Team Malaysia.
Top side, for the side of Team Singapore is constantly getting bad. The waves of Super Minions marching against Team Singapore is something that, you know, Team Singapore may be a little bit busy with. Has to go back constantly to fix.
You know where Keith is? It's concealed.
Concealed, and only just that. Oh, nice hook coming up the side of Weilun as well. Better airstrike also committed by the side of Roy. But Roy running out of HP because Razif is just jumping onto him as well. Bellamy goes down for the count. Zaman Force will be used at the choke point for the side of Team Malaysia as well. And now Keith still holding on, but has to do a full retreat. Nice pick off for the side of Team Malaysia.
Bellamy honestly bought so much time. He was so tanky. The Mystic Gush didn't do too much. He took a full shot to the face. He took 5 members. He held on to 5 members of Malaysia and gave Singapore time a little bit more time to escape. The pullback again of Weilun.
I'm offended. Will be landing onto Hisham. Hisham still gets on the way.
What a good pushback, securing that the Lord once again. Now Malaysia has the upper hand in terms of that push. Singapore does have a little bit more base defense capabilities. Keith has the Blazing Duet, but you don't want to waste the Blazing Duet on the minions themselves.
Yeah, and now with the Lord, this is going to be an open wound for the side of Team Singapore, right? Team Malaysia, yes, they lost a little bit during the mid-late game, but they recovered, they picked off Bellamy, and then after that, it's just no appeal from the side of Team Singapore. And now Team Singapore has a brace for the defense.
Yep, top side T3 already down. Lord already made their way into the entrance way as Malaysia keeping busy with the T3 mid side. Elton has a lot of damage. There's a push back onto Jinxiang.
Bomb does land onto Keith as well. Heavy spin for the side, pinning Jinxiang all the way into the wall. Zamafon's going to sound of Elton as well. Nice hook coming up from Wei Lun, but it may need a lot more to defend the airstrike. The core, the base is already chunked down half HP, but the minions coming in over and over again against Team Singapore as they try to defend.
Okay, Malaysia does have a little bit of saving grace. Yes, they had a lot of trouble fighting this Kalea and taking him down just because their entire lineup doesn't really have a lot of physical damage. It's all magical, but Hisham getting pulled back once again. Able to shrimp out of the way. That's airstrike. Being forced out.
That is a lot of damage that Elton was able to commit, and now it may be a little bit too much because Team Malaysia is that critical point as Team Malaysia clean sweeps against Team Singapore in a 2-0 fashion.
They were not going out without a fight. Singapore played their hearts out, and then this game, Malaysia won it out hard.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, Team Malaysia, you know, riding on the tempo that they've gained against Team Indonesia earlier just now, and now, you know, albeit a very shaky game, number 2 early game, especially when Keith was just, you know, doing a lot of damage on this claw, but it's a little too late. Harry is also doing a lot. He was able to pop, you know, Farsa like half HP even before, and forcing the Farsa away because Razif on the Lapu Lapu could just instantly dive him.
In the late game, I feel like the Ruby, the Kalea was a little bit tougher to take down. Jinxiang also held on to his own quite a bit, taking a full Mystic Gush and a little bit more from Elton as well. But the fact of the matter is, whenever Bellamy gets caught out, they try to sound the alarm, they try to pull the trigger, try to do as much damage as they can, and keeps still holding on to the Blazing Duet. I felt like he should have just went in, and the whole team just engaged. They had to commit. Singapore was a little bit too passive on that last play.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of times where, you know, it's just Team Singapore. I think they do have damage already, but I feel like they lack that catch, right? Bellamy was catching quite well one after another, but after a while, you start to see, you know, Hisham just outputting so much pure as well, just baiting out everything from the side of Kalea. And once Kalea doesn't really have Tsunami Slam, there's nothing for the side Team Singapore can do. But of course, MVP goes over to Razif.
Yeah, Razif on the other side of the table though. This guy is just such a menace onto the back line. It kind of seems like Malaysia's just taking turns. At the early game, it's Hashim just being such a nuisance towards Team Singapore. In the late game though, Razif is just that one guy sitting nicely on top of Team Singapore and one-man army pushing the rest of Team Singapore away. This was a loss for Team Singapore, but this was a hard-fought battle. They had a lot of mistakes that were made, but it's back to the drawing board for them.
Yeah, I feel like for the side of Team Singapore, I mean, the next game they have to play against is what? The Philippines?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, well, Myanmar as well, right? So far, unfortunately, no... there's no games that Team Singapore was able to secure as of now. GG, well played though. But of course, you know, Team Malaysia coming in, swooping in. Even though they're under the threat of Keith, but they still held the ground. They go back to basics and they just ended the game in a dominating fashion around the last few minutes.
It was pretty strategic on how Singapore operated around this entire game, right? In the early parts of the matchup, in the first couple of minutes, Bellamy was trying his best to shoot his shot, trying to get that stun up. In the late stage, there was a lot of sustain coming in from Bellamy alone. But the fact that Razif was able to split up the team fights just created that space and opportunity, and that denial from Keith to get remotely close to the rest of the members of Malaysia. That one bouncing bomb, though, I had to give huge credits to Amar. On the gourd, when he landed the bomb onto the Farsa to disrupt the Predator airstrike, it just it created so much space and time for Malaysia to just rush in to clear everything out and just take out the throne.
I feel like it's just the keys to victory, right? Like the fact that if you deny the feather airstrike on the side of Team Singapore, you know, they're just not able to do a lot of damage. You immediately cut, like, I would say a good 50% of the damage already. Here on the screen, ladies and gents, it's the standings from Group A. Team Philippines leading the charge right here. Cambodia coming in second. Team Indonesia third. Team Malaysia fourth, feeling good, especially after, you know, 2 match wins in a row. Team Myanmar as well. There's also Vietnam, Laos, and also Singapore. But, you know, ladies and gents, excited to see what we have next in store, because the last match of day number 3, it is going to be Indonesia going up against Philippines. That's going to be top 1 versus top 3 seed.
That is one of the biggest rivalries that we've seen in MLBB so far, and glad to see it in the national
M7
stage
all over
here. M7 all over again.
Yeah.
And not only that, it's like it's a teaser to what's to come in EWC. Man.
Not only just the fact that it's EWC, right? The fact that this is Team Liquid going against
Alter Ego.
Alter Ego, right? So it's the exact same stack. So yeah, it's like M7 all over again.
It is M7. Oh yeah, it is M7 all over
You
again.
did not notice that reference just flew past your head?
Yeah, it did.
Oh
it
my
did. It's been a
goodness.
long day, Jace. It's been 6 games in a row, but the last game, hopefully we get a little bit of a break in between, get that reset, because we're in for a banger of a series to end today off.
Yeah, it's been a long day, man. And of course, you know, shout out to all of you guys who also stayed all throughout, you know, the day, just watching us through all of these matches. Also, shout out to the fans. I bet you some of the fans from side of Team Philippines are also waiting just when the next match will start, because man, seems like we do have a lot of supporters locally for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I've seen like a lot of the Philippines fans are actually came down into the venue itself here at Resorts World Sentosa in Singapore, and watching their team live right here on venue as well.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it is a loss for the side of Singapore. Hopefully, they come back stronger tomorrow. But, you know, kudos, shout out over to Team Malaysia, right? Looking dominating in a 2-0 sweep. Because, ladies and gents, excited to see what is coming up next. Like what we've been teasing all across. Team Philippines going up against Team Indonesia. We spoke about this. It seems like an M7 replay. We shall take a look at that series after a short break.
this matter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hirana? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I like the fact that, you know, Churros, we've got two rivalries as good as all time, right? Team Malaysia going up against Team Singapore. Earlier just now, Team Malaysia, that's the one that got off with 2-0. But upcoming next is also another rivalry. Team Indonesia going up against Team Philippines. Man, it feels like M7 rematch again.
7 games that we've watched today. What better way to end off day 3 of the Asian Game Qualifiers 2026 with
For day 3.
biggest matchup that we've all been waiting for. It's Indonesia up against Philippines, the Pearl of the Orient Seas, the champion so far. And Indonesia coming in, the land of 1,000 islands. This will be the matchup for the decades. And again, like you said, this is a matchup from all the way, that dates back all the way to M7.
Or even if you want to go even longer, yes, that's right. But of course, you know, between M7 to now, there's like 6 months difference. Yeah, plus minus 6 months difference, 6, 7. Then of course, you know, you also got the fact that there's also a lot of meta shifts all across the board. I feel like, you know, if you're on the side of Alter Ego, they are definitely looking to try to prove themselves once again against Team Liquid, right? I feel like right now it's like, yeah, I know it's Team Philippines and Team Indonesia, but now it feels like, you know, once you start seeing and identifying, hey, this is basically the same stack that went up together in the last M7s. Definitely, I feel like the 6 are even higher right here.
Yeah, it's the redemption play. It's the revenge match, especially if you're an Indonesian fan out there. We've seen a lot of Indonesian fans in the venue right now here in the Resorts World Sentosa. Give it up for our Indonesian team representatives. It's Dingarai, Alexander, Dalvin, Afan, and Shauki.
Yeah, definitely need your support right here. Don't forget, they've got a very shaky performance earlier just now going up against Team Malaysia right now. And if you know, right, if you're a Team Indonesian fan, this is time for you to support them, right? And really boost up the morale, because this is probably also one of going to be their biggest tests as of now, especially going up against the Team Liquid, or, well, I should say Team Philippines right now on your screen.
Yeah, that's Viana De La Cruz, Pabico Nepomuceno, and Vinuya coming in and repping the blue Cebol jersey. And man, Philippines, they are the champions for a lot of the national stages. It dates back to the SEA Games, dates back to EWCs, and right now we're crafting the story, the crafting narrative of the perfect golden road as we lead up into the Asian Game main stage in Nagoya, especially, and as well as the EWC coming in soon.
Yeah, and you know, Churros, I like the fact that you know, if you're trying to prove that you're not Filipino, that's not the way to go, right? Legit. But
I've been practicing backstage.
Like, yeah, the fact that I know you look kind of similar to that. That's why I feel like some of the comments like kind of mean to you. Is like thinking that you're Filipino, but you're not. You're true blue Singaporean,
no,
right here.
I'm true blue Singaporean Chinese. So
yeah.
Hey,
So pardon him as he accidentally butchers Kautizi's names right there earlier just now.
Don't house me for that, Jace. But hey, you know, this is going to be a very interesting series.
Definitely.
We have watched a couple of games today. We know